Hi everyone, I'm so happy to see you guys back on my channel. This is part 2 of the story. Your subscribe and comments mean very important to me. Thank you. Now enjoy this story. Today was supposed to be the engagement day for William and his fiancée Sophia, but Sophia was absent. But William didn't care. Instead, he sneered. Since you don't want to marry me, then I will marry your aunt and be your uncle. Sophia was very angry when she knew that her aunt liked William. She would not let William become her uncle. Dad, I know William. William will not return to the banker. How well can you know him? How long have you known him? Less than 5 years. If you really knew him, how come you didn't know when he was making a fuss about breaking off the engagement? Xia Qingshan couldn't help but mock Sophia's wild thoughts. After all, she was his daughter, so he didn't say anything too harsh. Sophia's face turned red and white. It was because of this incident that I got to know him thoroughly. Once he makes up his mind, he won't look back. The letter of severance he prepared for his parents has already cut off his retreat. A letter of severance? That sounds nice. He has Zhuang Zhongming's blood in his body, and his last name is Zhuang. The Zhuang family spent money to raise him. Can a letter of severance be enough to end it? The law doesn't recognize it. Don't tell me such unreliable things. I know you are considering Gu Qian, but you have to be practical. Don't forget why William broke off the engagement with you. It was because you ran away to accompany Gu Qian. To put it bluntly, it was Gu Qian who caused it. If it weren't for Gu Qian, would they have broken off the engagement and severed ties with their own son? If you send the culprit over now, believe it or not, Gu Qian will be beaten to death before he even goes to prison. When Gu Qian heard this, his face turned pale, and his originally excited emotions became like stagnant water. What Xia Qingshan said made sense, but it was Sophia who was dreaming. The banker didn't even want his own son. So how could he want someone who came along halfway? Dad! Sophia was also anxious. Then let me make it clear to you. I can only be with Gu Qian in this life. I will not listen to your arrangements. The only person I can marry is Gu Qian. If you send Gu Qian abroad like before, I will go with you. If you force me to marry, I will give birth to a grandson for you in advance. You are really self-degrading, stupid, and absurd. Xia Qingshan was so angry that his blood pressure rose when his daughter, whom he had raised with great difficulty, was so rude to him. His trembling and heavy breathing voice came from the phone. Sophia gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Dad, let's take a step back. You can find a way to let Gu Qianjin join the banker and have him build a good relationship with William's parents. He will just be a nominal member of the banker and not interfere with the property. I think the banker will agree. The banker is not like our family. They have many relatives. Their relatives are indifferent. William and I have been together for all these years, and I have only seen a few of them. The sound of drinking water came from the phone, but Xia Qingshan didn't say anything. Sophia knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed, and she had to give Xia Qingshan some time to accept it. Xia Qingshan thought about it for a long time and finally sighed helplessly. He had spoiled Sophia for more than 20 years, and it had become a habit. I can arrange for Gu Qianjin to enter the banker and create opportunities for him to get close to Tang Jing, but whether he can seize the opportunity depends on him. It depends on his luck after he enters the banker. I will not interfere or provide help. You can't put a knife to Zhuang Zhongming's neck and ask him to acknowledge this cheap son and give him money. There is no such outrageous thing in the world. My words alone don't count. You should also ask Gu Qian if he is willing to bear the consequences. It's embarrassing for him to enter the banker with his identity. If he gets beaten, I can't save him. It was a pleasant surprise that Xia Qingshan agreed. Sophia looked at Gu Qian and asked him with her eyes without saying anything. Gu Qian immediately said, Uncle Xia, I am willing. As long as you give me this opportunity, I will seize it firmly. As the saying goes, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Who can predict the future? What if Gu Qian really inherits the Zhuang family's property? Then the Xia family can swallow it up. In short, it is not a bad thing for Gu Qianjin to join the banker. He will have status and position. If he can get some shares of the banker, it would not be a bad idea to let him become the son-in-law of the Xia family. Thank you, Dad. Sophia, don't do things you shouldn't do. You are old enough now. You should be obedient and sensible. Grandchildren can only be born after the engagement. Do you hear me? Sophia quickly said she heard it, and an unpleasant conversation ended. After hanging up the phone, Sophia apologized. I'm sorry I didn't discuss this with you in advance. You're doing this for my own good. The reason why Gu Qian is so successful in the entertainment industry is because of his likable face. It's hard to say about Zhuang Zhongming, But William's mother Tang Jing should be easy to control. William, don't you want to get away from the banker? Then I will help you get rid of all the money and make you an ordinary person with nothing. Now that you have lost the halo of being a rich second generation, what can you use to be with Lu Yin? I want you to watch your identity and status being replaced, and everything you once had being taken away. Chapter 57 Mission. The only person who changed in his heartbeat signal was William. Last time he sent the signal to Shinrong, and this time he sent it to Lu Yin. Ling Xian failed to receive the signal again, which dealt a serious blow to his self-confidence. He had woken up happily this morning, but now he has been unhappy all day. He has to go on a mission to sell goods later. How can he sell them in this state? Fang Chun was greatly relieved when he received Shinrong's heartwarming text message. He thought he had ruined yesterday's date. Jiang Ning received the signal from Ling Xian. She took a glance and knew it was not from William. She held the phone tightly and continued to wait until she heard the notification tone from Lu Yan's phone. At that moment, all the blood was lost. William sent a heart signal to Lu Yin. Lu Yin snorted and laughed, with the corners of her mouth rising. She watched quietly for a while and then got up and left. Jiang Ning called her from behind. Is this a message from William? Lu Yin said with a smile. Who else could it be if not him? What did he send you? Why should I tell you? Jiang Ning was really anxious and dared to ask her this directly in front of the camera. Jiang Ning also realized that she had asked the wrong question. She was too eager and utilitarian, which would leave a bad impression on the audience and would also cause trouble for William. Thinking of this, her face turned pale and she lowered her head to silently restrain her expression. When Lu Yin went out, William was already standing in the yard, and the director asked him to draw lots. There were 3 balls in the box. He opened one at random and saw a piece of paper with the word watermelon written on it. His task today is to help the villagers sell watermelons. If Lu Yin wanted to be in the same group with him, she had to draw a watermelon. She was never good at drawing lots and had very bad luck. When she took it out, she saw that it was a vegetable. She couldn't be in the same group with William, and Lu Yin was in a bad mood. The person assigned to the same group with her was Ling Xian. Facing Lu Yin, Ling Xian was inexplicably a little scared. He stood over and smiled awkwardly. Happy cooperation. Jiang Ning also came out and drew the egg. Lu Yin saw with sharp eyes that this meant that Shinrong, who was the last one to come out, would go on a mission with William today. Lu Yin stared at the last ball in the box. If she had known, she would have come out later. Now Shinrong got a bargain for nothing. However, compared to Jiang Ning, she still liked the ignorant Shinrong better. Shinrong was the last one to come out. Why was she the last one? Because she was waiting for a message. Last time, she received 2 text messages. This time, she also wanted to see if there were 2 messages. But she waited and waited, but there was no message from William. William finally stopped sending her crazy text messages. She should have been relieved, but for some reason she felt empty inside. When she came out, everyone was waiting for her. She picked up the last ball and opened it to see. What is a watermelon? The director explained. Watermelon means, today you and William are going to sell watermelons together. Huh. She quickly looked at William. I'm going to sell watermelons with him? Director, do you have any comments? Shinrong shook her head. No problem. Her empty heart seemed to be filled with a small piece of cake. She walked up to William with her chin up, folded her arms, and said, Let me make it clear first, I was assigned to work with you because of the program rules, not because I wanted to work with you. Stay away from me when I'm selling watermelons. Don't talk to me, and don't hold me back. She looked at the camera closest to her and thought to herself that she had to make her words clear so that Sophia wouldn't misunderstand her. But her attitude inexplicably gave off a kind of there is no silver here. William just thought she hated him, which was the situation he was most happy to see. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Lu Yin, who heard the conversation between the two, walked over leisurely. She approached Shinrong and said, You hate William so much that you don't want to be in the same group with him. How about we switch? You wish. I won't help you. Don't forget that you were Sophia's aunt. How can you always hang out with William? Shinrong was stunned for a moment before reacting quickly. Besides, the director said that we will decide by drawing lots. This is the rule, and it cannot be changed just because of you. If you want to change it, change it. You think this is your home. The director stood up and said, It really cannot be changed. In response, Lu Yin gave him a cold look. The director quickly turned his back and pretended not to see it. The group set off in a car and carried out their tasks separately. Looking at the large cart of watermelons, Shinrong was stunned. Director, Are we going to sell all of this cart? Yes. How much? You can sell it in the market or on the street. You can sell it however you want. Can we broadcast it live? No. In the summer, watermelons are cheap and can be bought everywhere. They are not rare. If you sell them through live streaming, the shipping cost will be as much as the watermelon itself, and watermelons will spoil easily on the way. And Shinrong originally thought of selling goods through live streaming, but she didn't expect to end up shouting on the street like a vendor. She knew that nothing good would happen in this village. The director was the same. He was always thinking of something bad, and he only knew how to make trouble for others. I have only bought watermelons and never sold them. How can I sell so many? And Shinrong wanted to lose her temper again, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also waiting for her to lose her temper. The director knew she was the most difficult to deal with, and was thinking about how to settle her. William next to him said, "A mature and independent woman like you will be liked wherever you go. You are also so beautiful, and everyone loves you. It will be easy for you to sell watermelons. I believe that as long as you stand next to you, you will be a human advertisement. You will be the first spokesperson for watermelons this year." And Shinrong didn't react after hearing this. Instead, she quietly opened the car door and got in. After a while, a little head popped out of the car window and said, "Let's go, we're going to sell melons." Still as easy to fool as ever. The fact that Shinrong was so obedient greatly reduced the difficulty of this mission. William sat in the driver's seat and drove the car to the vegetable market. He planned to drive for a while and stop to sell the melons. He should be able to sell all the melons along the way from the town to the county seat. For this purpose, William also prepared a speaker recording. "Eat watermelon, everyone come and eat watermelon. A watermelon jumped off a building, a watermelon jumped off a building. Mom, I want to eat watermelon, big watermelon. Buy it, big and sweet watermelon. Buy it to make popsicles, drinks, ice jelly, and ice cream. It has no additives, so children can eat it with more peace of mind." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when they heard it. "William is so talented. I can't help but want to buy a melon." That's right. Why can't I sell goods through live streaming? I want to eat melons and buy melons too. First melon to eat today, go downstairs and buy it now. You guys are still thinking about buying watermelons here. Didn't you hear the watermelon jump off the building? Who's going to save the watermelon? This time, the team formation was a mess, and my chin and CP was separated. I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel like Shinrong seems happier when she's with William. She talks more, and her expression is more relaxed. Compared to yesterday's date, she looks much more natural. And Shinrong's attitude towards Fong Chun yesterday was not like today. She was very cold to Fong Chun, with a stern face and looked annoyed. I don't know how the CP fans started to support them. Even if Shinrong didn't like Fong Chun, she wouldn't like William. She hated William so much. Chapter 58, I'll give you a flower called a rich flower. Driving all the way to the county town, many people came to buy melons, but it was far from enough to sell out a whole truckload. Although Shinrong agreed to work with William to sell melons, she was still unwilling to deal with strangers. William didn't care about her. The two of them divided the work, one selling the melons while the other collected the money. We learned from the staff that Jiang Ning's group was the first to sell out its goods. As a film queen, Jiang Ning has a wide range of fans, so it is very easy for her to sell eggs. If she meets fans, she can even give them an autograph. Therefore, there was a long line at her egg stall, and she closed the stall before noon. The second was Lu Yin. She and Ling Xian didn't get along, so they simply sold the vegetables separately. One of them went to the town's vegetable market, and the other drove to the county town where there was more traffic. The person who went to the county town was Lu Yin, because she heard that William had also come to the county town. The vegetables grown by the villagers themselves were very fresh. They were picked early in the morning, but they were wilted due to the hot weather. Lu Yin saw that the vegetable vendors nearby had prepared a kettle for watering the vegetables, so she got one for herself. Lu Yin was very skilled at selling vegetables. She wrote the prices on a sign, stood up and shouted in the crowd, and soon attracted a lot of people. A beautiful appearance is an advantage. Who doesn't like to watch a beautiful woman selling vegetables? In addition, the program crew has its own traffic. So many people recognized her and bought vegetables from her stall. The scale that the program team prepared for Lu Yin was not an electronic scale, but a plate scale. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned as they watched Lu Yin skillfully weigh the dishes and calculate the money. Lu Yin can even use a plate scale. Does she have any surprises that I don't know about? Could it be that he secretly practiced with the villagers behind our backs? Can anyone tell me why Lu Yin, a rich girl, would do this? I saw online that some rich second generations can't even tell the difference between vegetables. It doesn't look like Lu Yin is selling vegetables for the first time. Her proficiency is much better than that of other guests. Only William can compete with her. It's really strange. William and Lu Yin are both second-generation rich. They're good at farm work and selling vegetables. But Fong Chen always talks about his rural origin, but he can't do anything. I thought it was his home court today, but it turned out that Jiang Ning was the one who had to sell the eggs. He even broke a few eggs. Fong Chun has 3 older sisters. His family favors boys over girls. After selling the vegetables, Lu Yin immediately asked about William's news because selling melons is not as easy as selling vegetables. This year, there was a bumper harvest of watermelons, which resulted in many farmers being unable to sell their watermelons, which rotted in the fields. It was already quite good that William was able to sell half of them in such a short time, and Shinrong looked anxiously. When will it be sold out? It's so hot. The two stood in the shade, sweating profusely, and the small fans in their hands were completely useless. William looked at the smudge makeup on Shinrong's face and said, "If you feel too tired, go find a milk tea shop and rest for a while." If it were normal times, and Shinrong would have gone to rest without William telling her to do so, but today, she wanted to save face. "No," and Shinrong snorted coldly. "Don't get me wrong, I don't want to accompany you. It's because the program team stipulates that you can only rest after selling all the melons. And without me as a human signboard, you will definitely not be able to sell a single one." William saw her arrogant face and did not refute. He smiled and responded perfunctorily. "Yes, yes, yes. Fortunately, I have you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sell any watermelons today. I can sell so many watermelons and make so much money, all thanks to you." And Shinrong's face was hot. It must be because of the hot weather. At 12 o'clock noon, the staff reminded the two to go for lunch. William asked Shinrong to go eat first and pack a portion for him. And Shinrong was hungry, so she didn't refuse. Not long after she left, William saw Lu Yin. "What brought you here?" Lu Yin said coldly, "Selling vegetables." "Where's your food?" "Sold out." William looked at her enviously, then turned back to look at his half-cart of melons, wondering when he would be able to sell them all. "Then why don't you go back?" Lu Yin sneered and did not approach him as usual. She walked around the watermelon cart, patted the watermelons in the cart, and fiddled with the loudspeaker inside. "You like flowers?" She asked the question again. When William received this text message in the morning, he could tell from Lu Yin's sarcasm in these few words. It was obvious that she was fussing about the flowers Jiang Ning sent him last night. "Good." Lu Yin sneered twice again, then took out a card from her pocket and handed it to William. "Since you like flowers so much, I'll give you one too." "What do you mean?" William lowered his eyes and saw that it was obviously a black card. Where did the flower come from? Lu Yin came forward, pinched the black card with her fingertips, and poked William in the chest, saying, "This is called having money to spend. Isn't her flower better than the one Jiang Ning sent? It's also more practical, and I believe no one will dislike it." But William stepped back and dodged the card in her hand. "I don't want it." Lu Yin suppressed her sneer and looked at William's serious expression, knowing that he really didn't want it. She couldn't help but wonder, since William was such a stickler for details, would he think that she wanted to support him with her money? If she could really support him with her wallet, she wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to seduce him. It wasn't something she was good at. She practiced for a long time, did a lot of homework, and prepared herself mentally before taking that step. Unfortunately, it was useless for William, this straight man who didn't understand romance. Seeing Lu Yin finally taking the black card, William breathed a sigh of relief and reminded her quietly, "Don't forget that there is a photographer following you. Be careful with what you say and do." The sound was turned off, so no one could hear it, and it was far away, so I couldn't take any pictures. "Did you really not take the photo?" Lu Yin actually came to look for William on purpose. It seems like she still can't let it go. It seems that Lu Yin's attitude towards William has become much colder. Did they have a quarrel? Can someone who can read lips help interpret this? I want to see what Lu Yin said to William. William looks a little shy. Lu Yin seems to have taken out a card. Could it be a black card? Whose black card is silver? It's probably just an ordinary credit card. Lu Yin should not be eligible to use the black card. Black cards are limited. Only billionaires can use black cards. How can Lu Yin be considered a billionaire? Why did you suddenly turn off the sound? Is there some secret we can't hear? Sister Lu Yin, I want to join your big family. Lu Yin asked, How long will it take to sell all the watermelons in this truck? William was also unsure. Luyan asked the staff, will there be any punishment if we don't sell out? No, Director Wong said. Just do your best. Since there is no punishment, go back. You haven't eaten yet. It's so hot. I'm worried you'll get heat stroke. William felt a little dizzy now. He took a sip of water and said, I will go back later and sell as much as I can to reduce the burden on the villagers. After hearing what William said, Lu Yin stopped persuading him. Just at this time, Shinrong came back. She usually took a long time to eat, but today she came back so quickly, less than 20 minutes. And Shinrong was carrying a lunchbox, and when she saw Lu Yin standing next to William, she felt a sense of hostility. Chapter 59, The Tsundere and Shinrong. What are you doing here? Seeing in Shinrong's hostile face, Lu Yin almost thought that she had come to her senses. She picked up a watermelon and patted it. Buy melons, I want this one to be packed for me. Are you really just here to buy melons? After Lu Yin paid the bill, she carried the watermelon and said, I'm going back. I'll wait for you at home. If you don't know, you might think they're a young couple. And Shinrong inexplicably held her breath. If she hadn't seen the photographer still there, she would have said something to Lu Yin on the spot. Seeing Lu Yin walking away, and Shinrong turned around and glared at William. William was glared at. Why are you looking at him like that? Did he do something wrong? And Shinrong raised her hand while holding the lunchbox. Here. Thank you. William opened the lunchbox and saw 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a bowl of soup, all of which were his favorite dishes. You sent the heartwarming text message to Lu Yin? The director forbids discussion of this topic. She would listen to the director's words if she wanted to, and not listen if she didn't want to. She had her own set of rules when it came to Shinrong, so she asked again, then why did you text me last time? How do you know it was me? Only you would say such disgusting things. And Shinrong felt awkward when I praised me. Why did you send me a heartwarming text message? Do you know what it means? It will be seen by the audience and also by Wanwan. I don't want her to misunderstand. And Shinrong sat on a small stool, with her back to William and her chin supported by her hands. William paused and chose to tell the truth. I'm sorry, I didn't think so much. I sent you a text message at that time just because I thought you wouldn't choose me. If you were worried about being misunderstood, I wouldn't do such a thing. And Shinrong's heart skipped a beat when she learned the truth. She turned around abruptly and said, just because I won't choose you, you sent the text message to me? What if I? What if? Nothing. And Shinrong stood up and looked down at William. I warn you, stay away from Lu Yin. She is Sophia's aunt. There is no possibility of anything happening between you two. Don't think that Lu Yin is nice to you. She is actually teasing you. What man has not seen a woman like her? I advise you to have some self-knowledge. William felt a little dizzy. His chest was stuffy, sweat was dripping down, and his hands holding the lunchbox were shaking. He was in no mood to listen to Shinrong's words. He just felt that she was making a lot of noise. Who I am with has nothing to do with you. If you are with Lu Yin, you will be scolded to death by netizens. Seeing that William didn't listen to her words, and Shinrong said angrily, the Xia family and the Lu family will not agree. Then you will be embarrassed. Besides, Wanwan will also be unhappy. William said, I didn't do anything, but was scolded by the whole internet. What's more, I lost my own face. Why do you care? Even Sophia doesn't care. How could Sophia not care if she really didn't care? She wouldn't have called to remind her. And Shinrong was furious. She was also thinking about him. So why was he so ungrateful? And Shinrong said something afterwards, all centered around Sophia. William couldn't hear a word, as if a fly had flown into his ear, buzzing nonstop. He stood up and wanted to change the place to eat. Unexpectedly, his legs went weak when he stood up, and William fell backwards uncontrollably and sat on the ground. Suddenly, he felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and he felt dizzy, and the overwhelming darkness seemed to swallow up his consciousness. His sudden fall startled Shinrong. William, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Why did you fall suddenly? William touched his cold forehead and thought. It seems that Shinrong was really scared, and her voice was trembling. After sitting for a while, William recovered and panted, I have a little heat stroke and low blood sugar. When she heard that William had low blood sugar, Shinrong quickly picked up a watermelon and threw it on the ground, then picked up a piece of watermelon and stuffed it into his mouth. Take 2 bites first. And Shinrong helped him to a cool place, took a bottle of mineral water, wet a towel, and put it on his face, and blew a small fan at his face. Are you feeling better? Looking at William's weak face, Shinrong stood up and said, Wait for me, there's a pharmacy nearby. I will be back soon. And Shinrong went in a hurry and ran back in a hurry, holding a bunch of medicine in her hand. After William drank a small bottle of glucose water, his weak limbs gradually regained strength and his rapid breathing began to return to normal. And Shinrong was still worried, so she asked him to drink some more saline solution and a small bottle of Huaxiangjingqi liquid. Seeing William's pale face improve, and Shinrong's tense nerves finally relaxed, suddenly she broke out in a sweat, not knowing whether it was because of the heat or fear. I also bought some cooling patches. Take off your clothes and apply them to your armpits. William took off the tissue on his face. No need. I'm fine now. William was sick in his previous life. There is a saying that some people are destined to get certain diseases, which has little to do with their living habits. Just like he had stomach cancer, which meant that his stomach function was not good, the same goes for other diseases. The sudden heat stroke and hypoglycemia today also gave him a wake-up call. If Shinrong hadn't been there, he would have been in danger. It seems that I need to pay more attention in the future. After all, my body is my own. Thank you. I didn't expect you knew so much. And Shinrong's performance just now exceeded his inherent impression of her. She was calm and organized and relieved the heat stroke with the fastest method. When I was touring with a girl group, there were always hotter days, and I often encountered hypoglycemia and heat stroke. For someone like you, it's best to carry some sugar with you and eat on time every day. The meal just now was spilled by William, so we have to buy a new one. But seeing William like this, she couldn't bear to leave him alone. William stood up slowly and picked up the lunchbox on the ground. What are you doing? This is all over. It's not dirty. The ones in plastic bags are edible. The lunchbox was still warm. William poured the rice from the bag into the box and started eating. It's okay to eat something dirty. And Shinrong looked at it and her heart was slightly touched. At this time, a few people came towards them to buy watermelons. As soon as William stood up, he was pushed back by Shinrong. You take a good rest. I'm going to sell melons. William didn't say anything, but asked her with his eyes, Are you okay? And Shinrong put her hands on her waist and said angrily, Don't get me wrong. I'm not concerned about you. I'm just afraid that you will faint and hold me back, and then the money from selling watermelons won't be enough to buy you medicine. Although the words are a bit harsh, people who know her know that she cares about people. William chuckled. Okay, I don't misunderstand. I'll have to trouble you next, spokesperson. And Shinrong was not used to it at first, but as more and more people came to buy melons, she finally lined up. The melons that were originally sold by weight were finally sold by the number at 15 yuan each. Customers consciously took plastic bags to select and pack melons, and then scanned the code to pay, as if they had been trained. It only took half an hour to sell out most of the truckload of melons. And Shinrong looked at the empty car with a proud look on her face. It took me, the spokesperson, to do it myself. Look, it hasn't been long, and I've sold out a whole car of melons. Are all the watermelons in this truck really sold out? There was no one there before, so why are there suddenly so many people lining up to buy watermelons? William looked at the direction Lu Yin left, and his intuition was that it was related to her. The truth is that it was indeed related to Lu Yin. After leaving, she turned around and found an ATM to withdraw money, and gave cash to passersby so that they could buy watermelons from William's watermelon cart. Who doesn't want money and free watermelons delivered to your door? The staff member silently turned off the camera, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, Boss, you are violating the rules. I am happy to do so. Since you know I am the boss, you should know that the boss's rules are the rules. After selling the watermelons, the two clapped their hands together. At this moment, and Shinrong completely threw away her hate for William. She danced happily around William and said, Great, we've finally sold out. Let's go back quickly. And Shinrong was the only one who was kept in the dark during the whole process. Even the audience in the live broadcast room noticed something was wrong. And Shinrong is like a fool. She didn't sell many products in the morning when there were so many people at the market. How come so many people suddenly came? Did she really think that she sold all the products because of her looks and hard work? It was clearly arranged by the program team. I didn't like Shinrong, this silly girl, at first, but now she looks cuter and cuter. I quite like her with William, better than when she was with Fong Chun. It's pleasing to the eye. And Shinrong is Sophia's best friend, right? If Shinrong falls in love with William, the best friend will become the enemy. I'm really looking forward to it. When facing William, and Shinrong is a complete tsundere. Putting aside the fact that William is a scumbag, these two are very compatible in terms of their relationship style and age. William is not a scumbag. The latest news is that someone has leaked information that the Xia family deliberately slandered William. The police have already intervened in this matter. William hired a lawyer to sue a bunch of rumor mongers. If William is really not a scumbag, then Lu Yin and William are a better match. Chapter 60, The Broken Friendship. After selling the melons, the two men finished their work and went home. And Shinrong was in a good mood and was unusually friendly to William. Even after getting in the car, she did not forget to ask about his health. William, do you still feel dizzy? Are you feeling unwell? Don't drive recklessly. It would be better if you crash yourself to death. But I'm afraid you might cause trouble for others. And Shinrong is not very caring about others. Often, the words of concern become unpleasant to the ear after going around in circles from her mouth. She also likes to speak sarcastically. But Shinrong was telling the truth. William said, I am in good physical condition. My heart rate is normal. My breathing is normal. I'm not dizzy, my whole body is strong, and my mind is clear. If you are really worried, you can drive. I can't drive. On the way back, and Shinrong couldn't help but stare at him. Fearing of being discovered, she had to pretend to be looking into the distance. With William is not as annoying as I imagined. Instead, it makes me feel at ease. She couldn't help but observe William's every move and every detail of him, and found that William had a face that was no less than a star's. His eyelashes were so long that they felt like they could hold a toothpick. They were even longer than hers, which made her envious. A closer look revealed that his skin was very white, as if he had no pores, and his nose was clean. He didn't smoke, so there was no smell of smoke on his body, only a faint scent of laundry detergent. Even if he was covered in sweat, it didn't smell bad. His hair was trimmed by Lu Yin, whose skills were pretty good, but she would definitely do a better job. William looks tall and thin, but he is actually very heavy. When he had heat stroke, she supported him to rest and almost twisted her waist. William's hands also look good, especially when he holds the steering wheel with one hand. She had seen on the internet before that one of the most attractive aspects of a man is reversing with one hand. She thought it was greasy at the time, until now when she saw William. She realized that it was about the person, not the matter. Good-looking people are charming no matter what they do. William could clearly feel Shinrong's stealing glances at him, and it was different from the look of disdain she had shown in the past. What are you looking at me for? I didn't. And Shinrong subconsciously wanted to refute, but then she thought, wouldn't it make her look guilty if she refuted after being caught? She immediately said fiercely, so what if I saw it? Who said I can't see it? If you ignore her red cheeks and ears, this sounds quite convincing. You can watch it. You can watch it as you like. And Shinrong looked away uncomfortably and looked at the rearview mirror of the car. You are with Lu Yin. Are you trying to take revenge on Wanwan? Let's not talk about whether I want to take revenge on Sophia. Let me ask you first, when did I get together with Lu Yin? I saw with my own eyes that you were with her. You went on a date together, and you sent her love text messages. And today, she even came to see you. She didn't believe that there was nothing fishy going on between the two of them. Dating is a rule set by the program team, and you were the one I drew in the first place. Does my dating with you mean that I like you and you like me? Also, don't forget this is called a dating show. Do you understand what a dating show is? William patiently explained things to a child. And Shinrong is not a bad person by nature. She can distinguish right from wrong. She is just too judgmental towards people and not things. When a friend makes a mistake, she will firmly choose to stand by her, even if she hits her head against a wall. You said I was taking revenge on Sophia. There must be a reason for revenge, right? Am I taking revenge on her for running away from the marriage in public? Or am I taking revenge on the Xia family for deliberately defaming me and spreading rumors online that I cheated on her? And Shinrong was stunned and looked at him in astonishment. You know about what happened on the internet? It seems that Shinrong also knew it, and even knew it earlier than him. Maybe other people have heard about it too. Thinking of this, William showed sarcasm. Sophia's family was wrong in the beginning. Otherwise, how could you have thought that I would retaliate against Sophia? Am I right? And Shinrong wanted to refute, but when she opened her mouth, she found that her throat was blocked and she couldn't say a word. She could only look at him awkwardly. I will not drag another innocent woman down with me just to get revenge on one woman. In my eyes, they are not anyone's appendages or trophies. If I want to get revenge on Sophia, I will never use such a cruel method. After a moment of silence, and Shinrong asked, do you still like Sophia now? Dislike. But you obviously liked her for so long and treated her so well. You also said that it was at the beginning. People change. If it were you, you tried your best to please someone and were about to get married, but he abandoned you halfway and left you alone at the wedding banquet to be looked down upon and humiliated. What would you do? Needless to say, she would be furious and slap the scumbag man and woman in the face. When something happens, you can see people clearly, and when it happens to yourself, you can empathize with them. Sophia, who changed her heart at the beginning. Why should she blame William for leaving suddenly? If she hadn't let go, how could William have left? It's such a simple truth. Why did she just figure it out? Sophia blamed William for breaking off the engagement and participating in a dating variety show, saying that he shouldn't be so undignified. But it was obviously she who was undignified. If it was William who ran away from the engagement, would Sophia remain rational and calm? The answer is no. Even if she was wrong, she didn't think she was wrong. Reality has proved that Sophia would rely on suppressing William to show her superiority. There was no conversation along the way, and Shinrong's already shaken heart gradually fell apart at this moment. She thought carefully about how Sophia had used her over the years. Wasn't this just another way of exploiting her? We returned to the cabin smoothly, and all the guests were present. The director announced that the mission was successfully completed. This challenge was not easy for the guests, so they would not punish them even if they did not sell all the goods. There is no punishment, but there is a reward. The reward is that those who complete the task first will get a date card. You can invite your crush on your next date, and he or she cannot refuse. William first. Fong Chun, who was in the same group with her, also got an advantage for free and looked at Shinrong with burning eyes. Unable to accept this, Lu Yin raised an objection. Why didn't you tell me about this important matter in advance? I object to you talking about rewards now. And Shinrong pursed her lips. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes showed protest. The director was not afraid, because we have to prevent some people from breaking the rules and forcing people to buy or sell by unfair means. Who is this someone referring to? I guess he doesn't need to explain it, right? Lu Yin knows better than anyone how William sold all the melons. If looks could kill, the director would have died 1,000 times. Director Wang, you're really awesome. Lu Yin gritted her teeth and forced a smile. No matter how good the smile looked, her eyes were sinister, making people feel creepy. The director felt like a thorn in his side and took 2 steps towards William. Anyway, this is it. The rules I set cannot be changed. You all have worked hard today. The next round of appointments will be next Thursday, which is still 6 days away. 2 new people will join us by then. You should get ready. Chapter 61. Mrs. Zhuang has nightmares every day. Ever since William broke off the engagement and left home, Tang Jing had never seen him again. It was as if he had disappeared out of thin air. She couldn't get through to him on the phone, and no one answered the call when she used the driver's or servant's cell phone. Because she couldn't see William, Tang Jing began to have frequent nightmares. She dreamed of a little girl with pigtails and a red dress. She was sucking her fingers, tilting her head, and looking at her quietly. Who are you? Mom, I'm Xiaoke. I'm the Xiaoke you call for every day. Don't you recognize me? Xiaoke? No, I'm not your mother. Get out. Mom, don't you want me anymore? Okay, I'm going to leave. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, her head fell down. The round little head rolled on the ground and rolled to her toes. Tang Jing lowered her head and met the little girl's dark eyes. When people are extremely frightened, they are silent and cannot make any sound. The little girl grinned and said, Mom, I rolled over. Tang Jing woke up from a nightmare and let out a terrible scream, which was creepy to hear in the middle of the night. She grabbed her long hair, tore at her scalp, and looked around in horror, as if she could see something in the darkness. Zhuang Zhoming was woken up even though he was sleeping next door. He got up helplessly, pushed open the door, and saw Tang Jing lying on the ground. Wife! He walked over, pretending to be a good man, hugged her, and gently comforted her. Baby, you are having a nightmare. Don't be afraid. I saw Xiaoke. Xiaoke is dead. Yes, she's dead, but I can see her every night. She lies on my shoulder, stands in front of me, and there's so much blood on her body. I can't get rid of her. Call William back. Only he can get rid of Xiaoke. In the past few years since William returned to the banker's house, Tang Jing had stabilized his condition by abusing him. He saw his body slowly recovering, but he never expected such a thing to happen. Tang Jing's condition is now more serious than before. She locked herself in the room, looking around in a daze, always saying that a ghost would come to harm her. Have you ever heard of the saying that fortune will always turn around and end up with death? She killed her own daughter, so her daughter will take her life and drag her into hell. At the beginning, Zhuang Zhongming could still comfort her patiently, hold her in his arms while she slept at night, and hold her tight and kiss her forehead when she woke up from a nightmare. It would have been fine if it had been like this for a day or two, but during this week, Tang Jing couldn't sleep properly and would even scratch Zhuang Zhongming when she got out of control. Zhuang Zhong knew that he still had work to deal with in the morning, so after maintaining his loving wife persona for 2 days, he moved to the guest room next door and slept with earplugs on. No matter how Tang Jing yelled, he pretended not to hear. He just forgot to bring his earplugs tonight. When mentioning William, Zhuang Zhongming's face turned ugly. Afraid that Tang Jing would go crazy, he never told her that he and William had signed a divorce agreement. Tang Jing tore Zhuang Zhongming's pajamas, screaming at the top of her lungs, as if possessed by a ghost. She kept shouting William's name and said she wanted him to pay with his life. She transferred all the blame onto William, constantly suppressing him, abusing him, brainwashing him, using violence on him, and making him compromise. Once William admitted that he had killed his sister and felt sorry for his family, Tang Jing would get the ultimate satisfaction. This has been proven to be true time and time again, but what she didn't know was that William was no longer the William of the past. He already knew the truth, and after being reborn, he couldn't wait to sever ties with them. Not to mention that Tang Jing went crazy. Even if she jumped off the building and committed suicide, he would not come back. William would no longer let them manipulate him. He could only deceive Tang Jing temporarily, not forever. Zhuang Zhongming was also upset because he didn't sleep late at night. He pinched Tang Jing's shoulders hard and said, "Stop shouting. William won't come back. He has cut off ties with us." Tang Jing frowned in pain, and as soon as she stopped talking, she stared at Zhuang Zhongming blankly. "He is my son, who allowed him to break off relations with me. I don't believe it. I won't agree. Whether you believe it or not, he's not coming back." "Tang Jing, stop playing crazy." Tang Jing raised her hand and slapped Zhuang Zhongming hard. "You are crazy and stupid. If you bring William back and want to sever ties with me, then he can die. I will personally peel off his skin, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. Only in this way can he repay me for the pain of giving birth to him." Zhuang Zhongming pushed her away with disgust on his face. "He and I have signed a severance agreement, and the entire internet has announced that he is no longer my son." Tang Jing kept saying no and took out her cell phone to call William, but the call was still not connected just like during the day. Zhuang Zhongming felt annoyed and wanted to fight, but he was afraid of an endless quarrel, so he just ignored it and walked out of the bedroom. Tang Jing chased after him and shouted, but he pretended not to hear anything. He quickly went into the guest bedroom and closed and locked the door. No matter how Tang Jing made a fuss, he didn't take it seriously. He put on his earplugs, and the world finally became quiet. Zhuang Zhongming was becoming more and more impatient with Tang Jing. It was fine when William was around, as he took on most of the damage. But for those who stayed, as long as he coaxed them, Tang Jing would become normal, gentle, and very dependent on him. After William was gone, this dependence became a bondage. Zhuang Zhongming sometimes thought maliciously that if Tang Jing continued to be so crazy, she might as well die. If it were another woman, she could not only give birth to children for him, but also help him in his career. A burst of anger flashed in Zhuang Zhongming's eyes. He couldn't stay with such a crazy woman for the rest of his life. Tang Jing was old and in poor health and could not have children. The banker has so much property. What will happen to it after he dies? Will he take advantage of his opponent? Adopted children are definitely not as good as biological children. It's not too late to have a child now and raise him well, but if Tang Jing knew that he had an illegitimate child outside, there would definitely be chaos. Once his loving wife persona collapses, it may even affect the company's market value. Suddenly, there was a vibration at his hand. Zhuang Zhongming touched it and found it was a cell phone. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Xia Qingshan. He immediately took off his earphones and answered the call. "Boss Xia, why are you calling me so late? I will be able to sign the West City land soon. I think our two companies can cooperate." When Zhuang Zhongming heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. "That's great. Cooperation between our two companies will be mutually beneficial. I originally thought that after William broke off the engagement, the relationship between the two families would become strained and there would be no chance of cooperation. Unexpectedly, Xia Qingshan didn't care at all and called him late at night to discuss business and make money. But there is a small matter that I hope you can help me with." Zhuang Zhongming's smile faded. "What's the matter?" Xiaqing Shan said in a negotiating tone. Sophia has set her sights on Gu Qian now. Nothing I say will work. I'm the only daughter of her and have spoiled her for more than 20 years. I can't just ignore her. I can't bear to do that. Gu Qian is actually a good kid, but he has a poor background. If you can adopt him as your son, Sophia can marry him legitimately without being disturbed by gossip. And it can also solve the problem of our two families' marriage. It's killing two birds with one stone. Chapter 62. Adopt a giant baby? How can this be justified? How can this be considered killing two birds with one stone? After Xiaqing Shan finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhuang Zhoming's reply for a long time. So he called out, "Old Zhuang, did you hear that?" Zhuang Zhoming suddenly came back to his senses and could only use a dry laugh to cover up his embarrassment. "Boss Xia, are you kidding? You want me to register Gu Qian under my name?" "Yes." "Not quite sure, so I asked again. Adopt him? Make him my adopted son?" "That's right. Are you kidding me?" Xiaqing Shan laughed kindly. "Lao Zhuang, do you think I'm joking? It's not like that. Zhuang Zhoming has seen people adopting children before, but they all adopted them in professional institutions. The younger the child, the better. If the child is older, they are afraid they won't be able to raise him or her well. So he had seen adoptions of newborns, 3, 4, 5-year-olds, and even 10-year-olds, but there was only one such adoption of a 20-year-old, and it happened to him. What kind of child is Gu Qian? A giant baby? Outrageous! Don't forget, if Gu Qian hadn't appeared, Sophia would not have run away from the marriage. If Sophia hadn't run away from the marriage, the Zhuang and Xia families would have been married long ago, and William would not have severed his relationship with him. Now the culprit is going to be his godson. To be honest, he can't swallow this. If Xia Qingshan wasn't his biggest partner, he would have cursed at him long ago. What is this? Are you missing a bone in your brain? Or do you have an extra chromosome? Xia Qingshan listened to the heavier breathing on the phone and suddenly understood what Zhuang Zhoming was thinking. He smiled and said, "Didn't William cut off ties with you? You don't have anyone under your name, so why not just take Gu Qian in as your godson and just put him in the name of the Zhuang family? You don't need to give him money or power, so that his reputation will be better and Sophia won't be embarrassed to marry him. By the way, we can solve the cooperation between our two families. Maybe, when William hears that you have adopted a godson, he will be anxious and come back. Your family's affairs are my affairs. I treat you as an old friend. I have considered everything for you at the cost of my own life. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." It seems that he has gained a lot from this. In fact, it is quite common to adopt a godson. "That's all? How could it be possible?" Xiaqing Shan said. "Do you think I want Gu Qian to inherit your family property? I can't do such a thing. My starting point is just to make my daughters suffer less. Just adopting a godson without giving any money will not do any harm to Zhuang Zhongming, and Xiaqing Shan will be grateful to him for it. This favor can be exchanged for an investment, and they can also do business together and share the dividends, which will bring the two families closer together, cooperate in a friendly manner, and bundle their interests. It is definitely beneficial and harmless." However, he couldn't just agree to it. Zhuang Zhoming's mind raced, thinking to himself, he should pretend to hesitate and make Xia Qingshan feel that he owed him a big favor. "Boss Xia, I understand what you mean, but I can't decide this matter alone. I need to discuss it with my wife." "Okay, yes, let's discuss it, but it has to be done as soon as possible. After we have settled this matter, we can discuss West City in detail." "Of course, I'll give you an answer soon." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Xia Qingshan explained the pros and cons very clearly. This matter was entirely for the sake of the banker. If Zhuang Zhoming took the opportunity to seek benefits, he would be taking advantage of the situation and being greedy. There was no need to discuss cooperation with such a person. Zhuang Zhoming also understood this principle, so he could not show any eagerness for quick results and had to keep the other party steady. Thinking back on the conversation just now, although he still felt it was a bit outrageous, he had completely accepted it and was even a little happy. This is not just killing two birds with one stone, but killing many birds with one stone. William will definitely not come back. From the moment he signed the severance agreement, it can be felt that he is eager to leave here and cut off all ties with them. Before Xia Qingshan called, Zhuang Zhoming was still thinking about how to solve the issue of succession. It can be solved now. First, take Gu Qian as a godson. Let Tang Jing adapt well, and then slowly persuade him to bring a younger one back from the orphanage. Then he can replace the illegitimate child with a fake one. Wouldn't there be a child to inherit the family? This is called legitimate. Tang Jing is going crazy now. Bringing her biological child back too early will definitely hurt him. It would be better to let Gu Qian replace William first, bear the damage, and divert Tang Jing's attention. As a godson, if you can comfort your godmother's mental condition, you can return to your previous comfortable and peaceful life. Thinking of this, Zhuang Zhoming couldn't wait to bring Gu Qian in. Some things are what some people have to bear, just like Gu Qian. If Gu Qian didn't agree, Xia Qingshan would never ask for it. Since he has joined the banker, in addition to the benefits, he also has to bear the corresponding consequences. It is not easy to enter a wealthy family. Only by paying a price can you truly integrate into this family. Zhuang Zhoming was thinking about how to tell Tang Jing about this. Tang Jing, who suffers from Munchausen syndrome, might not be able to accept it. Zhuang Zhoming thought about it all night, but he didn't expect to see Gu Qian appear in his house the next day. He was sitting on his sofa watching TV and drinking tea. Tang Jing was sitting close to him with a loving face. Gu Qian also asked Tang Jing about her well-being, and it was obvious that the two of them got along very harmoniously, even better than when William was around. Only those who know Tang Jing well know that she is pretending. Tang Jing is good at disguising herself as a victim. Sometimes she plays the role of a kind mother, a poor patient, or a considerate and gentle wife. She can play any role as long as it can attract people's attention. This kind of mentality could be cured with early forced intervention, but her family's repeated indulgence has made her terminally ill. Seeing Zhuang Zhoming coming in, Gu Qian quickly stood up and greeted him gracefully. "Hello, Uncle Zhuang. Why are you in my house?" Gu Qian was about to speak when Tang Jing answered him. "I went to the hospital to get medicine today. I accidentally crashed my car on the way. Fortunately, Xiao Gu helped me solve the problem. To thank him, I brought him to our house for dinner." Gu Qian said gently, "It's just a small favor. I'm sorry to bother you with my sudden visit." "It's not a bother. I won't disturb you. If you like, come here often. Why don't you just stay here today? I'll clean up the room. Xiao He, you clean up the guest room next to the master bedroom, and let Xiao Gu stay there tonight." The guest room next door is where Zhuang Zhoming has been living recently, and Tang Jing has long wanted him to move back. Zhuang Zhoming's attention was all on Gu Qian. Just as Xia Qingshan said, Gu Qian looked pretty good, well-dressed, handsome, and well-spoken, if one could ignore the guilty conscience in his eyes. Chapter 63. He was so mean to his own son, but he was so kind to a stranger. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Xia Qingshan had just called him last night, and today Gu Qian was invited to his house as a guest because he helped Tang Jing. Zhuang Zhoming has lived to this age and has seen all kinds of people. He saw through Gu Qian's intentions at a glance. Zhuang Zhoming didn't care. Since Gu Qian was willing to come, he could come. His door was open to him. With Gu Qian taking care of Tang Jing, he didn't have to do it himself. He just couldn't find the right opportunity to say it. Zhuang Zhoming walked over and patted Gu Qian's shoulder kindly. "Just listen to your Aunt Tang and stay here after dinner. I'm fine with eating, but forget about staying. I have to go to record a show tomorrow morning." Gu's apparent calmness doesn't mean he's not nervous inside. He's an actor, and everything depends on his acting skills. After all, he had just ruined William's marriage not long ago. If it weren't for him, the Zhuang family would have married the Xia family long ago. When he came here, he felt somewhat guilty and defensive. Zhuang Zhoming didn't persuade her any further and asked Tang Jing, "How did you get into a car accident? Are you not injured?" "I bumped my foot. It's not serious." Tang Jing gently lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing the red bruise on her calf, which looked quite serious. Zhuang Zhoming walked over and sat down, looking closely at the bruises on her legs. "How did the driver drive the car?" "I'm driving the car myself today." Tang Jing has a driver's license, but her physical condition prohibits her from driving, so she usually asks a driver to take her wherever she goes. But she felt embarrassed to go to a place like a mental hospital, so she would usually ask Zhuang Zhoming to drive her to the hospital. "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" "You're too busy, and you haven't had a good rest recently because of me." Tang Jing showed a distressed expression and clenched Zhuang Zhoming's hand. "Just tell me next time. I will go with you no matter how busy I am." Luckily, you weren't hurt this time, and luckily Xiao Gu was there. To outsiders, their every move seemed very affectionate. They are indeed a loving couple known to everyone in and out of the circle, but Gu Qian always felt that the injuries did not seem to be caused by a car accident. He was at the scene, and the car wasn't hit seriously, just a bump. If there had really been a problem, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Tang Jing suddenly mentioned William. "Honey, do you know where William went?" Zhuang Zhoming was stunned. He did not tell Tang Jing about William's current situation. He kept it from her because he wanted to keep things quiet. Judging from her expression at this moment, she obviously already knew. Zhuang Zhoming had been following the variety show that William was on. He knew that Gu Qian was also on the show, but he only appeared in the main episode and not in the live broadcast. He turned his gaze towards Gu Qian, pretending not to know, and asked, "Where did you go?" He went to participate in a variety show, and it was live broadcast. It was really embarrassing. No wonder I couldn't get through to him on the phone. "Husband, please arrange for someone to bring him back." Zhuang Zhoming didn't know how to answer, but fortunately Gu Qian took over and said, "Aunt Tang, William has signed a contract and can't come back for a while, and the place where he records a show is far away from here, in a village." Tang Jing asked, "What if I want to contact him?" They handed in their phones before entering the show. "If you want to give him a message, I can help you contact the staff." Tang Jing thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. There are some things that are inconvenient for you to say. Don't you have any breaks in this variety show? How long will it take to record?" "There will still be rest time, but it depends on the director's arrangement. I'll tell you when I have the details." "Thank you so much, Xiaogu." Judging from Tang Jing's expression and tone, she was quite satisfied with Gu Qian. For dinner, the chef prepared a large table. Gu Qian ate while chatting with Tang Jing. After eating, he rested for half an hour and then left. Zhuang Zhoming asked tentatively, "What do you think of Gu Qian?" "That's it. Why are you asking him suddenly?" Tang Jing was even more difficult to understand when she was not sick. Zhuang Zhongming did not hide anything and directly told Tang Jing what Xia Qingshan had said on the phone. "If you think Gu Qian is good, we will adopt him as our godson and let him spend more time with you when he is free." Gu Qian is an actor, right? Does he have many fans? Tang Jing knew Gu Qian's family situation, but she didn't know much about him as a person. She just heard it from others. Zhuang Zhoming was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The total number of fans on the entire network is probably tens of millions. With tens of millions of fans, he can be considered a traffic star. Tang Jing's eyes lit up, and she grasped Zhuang Zhongming's hand tightly and said, "Then just acknowledge him and let him call me godmother. There's no harm in acknowledging him. He has traffic and fans, can bring influence to our company, and can also make the Xia family owe us a favor. When Gu Qian and Sophia get married, Sophia will have to call me mom, and our two families will be truly united in marriage. It is definitely impossible to acknowledge Gu Qian's adopted son without spending a penny. It would not look good if word got out that he is so stingy, but they can still afford to invest in a few plays for him to star in." Tang Jing was right. There was no harm in adopting Gu Qian as his godson. He would have both fame and money, and it was the only choice to consolidate the relationship between the two families. If William is not considered, Tang Jing wandered in the restaurant, clapping as she walked, with excitement on her face, but the smile did not reach her eyes, which were grim. "William wants to break off relations with me, right? Then I will leave all my property to Gu Qian. I want William to regret it so much that he kneels down and begs me." Tang Jing walked along the sofa to the TV cabinet, touching the vases and ornaments on it that were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. She tilted her head back and looked at the golden chandelier hanging above her head. "These things originally belonged to William. Since he doesn't want them, I'll leave them to Gu Qian." In this way, Gu Qian not only snatched William as fiancé, but also took away his property. The mind of a mentally ill person cannot be understood by normal people's thinking. Zhuang Zhong was obviously very upset, but he still patiently reasoned with Tang Jing. "We'll talk about the inheritance later. If it was really given to Gu Qian, what would happen to his children outside?" After coaxing Tang Jing back to the bedroom, Zhuang Zhongming went into the study and called Xia Qingshan to tell him that he had made up his mind and agreed to take Gu Qian in as his godson. But for the benefit of both parties, it is more reliable to sign an agreement. Both of them are old foxes, and they solved the problem with just a few words. At least from now on, Zhuang Zhongming has the upper hand. After hanging up the phone, Xia Qingshan called Sophia again. Zhuang Zhongming agreed to take Gu Qian in as his godson. Given his personality, it's just a name. Don't try to get anything out of him. It's conceivable. After all, they are so bad to their own son. How can you expect them to be nice to an outsider? Xia Qingshan warned Sophia, "If you want to marry Gu Qian, do it well and don't regret it halfway. You have to think it through." Chapter 64. Angry Kittens Need Coaxing. How could she regret it? Gu Qian was the first person she liked when she was young. They grew up together and experienced the pain of losing their loved ones together. They were the people who understood each other best. She likes Gu Qian, Otherwise, she wouldn't have run away from the marriage and wouldn't have announced it online. It should have been like this, but for some reason, her mind was full of William. I didn't expect them to agree so quickly. So what is William in the banker's position? Not even a joke. 3 days later, Tang Jing will announce at her birthday party that she has officially adopted Gu Qian as her adopted son, and will also announce your marriage at the same time. What Xia Qingshan really wanted to tell Sophia was that it was too late to regret. She insisted on being with Gu Qian and made such a big fuss about it. Now she and Gu Qian are like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Marriage is not a joke. She has already acted foolishly once. If she wants to regret it the second time, she will have no choice but to do so. She will be tied up even if she has to. Dad, I know what's important. If you really knew what was important, you wouldn't have left the table. Xia Qingshan did not say this, but just gave Sophia a few instructions, asking her to pass the message to Gu Qian, telling him to visit the Zhuang family more often when he has nothing to do recently, and spend more time with Madame Zhuang. As long as he can please Madame Zhuang, he can get everything. Xia Qingshan is not a person who will suffer losses. No matter how much profit he gives up now, he will get it back double in the future. Gu Qian was very good at making Tang Jing happy. He would go shopping with her, watch movies with her, talk about flower arranging, tea tasting, beauty. They talked about everything. When he heard that Tang Jing had trouble sleeping, he taught himself a set of health-preserving techniques. He gave her massages, made soup, and prescribed diet therapy for her. He had many ways to coax people. Gradually, Gu Qian settled down in the banker's house. After staying there for one night, I discovered something strange. It is said that the love between parents can solve most conflicts in the family. Being born in such a harmonious family should be comfortable and warm. But he found that the servants in the villa seldom spoke and seldom laughed. William before going to bed. Why can't Tang Jing tolerate William? Did William do something bad that made him hated, resented, and kicked out of the house? Tang Jing's birthday soon arrived. After the couple decided to adopt Gu Qian as their adopted son, they began to make preparations, hoping to get this done as quickly as possible. The best hotel in Chengdu was booked, and all the important people in the circle were invited to the event that day. The scene was as grand as William's engagement day. Not only did Tang Jing invite distinguished guests, she also privately contacted a large number of reporters for interviews. Gu Qian is a popular artist, and as soon as the news came out, paparazzi were waiting before dawn, and the popularity on the internet continued to rise. When the news first leaked, Gu Qian's fans couldn't believe it. Is it so easy for a pie to fall from the sky? And once it falls, it hits the owner? Fans went to Zhuang's official blog to ask. Soon, the official blog of Zhuang's family issued a notice. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, an important happy event will be announced. Everyone is welcome to watch the live broadcast. Lu Yin was watching their every move. Although she was not in Rongqing, she had many people and a wide range of informants. It can be said that on the first day when Tang Jing had a car accident and met Gu Qian, everything was under her control. She had originally planned to release the news that William was being abused by the bookmaker. But seeing that the Zhuang family was so eager to adopt a son, she prepared to give them a big gift and let Gu Qian feel the real atmosphere of the Zhuang family in advance. The director has not arranged any tasks recently as the weather is hot, and he is also worried that something might happen to the guests. In addition to letting them move freely, he also arranged some relaxing entertainment games for them to help the male and female guests improve their relationship. But in the end, I found that the female guest only had deeper feelings for William. Jiang Ning studies cuisine every day, hoping to make delicious food for William, but the best thing she cooks is porridge. And Xin Rong was still sarcastic towards William. Others could tell that she meant no harm. She would approach William in an awkward way, pestering him with questions like a primary school student. As for Lu Yin, ever since she came back from her date with William, she had become a little colder towards William, sneering at him from time to time. When cooking and washing dishes with William, she would still tie an apron for him, but she would tie it very hard, and once she directly broke the apron string. No one knows why Lu Yin is angry. When she gets angry, she is not threatening at all and can be described as a house cat. Anyone who has raised a cat knows that cats are very sensitive to smells. Once the owner touches a wild cat outside and comes back, some domestic cats will become extremely irritable, panting, and wait for the owner to coax them. The director still prefers the way the two of them got along before, so he lets William do the coaxing. The consequences of the little ancestor being angry are very serious, and the longer you delay, the more serious it will be. William insisted for 2 days and finally went. It's not like he hasn't coaxed people before, but he just didn't know where to start when facing Lu Yin. In the yard, Lu Yin was washing clothes. There was a washing machine in the cabin, but the configuration of the washing machine was too poor to wash the clothes clean. So after coming here, Lu Yin washed the clothes by hand. She is very clean and afraid of sweating. Sometimes she changes clothes 2 or 3 times a day. Lu Yan's laundry could also spark heated discussions, with some saying that her movements were too skilled to be that of a rich lady. In many people's minds, rich people hired servants, so it was never her turn to do laundry. For example, Shinrong is not very good at washing clothes. She just throws them into the washing machine or soaks them in water and then picks them up directly. William walked towards Lu Yin and said softly, "I know you asked someone to buy the watermelon that day." Lu Yin rubbed the clothes in her hand and said coldly, "So, you don't want to owe me a favor, but you also want to return the money to me?" William really thought so. He wanted to nod, but Lu Yin glared at him with an unpleasant expression. He intuitively felt that it would be dangerous if he nodded now. "This is how I pursue people. It's none of your business." Lu Yan's complexion was not normal today. He looked sickly pale, and his tone of voice was stiff, as if he was enduring some pain. William immediately noticed that something was wrong with her. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lu Yin frowned, took a breath, and supported herself on the washing table with trembling hands. "My stomach aches, and my period has come." Lu Yin did not take good care of herself when she was young, which resulted in pain every time her period came. And it was not just ordinary pain. In severe cases, she would vomit and feel dizzy, and her lower abdomen would feel like it was filled with lead and sinking down. This time, perhaps due to a change in environment or because she was too tired, her period came early and was more painful than before. "I brought some painkillers. I'll go get them. You go and rest first." Lu Yin ignored him. After a while of stiffness, she continued to wash clothes. Before she had time to rub her hands in the cold water, William grabbed her hand. With a serious tone, he said, "Go and have a rest. Don't you want to stay away from me, draw a line between us, and break up completely? Why are you caring about me now? There's a live camera next to you, so aren't you afraid of being misunderstood?" Lu Yin raised her wrist, stared at his hand, and asked. Chapter 65, The Good Show, is about to start. "Don't you want to cut off ties with me, stay away from me, and not get into trouble? But now you're holding my hand. What are you doing?" When Lu Yin said this, her tone sounded as if she was provoking him. The corners of her eyes were raised, and with the small mole at the corner of her eyes, she looked very coquettish. Reason told William to separate in front of the camera, but he held Lu Yan's hand tightly. Finally, he let it go. "I'll go get the painkillers. I'm allergic to painkillers. I'll feel worse after taking them." Lu Yan looked unhappy and said in a hoarse voice, "It's okay. I'm used to this pain. It will go away after a while." It was such a hot day, but the hand he had just held Lu Yin was ice cold, and her legs were trembling. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she was in pain and was just trying hard to hold on. "Go away, I still have clothes to wash. If you don't want to be misunderstood, just stay away from me and don't bother me anymore. Anyway, this is how I've been living all these years. I can live like this my whole life, and I don't need your concern." Her voice became hoarser and hoarse, and one could even hear the tone of her suppressed crying. William's body stiffened, thinking of Lu Yin in his previous life, who was alone. Her pain was not fake. She was very weak. Lu Yin was only 3 years older than him, and she would be proactive and strong with him, giving people the impression of a queen. But she also had a soft side. For example, during her menstrual period, she would feel aggrieved, throw a tantrum, and deliberately ignore people, waiting for people to coax her. The corners of Lu Yan's eyes turned red, and even the small mole turned pink. "Is it so painful that you are about to cry?" William's heart tightened, and a dull pain came over him. This time he did not hesitate to grab Lu Yan's hand and took her to the inner room. His movements were forceful, but if you look closely, you can see that his body has been protecting Lu Yin. Once her legs weakened and she could not stand, William would be able to hold her up. "Let go, I haven't finished washing my clothes yet." Lu Yin was in a bad mood and looked fierce, but now she was like a newborn kitten, without any fighting power. "Put it there first. I'll wash it for you." "No." "William, what do you mean?" William said nothing. He took Lu Yin to the inner room and asked her to sit down. She was allergic to the painkillers, so William poured her a cup of hot water. "Just give me a glass of boiled water." Lu Yin tilted her head back, her round eyes red again. William coaxed patiently. "Whatever you want to eat. I'll make it for you. I want to eat boiled eggs with brown sugar. I see other girls eat this during their menstrual period, but I haven't tried it yet. She has money. Is there anything she can't eat? William didn't hesitate and went straight to the kitchen. I'll make it for you. I saw a small piece of brown sugar in the refrigerator. Boiled eggs are easy to make and can be cooked in less than 10 minutes. William carefully handed it to Lu Yin. Be careful. The hot steam filled her nose. Lu Yin took it, scooped a spoonful, put it to her lips, and blew on it. There is no strange taste, and it can't be said to be delicious, but after drinking it, the body feels warm and it can relieve some pain. In hot weather, Lu Yan's nose tip is sweating as she drinks the boiling hot sugar water. William stood in front of her and watched her drink. From his angle, he could see that her eyelashes were very long, lined up like a row of small combs, leaving a shadow under her eyelids. Have you ever cooked for Jiangning? No. We were still young at that time, and girls would be ashamed to tell others when they had their periods. They had to sneak to the bathroom and were afraid of being seen when they went to the supermarket to buy sanitary napkins. They had to hide them in their school uniforms and put them in a black bag to avoid being seen. When they were in school, William was the closest to her. Although she didn't say it, the observant William still noticed it. In the physiology class, the teacher said that girls are more vulnerable during their menstrual period, so they should avoid certain foods, avoid strenuous exercise, and get more rest. Knowing that Jiangning was ashamed of her menstruation, William always showed concern for her in secret, such as adding sugar to her thermos, hiding the sanitary napkins in her drawer when he saw them exposed, collecting her homework, wiping the blackboard, doing these little things. What about Sophia? William was speechless. Okay, I get it. Needless to say, he must have done it to Sophia. Lu Yin said while eating eggs. Is there anything that could be made specifically for me? She just wanted something unique. William understood what Lu Yin meant. He thought about it seriously and said, Do you like ginger milk? I haven't made it for anyone yet. If you want to eat it, I'll make it. Lu Yin immediately smiled and said, Eat. I want to eat. She was actually very easy to coax. But I can't eat now. Can you make it in the evening? Then let's do it at night. It's easy. Lu Yin gave a little warning. Let me make it clear first, you can only do it for me, not for anyone else. William nodded. My outer clothes. Lu Yin looked outside. I'll go take a shower. You'd better not touch ice water during your menstrual period. You should take good care of your body. Don't squander it just because you are young. Your body won't be able to bear it when you are old. William muttered like an old man. Lu Yin interrupted quickly. I know, go and help me wash the clothes. I won't go out. There were only 3 or 4 pieces of clothes in the basin, and they would be washed quickly. William piled all the clothes together and rubbed them. Halfway through, he felt a hard object hidden in a t-shirt. He turned it out and saw that it was a bra, black lace style, very sexy. William pursed his thin lips and looked back at the inner room. Lu Yin was sitting obediently on a chair, drinking water from a small bowl. When she saw William looking at her, she smiled at him. Probably not intentional. William washed the clothes quickly. He was very careful when washing other clothes, observing carefully whether they were clean. When washing the bra, he rubbed it twice and threw it aside. The camera does not follow when washing clothes. After William finishes washing, he takes the clothes to the sun to dry. After the clothes are hung up, the bra is also fixed with clips. After returning home, Lu Yin had finished drinking the brown sugar water. Her stomach felt much better, and her face was not as ugly as before. Seeing William coming back, she asked, Are the clothes clean? Clean it up. Lu Yin suddenly stood up, walked closer to him, and lowered her voice. What about my underwear? William's heart skipped a beat, and he said calmly, I washed it too. Thank you, William. You are so kind. Her face changed from sickly to radiant now. William saw that she was fine and was about to leave, but Lu Yin stopped him. William, I will take you to see a good show tomorrow. The location is set at. Lu Yin thought for a moment and said, Let's just set it in your room. You sleep alone anyway, and no one will disturb you. William asked, What's the show? Surprise! Lu Yin blinked. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. You will know when the time comes. Don't be nervous. We are recording a program. Are you a grown man afraid of what I will do to you? She was still on her period. It's not that she didn't want to do it, but that she couldn't do it even if she wanted to. William said helplessly, I'm not nervous. He was just curious about what kind of good show he could watch in his room without being disturbed. Chapter 66. William, you are partial. See you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. William agreed for some unknown reason. He looked at Lu Yan's pink eyes and was afraid that her eyes would turn red again. William started cooking at 6 in the afternoon, and Shinrong said she wanted to learn how to cook, so she helped. Jiangning also found something to do in the kitchen, such as making tea and heating milk. They were all small things, but he was never idle. Fong Chun wanted to get closer to Shinrong, so he hung around her. The 5 guests were all in the kitchen, and Ling Xian was too embarrassed to play nearby, so he could only join in awkwardly. The kitchen seemed a bit crowded and stuffy with so many people, but no one left. William said, "Don't you think the kitchen is hot?" The subtext is, why don't some of you go out? There was nothing to do in the kitchen originally. The dishes had been prepared long ago. It wouldn't take much time to stir-fry 4 or 5 dishes. Only one person needed to watch the fire. This was his and Lu Yan's job. Now that everyone was crowded in the kitchen, what was the point of cooking in groups? Jiang Ning finally reacted and said, "Shinrong, you don't know how to cook. Why don't you go out?" And Shinrong was unwilling. "Why should I go out? I'm learning cooking from William, and he's my master now. Why don't you go out? I saw you walking around in the kitchen, but you didn't do anything. I'm making ice drinks for the evening." Jiang Ning suddenly looked at Lu Yan. "Lu Yan, aren't you on your period? Why don't you go out and take a rest? We don't need so many people in the kitchen." When Shinrong heard this, she quickly responded, "Yes, Lu Yan, you go and have a rest. I'll keep an eye on the fire." In their opinion, the biggest competitor is Lu Yan. Lu Yan seems to have distanced herself from William recently, but her every move affects William's reaction. It can be said that whenever she is with William, she is definitely the one in control. Lu Yan met their gazes and stood up. "I'm fine here. The fire is warming my stomach and it feels good. But you guys, are you starving? You're so anxious to take my job." Lu Yan stood up and took down the apron from the wall, ignoring the expressions of the 2 people. "William, come and help me tie the apron." Lu Yan was not declaring sovereignty, but she was the sovereignty herself. She didn't need to say anything more to them. Just by calling William and making one move, she won. William was very close to her, and without thinking twice, he turned around to help her tie her apron and tidy up her long hair. At this moment, the atmosphere has become a little awkward. William was unaware of this because he was studying the recipe of ginger milk. He knows how to make ginger milk. It seems simple, but he has never succeeded, which is why no one can eat it. William is immersed in his own world. It is difficult for him to pay attention to the situation around him. Jiang Ning was standing next to Lu Yan and witnessed clearly the details of William tying the apron for Lu Yan. An unconcealable bitterness rose from his throat. The most intuitive feeling is that Lu Yan and William have reconciled, and their relationship is even closer than before. Isn't it just wearing an apron? What's the big deal? Seeing William concentrating on pounding garlic, and Shinrong approached him and changed the subject, asking, "William, what are you doing?" "Ginger milk." "What is ginger milk? Is it milk tea made with ginger? Does it taste good?" William lowered his head and replied, "It tastes okay. The ginger flavor will be diluted by the milk, and it will be a bit like pudding. It's amazing. Can I try it first when it's done?" As soon as Shinrong finished speaking, William felt a cold gaze falling on him. His shoulders stiffened, and he turned around. It was indeed Lu Yan. William could not help but think of Lu Yan's red eyes and distress during the day. He refused decisively. "No." Lu Yan was stunned for a moment. Then her expression began to relax. She lowered her head, raised the corners of her mouth, and let out a light laugh. And Shinrong didn't know what was going on. She was always slow-witted and thought that William's no meant that she was not allowed to try the food. Unexpectedly, William only made one portion. When the ginger milk was taking shape, and Shinrong was still staring at it curiously. She likes serious men, especially William when he is serious. After seeing William hand the prepared ginger milk to Lu Yan immediately, the smile on Shinrong's face froze instantly, and she stared at him in disbelief. And Shinrong felt a sense of grievance and asked, "Why did you give it to Lu Yan?" Lu Yan took it and tasted it slowly. She didn't say anything, just wanted to see how William would answer. William didn't think much about it, and just said what it was, because it was made just for her. Hearing the word alone, and Shinrong's heart suddenly became angry. Why only make it for Lu Yan alone? Can't we eat it? After she finished her fierce roar and saw that everyone was looking at her, she remembered that there were tens or even millions of people watching her in the live broadcast room. And Shinrong felt aggrieved and humiliated at the same time. She felt like she was back in her childhood, when her family made her favorite honey-roasted chicken. Her favorite part was chicken legs, but a chicken had only 2 legs, and her parents always gave the chicken legs to her older sister and younger brother, leaving none for her. It was okay once, but it happened every time, and finally one day she questioned them as if to vent her anger. Why do you always give the chicken legs to them? Can't I eat the chicken legs? Why are you so partial? Why can't you be fair to me? Perhaps thinking of those unbearable past events, and Shinrong's eyes turned red. She quickly lowered her head and ran out of the kitchen in a panic. Fong Chen quickly chased after him. Jiang Ning stood quietly aside. Of all the people, she and William had the closest relationship, but now she was like a bystander who could not get involved. Before this, William always put the overall situation first. No matter what he did, he would share it with everyone. This was the first time that he prepared something just for one person. Was Lu Yin so special in his heart? Jiang Ning thought bitterly. Ling Xian dug his toes into the ground awkwardly, and after hesitating for a while, he withdrew. Jiang Ning took the dishes out silently, and the originally crowded little kitchen was suddenly left with only Lu Yin and William. As if nothing had happened, William asked Lu Yin, "How does it taste? Is it delicious?" "Not bad. She actually doesn't like eating ginger. She never puts it in cooking. She also picks it out bit by bit when eating out. But she ate all the ginger milk that William made. This is the first time I've succeeded." Lu Yin put down the bowl in her hand. "What if it fails? Then I'll think of something else." William cleaned up the stove and prepared to cook. Do you know why Shinrong is angry? And Shinrong was often angry with him. Although William was confused this time, he did not think too deeply about it. In his opinion, and Shinrong was just a child. She got angry quickly and adjusted herself quickly. She would calm down after eating. If William doesn't know, then he doesn't know. Lu Yin won't go to the trouble of reminding him. Chapter 67, I admit I like William. You are still flirting with girls here. Your parents are almost becoming someone else's parents. Every time I watch the kitchen battle, it is so exciting. 3 women are in a drama. It is obvious that the arrows of the 3 female guests are pointing at William. Only the fans and haters do not admit it. After watching it for so many days, I don't think William has a bad character. If he is really a scumbag as netizens say, then his acting skills have surpassed the queen of the screen. Couldn't William make one more? Why only give it to Lu Yin? He made our Xiaorong angry and ran away. When did Lu Yin and William's relationship become so good? He even gave her some special treatment. William finally started to take the initiative. It seems that Lu Yin is still the most special to him. And Shinrong, you must not like William. Don't forget, William is your best friend's ex-fiancé. If you fall for him, then you will be ruined and will be unfollowed. You should take a good look at Fong Chan, who is by your side. He is the only one who is truly good to you. Jiang Ning. So, how about I leave? I said, why didn't the dealer recognize William? Isn't it William's own problem? His fiancée ran away from the marriage. His biological parents cut off ties with him. I don't believe that William has no problems. You can't judge a person by his appearance, but you can judge his heart by his closest people. The people who know him best are those who are closest to him. If even his closest people stay away from him, his character must be very bad. After William cooked the food, he asked everyone to come out for dinner. And Shinrong called several times, but no one came out. In the end, it was Fong Chan who called her. She came out reluctantly and saw that all the dishes on the table were her favorites, especially the sweet and sour pork ribs in front of her. She wondered if this was William's way of apologizing. If so, she could forgive him. And Shinrong sat down quietly. At this moment, her anger had mostly subsided, but there was still a little discomfort in her heart, a mixture of shame and anger after being humiliated, and a hint of unwillingness. Why, in less than a day, William treated Lu Yin so differently? What changed them? And Shinrong recalled what happened in the past few days. At the beginning, it was Lu Yin who took the initiative and touched William from time to time. She was either sticking to him or leaning against him, and always said ambiguous words. After they came back from the date, Lu Yin began to become cold towards William. Compared with before, it was like a different person. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Yin likes William. But the problem arises on the day of the date. What exactly happened between them that day? Was Lu Yin's sudden change of attitude a strategy? She first approached William to get him used to her presence, and then suddenly distanced herself from him, creating a gap between them. She played hard to get and easily controlled William. And Shinrong thinks of William now. She also feels regretful. If only she had not spoken harshly to William in the beginning, it would have been better. If she started to be nice to him now, would he notice her? After I noticed her, what would happen next? We would become good friends, right? I was even more unwilling to accept that. And Shinrong ate the sweet and sour pork ribs nonchalantly. She put a small piece of ribs in her mouth and ate it for about 5 minutes, and was in a daze the whole time. Fong Chun, who was closest to her, felt very uncomfortable. He had been pursuing in Shinrong. He would get up early to prepare breakfast for her, remember her favorite dishes, care about her health, and help her with tasks. He had done so much, so why did she see William first instead of him? Fong Chun was so angry that he almost broke his chopsticks, but he still had to put on a smile. It would be better to end this kind of playing house relationship as soon as possible. He immediately had an idea in his mind. And Shinrong was still wondering if William would coax her like he did to Lu Yin. But then she saw. Seeing Lu Yin reaching out for the cold drink, William stopped her. Without any extra words, just a look made Lu Yin withdraw her hand in disappointment. Drink the soup. You are not allowed to drink cold drinks these days. It's so hot. Can't you drink anything at all? William narrowed his eyes and warned. Do you still want pain? But every time I have my period, I always feel dry mouth and tongue. No matter how much water I drink, it's useless. I just want to... Lu Yin put down the bowl in her hand and gently touched William with her elbow, looking aggrieved and hesitant. It was obviously a normal communication, but some words coming out of Lu Yin's mouth made people think about something far-fetched. You can't drink cold ones. If you want to drink something, I can make you some milk tea, flower tea, and mung bean soup to relieve the heat. After this period of time is over, I can also make iced sour plum soup and iced jelly. You can eat whatever you want. Lu Yin was finally happy. Then it's settled. Tomorrow morning I want milk tea, lunchtime mung bean soup, and afternoon tea will be fruit tea. William is busy every day. Why should he do this for you alone? And Shinrong thought indignantly. And just as she was about to retort her, she heard William on the other side say, okay. Her heart began to ache again. After dinner, Fong Chen asked Shinrong to go for a walk. And Shinrong agreed, because she was in a bad mood. Walking on the country road, the night wind was cool, and there were no street lights, so the two of them each took a flashlight. And Shinrong waved the light in her hand and kicked the stones under her feet with her head down. Shinrong, do you like William? How could I possibly like him? And Shinrong retorted loudly, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. My attitude towards him, in short, it's not what you think. I treat him as an ordinary friend. Did you see me getting close to him recently? Actually, I want to learn how to cook, not intentionally wanting to be with him. And today, I was angry because of ginger milk. How could he make it only for Lu Yin? Lu Yin is the aunt of his ex-fiancée. It's so misleading. If he wants to make it, he should make 6 portions and share them equally. If he only gives it to one person, it will easily cause conflicts in the team. And Shinrong spoke incoherently and said a lot of irrelevant things. The best answer is to answer a question that is not related to the question. Fong Chun just wanted to test her, but she confessed everything. Fong Chun didn't say anything, but just watched Shinrong explain helplessly. Suddenly, Shinrong stopped talking, pursed her lips, and lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Fong Chen's eyes. The swaying lights are just like her wavering heart. Forget it. And Shinrong, how long are you going to keep deceiving yourself? And Shinrong said in a hoarse voice, okay, I admit that I do have some thoughts about William. I want to get to know him again and be closer to him. When I see him treating Lu Yin specially, I will be angry and unwilling. He would also run away. She even thought it was ridiculous that she liked William. How could she fall for her best friend's ex-fiancé? But on second thought, if William can accept Sophia as aunt, then why can't he accept Sophia as best friend? From the perspective of relationship, she has a greater chance of winning. Chapter 68, aren't you Sophia as best friend? But aren't you Sophia as best friend? Don't you think it's a betrayal of friendship that you're attracted to her ex-fiancé? Aren't you afraid that she'll resent you? It's not like Shinrong hasn't thought about this problem. She has already restrained herself, but emotional matters are not something she can control just because she wants to. Lu Yin is interested in him, and she is Sophia's aunt. If she is always worried about this and that, then why would she participate in a dating show? Many people say that she is stupid and does things without considering the consequences. But in fact, she has really thought it over carefully. If she could, she would like to go back to the time when she first met William. If she hadn't said such harsh words to him at the beginning, would their relationship be closer now? Fong Chen finally understood that Shinrong was very good at being brainwashed. Not only could she be brainwashed by others, she could also brainwash herself. Judging from her look, she won't change her target anytime soon. If you really like William, I can help you. How can I help? And Shinrong wanted to try no matter what. If she succeeded, she would explain it to Sophia and resolve their conflict. If she failed, the worst that could happen would be the current situation. William is now completely controlled by Lu Yin. You should learn more from Lu Yin. How can I learn from her? Should I learn how to dress like her or how to do things like her? She and Lu Yin are not of the same type. If she were to learn to dress like Lu Yin, first of all, her figure wouldn't be able to support it. Besides, when it comes to style, she admits that she is far inferior to Lu Yin and is not as seductive as her. In this regard, and Shinrong still has some self-awareness. Learn from her to play hard to get. In fact, men don't like women who are too proactive, just like Lu Yin. When she took the initiative at the beginning, didn't William ignore her? Men prefer challenges. The more proactive they are, the cheaper they seem. They won't cherish what they get. Lu Yin changed her strategy very cleverly and suddenly distanced herself from William, which made William pay attention to her instead. And Shinrong was like a primary school student studying hard. So what should I do? You can also do what Lu Yin did. Since he has no reaction when you're close to him, then distance yourself from him. You can also pretend to find another man to test his reaction. You have to understand that only good things are worth fighting for. If there are too many competitors, he will naturally panic. When he sees you with other men, he will look at you a few more times. Is this really the case? Fong Chun is smarter than her. He was admitted to a key university, started his own business, and made a popular game while in college. What he said must make sense. And doesn't it say that only men can understand men better? Can I come to you then? Late at night, Fong Chun raised the corners of his lips slightly. Of course, we are friends. I am willing to help you test William. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yin greeted William, teased him, and said good night to her, then slowly returned to the room. Jiang Ning had been waiting for her in the room. She was sitting beside the bed and had been staring at her with a dim gaze since Lu Yin came in. It can be seen that Lu Yin was in a good mood today. He was still humming a song when he returned to the room. After meeting her gaze, he just paused singing but kept smiling. Lu Yin, you are not suitable for William, and he is not a toy that you can manipulate at will. Whether I am suitable for him or not, he will know it only after trying it. But you, after trying it, broke up with me. Obviously, you are not suitable for me. Lu Yin is very good at killing people and destroying their hearts. Jiang Ning pinched the back of his hand and didn't let go until red marks appeared. Turn off the lights and go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow to drink my mung bean porridge. Lu Yin showed off a few words and turned off the lights. Only the rustling sound could be heard in the dark night. Lu Yin reached into her t-shirt, unhooked her bra, and took it off. After adapting to the darkness, Jiang Ning looked in Lu Yin's direction and saw a hazy figure. Lu Yin, do you want to know what happened between me and William? I don't want to know, and I'm not interested. The past cannot be retrieved. What could she do if she knew? It would be useless except making herself feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Ning's existence is a thorn to her. If she can pull out Sophia's thorn, why is she afraid that she can't pull out her? One thing Lu Yin was very sure of was that William would not get back together with Jiang Ning. If William was avoiding her some time ago, then he was avoiding Jiang Ning. William has always been gentle to others, but if he could be so cold to Jiang Ning, it must be that the other party had done something irreparable. Lu Yin was indeed curious about what had happened between them in the past, but rather than knowing it from Jiang Ning, she would rather hear William tell it on his own initiative. Jiang Ning, I don't participate in your past, and what happens between William and I in the future has nothing to do with you. If you want to fight, I won't stop you, but I will never give you a chance to get back together. If you don't believe me, try it. Jiang Ning sneered. Are you so confident? Don't forget, I still have a chance to date William. We are still young and have a lot of time. Who can predict the future? He and I have mutual relatives and friends. We grew up together. We can still meet often even after the show ends. Lu Yin didn't care about her provocation. She lay on the bed and said, let's wait and see. At 7 in the morning, the director announced that everyone would have free time today. Lu Yin came to William in front of everyone and said, go to your room and wait for me. Leave a gap for me so I can sneak in. William didn't know what was going to happen, and when he saw Lu Yan's sneaky side, he found it both funny and a little nervous. What a great way to show affection. But Lu Yan didn't plan to let more people know for fear of being disturbed later and affecting her mood. William boiled a pot of hot milk tea and filled 2 cups into the room. The door was ajar and looked like it was closed from the outside. At 7:55, there was a noise outside, and Lu Yin came in carrying a school bag. It was her first time to visit William's room, and it was just as she had imagined, clean and tidy. He had not thrown away the flowers that Jiang Ning gave him. He placed them on the windowsill and made them into dried flowers. After Lu Yin entered the room, she locked the door behind her. This way, no one will disturb us. William watched Lu Yin come in, put down her school bag, and took out a tablet computer from it. You even brought a tablet? Take care of the work. Lu Yin put the computer on the table and asked William to come over and sit down. She asked, before we watch the show, I want to ask you a question. Do you regret severing ties with your family and being deprived of your inheritance rights? If they beg you to go back, will you still go back? William immediately shook his head and said firmly, no. He would only regret not breaking off relations with them sooner. Okay. Lu Yin pressed a key without hesitation. The scene unfolded, with many people like a banquet or a press conference. William looked at the familiar scene and wondered, isn't this the hotel where he got engaged? Not only the venue has not changed, but also the on-site furnishings, decorations, dishes, and people have not changed at all, but there are many more reporters. The camera scanned and saw that the door was full of people. What is this for? Slowly, Tang Jing appeared in the camera holding Zhuang Zhongming's hand, followed by Gu Qian. Chapter 69, The Virgin Mary. Tang Jing held Zhuang Zhongming's hand, with Gu Qian beside her. After dressing up carefully, she appeared in front of the camera confidently and calmly. How did these three people get together? William didn't have time to think about it, and saw Sophia enter the venue holding Xia Qingshan's hand. Given the occasion and the atmosphere, I would have thought that Gu Qian and Sophia were getting engaged. Maybe it is true. William's interest was aroused. He had originally moved his chair to sit far away, but now in order to see the screen clearly, he moved his chair over and watched it next to Lu Yin. With the huge financial support of the Zhuang and Xia families, this banquet attracted more people than the last engagement banquet. All the guests were rich people. They came to congratulate Zhuang Zhongming on having a good son. As Gu Qian's godmother, Tang Jing enjoyed standing under the spotlight. One might have thought that she would be somewhat sad after losing her own son, but unexpectedly, she looked radiant and energetic today. Her hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, and she was wearing a cheongsam and delicate makeup. She was over 45 years old, but still had charm. Along the way, Zhuang Zhongming held her hand tightly, worried that she would suddenly go crazy. Fortunately, Tang Jing was very calm along the way and did not mention William at all. She leaned on Zhuang Zhongming and answered the reporter's questions one by one with a gentle and noble temperament. It was hard to imagine that just last night she screamed in the room because of a nightmare and broke a vase worth millions. Her noble elegance attracted a lot of praise from netizens. Mrs. Zhuang is so elegant and beautiful. I also want a mother like her. Mrs. Zhuang is very elegant in her conversation, generous in her manners, and very beautiful. Mr. Zhuang has been protecting his wife the whole time. They are truly a recognized model couple. If I had parents like them, I would definitely support them. William is really born with a lot of blessings, but doesn't know how to appreciate them. This family reunion banquet has surpassed William's engagement banquet last month, right? Gu Qian was given enough face. It can be seen that both the Zhuang family and the Xia family attach great importance to Gu Qian. Gu Qian stole their son's fiancée, but they were still willing to accept him as their godson. Gu Qian must have had something that impressed them. Being accepted by Zhuang Zhongming and Xia Qingshan is enough to show that Gu Qianren is a good person. I think William was the one who cheated first and has a bad character, so his fiancée and biological parents don't want him anymore. He deserves it. William only reacted after seeing these comments. The banker wants to take Gu Qian in as his adopted son? Lu Yin hummed, tilted her body slightly, and moved closer and closer to William. No! How on earth did they come up with that? William suddenly remembered what he said when he teased Sophia that day, so could it be that Sophia arranged it? Seeing Gu Qian secretly delighted, William could only wish him good luck from the bottom of his heart. After all, he was about to face a mother who was crazy and wanted to kill people. William stared at Tang Jing on the screen. She had killed her daughter with her own hands and had blamed her son for many years. There was no humanity in her anymore. Beneath the beautiful appearance was a madman who had been bloodthirsty for years. Under the flashlight, William clearly saw the scarlet in her eyes, which were almost filled with morbid excitement. Tang Jing seemed to have returned to her youth. At that time, she was a ballet dancer with a perfect figure and superb dancing skills. She shined on the stage. If she had not married and had children, she might have become the prima donna. After years of silence, she returned to the spotlight again, which greatly satisfied her vanity. She enjoyed being interviewed in front of the camera and was praised by everyone. When asked by a reporter, "Why did you take Gu Qian in as your adopted son?" Tang Jing answered, "Because he is very pitiful. He has been without a mother since he was a child. I heard that his mother ran away with another man and didn't want him anymore. After that, he followed his father to the Xia family. He saw that his living conditions were getting better and better, but his father died in a car accident. It's not easy for him to get to where he is today without a father or a mother. I feel sorry for him. When I see him, I think of my dead daughter." Gu Qian's face was gloomy and he felt uncomfortable. Although his childhood was miserable, he didn't need others to pity him. Speaking out in front of so many people on such an important occasion, Gu Qian's face became more and more embarrassed, with anger already bubbling up in the depths of his eyes. Zhuang Zhongming's expression was also stiff, which was completely different from the manuscript he reviewed at home. He held Tang Jing's hand tightly and reminded her not to say anything she shouldn't say. Tang Jing seemed to feel no pain and continued to be interviewed. "You have another daughter?" Tang Jing: "Yes, she has been dead for many years. I miss her very much. If my daughter were still alive, she would be 21 years old this year. I am sorry for your loss." There were also a series of "my condolences" floating on the barrage, and William showed uncontrollable sarcasm. Madame Zhuang pretended to be strong and smiled. "Today is my birthday, so I won't talk about those sad things. The most worthy thing to be happy about is that I now have another son." Tang Jing recounted the difficulties Gu Qian had gone through over the years, as if she were treating him like a poor creature, while she herself was a kind-hearted person, like a savior high above. Reporters praised Tang Jing one after another, and even the comments said she was a good mother. Gu Qian, who was supposed to be the protagonist of the family reunion party, was gradually forgotten, and even his fans began to pay attention to Tang Jing. A reporter squeezed forward and asked, "Mrs. Zhuang, Mr. Zhuang, I want to ask, why did you cut off your relationship with William? Is he really as bad as people say on the internet?" Zhuang Zhoming gave the reporter a warning look. Tang Jing had contacted these reporters secretly when he wasn't paying attention, and there were great risks involved. Just like now, if he wasn't careful, his previous lies would be exposed, and the good reputation he had built up would be ruined. Mrs. Zhuang asked with a puzzled look on her face, "What do people say about him on the internet?" "He said he was a scumbag, cheated on Sophia, and was two-timing. Not only that, they also said that he was unfilial to his parents, that he ate, drank, and had fun all day, that he was a playboy and a spendthrift. In just 2 or 3 years, his family fortune lost 300 million. Tang Jing picked up a handkerchief and wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. "To be honest, William has never been sensible since he was a child. He often made me angry and had to be hospitalized. Due to my health, I don't know much about him. His grandmother has been taking care of him all along. As you know, old people are very doting when they take care of children." Tang Jing sighed and said helplessly, "When our two families got married, it was this friendship that old Master Xia valued. However, William let Sophia down because of our negligence. Now, in order to make it up to Sophia and to maintain the deep friendship between our two families, we decided to completely sever our relationship with William and adopt Gu Qian as our adopted son. In this way, Gu Qian can marry Sophia legitimately and have a happy marriage. 70 William, I am not here to save you. I am here to love you." Even reporters who have seen big events were somewhat surprised. "You mean, not only are you going to acknowledge Gu Qian as your godson today, but your two families are also going to announce his wedding with Sophia?" Tang Jing said calmly, "Yes, that's right. Our two families have reached a consensus. Since you have recognized Gu Qian as your godson, will you give him a share of the Zhuang family's property in the future?" Facing the reporter's sharp questions, Tang Jing remained calm and composed. She patted Gu Qian on the shoulder like a loving mother and said, "I'm a person who judges by appearance. Since you recognize Gu Qian as my son, then he is my son. I treat all my sons equally." While Gu Qian was happy, he also felt that there was something else behind Tang Jing's words, which made him feel abrupt. The reporter then asked, "If William reforms and returns to the banker, are you willing to give him a chance?" Tang Jing stared at the live camera gently, her eyes as still water. She opened her mouth mechanically and said, "If he sincerely apologizes to me and says he was wrong and won't do it again, I will still give him a chance. After all, he is my biological son." I will keep him by my side and teach him well until he doesn't make mistakes again. Tang Jing's condition was obviously not right, but outsiders couldn't tell and still praised her for being a good mother. Zhuang Zhoming was worried that the truth would be revealed, so he quickly took over and made the announcement. We are here to announce two things today. The first is that we have adopted Gu Qian as our godson. We ask all media to pay more attention to him in the future. The second is that Gu Qian and Sophia's wedding will be on the 9th day of next month. The Zhuang and Xia families will continue their marriage, but it is not just a marriage. We focus on feelings. My wife and I are very satisfied with Gu Qian. He is filial and has good character. Doesn't that mean that William is not filial enough and doesn't have good character? And the most important reason is that William is not liked by Sophia enough and can't bring benefits to his family. Those who understand will understand, but it is enough to deceive those netizens who are unsuspecting and like to watch the fun. In addition, the administrator of the live broadcast room controlled the comments and kicked out all those who spoke well of William and those who raised doubts. It has to be said that they are very good at controlling public opinion, but they forget that lies are always lies, and the more they tell, the more loopholes they will have. Even so, there are still more people who believe it. Most people believe that parental love is great and no parents would hurt their own children like this. If so, it must be the child's problem. In order to tie the Xia family up for marriage, the couple really did everything they could and were willing to sacrifice everything. What do you mean by sacrifice? William's character is too bad, and his parents can't correct him, so they give up on him. Okay? If the big one is useless, just raise a small one. Have another child. Can Mrs. Zhuang still have children at this age? Is it dangerous? Or find someone to be a surrogate? It's illegal to be on behalf of XX. Isn't it said that wealthy families all have illegitimate children? Go pick one up from outside. How could a couple who love each other so much have an illegitimate child? A godson is never as good as a biological son. From what Tang Jing said, if William is willing to admit his mistakes and go home, she will change her mind. Then the question is, why would William rather work hard outside recording variety shows than go home and inherit the family property? This couple didn't care about William at all. Their son's marriage was abducted, but not only did they not seek justice for him, they even took the lead in scolding him. They showed no family affection. In terms of education, grandparents are stumbling blocks. If William had let Mrs. Zhuang take care of him herself, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Looking at this scene on the tablet, Lu Yin slowly leaned on William's shoulder. Tang Jing should be suffering from mental illness, right? William's already stiff shoulders became even stiffer. He never expected that Lu Yin could guess it based on just these few clips. The fact that Tang Jing suffered from mental illness was concealed very well. When she was hospitalized in the early days, she sneaked into a private hospital and had to be fully disguised when she went to get medicine. In addition, she disguised herself very well at other times, so no one would guess that she was mentally ill. She wanted to attract attention so badly that she wanted all eyes to be on her. She even ignored the main and secondary issues. She used Gu Qian's shame to highlight her saintly image and also used the number of Gu Qian's fans to expand her influence. Looking at these dazzling comments, Lu Yin sneered. There are still so many people who believe in such a lie full of loopholes. It really doesn't cost much to spread rumors. Since the development of the internet, people don't even need to use knives to kill people. How many people have died from rumors? When she checked the information, the more she learned, the more she felt sorry for William. What she wanted to do was not only to save William, she also wanted to crush those who had hurt him under her feet and make them never stand up again. Before that, she wanted to let them taste the power of cyberbullying and lock these snakes and rats together so that when the fire started, no one could escape. William's heart was slightly touched. He lowered his eyes and looked at the woman leaning on his shoulder. She was clearly leaning on his shoulder, but he felt like he was being protected under her wings. Apart from his grandmother, no one had ever protected him like this. This strange feeling was like a candle suddenly lit up in the dark world, giving him a direction from then on. The two of them were getting closer and closer, not only physically but also spiritually. When Lu Yin tried to understand his past, he suddenly wanted to know about Lu Yan's past as well. Lu Yin, thank you. He couldn't help but say it. Don't be in a hurry to say thank you. The fun hasn't started yet. Today's banquet is not only Tang Jing's birthday party, but also Gu Qian's family recognition party and Gu Qian and Sophia's engagement party. It is a triple happiness. The happiest person among them was Gu Qian. Although he was a little dissatisfied with Tang Jing's words at the beginning, overall, He made a profit. He didn't expect Tang Jing to answer the question of property division in public, and he didn't expect that the banker's property could be divided into him. He always thought that he was just a figurehead in the banker. He finally understood that the final say in this family lies with Tang Jing. No wonder Xia Qingshan asked him to coax Tang Jing well. After this day, Gu Qian's influence in the entertainment industry has greatly increased. His fans have continued to increase, which has made him taste the sweetness. He looks very high-spirited as he holds up a red wine glass facing the camera. When he was with Tang Jing, he was praised as a loving mother and a filial son. When he stood with Sophia, he was praised as a handsome couple. After today, he was the son-in-law of the Xia family, the young master of the Zhuang family, and a winner in life. He would not give William a chance to come back. While Zhuang Zhoming was thinking about making a fortune with the Xia family through the West City project, he was also wondering when the woman he kept outside would get pregnant. Tang Jing was lost in the admiration and gradually forgot the pain that the nightmares had brought her in the past few days. At the bustling banquet, the guests were toasting each other and laughing. Xia Qingshan had a smile on his face, but his eyes were full of calculations. Sophia, whose marriage had just been announced, was not as happy as everyone thought. She pretended to be intimate and took Gu Qian's arm, but what she was thinking in her heart was, would William regret seeing this scene? Everyone is immersed in his own world. At this moment, the large screens around suddenly flashed, and intimate photos of Zhuang Zhongming and different women appeared on the screen. 7-1 cyber violence backfires. The couple, who had just been showing their affection, were suddenly caught off guard. The big screen was filled with ambiguous photos and wonderful videos of Zhuang Zhongming with different women. They were real photos and refused to be AI-ed. Some of them were even blurred because they were too explicit and might affect minors at the scene. Zhuang Zhongming's face changed drastically, and he grabbed the staff member closest to him and yelled, "Hurry up and turn off the big screen. Where's your manager? Call your manager's person in charge over here." The reporters who had not yet left had their eyes brightened. With the mentality of it's not a wasted trip, it's not a wasted trip, they rushed forward and blocked Zhuang Zhongming at the scene. "Mr. Zhuang, can you explain who the woman in the video is? What is their relationship to you? How long have you been like this? Boss Zhuang, when did you cheat on your wife? Has your relationship with your wife been ruined?" The incident happened suddenly, and the body and mouth moved faster than the brain. These questions were all asked despite knowing the answer. The photographer holding the camera finds the right angle, adjusts the lighting, aims at them, and starts clicking. Among the hundreds of photos, there is always one that the marketing accounts want. Zhuang Zhoming subconsciously looked in the direction of Tang Jing. Tang Jing was not much better than him and stepped back in fear. When she saw Zhuang Zhongming, her scarlet eyes were filled with disbelief and resentment. Fortunately, the security guards and bodyguards at the scene responded promptly and separated the reporters. After catching his breath, Zhuang Zhongming looked at the footprints on his shoes with a gloomy face. Who released these videos and photos? He obviously did it so secretly. Who on earth has the ability to release it? Zhuang Zhongming suspected everyone, from his rivals to Xia Qingshan, and even William was on his list of suspects. But he quickly kicked William out because he was confident that William did not have the ability to investigate so many things. Zhuang Zhongming was so anxious that his heart was burning with anxiety. A layer of cold sweat broke out from his head to his back, and his palms were sticky. Whenever he thought of the look Tang Jing had given him just now, his heart felt like it was caught by a fishhook. Finished. Zhuang Zhongming didn't dare to go online and didn't even dare to take out his mobile phone. The reporters who tried to rush past the security guards and squeeze in front of him were like wild beasts, and the flashes of the raised cameras were like an impenetrable wall. The big screen in the hotel was not turned off. Not only that, but even the big screens outside and even the big screens on the entire street were all showing news about Zhuang Zhongming's cheating, which was being broadcast live across the entire internet. Wait, this is Zhuang Zhongming? He cheated on his wife? Doesn't he love his wife very much? Every time Zhuang Zhongming talks about how he met his wife, I would be moved to tears. Now you tell me that he cheated on his wife? What are the tears I have shed over the years? The chosen actor has much better acting skills than the current domestic entertainment actors. This is real acting. The day when the model couple's relationship collapsed. It's fine if the domestic entertainment industry CPs are ruined, but even my support for real couples is ruined. I'm really impressed. Tell me what is true. What else is true? He looks so old but plays like a child, a toad chasing a frog. He looks ugly but plays like a fool. Are the photos and videos real? Could it be a face-swapping photo? Why did it happen to be revealed today? I feel like there will be a big drama. I hope the live broadcast room will not be blocked. Under the protection of security personnel, Xia Shan protected Sophia. He learned from the bodyguard that the incident was also being played on the big screen outside. He suppressed his anger and glanced at Zhuang Zhongming with disgust. Such a wonderful occasion and carefully planned banquet are now ruined because of Zhuang Zhongming. It's not like he hasn't seen people keeping mistresses before, but he has never seen one where the whole network was watching the live broadcast of the incident. It is not uncommon for men to cheat in this circle. If Zhuang Zhongming hadn't established a loving wife persona, it wouldn't have made such a big fuss. He got the traffic, gained benefits from it, gained fans, and a good reputation. But when his actions go against his words, he will be doubly hurt. Xia Shan suppressed his anger and quickly saw the whole situation clearly. He quickly found Gu Qian's position, raised his hand, and pointed at him, asking him to go to Tang Jing first and coax his godmother. Tang Jing needs comfort right now. If she is comforted, maybe she can get some of his property. Thinking this way, it doesn't seem like a bad result. Under the escort of bodyguards, Xia Shan came in front of Zhuang Zhongming, full of anger. Zhuang Zhongming's face turned pale. Boss Xia, I will give you an explanation for this matter. He was not worried about the cooperation between the two. From the moment they signed the agreement to jointly host this banquet, their interests were firmly tied together. Xia Shan could have broken the contract, but the penalty was very high, and he might not have made any profit by paying it to him. Xia Shan said unhappily, "You should appease your wife first. Now that you've been exposed for cheating, the person you feel the most sorry for is your wife. As long as your wife forgives you and is willing to say a few words for you in public, it will be more effective than anything else." This is true, but the key is Tang Jing willing? Tang Jing is a lunatic, and no one knows better than him how terrifying the mental world of Munchausen syndrome is. Tang Jing once killed the child because they paid too much attention to their daughter. Just as the two were discussing countermeasures, Zhuang Zhongming received a call from his assistant. "Mr. Zhuang is not feeling well. Go check Weibo." He knew what happened without even looking. Did my photos become a hot topic? Not only that, but your son's as well. Zhuang Zhongming was startled and took a deep breath. "William, what happened to him? It's hard to explain right away. You should go and see for yourself." After saying that, the assistant hung up the phone in a hurry. Zhuang Zhongming took out his cell phone, hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and opened it. About William ranked first. It was a big deal to buy the first place in the hot search. Ever since William broke off his engagement and joined a dating show, he has been rumored to have cheated on Sophia first, and that he is a scumbag who is not filial to his parents and does not uphold justice. There is not a single good point in him. Uninformed netizens picked up their phones and started to criticize him, saying that he was born bad. Tang Jing even said in front of everyone that William became like this because of his grandmother's improper discipline and excessive indulgence. William could pretend not to see anything else, but he couldn't stand these people slandering his grandmother. If it weren't for his grandma, he would have died long ago. His grandma was the best person in the world. Lu Yin, who was standing by, gently held his trembling hand. "William, from now on, no one will bully you anymore." The hotel's big screen went black and then lit up again just when everyone thought it was turned off. This is the hot search video on Weibo. The content of the video is simple, telling the story of William's growth process. He started living with his grandmother at the age of 6. He was a filial child in his grandmother's eyes. He could do housework, help her massage her shoulders and wash her feet. He was the other people's child that the neighbors often talked about, and he was a 3 good student selected by his teachers and the principal. He has excellent grades, is polite to others, and never lacks friends at school. Except for his biological parents, everyone around him says that he is a good boy. When William was blackmailed by the entire internet and was involved in various scandals, it wasn't that no one stood up to tell the truth, but their voices were insignificant and the truth was drowned out by public opinion. Others chose to ignore it for fear of offending the Xia family. I don't know what kind of promises Lu Yin made to them, and how much he paid to gather more than 100 people and let them stand up with their real names to prove to everyone that William is not what people say on the internet. He is very good, especially very good. I am William's elementary school teacher. He has been obedient and sensible since he was young. Since I met him, his grandmother has been taking care of him. I have never met his parents. We are just an ordinary small town with ordinary conditions and resources, not as good as big cities. When he was in school, I always thought he was a left-behind child from an ordinary family. I never thought he was a rich boy. I was William's elementary school classmate. William was bullied before. He was called a wild child without parents. He never mentioned his parents. His parents really didn't care about him at all. I'm William's neighbor and have known him for more than 10 years. When he was first taken home by his grandmother, he was as thin as a monkey and had a lot of diseases. You couldn't tell that he was a rich kid. People on the internet say he's unfilial. But have you ever really known him? He's well known here for his good grades and filial piety to his grandmother. He could cook when he was 7 years old. When he got home, he would help his grandmother with housework and massage her back and shoulders. When he was a freshman, his grandmother fell ill, so he rushed back overnight and took care of her in the ward for a month. Unfortunately, his grandmother still passed away. During this period, we never saw his parents. If anyone is unfilial, it's them. It's really like the thief crying, "Stop, thief." After his grandmother died, the child lost a lot of weight. Poor him. After that, we didn't hear from him. I used to work as a nanny for a banker, and I've seen 7-2 from beginning to end. He was the only one who sacrificed. I used to work as a nanny in the Zhuang family. This is the contract I signed. I can prove that the negative information about William on the internet is all false rumors and malicious cyberbullying. Mrs. Zhuang is not as good as you think. She beats and scolds her son and never treats him as a human being. She is even worse than a dog. She asked William to take care of her at home and be responsible for her food and daily life. During meals, if a dish was not to her taste, she would directly smash the bowl on his head. She also made him stand in the hot sun with boiling water in his hand. Sometimes she even made William sleep in the basement without giving him a bed. Mrs. Zhuang is a mental patient, a lunatic. She always said that William owed her this. William was tortured by her and was covered in wounds. One time, I couldn't stand it and tried to persuade him, but I was kicked out and warned by Mr. Zhuang. This time, if someone hadn't guaranteed my safety, I wouldn't have dared to stand up and tell the truth. The nanny's words caused heated discussions on the internet. No one could believe that Tang Jing, who looked decent and gentle, was so cruel behind the scenes. Some people believed it while others doubted it, thinking that Tang Jing must have offended someone, which was why she was targeted by such rumors. Words are not enough. Can you show me the evidence? It takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Mrs. Zhuang has been doing charity work in recent years, saving stray cats and dogs. Whenever there is a disaster area, she will prepare supplies as soon as possible. How could such a good person be so unbearable? From Mrs. Zhuang's attitude towards Gu Qian, we can also see that she is gentle. Could it be that the actors hired by William deliberately spread rumors to discredit his own parents? William was obedient when he was young, but it doesn't mean he will be a good person when he grows up. People can change suddenly. Maybe he became a bad person in college. He went to college at the age of 18 and is now 24 years old. 6 years can completely change a person's character. I heard that William often stayed out all night when he was in college. He might have gone out to bars and nightclubs to play with women and got into fights. I often saw him with injuries at school. Later, he suddenly transferred to another school. I guess he was expelled. Could the wound have been caused by Madame Zhuang? William is like his father. He loves to cheat. Zhuang Zhoming has irrefutable evidence of cheating, so there is no need to whitewash him. But there is really no need to discredit Tang Jing, as Tang Jing is the victim. Just when everyone was discussing whether William had become a bad person during college, William's college classmates and instructors stood up to speak for him. I am William's junior classmate. William lived off campus for 2 years. Some people said he got into fights and went to nightclubs to pick up girls. But anyone who has seen his mental state would not believe such rumors. I have photos of him at that time. You can take a look and judge for yourself. In my opinion, William has always been a good person and has never let anyone down. William in the photo looks skinny and has empty eyes, as if he has lost the will to live. William looked at the photo. He couldn't remember when it was taken, but he could recall those dark days from this photo. After his grandmother died, he was taken back to the village home. Before he could recover from the grief, he fell into the nightmare of killing his relatives again. William, you really deserve to die. You killed your sister when you were 5 years old, and then you killed your grandmother when you grew up. If it weren't for you, your grandmother wouldn't have been left with a lot of diseases, and she wouldn't have died so early. You are a murderer, a natural executioner. You killed your sister and indirectly killed your grandmother. Don't you feel guilty? People like you should live a life worse than death. You owe me this. You have to stay by my side to atone for your sins. Your sister's spirit is beside me. She is crying to me. She said she wants to see you as her brother. He was pressed to his knees on the ground, and Tang Jing cursed him at the top of her lungs. Only when she saw that he was in pain and felt guilty did she let him go with satisfaction. Tang Jing would even find someone to brainwash him and force him to confess his crime. It seemed that only in this way would she have a reason to keep her own son by her side and make him obedient. During his sophomore and junior years, William went to school while running to the hospital and home to take care of Tang Jing. He had done everything he could, but still could not be forgiven. At that time, he still had hope and fantasy about family affection. But the more hopeful he was, the more painful he felt when facing the mental torture inflicted by his parents. So painful that he wished he wanted to die. Later he met Sophia, and Zhuang Zhoming happened to be discussing marriage with him at that time. William, as long as you are obedient, your mother's condition can be stabilized and recovered. Now I need you to marry into the Xia family. You have to coax Sophia. Your mother is most satisfied with this daughter-in-law because she looks a lot like your sister Xiaoka. If you get married, she will let go of the past and forgive you. Later, William found out that Zhuang Zhoming was not doing this for Tang Jing's condition. He simply wanted to form an alliance with the Xia family. He needed the Xia family's investment projects, the Xia family's reputation and status, as well as the Xia family's money. In his previous life, William lived in a daze until he was 50 years old, and only then did he learn all the truth from Zhuang Zhoming. From beginning to end, he was the only one who sacrificed. Tang Jing used him to gain attention and alleviate her inner guilt. Zhuang Zhoming used him to divert Tang Jing's attention, giving himself time to go out hunting for food and relax. And by the way, he could also make money through his son's marriage. Sophia was with him just to use him to buy time and wait for Gu Qian to come back. 7.3 The internet is not a lawless place. Do not test the law yourself. William never thought that there were so many people who remembered him and would stand up to speak well of him, praise him as a good man, prove his innocence, and clarify the negative information about him. William knew that all this was because of Lu Yin. It had only been a week since the entire network started to blacken her. Lu Yin was still recording the program in a semi-closed environment. It was hard to imagine how much energy, money, and time she had spent to find these 110 witnesses in the video and find evidence of Zhuang Zhoming's cheating, catching everyone off guard that day. It is impossible not to be moved. It is like a blind man who lost his walking stick. He searched for a long time, and then suddenly a warm hand took him and said, "Come on, I will take you there." There are as many doubts as there are slaps in the face. But there are still some netizens with nothing to do who are making personal attacks on William and creating topics. Therefore, Lu Yin gave them all a lawyer's letter for free and sued them all. As soon as Zhuang Zhoming exited the video, he saw the topic about his cheating on his wife on the hot search. He slammed his fist on the ground and said through gritted teeth, "This is a rumor, all a lie. I'm going to sue them." He looked like a clown in his impotent and furious state. "Boss Zhuang, who are you going to sue?" At this moment, several men and women in black suits appeared at the scene. Zhuang Zhoming listened to the voices and looked over and recognized Song Lu. After all, he had just been to his house not long ago, and it was he who drafted the letter of severance, so Zhuang Zhoming had a deep impression of Song Lu. It seems that it is indeed related to William. Zhuang Zhoming never imagined that one day his own son would peck out one of his eyes. What a great shame. "What are you doing here? Where's William? Is he here too?" "My client is still working, and he specifically asked me to help him solve a few cases, one of which is about you slandering others and maliciously spreading rumors." Zhuang Zhoming was furious. "This is nonsense." "Mr. Zhuang, whether it is nonsense or not should be left to the judge to decide. I have already filed a case. This is the court summons for you. Please appear in court on time. In addition, there is also a summons from Mr. Xia." Song Lu looked at Xia Qingshan with a smile. "Regarding the fact that you bought a group of internet trolls and manipulated marketing accounts to spread rumors that my client cheated on your daughter, I have sufficient evidence and hope that you can actively cooperate with the judicial process." Xia Qingshan's face suddenly changed as he was about to leave. How could there be evidence when he was so covert? Could it be that he was trying to trick him into telling the truth? Xia Qingshan narrowed his old eyes, looking intimidating without even getting angry, which was quite scary, but Song Lu was not afraid. After all, he now had a backer. Song Lu faced the reporter's camera with a friendly attitude, then took out his mobile phone and pulled out a series of names. "As for those who take the lead in cyber violence online, we will not let any of them go. As I said before, the internet is not a lawless place. Please be careful in what you say and do." In front of everyone, Song Lu began to read out the names. The first one is Lu Chong, whose online name is Invincible Little Cannon, who posted many false statements online, causing great harm to the victim. The second one is Zhang Min, whose online name is Spicy Crayfish, who repeatedly forwarded malicious comments and incited the emotions of netizens. The third one. These are the most powerful marketing accounts that have been active recently, as well as the black fans who received the most likes. Some of them were still at the scene, and when they heard their names were called, their faces turned pale and they fell to the ground. At a glance, there were 1,000 people, and he couldn't recite them all. Song Lu's saliva dried up from reading so much. Forget it. I'll put the list on Weibo so you don't have to worry about not seeing it, because our boss will definitely buy trending searches, and there will only be more people on the list, not less, so don't get lucky. Here, I want to warn everyone, do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you, and do not become the next person to be named. At the same time, I also want to remind those who have participated in cyber violence to take the initiative to stand up and admit their mistakes and apologize. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences. The next case will be handled by me and the lawyers of the Public Relations Department of Yain Group. Yain Group? After hearing these 4 words, the originally noisy environment became unusually quiet. Those who had not taken it seriously and were still hiding in a corner to talk about William immediately shut up and looked at the team of lawyers brought by Song Lu with horror. No wonder. From the beginning, some people felt that these people looked familiar, as if they had seen them somewhere. I thought these lawyers came from small workshops, but I didn't expect they were from Yain Group. Yain Group is an enterprise that has suddenly risen in recent years. Its industries are distributed in first-tier cities such as Haicheng, Shanghai, and Kyoto. It has created one myth after another in 5 years. The founder behind it is still a mystery. He's worth hundreds of billions. Some people say that he is a small account of a big boss, and some people say that he has a backer. In short, no one dares to provoke him. When talking about Yain Group, we have to mention its public relations department and legal team. It is known as the Pizza Hut of the South and has never lost a case so far. As long as the boss gives the order, there is no lawsuit that cannot be won. The lighter punishment is to be included in the list of dishonest persons, and the heavier punishment is a minimum of 7 years in prison. With this reputation, who would dare to mess with him? However, such a frightened team is now serving William and suing more than 1,000 netizens on his behalf. Zhuang Zhoming was so frightened that he was stunned. His face turned pale. He covered his heart and breathed heavily. His calves felt weak, and he held on tightly to the bodyguard beside him to avoid falling. How could William know such an important person? If he had known that his son had such a relationship, why would he have arranged a marriage? He would not have kicked William out like this. I felt scared and regretful at the same time, as if I was watching the god of wealth walk out of my house. When Xia Qingshan first saw Song Lu and his group, he didn't take them seriously at all and thought they were nothing to be afraid of. But when he heard Yian's name, his expression suddenly changed. How could William know such a person? When did he become capable of this? Could it be that he had carefully set up a trap from the beginning, hoping to catch them all here? The more Xia Qingshan thought about it, the uglier his expression became. After Song Lu finished speaking, he walked towards them, opened his briefcase, took out the court subpoena, and handed it to them. Seeing that they refused to accept it, he put it on the table. "I'll be waiting for you too." After saying that, Lawyer Song left with his legal team. As soon as they left, the surroundings became noisy again. No one dared to gossip anymore. They were all surprised that William had established a relationship with Mr. Ian. They thought that William, who had called off the engagement and severed ties with the banker, would become more and more miserable. Who knew that he was not only doing well in variety shows, but also secretly made friends with such a big shot. If they had known, they would not have provoked him. He was hiding too deeply. Zhuang Zhoming staggered and asked Xia Qingshan with a trembling voice, "Boss Xia, Yain Group has also joined in. What should we do now?" 7-4, not only can I not control my lower body, I can't control my son either. If there weren't so many people watching, Xia Qingshan would have wanted to beat him with his shoe sole. Is his Xia family a cheap company? Why would they choose such a useless person to cooperate with? To be honest, he was attracted to the banker because of William, who was honest, responsible, filial to his parents, caring, and gentle. Such a person was the easiest to handle. I never expected that such a person is actually connected with Yain Group. If he had known that he had such a background, he would have asked Sophia to keep him no matter what. The big screen is still playing the video. Only Yain Group can do this. Mr. Xia, Xia Qingshan stared at him coldly and said sarcastically, "Not only can you not control your own lower body, you can't even control your own son. Zhuang Zhongming, you really bring shame to men. If my father hadn't been so attached to your family, I would never have cooperated with you. Now, because of William, you have offended Mr. Ian. You ask me what to do? Who should I ask? You are really incapable of success and always do harm." Zhuang Zhongming's face turned red due to Xia Qingshan's scolding. He didn't dare to look up. He stared at the tip of his shoes, his eyes filled with gloomy resentment. After Xia Qingshan finished speaking, he took the court summons from the bodyguard. At first, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that the other party would not be able to find any evidence against him. But now it's different. With Ian Group involved, they won't file a case unless they are absolutely sure. It's just because of spreading rumors and violating other people's privacy, so there will be no sentence, at most some compensation. But the trouble is that now the whole network knows about it, which is no less than a public execution. If you lose the lawsuit, you still have to admit your mistakes and apologize in person, and your reputation will be ruined. His face represents the face of the company and will affect the stock market. Xia Qingshan was so angry that his teeth started to ache. He picked up a glass of water and started drinking. At this time, the assistant answered a phone call and whispered in his ear in a hurry, "Boss Xia, someone reported our company for tax evasion. The tax department has already gone to the company." Xia Qingshan spat out a mouthful of water and his hands were shaking. He knows better than anyone whether there are any problems with the company's accounts. This time, the loss was too great. Xia Qingshan regretted his decision. Zhuang Zhongming soon received a call from the company and heard the same news. The company was being audited for tax. Not only that, there were people outside holding banners and using loudspeakers. Zhuang Zhongming cheated on his wife. Zhuang Zhongming abused his own son. Zhuang Zhongming is shameless. Zhuang Zhongming is now unable to return home or go to the company. He is so embarrassed, and it seems that everyone is laughing at him. Zhuang Zhongming persisted for a long time, but still couldn't hold on any longer. He fell backwards. The bodyguard next to him was watching the video on the big screen and didn't notice him for a moment, causing him to fall flat on his back. Xia Qingshan sneered, then turned and left. He felt embarrassed to be too close to Zhuang Zhongming. Sophia, who was sent to the lounge, gradually calmed down from her initial confusion. While asking the staff about the situation outside, she used her mobile phone to observe the developments on the internet. Then she saw those 110 people who came forward with their real names to testify for William. She saw a photo of William when he was a sophomore. He looked very different from now, with a malnourished look. Some images suddenly flashed through her mind. It was on the rooftop of the hospital. The boy was wearing a loose white shirt. He stood in front of the railing. The cold wind blew up his clothes. He raised his hands like a white dove about to spread its wings. Sophia fell into a long memory, thinking carefully about her memories with William over the years, as if something important had been forgotten by her. The sound of the door opening interrupted Sophia's memories. Sophia stood up subconsciously, watching Xia Qingshan walk in with a frozen face, and asked coldly, "Why does William know the CEO of Ian Group? When did they meet?" Sophia was stunned by the question. Who? The CEO of Ian Group? She had heard of Ian Group, but the CEO behind it had always been a mystery. In the 3 years that she had known William, he had focused almost all of his energy on her. His daily activities were clean and clear. He was either with her, at home, or at the company. How could he have the time to get to know the president of Ian Group? It seemed as if the two had nothing to do with each other. William doesn't know him. If they didn't know each other, why would Ian Group arrange its legal team to help William handle the case? And why would they target our family again and again? After saying this, Xia Qingshan's eyes turned red with anger, and he slammed the table hard. Sophia shuddered and said in disbelief, "Dad, are you saying that everything that happened today was done by Ian Group? What do you think? Could it be that William is capable of this?" Xia Qingshan mocked. "You have been dating William for 3 years, but you didn't even know about this. It seems that he didn't like you that much before, and it was all thanks to his good disguise." These words were like a knife stabbing deeply into her heart and lungs. Sophia once thought that William loved her very much, loved her more than life, and wanted her to be with him. But he turned around and broke off the engagement without even looking back. He still has so many secrets that she doesn't know about, such as Jiangning, and now the Ian Group has come. Thinking about the 3 years they had been together, had William told her a lot of lies? Xia Qingshan complained secretly. "If I had known that William had a connection with Ian Group, I wouldn't have treated him like this." Dad, are we in big trouble now? Xiaqing Shan said nothing. The less he said, the more likely Sophia would exaggerate. Sophia said anxiously, I'll go find him. Stop, Xiaqing Shan scolded her. Where are you going to find it? Sophia stopped when she was about to go out and suddenly remembered that William was still recording a program and was not in Chengdu. Dad, I'm going to record a live variety show in a few days. When I see William, I will talk to him clearly. To see that Sophia could adjust her mentality and calm down so quickly. He did not stop her, in case William still had feelings for Sophia. After all, it had been 3 years, not 3 days or 30 days. That's fine. Let's talk to him face to face and ask him to withdraw the lawsuit. Also, ask Ian Group to stop causing trouble for us. He is not afraid of trouble, but it is difficult to deal with troubles coming one after another. It would be best if they could be solved in one go. He also wants to have a chance to meet President Ian. Let's leave it like this for now. We'll leave after the people outside leave. What about Gu Qian? Xiaqing Shan said, don't worry about him. Zhuang Zhongming fainted and was sent to the hospital. Tang Jing just experienced a severe blow and needs company. Comforting her now can bring them closer, which will not harm Gu Qian. 75. The evidence of Zhuang Zhongming's infidelity was like a stab to her. Before this, Xiaqing Shan never regretted any decision he made, but now, he regretted agreeing to Sophia and Gu Qian's relationship, regretted targeting William before, and even more regretted the marriage with the Zhuang family. Ever since Zhuang Zhongming's father died, the banker's business has been getting worse day by day, relying entirely on the capital he had invested. When William joined the company, he lost hundreds of millions, but if he had not joined, the loss would have been even greater. To be fair, William is pretty good among the younger generation. If he is well trained and allowed to join the company early, he will definitely achieve great success in the future. They drove away such an obedient and sensible son. Being blind is not scary. What is scary is being blind in the heart. Xiaqing Shan thought about it and reminded Sophia. When you see William, talk to him nicely. Even if you can't be husband and wife, you can still be friends. After all, you have known each other for so many years. Sophia responded absent-mindedly. I see. She couldn't help but think of William's cold expression. Could he really still be friends with her? Sophia's proud nature would not allow her to bow down in front of William. On the other side in the lounge, Gu Qian was patiently accompanying Tang Jing and comforting her. Godmother, don't think too much. When you meet Godfather, listen to his explanation first. Tang Jing's face was pale, and she said nothing. Her emotions were surging, and her breathing became rapid. Slowly, she began to cover her heart and breathed in big gulps with her mouth open. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. Sweat flowed into her eyes, and her eyes stung, but she couldn't cry. Zhuang Zhongming cheated on her. Zhuang Zhongming betrayed her. How could he go back on his word? How could he lie to her for so long? She sacrificed so much to marry him. Because of him, she gave up dancing and ruined her career. In order to give birth to children for him, she became a lunatic. Her appearance was no longer good, her figure was ugly, and there were disgusting stretch marks on her belly that looked like earthworms. After Zhuang Zhongming's father died, the Zhuang family fell into danger for a time, and after Zhuang Zhongming took over, he almost bankrupted the company. She was the one who stayed with him during his most difficult times. In order to help him save his company, she sold all her assets, begged her parents for money, and even went to relatives to borrow money. In the end, her company was saved, but her mother died because of illness and lack of money for treatment. How ridiculous! For a man, she lost her beloved mother, and her father broke off relations with her. She became homeless. At that time, Zhuang Zhongming knelt on the ground and swore to him that he would never let her down, would love her for the rest of his life, and would never betray her. But now, the evidence of Zhuang Zhongming's cheating on her on the big screen was like a stab in the back of her heart. She was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. At this moment, she understood what it meant to be heartbroken. The good old days seemed like an illusion. She couldn't help but think about how Zhuang Zhongming had been by her side all these years. When he said he was working overtime, which woman was he with? When he went out for social events, which woman was he in bed with? When he comforted her when she was sick and crazy, did he regret marrying her? When he moved out of the bedroom and slept in a separate bed from her, was he disgusted by her old and faded face and silently comparing her with other women? I felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit, and it felt like there was a rope around my neck that kept tightening. A glass of water suddenly appeared in front of her. Tang Jing stared at the hand holding the glass with a dull look. Her eyes slowly moved upwards, and when she saw Gu Qian's face, she came to her senses from her painful memories. Godmother, drink some water and take care of yourself first. Tang Jing stretched out her hand tremblingly, covered the back of Gu Qian's hand, and drank the glass of water with the help of the strength of his hand. The sweet, warm water slid down my throat, and my heart felt relieved. Gu Qian just saw the text message Sophia sent him, asking him to do his best to comfort Tang Jing and not to worry about Zhuang Zhongming. Anyway, Tang Jing has some property in her hands. If she can be made happy, she might give it all to him. Tang Jing looked better after drinking the water. Gu Qian asked the waiter to bring lunch. The table was filled with Tang Jing's usual food. Godmother, I specially ordered your favorite dishes. Eat something. Don't go hungry. Don't think about anything else. How do you know I like these? I saw the chef often make these dishes at home during those 2 days, and you ate more of them. You're thoughtful. Under Gu Qian's care, Tang Jing managed to eat some food and regained her composure. I want to go back. Do you want to stay at my place today? Tang Jing raised her eyes, staring at him coldly. Gu Qian nodded. I'll go back with you. I'm worried about your godmother. In this way, Gu Qian took Tang Jing back to Zhuang's house. After arriving home, she did not find Zhuang Zhongming. Only then did she learn that Zhuang Zhongming had fainted and was admitted to the hospital. If it were any other time, she would be extremely anxious when she heard that Zhuang Zhongming was sick. Ever since her mother died and her father cut off ties with her, she has kept a close eye on Zhuang Zhongming, especially after she gave birth to the child. Worried that her children would take away her husband's love for her, she chose to kill her daughter and put the blame on her son. Sure enough, as soon as the child died, his attention was all on her again. So this time, how could she make her cheating husband focus on her again? Tang Jing was in a bad mood. When Gu Qian helped her to bed, she grabbed his hand and asked, "Will you betray me?" "No." Gu Qian immediately expressed his determination. "Godmother, I have been without a mother since I was a child. Since I have recognized you as my godmother, I will treat you as my biological mother." Tang Jing gave him a cold smile and assured him, "Good boy, as long as you don't leave me and listen to me, I will give you all the benefits. But if you lie to me, I will make you regret it." Guho felt a chill on his back. He suppressed the fear in his heart and said sincerely, "I won't." Seeing Tang Jing close her eyes and fall asleep, Gu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He tiptoed out of the room, unable to stop the excitement in his heart. He seemed to have seen mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him. Gu Qian went downstairs, sat on the sofa, and asked the servants to prepare some calming soup in the evening. He took out his cell phone and opened it. There were many missed calls. He first sent a text message to his agent to let him know he was safe, then opened Weibo. When he saw that the private messages were full of insults against him, he was stunned. The situation was sudden, and he hurriedly escorted Tang Jing to the lounge. Worried that she would have a mental breakdown, he stayed by her side to comfort her and had no time to read the latest news. Therefore, he only knew that Zhuang Zhongming's cheating news was released, but he didn't know that someone had proved William as innocent, and he didn't know that more than 1,000 people on the internet had received lawyers' letters. Those who spread rumors and slandered William would be severely punished, including him. Chapter 76: The Banker hides a huge secret. Gu Qian first clicked on the video on the hot search list. When he saw a person who claimed to be a nanny in the Zhuang family, saying that Mrs. Zhuang suffered from mental illness and had a habit of hurting people, Gu Qian did not believe it. He has been with Tang Jing these days. She is gentle and generous. She never gets angry even when she is hit by a car accident. Even when facing Zhuang Zhongming's cheating, she can still keep her emotions stable. If it were any other woman, she would have broken down and cried, or smashed things to vent her anger. How could such a person be a mentally ill person who maliciously hurts others? He said he didn't believe it, but the seeds of doubt were still planted. The video was too long, and Gu Qian didn't have the energy to watch it in its entirety, so he turned off the video and tentatively asked to serve it. "Annie, you have been working here for several years." The babysitter deadpanned. "It's been 3 years. Then do you know why William was kicked out?" Gu Qian still believes that it was the dealer who didn't want William, rather than William taking the initiative to leave the dealer. After all, in his opinion, the dealer is so rich. Who wouldn't like money? We don't ask about the boss's private affairs. She was really tight-lipped. Not a single word could be gotten out of her. Gu Qian was unwilling to give up and asked again, "Then does my godmother really have a mental illness?" The nanny looked at him quietly, her eyes like dead water. I don't know. What Gu Qian didn't know was that these people had signed a confidentiality agreement when they applied for the job. They were paid well for working here, but if they were found to have violated the agreement, they would have to pay a high penalty, enough to bankrupt them. They must talk less and do more, and pretend not to hear anything they shouldn't hear. Gu Qian didn't get any answers and couldn't help feeling annoyed. He scratched his head, and at that moment his cell phone rang. Gu Qian picked up the phone and saw that it was his agent calling him. Gu Qian, are you at the banker's house now? Yes, Brother Zhang. Is there anything wrong? You have been exposed online. You bought a group of internet trolls and manipulated marketing accounts to frame William. A third party got involved. Do you know Yian Group? I've heard of it. I don't know when William hooked up with Ian Group. Now Ian Group's public relations department and lawyers are helping William handle the case and fight the lawsuit. Nearly 10,000 people have been blocked online, and as many as 1,000 people have been named in the lawyer's letters, including your name. Gu Qian was shocked. What? Where did you see it? The agent said, the Weibo post of someone named Song Lu has become a hot topic. Click on it, and you will see that you are also on the hot search. Forget it, don't check it out. It won't solve the problem, and will only make it worse and affect your mood. Then what should I do? The manager called me, and I'm rushing over for a meeting to deal with your matter. In short, don't make any response for now. Now that you've joined the banker, just play your role well. The company will take care of the rest. If we can't handle it, let's talk about it later. The agent's tone was helpless. He could feel that this trouble was extremely big. If he didn't handle it well, Gu Qian's fame and fortune would be lost. After all, Gu Qian is a public figure. Taking the lead in cyberbullying ordinary people is already breaking the law. Other small black fans could just apologize and pay compensation, but it is different for Gu Qian. This is related to his career, and he may lose all the endorsements and announcements he has. The agent had already prepared for the worst, but he didn't tell Gu Qian. The main reason was that Gu Qian's mentality was not strong enough, and his defense was easily broken. The agent whispered, the best way is to get William to withdraw the lawsuit and suspend all announcements. Everything will be fine after this period of time has passed. After saying that, the agent hung up the phone, leaving Gu Qian alone, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Gu Qian stayed the night before. There were too many paparazzi lurking outside, and he didn't know where to go for a while. After dinner was ready, Gu went to call Tang Jing to eat. He sat next to her and served her food with a serving chopstick, just like serving Empress Dowager Cixi. Gu Qian didn't dare to read the news on the internet, but he was afraid that he would not be able to resist clicking on it, so he simply uninstalled all entertainment software such as Weibo. His room was arranged next to the master bedroom, which was next to Tang Jing. As he had nothing to do, he washed up early and lay down on the bed, and then began to think about William again. Why did William know Yian Group? What secrets does the dealer have? Why was William kicked out? Why didn't Zhuang Zhongming and Tang Jing like William? Why did they let him live with his grandmother since he was a child? How can we get William to withdraw the lawsuit? He was half thinking when he heard a loud noise coming from next door, as if something fell to the ground. Gu Qian was startled awake and quickly got up and went to the next bedroom. Godmother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? He shouted with concern. Seeing no response from inside, he tried to push the door. Fortunately, Tang Jing didn't have the habit of locking the door, so the door was opened by him in no time. Godmother, I'm coming in, Gu Qian said softly, then pushed open the door. The light from the corridor shone in, and he saw a mess on the floor. The sound I just heard was the dressing table falling over, and the mirror was broken. Gu Qian walked in carefully, avoiding the cosmetics on the ground, and took a quick glance but didn't see Tang Jing. Godmother, I turned on the light. As the lights turned on, he saw Tang Jing. She was wrapped in a quilt and huddled under the balcony curtains. A pair of eyes appeared from her messy hair, staring at him sinisterly. Gu Qian's scalp tingled when he was stared at, and he was a little afraid to get close. Tang Jing at this time was obviously different. It could be said that she was completely different from the dignified and beautiful Mrs. Zhuang during the day. At this moment, she was a lunatic, just as the nanny in the video said. Godmother, Tang Jing suddenly screamed. I saw her again. I saw my daughter Xiaoke. She is back, and she said she wants to find her brother. She grabbed the curtains above her head and tore them apart. Worried that she might hurt herself, Gu Qian quickly stepped forward to stop her. The crazy Tang Jing could no longer tell whether it was reality or a dream. She mistook Gu Qian for William. When she saw him coming, she immediately pounced on him, grabbed his neck with both hands, and pressed him to the ground. William, you murderer, you devil, you killed your sister, killed Xiaoka, killed my daughter, you deserve to die. Don't underestimate Tang Jing, because she is a woman. When she goes crazy, she is very strong. The defenseless Gu Qian was strangled by her and almost died. He struggled hard to push her away. Godmother, I'm not William. I'm Gu Qian, the son you just recognized today. Please wake up. Gu Qian? Yes, I'm Gu Qian, not William. Gu Qian only found out today that Tang Jing had a daughter who died early. He originally thought she died in an accident, but he didn't expect that she was killed by William. This is really a huge secret. I didn't expect William to be so cruel that he could even kill his own sister. If he threatened him with this matter, William should be able to withdraw the lawsuit, right? Chapter 77. Zhuang Zhoming's lower body is mutilated. All the puzzling things became clear. Because William killed his own sister, Tang Jing and Zhuang Zhoming hated him and drove him out. If he found evidence, he could send William to jail, not to mention threatening him. However, this matter still needed to be confirmed again and again. Gu Qian suppressed his anxiety and secretly reached into his pocket to press the record button. After finishing, he gently patted Tang Jing's shoulder and asked casually, Andy, who is the Xiaoqi you were talking about? Tang Jing's eyes were red with anger, and she said mechanically in a hoarse voice, She is my daughter. How did she die? She fell to death. She was pushed to death by William. He is a devil. He was the one who fell to death my Xiaoka. I want him to come back and atone for his sins for my Xiaoka. Tang Jing grabbed Gu Qian's arm frantically. Her newly done manicure scratched Gu Qian's hand. Gu Qian held back the pain and asked again, When did it happen? My Xiaoka was only 3 years old. He was thrown to death by his brother when he was 3. He was a 5-year-old little devil. William is 24 years old this year, so it happened 19 years ago, right? How can there be evidence after such a long time? Besides, Tang Jing is not mentally normal, so I don't know if what she said will work. Gu Qian pulled his hand back forcefully. Every time Tang Jing had a relapse, she would go crazy for more than half an hour, and when she was tired, she would fall asleep. If Zhuang Zhoming were here, he would give her some medicine to make her feel more comfortable. It was the first time that Gu Qian saw her fall ill, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Godmother, it's okay. It's all in the past. If you want William to come back, I can help you find him. Tang Jing stared at him blankly. Really? Real? What about Zhuang Zhoming? Has he come back? When will he come back? I want to see him. I want to see him right away. Seeing that her emotions, which had just calmed down, were about to burst out again, Gu Qian immediately held her down and said softly, Godfather will be back tomorrow morning. Don't worry, they will all be back. After hearing the satisfactory answer, Tang Jing stood up shakily, then opened the safe and took out several documents from it. She put them on the table. As long as you help me find them, they will all be yours after I die. Gu Qian took a quick glance, and when he saw that it was a transfer of inheritance, he instantly became alert and looked at every word on it carefully. At a glance, these documents were about 40 or 50 pages long, a very thick stack. Gu Qian only looked at the top page and was sure that this was the will. If he signed it, then after Tang Jing died, her property would be his. Gu Qian thought broadly that Zhuang Zhoming was the one at fault for cheating, and he should be kicked out of the house with nothing. All the property belonged to Tang Jing, or in other words, to him. Sign it. Once you sign it, everything will be yours from now on. Tang Jing went crazy, and she didn't even know what she was doing. At this moment, she had only one idea in her mind. She wanted to prove that there were many people who wanted these things that William didn't care about, and he would be the one who regretted it in the end. And Zhuang Zhoming, since he chose to betray her, she would rather give all this property to an outsider than leave it to his mistress and illegitimate child. She had to wait for William and Zhuang Zhoming to come home so that their family of 3 could gather together. At that time, their attention would definitely fall on her again. Such a huge pie suddenly fell from the sky, almost knocking Gu Qian unconscious. Because he was too excited, he unconsciously held his breath and clenched his fists. Gu Qian did not dare to ask more questions, fearing that Tang Jing would regret talking too much. He quickly found a pen. There were 40 or 50 pages of paper, and he had no time to read them carefully. After he saw the signature area, he signed his name in all of them. It took him less than 3 minutes. Godmother, I've finished signing. He sorted out the documents and handed them over. Okay. Tang Jing put it away without checking and put it back into the safe. When will you bring William back for me? Gu Qian replied, I'm going to record a variety show in a couple of days. When I meet William, I will convince him and bring him back. Tang Jing nodded tiredly. I'm tired, you go out. Gu Qian watched her stagger onto the bed and only left the room when he saw that she fell asleep. After returning to the bedroom, he took out his mobile phone and saw the nearly 20-minute recording. He listened to it from beginning to end and laughed secretly. Just like that, billions of assets, power, and status, just given to him who has no blood relationship with him? Because he was too excited, Gu Qian's face turned red with laughter. His heart was beating wildly, and all the unhappy things that happened during the day were forgotten. Gu Qian was so happy that he couldn't help but suffer from insomnia. It took him a long time to fall asleep. In order to avoid paparazzi, Zhuang Zhongming chose to go home at 4 or 5 in the morning. Gu Qian was awakened by a loud noise, which was much louder than last night. He had just woken up and was still confused. He almost thought it was an earthquake. I realized later that the sound was coming from next door. Zhuang Zhongming, who usually looked gentle and refined, roared at Tang Jing. You are a lunatic, a psychopath. I have wanted to divorce you for a long time. Tang Jing said in a sharp voice. If you want to divorce me, you have to leave the house with nothing. Don't forget that everything you have now was brought to you by me. If it weren't for me, your company would have been gone long ago. How could you live in such a nice villa and wear such nice clothes? Who knelt in front of me and swore that he would never let me down in this life. The house was soundproofed, and Gu Qian could only hear some of the words intermittently. He could only vaguely make out words like murderer, pervert, vicious woman, mentally ill, and unfit to be a mother. Gu Qian stood at the door and opened it a crack. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from next door, accompanied by a scream from Zhuang Zhongming. The sound went straight to the top of his head. What happened? Gu Qian was worried. He was not worried about the safety of the two people, but worried that the things he had worked so hard to get would change because of their quarrel. He quickly opened the door and went out, and the servants and the housekeeper also came up. Then they saw Zhuang Zhongming curled up on the ground, covering his lower body in pain. Because of the pain, his body was bent like a shrimp. The ground was covered in blood. Tang Jing was kneeling in the ruins, holding a knife stained with blood in her hand. Where was the knife stabbed? The butler hurried over to check and finally saw the source of the wound. He showed an expression of disbelief. When Gu Qian came closer, he saw it clearly. His empathy flooded at this moment, and he felt a dull pain down there. Tang Jing defeated Zhuang Zhongming by herself. After being in a daze for a long time, Tang Jing suddenly laughed out loud, and tears rolled out of her eyes. This is the price you pay for cheating on me. I wonder what you can do with women now. Chapter 78, I protected you this time. You have to protect me in the future. William couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The person in the video was someone he had known since childhood. He thought he was just a passerby in the world, like a water stain on someone else's clothes, which would disappear after drying. He didn't expect that so many people would remember him. After watching the video, I looked at the trending searches and comments, and then I saw the Weibo post by Song Lu. It was a densely packed list of people who were going to be sued. How long would it take? When did Song Lu join Ian Group? William had heard of Ian Group. In his previous life, when he was 50 years old, Ian Group had already reached the top. The boss behind it was worth $500 billion and was a very legendary and mysterious figure. Until the day he died, the boss had never shown up. Now the public relations department of Ian Group is helping him deal with online rumors and negative information, and the winning legal team is helping him with the lawsuit. Netizens who scolded him this morning have deleted their inappropriate comments and switched camps, saying that he is the winner in life. The media is also speculating about his relationship with Ian Group. Anyway, regarding his Weibo, he is very cheerful now because he took part in the variety show and William has quite a few passersby fans. It's just that these fans usually don't dare to come out for fear of being criticized. Now the situation has changed. Passersby fans have been upgraded to Soul fans, and fans joke to themselves. I was still in the countryside yesterday, but I took a plane and stayed in Daebi at noon today. William put down the tablet and turned to look at Lu Yin, who was leaning on his shoulder, instead of avoiding her like before. Perhaps something has changed quietly. Lu Yin is the rose in the early morning, bright and delicate, emitting fragrance wantonly. Once you have seen the most beautiful flower, other flowers will hardly be pleasing to the eye. Thank you, it seems. I owe you more and more. William said sincerely, but he still smiled bitterly when he said this. He would remember the kindness others showed him and always wanted to repay them double. He He would evaluate how to repay them with money in his mind. But he was afraid that he would never be able to repay Lu Yin for all that she had done, even if he worked for the rest of his life. Just because you like someone, can you be so nice to him unconditionally? How could he be so worthy? Was he worthy? William began to doubt himself. Even if he lived to be over 50 in his previous life and had experienced almost everything he was supposed to, he would still become cautious when faced with someone as good as Lu Yin, just like a person who got lost and was walking with a heavy load in the desert, dying of thirst under the scorching sun, and suddenly saw an oasis, but was afraid that it was just a mirage. Remember what you owe me. Keep it in your heart for the rest of your life. I'm here to protect you this time, and you have to protect me in the future. Isn't death another form of longing? She first wants William to remember her, the longer the better. After all, they are still young now, and she has plenty of time and patience to turn his dead into love. I will protect you in the future. Then you have to keep your word. I'm not afraid of disappointment, but I'm afraid that you'll give me hope and then disappoint me. I won't be able to bear it. It was rare for Lu Yin to speak without laughing. She raised her head and touched his chin with her hand, looking extremely serious. William met her eyes and did not dodge this time. He listened to his own heartbeat like thunder, as if he was at a concert, facing a visual feast. Are you the boss behind Ian Group? Lu Yin retracted her hand. I'm just a worker here, but I have a little say. William, do you think he's stupid? What kind of power of speech can persuade two departments to help him? William didn't ask more. After all, this was Lu Yan's private matter. Her choice not to say must have been the result of careful consideration. Lu Yan didn't plan to tell William now, not because she was afraid that he would leak it, but because she heard that men would be afraid of women who were too strong. So she had to give William some time to adapt. In order to prevent William from thinking too much, Lu Yan quickly changed the subject. It's my birthday the day after tomorrow. Will you be with me? Your birthday? What gift do you want? I'll prepare it. I like whatever you give me. If I just randomly name one, it won't be a surprise. Lu Yan held the cup and drank milk tea. The milk tea made by William was very delicious, with just the right sweetness and a strong tea aroma. With such craftsmanship, he could open a shop. If you don't go back to the banker, what do you want to do in the future? I haven't decided yet. I want to try everything. After the variety show is over and he receives the final payment, he will invest first. After being reborn, he has more information gaps, and he knows exactly what kind of things can make money. Lu Yan was still leaning lazily on his shoulder, and they didn't feel hot even when they were leaning against each other in the hot summer. Lu Yan stared at the tablet not far away. Thinking back to what those people said, she couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. If only we could have met earlier. It's not too late to meet him now. The two chatted idly, and the topic changed quickly. William asked, "How do you want to celebrate your birthday?" "I don't usually celebrate my birthday, and no one remembers it." "Then I will always remember it from now on." Lu Yan teased him. "You mean, you will celebrate my birthday with me every year?" William said strictly, "I can't guarantee that I will have time to accompany you on your birthday every year, but I will remember to prepare a birthday present for you in advance." "That's fine." Lu Yan generously let him go. "On my birthday, I just want to spend it with you alone. I don't want anyone else to know. I'll make the arrangements then." Lu Yan thought about it and asked curiously, "William, if I didn't let you watch this good show today, would you still accompany me to celebrate my birthday?" William said without hesitation, "Yes." The two were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, talking about everyday things, from trivial matters to the future, and sometimes even work. William is a very talkative person. He seems to know a little bit about everything. You will never be afraid of embarrassment when talking to him. Sometimes he can be like a quiet tree hole, patiently listening to all your unhappiness. Lu Yan leaned against William, not wanting him to see her red eyes. In fact, she knew William earlier than he knew Sophia. Time flies, and it's already 11 o'clock in the blink of an eye. William doesn't have to cook today, but he should go out at this time, otherwise he will be recorded by many people. Although he was very careful, he was still seen by Ling Xian and Jiang Ning when he went out. Jiang Ning was fine. As an actor, he had strong psychological qualities and was able to control his expression. Ling Xian was completely out of control and stared at them in surprise. "You've been in the room the whole time?" Since he was seen, William chose to tell the truth. "Well, we talked about something and chatted for a while." "That's it? You didn't do anything else?" Lu Yan first looked at William in surprise. Based on her understanding of William's character, she thought that William would choose to get away with it in order to avoid misunderstandings from others. Lu Yan sneered. "We are recording a show. What do you think we can do?" Ling Xian teased. No, I just asked casually. I didn't expect that you two have developed so fast among us. Chapter 79. William went from being hated by everyone to being loved by everyone. Without a photographer following him, Ling Xian could speak freely. He actually supported William and Lu Yin because it didn't affect him. But it was different for Jiang Ning next to her. She came to this show to reconcile with William, but Lu Yin got there first. Lu Yin likes William blatantly, and Shinrong likes William but refuses to admit it. She clearly had the best chance on this track, but now she had strayed off track and was getting further and further away from William, and her chances were slim. For the first time, Jiang Ning failed to control his expression and lied to himself. Don't be ridiculous. How could they? Who was originally standing behind William, walked out slowly. That's not necessarily true. Fortunately, there were no staff on the scene. To avoid trouble, William repeatedly warned Ling Xian not to make jokes because no one would laugh. Ling Xian was frightened by his serious face and quickly said, I won't tell anyone, don't worry. Ling Xian, who received 0 votes twice, gradually became more Buddhist. After so many days, he has seen the situation clearly. He thought that the man who is disliked by everyone has become the one that everyone loves. The 3 female guests are all interested in William. But William obviously wanted to be here as a supporting role. But who made Lu Yin target him? My elder sister is worthy of being my elder sister. She is a first-rate man-catcher. William is just a fish in her pond. He will be caught ashore sooner or later. The 4 of them went to the kitchen to see if anyone needed any help. Today it is in Shinrong and Fong Chen's turn to cook. When they first came here, they knew nothing, but after only 2 or 3 weeks, and Shinrong can cook and stir-fry 2 simple side dishes. She and Fong Chen work well together, but she can't help thinking about William. And Shinrong also made ginger milk today. She saw William make it yesterday, and it wasn't difficult. But she was worried about making it wrong, so she asked the staff for help and asked them to find a tutorial for her. It was in Shinrong's first time making it, and she failed many times. None of the dough formed properly. She refused to waste food and just drank it all. The pure milk with ginger flavor was really not tasty. And Shinrong was so full of drink that she was determined to succeed today no matter what. It finally took shape when she was making the 13th bowl, and Shinrong memorized the steps and made 6 bowls in one go. She stood in the kitchen with her hands on her hips, looking very proud. I am really a culinary genius. If I wanted ginger milk, is not that difficult. As soon as Shinrong finished, William and his group came over. And Shinrong could always find William in a crowd instantly, even if he was walking at the back. What are you cooking? It smells so good. Ling Xian was the first to enter the kitchen. Fong Chun said with a smile. Shinrong saw William making ginger milk yesterday, and she wanted to try it today. She made it for the whole morning, snorted when she saw William. Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you all morning? Ling Xian stood aside, looking around, as if he was enjoying the show. Rest in your room. And Shinrong did not keep asking questions as usual, but called William over to let him take a good look at the ginger milk she made. How is it? It's not worse than what you made. I thought it was delicious, but it tasted just like this. I made 6 bowls at once, so everyone can eat it. And Shinrong will never let go of a grudge, and will confront people face to face if she has anything to say, and will never waste time on internal grievances. It looks great. You are amazing. You learned it after just 1 look yesterday. It took me a long time to succeed. That's right. Don't you see who I am? If Shinrong was a cat, her tail would have been raised high by now. She certainly would not tell the truth to William. That would be too embarrassing. Try it now, 1 bowl for each person. If you think it's delicious, I can make more. I'm not like some people who only make 1 bowl. If anything makes her unhappy, she will keep complaining in a sarcastic tone until she feels relieved. Many people don't like this kind of personality, thinking that she is too calculative and difficult to get along with. William didn't care, nor did he think Shinrong had a bad temper. As long as he made good use of children's psychological literature and praised the child more, the child would be happy all day. And Shinrong stuffed the bowl in William's hand and said, Eat it. You guys should eat it too. And Shinrong's face was full of anticipation, just waiting for them to praise her after they finished eating. The taste wasn't very good as there wasn't enough sugar, so the milk tasted a bit fishy, and the ginger taste was a bit strong, but everyone still finished it and said it was delicious. Only Lu Yin didn't move. Lu Yin, why don't you eat? Try what I made and tell me whether it's better, me or William. Lu Yin refused. I don't want to eat it. I don't like ginger. And Shinrong glared at her. Then you ate what William made yesterday. William was also surprised. Luyan had never told him that she didn't like Jiang. If he had known, he would have changed her yesterday. Yes, I only eat what William cooks. As long as it's cooked by him. I love it, and it will be ranked first. Lu Yan's words were no less than a confession on the spot. She made it clear to everyone that William came first to her, and she was not interested in anyone else. And Shinrong stiffly picked up the remaining bowl of ginger milk. She wanted to give it to William, but after taking a glance at it, she suddenly remembered what Fong Chun said to her last night. Wanting to imitate Lu Yan's ambiguous attitude, he turned his hand and handed the remaining bowl of ginger milk to Fong Chun. Fong Chun, the last bowl is for you. Fong Chun took it and said, I think Shinrong's cooking is delicious. It's the best among all of us. If it tastes good, I can make it for you every day, just for you. No one cared who in Shinrong treated well. Only Ling Xian, who loved to watch the show, couldn't help but look at them. It was only this morning. When did Shinrong start flirting with Fong Chun? Did something happen that he didn't know about? After lunch, because the weather was hot, everyone rested in the cabin, enjoying the fans and eating watermelons. Only Lu Yin was holding a bowl of red dates and white fungus soup, which was made by William. The sun set in the afternoon, and the director announced that the second date would be set for the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow's task is that the female guests will make dating strategies, and the male guests will be responsible for completing tasks to earn points, which can be exchanged for money and can be used for dating. Dating nowadays requires spending money. In order not to mess up the date and to leave a deep impression on the other party, the male guests can only complete tasks frantically to earn points. William was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lu Yan. Wasn't Lu Yan's date the day after tomorrow? Why did it have to be on that day? He had promised her that he would spend her birthday with her. Lu Yan also looked over. After the two looked at each other for 2 seconds, Lu Yan said, Director, can we change the time? The director ignored her cold gaze and insisted, No, the schedule has been arranged and cannot be changed. As soon as the staff left, Lu Yan came to William and whispered in his ear, Go home early the day after tomorrow. I'll wait for you. Chapter 80. In order to give Lu Yan a satisfactory birthday. In order to give Lu Yan a satisfactory birthday, William wanted to use a large number of points to exchange for more money to buy her a birthday present. Therefore, he got up early the next morning to do the task, and Fong Chun and Ling Xian also got up early. William looked at the taskbar and chose to help the villagers cut grass in the morning. The three of them set off together. Fong Chun walked beside him and whispered, William, can I talk to you alone? Ling Xian glanced at the two of them secretly, then tactfully walked in the opposite direction. As soon as Ling Xian left, Fong Chun said directly, William, I like Shinrong. William looked at him and could see it. So what? When Fong Chun saw William's calm expression, he knew that he had no interest in Shinrong, which made him feel relieved. I wish you would stay away from her. William had a complicated expression and was speechless for a moment. I don't think I was very close to her. Normally, they would only be alone together when they were on a mission. Besides, they all lived under the same roof and would see each other everywhere. Would it be a bit too much to ask him to stay away from Shinrong? Could it be that he wanted to have a separate table for dinner? Fong Chun said, Then please don't use your child's psychology to fool her in the future. She will take it to heart. You should be able to feel that Shinrong is interested in you, right? William frowned. Who? And Shinrong is interested in him? William usually didn't pay much attention to Shinrong. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that she looked down on him and ignored him when they first met, but now she listens to him very much, and even if he doesn't praise her, she will take the initiative to help. When Fong Chun said Shinrong liked him, his first reaction was that this kind of was like the like that kindergarten kids had for their teachers. Fong Chun continued, Since you don't like her, stay away from her and talk less to her. Our show is a love show. Your every move and every word will give her misconceptions. If you are a man, be decisive and don't give her any hope. William felt that what Fong Chun said made sense, and it seemed that he should be more careful in the future. I understand. I will be more careful in the future and not let her misunderstand. Seeing that William agreed so quickly, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and patted William on the shoulder like a good buddy. William, I accept you as my friend. If you have any difficulties in the future, please tell me, and I will definitely help you if I can. I'm glad to have participated in this program and met Shinrong and you. I will treat Shinrong well, and I hope you can help me. Who you like and who you want to pursue is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. You don't need to tell me so much. William didn't know much about Fong Chun, They had never had any arguments or conflicts during the few days of recording the show. It might be due to his background and work. Fong Chen's personality was a bit dictatorial and arbitrary, giving people an inexplicable sense of superiority. Okay, I get it. Fong Chen suddenly thought of something and said casually, "Who do you like, Liu Yin or Jiang Ning? I can give you some advice." William's attitude was cold. No thanks. William obviously didn't want to discuss this topic, and Fong Chen probably thought he was boring. So he simply separated from him and went to do their respective tasks. William cuts grass in the morning, helps out in the greenhouse in the morning, helps the villagers cook at noon, herds sheep and hoes the fields in the afternoon, drives ducks and feeds pigs in the evening, and doesn't go home until 8 o'clock in the evening. 3 photographers followed him, and they were all breathing heavily. But he was like a whirlwind top, doing everything and leaving the audience in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Because of what happened yesterday, Williams' fans increased rapidly, and many people came to see him. The number of viewers in his live broadcast room has already exceeded 100 million, and the barrage is clean, without a single curse word, and all are admiring of him. You can't have a bad attitude. How many people have been blocked and banned since the incident? And how many people have received lawyers' letters? At first, netizens thought that the list sent out by Song Liu was a hoax. After all, it would take a long time to sue more than 1,000 people. Unexpectedly, only one day has passed, and some people have already gone to the police station. Some people, as soon as they see that something is wrong, quickly delete their previous comments and send an apology letter, but they still cannot avoid being sued. The law has taught them that if they do something wrong, they must pay the price. Don't think that it will be okay to spread rumors on the internet. More and more people are discovering William's shining points. He is tall, handsome, and muscular. He is not a boiled chicken or a thin dog. He is polite to others. People in the village who know him will greet him warmly when they meet him. This is not seen in other guests. William, the more I feel sorry for his past. Such a good person was thrown to be raised by his elderly grandmother at the age of 6. His parents ignored him and only remembered this cheap son after his grandmother died. After finally returning home, he was abused by his crazy mother, and his father watched coldly. William, who was raised by his grandmother, was apparently so healthy and happy, but he suffered from severe depression in just 2 years. Sophia during the most difficult time. He thought it would be a redemption literature. However, Sophia always had another man in her heart. She ran away from the engagement party and spread rumors after breaking off the engagement. This made William the evil male supporting role in this story. Fortunately, the supporting actor stood up and became the male lead. Fortunately, William overcame every difficulty. Fortunately, William did not give up on himself. Fortunately, someone stood up and ripped the rumors apart. Fortunately, someone protected him, escorted him, and ensured that he lived a peaceful life. At the end of the whole day, William redeemed 7,000 points, which is 7,000 yuan. The director originally thought that each person could earn at most 2,000 or 3,000, and dating in a place like this wouldn't cost much anyway. But who knew that William alone earned 7,000, which was more than what Ling Xian and Fong Chan combined made. The director took out all the cash he had and then exchanged some cash with others to give William the total. William hadn't received so much cash in a long time. "Director, can you give me a cell phone?" "Want a cell phone?" "You wish." The director certainly wouldn't give William a cell phone. Even if William said he wanted a cell phone just for mobile payment, the director still wouldn't give it to him. It's convenient to use cash. "You made so much money today. Are you looking forward to tomorrow's date? Do you know who you're going to date tomorrow?" "It should be Jiang Ning, right?" Ever since Jiang Ning received a date card after selling the goods that day, he knew that Jiang Ning would choose him. The director was being mysterious. "Well, you'll know when you go there tomorrow. This is the meeting address the other party gave you." This time, William worked hard to earn points to exchange for money for tomorrow's date. It's no wonder that the director would think too much about it. He has already started looking forward to tomorrow's date. The audience in the live broadcast room were also guessing in the barrage. William directly mentioned Jiang Ning. It would be awkward if the person he met tomorrow was not Jiang Ning. "Don't break up my Lu Zhuan CP. I want to see Liu Yin and William date." I used to think William was not worthy of Jiang Ning, but after watching it today, William worked from morning till night and earned 7,000 yuan in one go, which was much better than the other two. And most importantly, Jiang Ning liked William, and the childhood sweethearts were also very good. They will go on a date tomorrow, and maybe we can know about their past. Chapter 81. If you don't call me sister, You have wild thoughts. William held an appointment card in his hand with the meeting address and time written on it. William put the date card into the backpack he would carry tomorrow. He was very tired after a busy day and thought he would fall asleep quickly after going to bed, but his mind was unusually clear. He was thinking about tomorrow's date. Fong Chun didn't have to think about it because the date card in his hand would definitely be given to Shinrong, and then the remaining Ling Xian would be paired with Lu Yin. How would Lu Yin plan a date for tomorrow? Where would they go? What would they do? What would they eat for breakfast and lunch? What would they talk about? William thought more and more, thinking back to the day when he and Lu Yin had a date. She rubbed his legs in an ambiguous way with the help of mosquito repellent. She smiled brightly because of an ice cream and a marshmallow. She took a lot of photos with a camera. She said she was recording her beautiful life, but the photos were all about him. She was very happy that day, but when she came back, he said something that made her unhappy. William thought, if tomorrow Lu Yin teased Ling Xian like she teased him, just thinking about it made my heart feel like it was bitten by a bug, and it hurt so much that I almost couldn't breathe. The more he thought about it, the more outrageous it became. His brain, which had originally been a little sleepy, became extremely clear. He covered his head with the quilt in annoyance and kicked it twice in annoyance. One word: trouble. The next day, William was obviously not in good spirits and didn't even want to eat breakfast. He changed his clothes casually, put on his backpack, and prepared to leave. When he opened the door, he saw Lu Yin standing in the corridor. She was wearing a red dress today. Before he got close to her, he could smell her fragrance. Lu Yin put on some makeup today, and her already beautiful facial features became even more delicate, even a little aggressive. Does it look good? William nodded subconsciously, then thought of something and asked stiffly, "Are you going to wear this on a date today?" "Yes." Lu Yin turned the bracelet on her wrist nonchalantly. "Jiang Ning has already left. I heard from the director that you earned 7,000 yuan yesterday. You were busy from morning to night, doing tasks all the time. Are you looking forward to your date with her today?" "No." He worked hard to make money not to accompany Jiang Ning on a date, but to fulfill his agreement with Lu Yin. If it were any other time, Lu Yin would definitely chase him and ask, but today she said meaningfully, "I'm going on a date with Ling Xian today. He said he would take me to the amusement park today to ride the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel together. He said you can see fireflies at night in the amusement park there. I've never been to an amusement park or seen fireflies in my life." William's ears were buzzing, as if 2 bees had flown in. Then the bees got into his brain and bit him hard. He couldn't help but frown, and his right eyelid twitched. He looked at Lu Yin, who had deliberately wiped her lips. Her lips were full and upturned, and there was always a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, which seemed both confident and sarcastic. "You look very happy to be with Ling Xian." The last time Lu Yin went on a date with him, she didn't dress up so beautifully. Lu Yin took 2 steps forward, poked William a stiff arm, and said lazily with a smile, "Yes, because I like younger brothers than me, unlike some people who don't like sisters and aunts and don't give them any chances." "William, am I your sister or your aunt?" William thought about the day when Lu Yin cut his hair. In order to avoid an ambiguous relationship between the two of them, he said in a very cold and hard manner that he cared about age and didn't like his sister and aunt. Now that Lu Yin mentioned it again, he inexplicably felt as if the bullet he shot suddenly bounced back and hit him right between the eyebrows. Lu Yin is quite vindictive. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Lu Yin poked his arm with her fingertips and began to draw circles. "Are you angry? Ignoring me?" William said in a muffled voice. "Not angry. Don't I know whether you are angry or not?" William is the person with the best temper she has ever seen. He has never quarreled with Sophia during the 3 years of being bullied by her. He was only a little tough on the day of breaking off the engagement, but if it happened to someone else, he would probably have smashed it. William is good at forbearance and restraint. When he is angry, his eyebrows will twist involuntarily, his dark eyes will look at you deeply, and his lips will be tightly pursed. William has beautiful thin lips. It is said that people with this kind of lips are the most stubborn. Lu Yin was filled with curiosity and wanted to see how stubborn William would be. "Then call me sister." William met Lu Yan's teasing eyes, and a surge of heat rushed to his forehead. He raised his hand and gently patted Lu Yan's hand that was drawing circles. The arm she touched was a little itchy, but William endured it and said, "I don't want to scream. You don't call me sister when you're younger than me. You have wild thoughts in your mind. Do you want to call me aunt?" Some scenes that are not suitable for children emerged in Lu Yan's mind. For example, William called her aunt while panting. Her face suddenly became hot. She stepped back a little, and her eyes dodged when she looked at William. She only muttered a word. It's not impossible. William said he didn't want to call her Anne either. Seeing a layer of pink on Lu Yan's face, he avoided the topic and said, I'm leaving. If he didn't leave now, he would be late. He was a man with a strong sense of time and didn't like to be late. Lu Yan raised her eyes and looked at him seriously. Call me at 4 in the afternoon to confirm when you will be back. It would be best if you could be home at 5. If you come back late, I will let someone else spend my birthday with me. I will ask Ling Xian to take me on the Ferris wheel, have a candlelight dinner in the evening, and go to see fireflies. William's throat choked. Okay. Lu Yan raised her lips and suddenly reached out to straighten his collar and the wrinkles on his clothes. Remember my phone number XXX94520? Remember it? Lu Yan's phone number is easy to remember, as the first string of numbers is very similar to his number. I remember. Lu Yan put down her hand. Go ahead. William could feel that Lu Yan behind him was always looking at him. He walked a few steps and looked back at Lu Yan. As expected, he caught the loneliness in her eyes. He waved at her and said, I will definitely be home on time. After saying that, William ran away quickly. Lu Yan stared blankly at his back. It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. Her heart tightened uncontrollably when she thought about William going on a date with Jiang Ning today. She covered her chest with her hands, and the smiling face of William when he turned around appeared in her mind. She believed in him, and he would come home on time. After what happened, she didn't believe that William could date Jiang Ning peacefully today. She wanted him to think of her when he was dating others. Thinking of this, Lu Yan raised the corners of her lips, then went back to the house to change her skirt, tied her hair into a ponytail, and put on her lipstick. She didn't want to date another man, but she had promised the director not to cause trouble and to follow his rules. In that case, she might as well just go along with it. William arrived at the destination on time and saw Jiang Ning from afar. She was holding an umbrella and wearing a college-style skirt. She looked young, beautiful, sweet, and charming, as if she had returned to last semester. Chapter 82, A Day Date with My First Love. Jiang Ning has many male fans. When she first debuted, she had long, straight black hair, wore a sailor suit, and smiled at the camera. She was called the first love goddess by fans. Jiang Ning has been an actress for 5 years. Her first drama was a campus drama, and she later starred in fairy tales many times. She was lucky, and her first drama gained over 10,000 viewers, gaining a lot of fans. After that, every fairy tale she starred in was even more popular. In order to improve herself and to fulfill a bet with her agent, she turned around and entered the film industry, starting with a supporting role and then gradually becoming a leading role. After winning her first Best Supporting Actress, she won her first Best Actress. Her luck is so good that netizens say she is a star sent from heaven, and that God is chasing her and feeding her, and she has held on to this bowl of food firmly. In this world, talent determines the upper limit, while hard work determines the lower limit. Jiang Ning is what people say. Someone who is better than you, but also works harder than you. Working on the crew 365 days a year without a break, seamlessly transitioning to the next drama. Some people say she is a model worker, others say she loves money too much and is wasting her talent. And what she thought when she was working the hardest was that if she tried a little harder and persisted a little longer, as long as she won the Best Actress award, no one would care if she was in a relationship, and she could go find William to get back together. When she was awarded the title of Best Actress, the whole screen praised her as the hardest working career brain, but in fact, she got to where she is today because of her love brain. Jiang Ning saw William. His eyes seemed to be lit up by fireworks. It rained a little this morning, and the umbrella was slightly wet. The rain stopped when William appeared. Looking at the golden light in the sky, it was destined to be a good day today. William walked up and asked, "Have you been waiting for a long time? I just got here not long ago, too." Jiang Ning handed the soy milk and fried dough sticks to William. "You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Here you go." William did not take it immediately, but took the umbrella from Jiang Ning's hand. "I'll put the umbrella away for you first." The two of them ate breakfast as they walked. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are a breakfast that you can never go wrong with. In addition to fried dough sticks, William's breakfast bag also contains glutinous rice cakes. The glutinous rice cakes are wrapped with fried dough sticks. One bite into it is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Paired with a sip of soy milk, it satisfies you for the whole day. William often mixed his food like this when he was in school. Jiang Ning remembered it very clearly. But now William doesn't eat it like this anymore, for the simple reason that he has a bad stomach and glutinous rice cakes are not easy to digest. But Jiang Ning didn't know that. When he saw the glutinous rice cakes in the bag, he asked him why he didn't eat them. If you have a bad stomach, eating too much will cause stomach acid and stomach pain. Eat when you are hungry. How could William have a bad stomach? When he ate hot pot in the past, he would add chili peppers to the oil sauce while shaving ice. He liked to eat the hot pot with the most numbing and spicy taste. When I went to his house during the Chinese New Year, he could stuff 50 pork and scallion dumplings made by Grandma Wang in one go without suffering from indigestion. Grandma Wang often told him to eat slowly and eat less so as not to upset his stomach. But William never listened to a word she said. Who knew that his grandmother's words would come true? But William's stomach problems were not caused by overeating, but by being hungry. William was abused by his mother when he was 5 years old. He was taken back to the old town by his grandmother when he was 6 years old. At that time, William was very skinny, like a little monkey, with wounds all over his body. Even a dog would shake his head when seeing him. Maybe it was because he was hungry for too long that he developed a mental illness. William liked to eat a lot and eat a lot. He didn't have any hobbies, but he liked to visit food restaurants. Whenever he saw a delicious restaurant, he would take Jiang Ning there. After his grandmother died, he was taken back by the banker, subjected to PUA, abuse, and starved for one meal. Later, he became so stressed that he vomited everything he ate, and he developed stomach problems. Jiang Ning didn't know all this, so when William said he had a stomach problem and couldn't eat glutinous rice cakes, she thought he was lying to her and wanted to distance himself from her. This time, the date location Jiang Ning chose was the food street near the university town. The two of them took a 1-hour drive and arrived at 8 o'clock. I feel like I'm back in school all of a sudden, said Jiang Ning. William was a little absent-minded. He just nodded after listening to Jiang Ning's words. Jiang Ning pointed to a pancake stand and said, Jianbing Guozi, it looks good. Do you want to try some? I just had breakfast, and now I'm going to eat such a big pancake, so forget it. Do you want to eat bobo chicken? I remember you like boneless chicken feet. I don't want spicy food right now. The egg burger looks delicious too. There's a long line of people lining up for the Rujiamo restaurant. There's also octopus balls, donkey meat hot pot, and egg cakes. I remember you like the ones with meat floss, and you like the salty and spicy tofu pudding. When you eat pig intestine rice noodle, you like to add a pork pot cake to the soup. You like the dry eating fried noodles with chili peppers, and you have to choose the spicy wonton. Jiang Ning talked wherever he went. These streets were full of food, and today was the weekend, so there were a lot of people. Because there was a photographer following, the rate of people turning back to look at her was extremely high. Jiang Ning has a lot of passersby fans. There are people lining up for his autograph in the village, not to mention here. Someone was shouting her name exaggeratedly, and word spread from 1 person to 10 people, and from 10 to 100. Passersby from several streets came over after hearing it. It was supposed to be a date, but it ended up being a fan meeting. Fortunately, fans and passersby knew how to keep their distance and didn't keep crowding forward. William has always known that Jiang Ning has many fans, but this is the first time he has intuitively felt how popular she is. In addition to the photographer following Jiang Ning's date, they were also protected by bodyguards throughout the entire date. Passersby not only recognized Jiang Ning, but also William. William, we all support you. Remember to live a good life and don't let unimportant people affect your mood. William, I'm your fan. You look even more handsome than you do on the live broadcast. Jiang Ning, do you like William? Fans got close to his face and opened the camera wide. Jiang Ning just wanted to have a good date with William, but who would have thought that there would be so many people watching? She was so immersed in her date with William that she completely forgot that she was a movie queen with 80 million fans. She looked at William, carefully observing his expression, and was not paying attention when she tripped over something. William quickly supported her and kept her by his side. Please make way. We are recording a program now. Please don't disturb us. William had a stern face, cold eyes, and his thin lips were tightly pursed, looking very angry. Perhaps it was because of the recent events on the internet, the relationship between William and Yang Group, and the big boss behind him. Some people were scared and took several steps back. Gradually, more and more people chose to leave. The crowd dispersed, and the road became empty. I'm sorry, I just thought that the food street here is very famous, and there are a lot of food you like, so I wanted to bring you here to try it, but I didn't expect there would be so many people. Jiang Ning frowned and looked at William uncomfortably, afraid to see disappointment and dissatisfaction on his face. William shook his head. It's not your fault, no need to say sorry. Jiang Ning said uncomfortably. It's just that I ruined a good date. William looked up at his watch. It's still early, nothing has gone wrong. Jiang Ning asked, do you want to go eat something? After walking for so long, William's stomach should have almost finished digesting everything. I'm not hungry yet, and I'm not that into snacks anymore. Chapter 83, Is It So Hard for You to Swallow Facing Me? He no longer liked eating street food, and similarly, he no longer liked her. Jiang Ning understood William's implication, and her knuckles turned white as she clenched her hands. She pretended not to understand. Since you don't like snacks, there are other dishes nearby. Jiang Ning suddenly saw something and pointed. I didn't expect there are yinbang dishes here. I don't know if they are authentic. Why don't we eat here for lunch? Salty dishes are famous for their spicy flavor. To make them well, the ingredients must be fresh. William has studied them because he likes them, and he also has several signature salty dishes. He not only likes to eat it in this life, but he also liked it in his previous life. However, his stomach problems became more and more serious, and he could hardly eat anything spicy. Do you want to eat? William asked. After all, he was not eating alone, and on a date, one should consider the feelings of both parties. I want to eat it. I haven't eaten salty food for a long time. You used to be very good at making it. Every time I ate it, it was so spicy that I had to drink water, but I couldn't stop. I don't know when I can eat your salty food again. At the end, Jiang Ning's tone and expression were full of regret. William said, I haven't cooked for a long time, so I'm not very good at it. If you want to eat salty dishes, they're definitely the best in the store. I know a few restaurants in Chengdu, and I can share them with you. You can order takeout. He always rejected her, without leaving any room for rejection. Jiang Ning said okay stiffly. She pretended not to care, but she couldn't pretend not to feel pain in her heart. The two of them entered the store, and the waiter came over enthusiastically with a menu. Please sit wherever you want and see what you would like to eat. William pushed the menu towards Jiang Ning. You order. Jiang Ning ordered a round of special dishes, all of which William used to eat often. Is that enough? William took a look and saw 4 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. It was a bit too much for 2 people, but they had bodyguards and photographers with them, so it wouldn't be wasted. Can. The waiter took the menu away and brought them a pot of tea. William was used to washing the dishes with tea water. Jiang Ning, who was sitting opposite him, looked at him intently, lost in memories, until William handed the washed dishes to her. She took it with a smile. You are still the same as before. You haven't changed. William continued to wash the dishes without looking up. It's just the habits that haven't changed. People have changed. In fact, you can feel it, right? After saying that, he stood up and said, I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea. What do you want to drink? Same as before. I have forgotten the name. William really didn't spoil her at all. Jiang Ning smiled bitterly and said, honey grapefruit, less sugar and less ice. That she didn't regret William's cold attitude. If she had been more mature at the time and had discussed it with him and told him about her situation, William would definitely understand her given his character. But she chose to delay and conceal it, thinking that those unpleasant things would disappear over time. William quickly bought 2 cups of milk tea. William drank the one at room temperature. He handed the iced one to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning bit the straw and noticed William looking at his watch from time to time while waiting for his meal, so he thought he was hungry. There aren't many people here right now, so it should be our table's turn soon. William said, and the image of Lu Yin wearing a red dress appeared in his mind. Dressed like this, where would she and Ling Xian go on a date? What was she doing? Was she having lunch with Ling Xian? What kind of food did Lu Yin like? He didn't seem to know her at all. Ling Xian is 1 year younger than William. He is young and energetic, jumping around every day, and is very energetic. Unlike him, he looks young, but is actually old. The more William thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He inserted the straw into the cup and took a deep sip. He bought honey lemon, and he didn't know if the clerk forgot to add sugar, so his mouth was full of sourness. The food in this restaurant is served very quickly. A dish of liver and kidney is ready in just 1 minute. There is also fresh pot rabbit covered with chili peppers, tender Crucian carp with scallions, stir-fried pork intestines, stir-fried water spinach, and sauerkraut vermicelli soup. William hasn't eaten salty food for a long time. He definitely wants to eat it, but he's afraid his stomach can't handle it. So he only tasted a few bites of the meat dishes and mainly drank the soup and ate the vegetarian dishes. This restaurant seems quite authentic. After becoming an actress, Jiang Ning had been eating light meals for the sake of body management. Suddenly, she ate food with heavy oil, salt, and spicy flavors. Her taste buds were awakened, but she couldn't adapt to the chili peppers. It was so spicy that she kept drinking water. It was obvious that Jiang Ning didn't order these dishes for her own taste, but to cater to William's taste. However, After ordering, they found that neither of them could eat spicy food. You can tell about the emotional problems in a person by the way they order dishes. If you try to please others blindly, you will only make things difficult for yourself. William hardly ate anything, and he only picked 2 pieces of his favorite Christian carp. Is it so hard to swallow a meal with her? Obviously, these dishes are his favorites. Jiang Ning asked hoarsely. Is it boring to date me? No. Then why don't you eat these dishes? I remember. Don't say you remember it anymore. William interrupted her. Jiang Ning, people change, and it's time for you to move on. But I can't get over it. Jiang Ning's throat was sore, and she couldn't hide her tears. Xiao Yin, do you blame me for not telling you before I entered the entertainment industry? I can explain. William put down his chopsticks. Prospects and love are not in conflict. It is understandable that you choose career. People should put themselves first and others second. You just want to be excellent. I don't blame you. He was just an adult at that time and had immature thoughts. He resented Jiang Ning for changing her major at the last minute and was jealous of her filming with other men, so he gave up his promise to her. Later, he figured it out. If a relationship makes you feel unhappy or depressed, it proves that it is not suitable. Jiang Ning chose a career for herself, and he also chose to break up with her and cut off contact because of his mood. Is there anything right or wrong about this? It's just that we are standing at different angles, so our perspectives are different. Our perspectives on the problem are different, and our ideas are also different. Jiang Ning's eyes were red. Xiao Yin, I would rather you blame me than face me so calmly. After breaking up with you, I have been in pain. At that time, I would go to film just to make more money, to open a store for my mother, to buy a house in the city center, and to move my mother and your grandmother in. I thought that as long as I had money, I could go back to find you and be with you openly. William was startled, frowning in confusion. What did you think of me when we were together? Did you think of me as your gigolo? No. Jiang Ning explained hurriedly. When we first got together, your father came to me once. Chapter 84 Reasons for Breaking Up. 18-year-old Jiang Ning is sensitive and has low self-esteem. Her relationship with William is like a melodramatic youth pain literature, outrageous yet real. Jiang Ning comes from a single-parent family. His father was abusive, and his mother accidentally killed someone and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Young Jiang Ning was called the child of a murderer, a wild child without parents, and was called retribution and a bad seed. Fortunately, she was still young at that time, and apart from feeling pain and hunger, she could not feel anything else. When she was 5 years old, her mother was released from prison and forcibly took her away from the small mountain village. My mother has worked in various jobs, including sanitation worker, restaurant waitress, dishwasher, and she also did men's work, such as moving bricks, carrying cement, and cleaning windows at high altitudes. After making money, the mother and daughter moved from a single room of a few square meters to a one-bedroom apartment in town and became neighbors with William. She was 7 years old when she met William, and William was also 7 years old. The 2 children stood together, looking skinny and obviously malnourished. Fortunately, one had a grandmother and the other had a mother, so they grew flesh and blood like crazy under the love. They went to school together, ate together, sat in rows in the classroom, listened to lectures, and did homework together, and were even bullied together. One had no parents, the other had no father, and they were scolded as wild children picked up from the trash can. When William heard this, he rushed over and started beating them to death until they dared not speak. After entering junior high school, the teacher began to talk about the dangers of premature love, and William and Jiang Ning inexplicably became the focus of attention. Jiang Ning had her first period in the first grade of junior high school. She was at school at the time and had no money to buy sanitary napkins. The worst thing was that her pants turned red. She sat on the stool shyly. The strong sense of shame made her eyes red, and she didn't dare to ask others for help. When William noticed something was wrong with her, he got up and went to the store to buy a pack of sanitary napkins. He even wrapped it in his school uniform jacket and threw it to her. At that moment, William was like a god descending from heaven, with a layer of golden light covering his body. William had hidden the fact that he bought sanitary napkins for Jiang Ning well enough, but it was still discovered by the classmates. Someone reported that they were in a relationship and said all kinds of dirty words to Jiang Ning. The teacher called the 2 to the office for private interrogation. During her adolescence, Jiang Ning felt wronged and ashamed when someone said something bad about her. She began to ignore William and didn't say a word to him at school, as if this would stop the rumors. But William doesn't think so. He believes that reckless boys are not delicate enough and don't understand girls' sensitive sense of shame. At that time, William liked to call her Jiang Xiaoning. Jiang Xiaoning. Why are you ignoring me? Jiang Xiaoning. Why didn't you call me for lunch? Wait for me after school. Jiang Xiaoning. Jiang Xiaoning. I want to eat the preserved egg and lean meat porridge you made. William always had endless energy. In order to reconcile with her, he took her shopping and treated her to snacks. William ate all the food in the food street near the school from beginning to end. He knew which restaurant tasted the best and what Jiang Ning liked to eat the most. He would also give Jiang Ning some small gifts, such as a hair tie with crystal beads, or a puppet pendant or keychain to hang on her school bag. Gradually, they returned to their previous relationship. Rumors still existed, but William would fight them back, just like in elementary school. But this time his parents were called in, and he was asked to write a self-criticism and read it aloud in the playground for all the teachers and students in the school to hear. I, William, do not advocate violence, but if you are facing someone who bullies you, please raise your fist and fight back. Fighting violence with violence is the best way to deal with bullying. Victims do not need to reflect on themselves. Fighting back is my pride. If there is a next time, I will still beat them up. This is my reflection. After William finished reading, he folded the paper in his hand into a paper airplane and flew it to the audience. I don't know how many people's hearts the paper plane flew into that day. When he was in the second grade of Chinese New Year, Jiang Ning's mother bought a snack cart, specializing in selling midnight snacks and fried skewers. Jiang Ning would go to help after school, and William would follow to set the table, clean up the table, and take out the trash. After that review, William became famous in the school. After knowing that he would come here to help after school, groups of people came here to line up to buy snacks, and the business became better and better. Although life is tiring, there is a purpose in life. My mother said that when we have money, we will rent a shop near the school to sell snacks. This way we won't have to push the cart hard every day. Also, it is close to the school, so it is convenient to go to school. When Jiang Ning was in his second year of high school, the news that his mother was a murderer spread throughout the school. The snack cart was overturned, the tables and chairs were smashed, and a group of people claiming to be her relatives yelled at them to pay back the money. Life is like a puddle of mud. When you think you can climb up the wall, it falls down again. My mother is sick and hospitalized, my grades are dropping, I'm suddenly in debt, and people around me are looking at me strangely. It turns out that fists cannot solve all problems. High school was too difficult. She was like a turtle covered with barnacles, her body becoming heavier and heavier. Things that were easy for others were difficult for her. She needed to swim continuously to reach her destination. Often when she was about to give up and wanted to commit suicide, William would grab her in time. If William hadn't been there, she might have died in her sophomore year of high school. She and William are childhood sweethearts. They grew up together, have the same experiences, and are in the same environment. They're the same kind of people. Falling in love is an easy thing for them, but staying together is difficult. After the college entrance examination, the two naturally got together. William sent her a text message. The college entrance exam is over, so we should be able to date now. We've been slandered for so many years, and it seems like we would be letting down those people if we're not together. Jiang Xiaoning, do you want to have a college romance with me? We'll apply to the same university. Without any hesitation, she replied, okay. William was obviously stunned when he heard that Jiang Ning had met Zhuang Zhongming after the college entrance examination. Why didn't you tell me? How should she tell him? Say your father used money to insult me and asked me to leave you. Say you are a rich young man. A poor student like me is not worthy of you. Say your family has billions of assets. Your property is everywhere. And my family is in debt, being scolded and beaten, can't even afford to rent a small shop, can only push a small cart to set up a night stall. How can I, who smells of oil smoke, be worthy of you? She originally thought that William and she were from the same world and that they were both very pitiful. But what about now? Someone told her that William was born in Rome and was a rich second generation. A popular supermarket in the county center went bankrupt, and it was said that it lost hundreds of millions of yuan a year. When she went in for the first time, she felt out of place in the surrounding environment. Later, she found out that the supermarket building belonged to the banker. What an ordinary person earns in several lifetimes is not as much as what others lose in a year. The gap is too huge. What can she use to date William? Chapter 85 Love is not about weighing and comparing. Jiang Xiaoning, don't be afraid. I will always be with you. We are all the same. One has no parents, the other has no father. We are born insignificant, and we struggle hard in our insignificance. We grow up eating ordinary grains, so don't be afraid of being ordinary. But William, we are really different. We are not from the same world. I never thought that one day I would be so far away from you, as if I could never catch up with you no matter how hard I try. During the years she knew William, he was the one who took care of her most of the time. When she was in a bad mood, he took her to the amusement park, to the oceanarium to see dolphins, and to explore gourmet restaurants. All she could give him was a bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge that she made herself. Just like two stray cats huddling together for warmth in the winter. One day, one of the cats was adopted, while the other continued to wander alone near the garbage. The strong sense of disparity made Jiang Ning feel inferior and cowardly. She even thought meanly, why is William a rich man? Why can't he be an unlucky person like her? Human nature is extremely contradictory. On the one hand, we want others to live well, but on the other hand, we don't want them to live too well. She wanted to drag William into the mud to make him like her, but she also felt that a high-spirited young man like him should hang in the sky, pure and white like the moon. Whenever Jiang Ning had evil thoughts, she would slap herself in despair and scold herself, saying, William is the best person to you. Why do you think the worst of him? Later, she opened a blue book with the following sentence written inside. At that time, I didn't understand how contradictory human nature was. I didn't know how much affectation there was in sincerity, how much meanness there was in nobility, or how much kindness there was in evil. Now I fully understand that pettiness and generosity, resentment and kindness, hatred and love can coexist in the same heart. Her mother knew about her relationship with William. She didn't object to her relationship with William. She had watched William grow up, and she knew his character very well. She felt relieved to leave her daughter to him. After learning about William's family situation, her mother was silent for a long time, then frowned and said to her, Ning Ning, unequal love is unhappy. If you really like William and can't live without him, then you must work hard to improve yourself and try to make yourself equal to him. Otherwise, you will be controlled by others and lose yourself, and there will be no good results. She clearly understood how big the gap was between her and William. Sooner or later, William would go back to inherit the family property. His family assets were worth billions. The gap between the rich and the poor was so huge that she would never be able to reach a height, even if she worked hard for several lifetimes. William's family situation at the beginning, perhaps they would not have been together. William also knew what happened later. When she was working as a part-time worker during the summer vacation, she joined a film crew and was unexpectedly noticed by the director. After introductions from many parties, she met her current agent and signed a contract with the agency. She entered this industry by accident and gradually fell in love with acting. When filling out her application form, her agent asked her to fill in University A, which would be helpful for her future career and would also make it easier to arrange her schedule. She listened, but she didn't tell William. The 18-year-old Jiang Ning had never experienced much and lived a life of inferiority and cowardice. He wanted everything but dared not fight for anything. He curled up in his shell like a snail. She wanted to make money to pay off her debts, wanted to give her mother a good life, wanted to narrow the gap between her and William, wanted to be equal to the banker, get the recognition of his family, and be able to stand by his side. She set out for a good result, but deviated from the track at the start and has been getting further and further away from her original goal. The time she spent waiting for the admission letter was like a death row inmate experiencing a reprieve. Escape would not solve the fundamental problem, and the bullet pointed at her temple would eventually shoot out and kill her. She signed a 10-year contract, during which she had to strictly obey the company's arrangements, including cooperating with a male actor in her first drama to create a couple relationship. Jiang Ning said a lot in one breath, her voice hoarse. I want to find you later, but you were already dating Sophia at that time. William on the opposite side listened quietly, with no extra expression on his face, as if he was listening to someone else's story. In the middle, he even poured himself a cup of tea. After hearing Jiang Ning stop, he put down the teacup in his hand. The sound of the cup hitting the table was very quiet, but for some reason it made his heart beat violently. More and more people came to the restaurant to eat, and the noise was loud, but Jiang Ning felt it was as quiet as death. She heard William say, after saying so much, are you trying to say that you entered the entertainment industry because of me? Why didn't you tell me when you changed your choice? Are you worried that I would stop you, or that I would give up my first choice and go to another place with you for you? William had decided since he was a child to apply to Ronda University. It had his favorite major and was close to home, so he could go home to see his grandmother anytime on weekends. So even if Jiang Ning had told him at the time, he would not have changed his choice to go to another place, nor would he have blocked her choice. People have a mouth to make misunderstandings clear. Jiang Ning's pupils shrank, and her eyes became even redder. She kept adjusting her chaotic and collapsed emotions, trying to explain. Xiao Yin, I was too young at the time. I thought too much and ignored your feelings. I thought that as long as I became famous and rich as an actor, I could shorten the gap between us. Who do you think you are? William interrupted her loudly. You don't understand the reason why we broke up. You hid it from me and made a decision out of self-motivation for my own good. You denied my thoughts. From another perspective, you denied me as a person. You think my thoughts are not important. Now that you've become a famous actress and rich, you think the gap between us is narrowed. You think I'll happily make peace with you as long as you come back to me, Jiang Ning. You're just daydreaming. Love is not about comparison and weighing. Love cannot be compared or weighed. There is a type of people who will use a self-abuse method to create an illusion of infatuation, so that they can stand on the moral high ground of love and gain a perverted sense of satisfaction and security. Just like William once got up in the middle of the night to make wontons because Sophia wanted to eat the wontons he made, and then delivered them to her company the next day in the snow and wind. But to the other person, a bowl of wontons is just a bowl of wontons and cannot carry the deep affection you want to place on it. Therefore, the true meaning of love lies in mutual attraction and the same values, rather than relying on the pursuit of self-satisfaction. He already understood this truth, but Jiang Ning obviously didn't. William had nothing to say about the past, but Jiang Ning shouldn't have put the burden of her being an actress on him. That was too heavy a burden for him to bear. Jiang Ning, do you know what I was going through when you broke up with me? Chapter 86, Those Fleeting Years. At that time, my grandmother died. William smiled bitterly. He thought that when he talked about the past in his next life, he would just laugh it off and not feel sad. But when he thought of his grandmother who walked with a stagger, hunched back, and carried him back step by step with difficulty, he couldn't help but become hoarse. If it weren't for his grandma, he would have died long ago. It was his grandma who gave him a second life. I remember that when he was a child, his grandmother would fan him with a palm leaf fan during his nap. She raised him with just one mouthful of rice and one mouthful of meat. She knew that he liked to eat chicken legs, so she would put both chicken legs into his bowl when there was chicken soup at home. His grandmother held his hand when he went to school. When it rained, her umbrella would always tilt towards him. As he grew taller, the wrinkles on his grandmother's face increased. When he writes about his relatives, he always writes about his grandmother. He writes that he wants to earn more money so that he can support his grandmother in the future. Every year on his birthday, his grandmother would buy him a big cake. He would put candles on it and make a sincere wish, hoping that his grandmother's hair would be darker, her wrinkles would be less, that she would stay forever young, and that she would see him get married. The cake wish did not come true. He had just entered college and had not had time to earn money to support her before his grandmother passed away. From then on, the watermelon he ate no longer had the flavor of garlic. Every year, we no longer eat dumplings with coins in them. No one would share 2 chicken legs with him, and no one would wait at the door for him to return home safely. The love that I can never repay is Grandma's love, and the favor that I can never pay back is Grandma's kindness. Grandma said that after people die, they will become stars in the sky, and no matter how lonely a person is, there will always be someone to accompany him. One night, he missed his grandma so much that he stood on the rooftop of the hospital and stretched out his hand to try to reach the star. There were so many stars in the sky, but which one was his grandma? Why William returned to the banker was because of his grandmother. When his grandmother was alive, she often told him the love story between her and his grandfather. The couple started a business together. The Zhuang Group was built by Mr. Zhuang alone. Although he had money, his health was ruined. So she often taught William that health is the most important. But he forgot about this instruction after he returned to the Zhuang family. He kept thinking that the Zhuang Group was built by his grandparents, and he didn't want to see the company destroyed in front of him. So he followed his grandfather's path and died of stomach cancer. When the grandmother down there found out about this, she was so worried that she couldn't believe it. She had worked so hard to raise her grandson to be healthy, but as soon as she left, he became the little 6-year-old boy again. Cheyenne, I didn't know so many things happened back then. It was not my intention to break up with you. I wanted to explain to you, but you had blocked me and deleted me. When I returned to the town, you had moved away, and I couldn't find you. She tried her best to explain like a death row prisoner, grasping at the last chance of survival. Perhaps she thought of the kind old lady who would stuff all kinds of food in her pocket every time she saw her. Jiang Ning's eyes became red and filled with tears. Of course, she couldn't find him, because he had already returned to the banker at that time. William stared at Jiang Ning's eyes for a while and said, "I don't know what happened to you, and you don't know what I went through, so let's just say we're even." The tea in the cup had been finished. William poured 2 glasses of water, stopping when they were 8/10 full. He pushed the clean glass of water towards Jiang Ning. "Drinking too much cold water is not good. Drink some hot water." Jiang Ning has had bad teeth since she was a child. She only drinks water at room temperature. Adding ice will cause toothache. Honey, grapefruit, low sugar, and ice drink is not her favorite, but his. "You know the cold and warmth yourself, Jiang Ning. You should let it go." William stood up. "I'll go out for some fresh air. You eat slowly." As soon as William left, Jiang Ning could no longer control her tears. In order to hide her tears, she picked up her chopsticks and ate the chili peppers on the plate in big mouthfuls. The chili peppers stung her entire mouth, and her throat was burning. She coughed and swallowed as her tears slid down and mixed with the chili peppers in her mouth. They were salty, spicy, and astringent. She clutched a tissue to wipe her tears and nose, and her face turned red. There was a song playing in the milk tea shop next door, and the sound came over. In those fleeting years, how many times did we say goodbye and then delay? It's a pity that everyone has it. Love is not an eloquent expression of the 7 emotions. In those hurried years, we made promises that were difficult to keep, and now we can only wait for others to fulfill them. If the past is still worth cherishing, don't let go of it too quickly. Who is willing to be without any attachment or connection to each other? We owe each other. Otherwise, how can we cherish each other's memory? If I can't have red eyes when we meet again, can I still have a red face? Just like the beautiful rumor that was hastily engraved that year about being together forever. Jiang Ning cried as she listened. She mechanically stuffed chili peppers into her mouth. She did not stop even when her stomach ached. She ate most of the whole plate of chili peppers in a flash. Tears fell from her eyes due to the spiciness. As a public artist, her every move will be magnified and commented on. She has to wear a mask at all times to maintain her image and cannot reveal too much emotion. Therefore, even crying in pain has to be concealed with chili peppers. Hearing the sobbing sound, everyone around looked over, and the staff hurried forward to care about Jiang Ning. "Teacher Jiang, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay." Jiang Ning choked up. "The peppers are too spicy. They made me cry. I'll be fine after I take it easy." Her lips were swollen and red from the spiciness. She held up her head and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm really fine. You don't have to worry about me." The staff were relieved only after hearing her explain many times that everything was fine. "Teacher Jiang, if you can't handle spicy food, don't eat it. Your body is your own. Don't damage it." "I understand." Jiang Ning wiped her tears randomly. Her eyes were sore and swollen, and her vision was blurry. She recalled the day she broke up with William. She was filming a crying scene. She started crying before the director called out start. She cried for a full 20 minutes. She didn't stop even when the director called out cut. Everyone in the crew came to comfort her. The director said she was too dedicated and was so immersed in the role that she couldn't get out. But in fact, she was just not into the role. William is her favorite person, her youth, and the goal she insists on. How can she bear to break up with him? The way she cried from eating spicy peppers attracted a lot of attention. A fan saw her and hesitated for a long time before mustering up the courage to come forward and said, "Jiang Ning, I've been your fan for 5 years. Can I have an autograph?" Jiang Ning didn't say anything. He reached out to take the paper and pen from her hand and watched her sign. The fan started talking to her about what had happened recently. "Ning Ning, are you going on a date with William today?" Jiang Ning's hands trembled. "Yes." The fan looked around and asked, "Why don't I see him?" Jiang Ning said softly, "He went out to buy something after dinner." Fans were indignant. "Is that so? Then when will he come back?" "A friend of mine is his fan and has been feeling really bad for him lately. What a hard life he had before. His mother is a mentally ill person who abused him and made him depressed. His father didn't care about him either. How can parents be like this?" Not only did they drive their own son away, they also spread rumors that he was disobedient and disobedient. Now they want to adopt Gu Qian as their godson and give his property to an outsider. It's really disgusting. Chapter 87, The Dragon Slayer, is finally killed by the dragon. The pen in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. As the fan was about to bend down to pick it up, Jiang Ning grabbed her arm. "What did you say just now?" What about being abused by your family and becoming depressed? And the thing about being a godson before the banker took you in, when did that happen? Jiang Ning's eyes were already red from crying, and now when he opened his eyes wide, one could clearly see the bloodshot in his eyes. The fan was startled by her action, then looked at Jiang Ning's hand that was holding her arm, and asked dazedly, "Such a big thing. It's all trending on the internet, don't you know?" She suddenly thought of something and said, "I forgot. You can't look at your phone when you're recording the show." The fan told Jiang Ning what had happened recently on the internet. Facing her idol, she found it difficult to suppress her emotions. Worried that she had not explained it clearly enough, she quickly took out her phone and showed Jiang Ning the video of the 110 people clarifying the matter for William. From these people's words, Jiang Ning learned about William's past. She also knew some things, such as the boy in junior high school who was full of vigor and threw the paper airplane in his hand into the distance. He was a boy who could amaze many people during his school days. He was brave, kind, and just spoke up for the weak and fought back against bullies. When faced with the teacher's rebuke, he cleared his throat and said loudly, "Teacher, if fighting back against bullies is wrong, then I will never repent." William, 18, was the best boy, but everything changed after he went to college. He became silent and taciturn, like a walking corpse. He withdrew all the light from his body, just like a hedgehog pulling out its thorns. University doctor, who claims to be William in the hot comments. He said that William fainted several times in school. When he was examined, his body was covered with wounds. At first, he was thought to have been injured in a fight outside. In addition, William often got stomach medicine and painkillers from him. He must have a serious stomach problem. An anonymous psychologist also said that William had seen a psychologist many times and suffered from severe depression, stress-related psychological disorders, and avoidant personality. During the illness, he would fantasize about someone loving him. The nanny who worked in the bookmaker said that William's mother did not love him at home. She was a lunatic who only knew how to roar at people and curse William with the most sharp and vicious words. She would beat him to vent her anger and enjoy mental torture. The appearance of William was like adding a spice to their lives. As for William's father, he took his son back 11 years later, not because he loved him. He watched coldly and treated William as a medicine to cure Tang Jing's mental illness. When the effect of the medicine wore off, he threw him aside like garbage. This was William's life after returning to the Zhuang family. Despair and depression gradually turned the bright-eyed boy into a devastated place, like a silent, lonely grave in the dark night. The boy who once saved her, but no one saved him. Jiang Ning thought that Zhuang Zhongming appeared to bring William back to live a good life. He was a rich young man with a family fortune of hundreds of millions. People are born different. Some are mediocre, while others are outstanding. It is said that all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. William and she are not from the same world. He will go back to being his second-generation rich self, enjoying the best resources and education, and will not have to worry about not finding a good job after graduation, because after graduation, he will take over the family business assets and be worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Look at the bankrupt internet celebrity supermarket in the county center. Ordinary people would not be able to buy it in several lifetimes, and even renting a store is very difficult. But there are only a few such internet celebrity supermarkets in Chengdu, not to mention other industrial chains and investment projects. This is the life that many people dream of, but why did William become like this after he returned? He became the unlucky guy she imagined, with no one loving him or caring for him. Now that he had money, he seemed to have lost everything. Jiang Ning stared at the plates of red peppers in front of him, his eyelashes trembling, and as soon as he closed his eyes, a line of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. It turns out that William really can't eat chili peppers. He really has a bad stomach, not that he wants to distance himself from her or cut off ties with her. On the contrary, she knew nothing and thought that he still liked to eat spicy food like before, so she ordered several plates at once. She was even complacent, thinking that she was the one who knew William the best. In fact, she was the one who knew him the least. In order to sign the agreement with the company and win awards these years, she immersed herself in her own world, thinking that if time stopped, everything would be the same. She missed William for 5 years. During those 5 years, William was tortured by his family members and even had a hard time living. Why did she think that William and Sophia could get back together after they broke off their engagement? Jiang Xiaoning, in this world, no matter how you live, there will always be people who talk behind your back. Don't take their words to heart. Don't listen to them. Just be yourself. Eat what you want to eat. Meet the people you want to meet. Do what you like to do. As long as you are happy and have a clear conscience, that's enough. I like your mother very much. The food she cooks is delicious. She speaks gently, and she is self-reliant. I don't believe she is a murderer. If anyone talks nonsense, I will fight back for you. Jiang Xiaoning, are you a punching bag? No, you are a little crybaby. Jiang Xiaoning, don't cry. There's a new fried rice noodle shop near the school. Let's go and eat. I heard it's very spicy. Save some tears and wait for them to cry. Tears rolled down her face unconsciously, more and more. She covered her mouth and cried until she couldn't breathe. Her body swayed, and she almost fell down. Fans hurriedly supported her, not understanding why Jiang Ning reacted so strongly. Jiang Ning returned the phone to her, his voice hoarse with tears. Thank you for telling me this. Thank you. The fan looked anxious and worried. Ning, are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Ning pulled her lips, but the smile on her face was uglier than crying. She handed the autographed photo to the fan. The fan left with the autographed photo. I will cherish it. Ning, keep going. We are all waiting for you to come back to film. The fans will always love you. William could have loved her forever, couldn't he? The only remedy she could do now was thinking about it. She glanced at the live camera. At this moment, William had no idea what happened in the restaurant. After he went out, he took a walk around the area. There were not only food, but also various jewelry stores around here. The prices were cheap and suitable for students. There was also a shopping mall not far away where you could skate, watch movies, and do handicrafts. In short, it was very suitable for a date. William was followed by a photographer, and less than 20 minutes later, the photographer received a call. William, when are you coming back? Let's go back now. After being out for such a long time, Jiang Ning should have finished his meal and calmed down. The photographer said in a negotiating tone, Jiang Ning is not in a good mood. She started crying after you left. If you can't comfort her when you go back. We are recording a show after all. We are only halfway through today. Don't mess it up. Yeah, okay. William agreed quickly. It's not easy for workers, so he would cooperate. Chapter 88, Never Forgetting, No Response. When William returned, he found that no one was left at the seat. Where did Jiang Ning go? There was only one staff member sitting there looking at his phone. William went over and asked, Where's Jiang Ning? Teacher Jiang took them out and said he was going to buy some things and do some errands. Did she say when she would be back? No, it shouldn't take much time, right? If it doesn't work, we can call her. Mr. Zhuang, do you want to go find her? Since she has to go do something, I'll wait for her here. William sat down. There were not many people in the store at this time, so he would not disturb others' meals. After William sat down, he poured himself a cup of tea and glanced at the table casually. There was not much left of the 4 salty dishes he had ordered, even the chili peppers. William teased the staff. You guys can really handle spicy food. The staff member said, Teacher Jiang ate the peppers and cried because of the spiciness. At this point, he leaned over to William and whispered, I was a little far away from Teacher Jiang at the time. I saw a fan asking for an autograph, so I took out my phone and said something to her. After a while, I saw her crying loudly. She was crying so sadly. When she comes back later, comfort her. After all, you two are dating today. Fortunately, they were having dinner at the time, and there was no live broadcast. Otherwise, who knows what netizens would think after seeing Jiang Ning crying like that. William paused and looked at the peppers on the table. Jiang Ning seldom eats spicy food. There is a fried rice noodle shop in front of his high school. Every time he goes there, he orders the spiciest dish, while Jiang Ning can only eat mildly spicy food. When something spicy tastes good, she would cry and wipe her nose. She didn't want to eat spicy food in front of him, saying that it would make her look bad, and she was afraid that he would laugh at her. These things happened a long time ago for him. When a man in his 50s recalls that time, it is like tasting a glass of plain water, tasteless, but if you savor it carefully, it can be sweet. William picked up the tea in front of him and looked at the street outside. Pairs of students passed by the store, holding milk tea in their hands, carrying bags and talking and laughing. They were really at the best age. At this time, Jiang Ning came to a quiet and deserted place, and she asked the photographer to turn on a live camera. After she explained to the director what she was going to do, they gave her the phone. She opened her live broadcast room and looked at the comments. Ning Ning finally saw you, my sweetheart, my baby. Do you know how much I missed you during the few minutes you were eating? Why are Ning Ning's eyes so red? Is she crying because of the spicy pepper? Are you happy dating William? I am very optimistic about you two now. Qingmei stocks are going up. Our Magma CP will get a big score. Why do I feel like Ningning is watching us? Why is there no one in this live broadcast environment? It's so quiet. Ningning is holding her phone and looking at the comments we posted. Jiangning raised his head and faced the camera and said, "Yes, I am watching the comments you guys posted. This is my first time in my own live broadcast room. I didn't expect to have so many viewers and fans." Ningning and I had a conversation across the air. "Ningning, can you tell me about your relationship with William? And what happened between you two in the past? I saw something about William on the internet recently, and I don't know if it's true or not. I feel sorry for him." Jiang Ning saw this comment at a glance. Thinking of the video she watched at noon, her eyes felt hot again. She tried her best to maintain her facial expression and spoke to the camera with a smile. "Today I want to tell you what happened between me and William. I met William when I was 7 years old. William at that time was nothing like he is now. He was skinny and had yellow hair. But I was not much better. When we stood together, the adults always teased us that we looked like two skinny monkeys and had no nutrition. William was raised by his grandmother. He had never seen his parents until he was 18 years old. So for a long time, I thought his parents were dead. Otherwise, how could they ignore him for 11 years? William and I are childhood sweethearts. He helped me. No, it should be saved. He saved me many times. If it weren't for him, there might not be Jiang Ning today. So I hope that the people who love me can also love him." When talking about the past, Jiang Ning inevitably showed a nostalgic expression. At this moment, she was gentle, like the breeze in summer, calming the restlessness. She smiled faintly and talked about how William protected her and fought for her, and how he took her to the amusement park to stop her from crying. The audience in the live broadcast room were drawn into that young and hazy love by her words. Passing small notes. The 38th parallel that appears from time to time, rubber bands on wrists, names hidden in erasers, secretly checking the compatibility of two people's zodiac signs, and calculating fate with the strokes of the names. He helped her wipe the blackboard, always left the garbage at the end for them to take out together, and listen to a song together with headphones in the library. An unintentional touch, a cautious test, and a quick look away after their gazes met. But she was always looking for him in the crowd, liked watching him play, wanted to be closest to him, and watched him contentedly finish the century egg and lean meat porridge she made. There was a sudden power outage, and he didn't go to check the power source but stayed by her side to protect her. It was dark on the way home, and he would tell jokes to dispel her fears. He even remembered her menstrual period and would watch her and not allow her to drink cold water. It was great to have him in my youth. My family runs a snack shop, and he would help us set up the stall at night. You don't know how handsome William was at that time. He was the most handsome boy in our school. Many girls liked him and want to watch him play. He is still very handsome now. Good memories are always unforgettable. It is said that if you keep thinking about them, there will be a response. But the reality is that you can't see them even if you want them, and you can't get the love you want. We meet with blushing faces and end with red eyes. How romantic. William is so gentle. I want to cry. How could his parents be so cruel to such a good person? I finally understand why Jiang Ning likes William. If it were me, I would like him too. It is worth it to meet such a wonderful person in adolescence. William. So Ningning has talked to William. Jiang Ning took a long breath and exhaled. She blinked her dry eyes and tried hard to hold back her tears. Well, William and I were in a relationship, but we broke up because of me. I am sorry for him. After the college entrance examination, we agreed to apply to the same university, but I changed my choice when filling out my application form and kept it a secret from him until he received the admission letter. He didn't blame me, nor did he break up with me. Why did you change your major? Why did you break your agreement? What happened in between? Wait, let me calculate the time. After the college entrance examination, did you become an actor? Giving up love for career is also realistic, but it is unfair to the other party. Jiang Ning didn't read the comments. She continued to talk to the camera. A lot of bad things happened during that time. William's father came to me and asked me to break up with him. At the age of 18, I was cowardly and incompetent and didn't dare to fight for it. I was not firm enough in that relationship. The strong sense of gap made me choose to take the shortcut of being an actor, but there are no shortcuts in this world. If you gain something, you lose something. I lost him. I was the one who proposed the breakup. I left him behind for the second time for my career. That period was the hardest time for William. Just like what was said online, William was abused by his parents when he was 5 years old. He was not picked up by his grandmother until he was 6. After his grandmother died, he was taken home at the age of 19. But what awaited him was not the love of his parents, but even more cruel abuse than before. They slandered and spread rumors about him for their own benefit, ignored his requests for help, and trampled on his dignity. People like them are not worthy of being parents at all. Chapter 89. 24-year-old Jiang Ning can give up her acting career for William. After saying this, my cell phone vibrated. It was a call from my agent Li Lan. Jiang Ning hung up the call directly. After a moment, text messages popped up one after another. Jiang Ning, do you want to ruin your career? What does William's matter have to do with you? Do you need to speak for him? William has a big boss behind him to help clarify the matter, and there are also big bosses helping him fight the lawsuit. Why are you getting involved? Can you please give me some peace of mind? I'm almost mad at you. I have so many things to do every day. Can't you think about me? Do you know how much trouble these words you said in the live broadcast room will bring us? The company has trained you wholeheartedly over the years, and this is how you repay me. William will thank you for all you have done. He might even blame you for being an afterthought. Your actions won't move anyone but yourself. Is it worth it for a man? I'm telling you, not only have you lost your career, you can't even get William back. You're left with nothing. Are you satisfied? Jiang Ning's agent kept bombarding her with text messages, and from these texts, one could tell how angry and devastated she was. After waking up from a nap, I found that the sky had fallen. Anyone would have collapsed. As an actor with 80 million fans, the slightest mistake will be magnified infinitely. Jiang Ning did not explain much and frankly admitted that she was the one at fault in this relationship. Now that she is successful in her career, she wants to win William back. But it is not so easy to have both. Where were you when William needed you the most? Therefore, many netizens did not buy her story. The number of Jiang Ning's fans is dropping rapidly. In just a short period of time, he lost 1 million fans, and these are all active fans. Some people rebuked her, while others spoke well of her. Jiang Ning was too young at the age of 18 and was easily disturbed by the outside world. He did not dare to fight for it without bargaining chips and was easily sewn apart. Now she is bravely standing up for William at the risk of ruining her future, which can be regarded as making up for her mistake in the past. Some people hope that William and Jiang Ning can reconcile on the show, while others think that if they missed it, it's a miss, which proves that the two are not destined to be together, and they can still be friends even if they are not together. In the final analysis, the one who was wrong was Zhuang Zhongming because he was not a human being. Maybe at another time, they would be the most suitable. Jiang Ning's expression in the live broadcast was still relaxed, but her eyes were redder than before. She continued to speak to the camera. I've said so much to you today in the live broadcast room just to tell you that William is very good. I often wonder if I could go back to being 18. I want to say to 18-year-old Jiang Ning, please trust William. Stay with him and don't let him get hurt. From elementary school to high school, he protected you and made you feel loved. You must be brave enough to love him and don't give up communicating with him just because of what an outsider says. 18-year-old Jiang Ning, you must protect William, protect him, take good care of his body, and don't let him get stomach problems. What he likes most is to visit restaurants and eat all kinds of delicious food. Speaking of this, tears welled up in Jiang Ning's eyes. Finally, I apologize to you for being so self-righteous. I'm sorry, William. And Jiang Ning covered her heart and choked up. I love you. At this moment, his heart felt like it was twisted into a knot. Jiang Ning endured the pain and cried inconsolably. The camera turned and saw Jiang Ning slumped on the ground. She covered her chest as if she was suffocating and curled up. Her trembling body showed how much pain she was in. She cried silently, with only slight sobbing sounds coming from her nose. She suddenly realized that the most painful thing was not heading towards a tragic ending, but knowing in advance that the ending would be terrible, but being able to watch helplessly. What Jiang Ning said in the live broadcast room directly became a hot topic. I originally thought that Jiang Ning was a career-minded fan, but when I looked back, I found that he was a love-minded fan. You entered the entertainment industry to make money in order to be worthy of William. But why were you the one who broke up with him in the end? It's been so many years since we broke up. What else can't you let go of? From another perspective, Jiang Ning's single persona when he just debuted also deceived his fans. So it is normal for fans to feel dissatisfied now. In the coffee shop, Lu Yan put 4 pieces of sugar in the coffee, but it still tasted bitter, so she threw 2 more in. She was stirring the coffee, and Ling Xian opposite her was opening and closing his mouth as if he was saying something. Lu Yan nodded in agreement from time to time, seemingly listening very seriously, But in fact, her mind had already flown away to who knows where else. She was thinking about William, and she didn't know how his date with Jiang Ning was going, or whether he was thinking about her. Luyan took out a pocket watch from her pocket, opened it, and saw that it was not yet 13 o'clock. Why did time go so slowly? When would it be 17 o'clock when she could go home? Will William call her in advance? She was quite confident before leaving, but after so much time had passed, she couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. At this time, the waiter brought a bouquet of roses, which was a surprise prepared by Ling Xian in advance. The red petals slightly caught Lu Yan's attention. She came back to her senses and looked at the rose handed to her. Flowers go with beauties. These are flowers for you. Do you like them? Ling Xian, on the other hand, was impeccable on dates. Young people know how to stir up trouble, say romantic words, and secretly prepare roses to please girls. It was a pity that he met Lu Yan. Lu Yan glanced at him and smiled. I prefer carnations to roses. Aren't carnations meant for mothers? What does Lu Yan mean? William, in the beginning, he still held out a glimmer of hope. After all, compared to William, he was not bad. What if Lu Yan liked him in the end? Seeing that Ling Xian didn't take the flowers away, Lu Yan raised her fingertips and pushed the flowers away with disgust. Ling Xian took it back awkwardly. I thought girls all like roses. Look at the person. Look at the person who is sending it. Lu Yan picked up the coffee in front of her and took a sip. Don't give me roses. I'm afraid someone will misunderstand me. He almost said William's name. Ling Xian's mouth twitched. If the camera wasn't facing them, he would have wanted to ask her in person whether she was dating William. At this time, the girl sitting at the table in front took out her mobile phone and clicked on a video. Lu Yan looked over out of boredom. She had good eyesight and could see clearly that the person in the video was Jiang Ning. Her originally relaxed expression suddenly became serious. She pricked up her ears and just happened to hear Jiang Ning say, William, I love you. Lu Yan half closed his eyes, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. She held out her hand. Give me the phone. The staff member next to her took out Lu Yan's cell phone without hesitation and quickly put it in her hand. Chapter 90. 24-year-old Jiang Ning did what he didn't dare to do at 18. Ling Xian on the opposite side was completely stunned. The program team stipulates that mobile phones cannot be used during the recording process unless there is an emergency call, and after answering the call, they must be handed over to the staff for safekeeping immediately. The director did this because he was worried that they would peak and affect the recording effect. But they will still bring it secretly, but they will just look at it secretly and will never take it out openly. As soon as Lu Yan stretched out her hand, the staff handed the phone to her, and their attitude was extremely respectful. Ling Xian stole a glance at the camera and saw that the photographer had already turned the camera around. The hot searches about her and William all over the screen when she opened Weibo. The video was too long and she was too lazy to watch it, but she roughly guessed what it was from the comments and topics. She had known about Jiang Ning and William for a long time. They were childhood sweethearts and each other's first love. It was an innocent and unforgettable relationship during adolescence. Jiang Ning was the person who knew William best, except for his grandmother. Jiang Ning's career is there, and she has a huge number of passersby and fans. What she says will be more useful than those people she finds. But precisely because of her profession, she cannot speak out easily, because it concerns her team, the company behind her, and the interests involved, and any carelessness can lead to ruin. At this moment, we can see some results. Some fans think they have been deceived and not only stop following her, but also abuse her on Weibo. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had enough fans who were powerful enough, and they quickly organized the fans to control comments and block people. Her public relations team was also smart. In order to divert public attention, they dug up the dealer again and flogged him. Don't underestimate the influence of a movie queen. Now the comment section of the Zhuang group has been completely occupied by these fans, who have scolded them so much that they have to close private messages and comment sections. But this is not the end yet. The industries under the Zhuang group, such as those internet celebrity supermarkets, are often returned in large quantities after fans purchase goods online. They cannot handle big things, but they can handle a lot of small things. Small things accumulate into big ones, and no company, no matter how big, can withstand it, not to mention that Zhuang has been on a downward trend in recent years. After the online and offline operations, if the pace continues, these supermarkets will have to close within a month. At the age of 24, Jiang Ning crossed classes and entered the world of the rich. With capital and ability, she could confidently tell Zhuang Zhongming, I am worthy of William. She can fight back and bring crisis to Zhuang's company. Her few words can directly affect the market value of Zhuang's company and bring endless troubles. At the age of 24, Jiang Ning has done what she wanted to do, but couldn't do at the age of 18. But at the age of 24, she can't go back. Lu Yin didn't take Jiang Ning seriously. She thought that Jiang Ning was an ex-boyfriend whom she had broken up with for 5 years, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But now she had to admit that as a love rival, she barely qualified. Does Jiang Ning think that he can win back William as hard in this way? Impossible. When he was with Sophia, William completely let her go. Lu Yin finished her half cup of coffee, handed her phone to the staff behind her, and stood up. If there is nothing else to do in the afternoon, let's go back early. There are not many people watching the live broadcast room anyway, and the morning time is enough for the program crew to edit the main film later. I have other appointments scheduled this afternoon. Do you really want to go back? Lu Yin looked at him coldly. Ling Xian stopped abruptly, inexplicably feeling a hint of murderous intent, and he knew that he and Lu Yin had incompatible auras. The last time he dated Jiang Ning, although the other party didn't like him, she at least pretended to be nice to him to maintain his dignity. Lu Yin simply disdains to pretend, and even disdains to lie to save face. Ling Xian smiled awkwardly. Do you have work this afternoon? I just saw you looking at your phone for a long time. Lu Yin was in a bad mood. No, I just felt bored after coming out and wanted to go back and rest. All right. Lu Yin had an aura of intimidation that could not be ignored and a strong sense of oppression, which made Ling Xian unable to refute and could only obey. On the way back, Lu Yin sat in the back seat and Ling Xian drove in the front. For some reason, she had the illusion that she was driving for her boss. Lu Yin leaned against the window, listening to the assistant's work report with headphones on. She received the latest news this morning that Xia Qingshan was raising funds to buy the land in Xiqing. The assessment of the Xiqing project is high risk, and there are big problems with the project. It seems very valuable at first glance, but in fact, according to the policies to be introduced later, it will only become a useless wasteland. Only the top leaders know the inside information, and there are very few of them. Xia Qingshan's status cannot reach that level, so he does not know it. Xia Qingshan not only wanted to take the project, he also planned to bid for the land, fearing that if he was a step slower, it would be snatched away by others. He therefore raised a lot of cash for this purpose, hoping to make a fortune from this project. It was worth it for her to spend so much time and energy to deliberately arrange someone to guide. As for Zhuang Zhongming, the private detective sent her a text message saying that Zhuang Zhongming was recently hospitalized and his condition seemed very serious, but the cause of the illness could not be found. I felt a little better today, but after taking a look at my phone, I felt dizzy again. As for Tang Jing, she was locked up at home and there was no news from her. Gu Qian stayed with Zhuang Zhongming in the hospital for a day and then passed away. Now he is rushing here with Sophia. Lu Yin remembered that the director mentioned last week that there would be 2 flying guests joining, and after a long time, it turned out to be them. Judging from the departure time, they will arrive tonight. The director really didn't reveal any news at all. Did he want to give her a surprise? It was indeed a surprise, and she was even a little impatient to meet her niece. The other side. It took Jiang Ning nearly half an hour to calm down. She washed her face with cold water, removed her makeup, and then used powder to cover her red eyes to make her look less haggard. She said to the staff following her, "Don't tell William about my live broadcast just now." The staff didn't understand, but they respected it. But the matter was so serious that even if they didn't say it, William would hear it from others. William didn't know what was going on at this time. After waiting for Jiang Ning in the restaurant for half an hour, he went to the milk tea shop next door, ordered a cup of hot drink, and sat in the shop with the air conditioning on to continue waiting. While he was waiting, he was stared at from time to time, but he didn't take it seriously. Just as the staff was hesitating whether to call Jiang Ning to urge her, Jiang Ning came back. The redness on the skin can be covered up with powder, but the redness in the eyes cannot be concealed. You can tell at a glance that she has been crying. You've been waiting for a long time. Let's go to the next place. Jiang Ning smiled calmly, as if nothing had happened. She led the way as if nothing had happened, saying as she walked, "I just saw a lot of handicraft shops over there. They seem quite interesting. We can do some handicrafts in the afternoon, or go to the mall to watch a movie. We can also eat something nearby in the afternoon. Let's not eat spicy food at night. It's not good for the stomach." William had a lot of words to say to comfort her, but he didn't know where to start. Along the way, the atmosphere fell into a strange state, as if the two people knew everything and pretended to be at peace in order to maintain superficial harmony. Chapter 91. Love is shit. I won't have dinner. I want to go back early this afternoon. Jiang Ning was silent for a while, without asking any more questions, and just said okay. When passing by a doll shop, Jiang Ning suddenly stopped. She looked at a rabbit doll on the shelf and pulled William's sleeve. William, can you give me a rabbit? What rabbit? William looked back and saw a lop-eared rabbit wearing a JK shirt, which looked quite similar to Jiang Ning. Of course. It can be seen that Jiang Ning likes this rabbit very much. He holds it in his arms and can't let it go, with a faint smile on his face. William stared at her for a while and asked, "Do girls like stuffed toys like this?" "I don't know, but I like it very much, and it's a gift from you." The boss promoted the product. Girls generally can't resist cute and beautiful things. A doll of this size can be hugged while sleeping at night or placed on the bedside as a decoration. William looked at the price, and it was only 200 or 300 yuan, which was not expensive. William seemed to be suddenly interested. He walked into the store and looked at the various dolls displayed on the wall. Finally, his eyes fixed on a white and pink fox. "Boss, please take that fox down for me to see." "Good." The fox was placed on the top floor, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find it, so the boss took it down using a clothesline. The little fox was teetering in midair and was about to fall, so William reached out and caught it. Jiang Ning, who was standing aside, looked at the fox in William's hand, and the figure of Lu Yin emerged in his mind. Like the fox, she had a mole at the end of her eye. William was also staring at the mole and touched it with his hand. Jiang Ning tightened his grip around the rabbit. William put them down with satisfaction. "Boss, I want to buy these two together." "How much?" The total price of the two dolls was 500 yuan. After the boss gave me a discount and rounded off the price, so there was still 6,000 yuan left. William held the bag and asked Jiang Ning, "Is there any place you want to go?" Jiang Ning shook his head. "Go wherever you want to go. I'll follow you." William went directly to the shopping mall he had visited before, budgeted a bit, and bought a necklace for $4,000, and then went to a bakery to make a cake. Jiang Ning followed him quietly throughout the journey, because he had already guessed who he would give it to, so he didn't ask any more questions. She pinched the rabbit's ears and thought that she was already very satisfied today. While William was making the cake, his agent called again. Jiang Ning answered the phone. "Sister Lan, I'm sorry. Her agent Li Lan has been very kind to her. If she hadn't secured resources for her over the years, she wouldn't be where she is today. She feels sorry for her for doing the live broadcast without discussing it with her in advance." The agent swallowed the curse that was about to come out of his mouth and sighed with some regret. "Don't record this variety show. Pack up and come back." "Okay, I understand." The agent was surprised. "I asked you to come back, so you came back. Are you willing to do that?" William from afar. He looked very focused while making the cake, which attracted a lot of people. 3 meters away from him, passers-by formed a circle and took pictures of him with their mobile phones. William has never lacked suitors. Among those who like him, she is just one of them, and the least qualified one at that. Jiang Ning lowered his eyes. "So, what if I'm reluctant? He doesn't like me." "Agent, if you tell him that I forced you to break up with him, isn't it a betrayal if you use hardship as an excuse?" Jiang Ning laughed out loud. It was not a bitter laugh, but a relieved laugh. Besides, maybe he already has someone he likes now. William made mango lasagna, and you could tell at a glance that it wasn't made for her because she is allergic to mangoes. There's a good saying on the internet: all misfortunes are revealed by comparison. Perhaps never meeting each other again is the best reconciliation between her and William, and also their best ending. There is no need to resolve misunderstandings. They just need to live their own lives well. After the agent finished talking to Jiang Ning on the phone, there was silence for a long time. She pressed her aching temples and made herself a cup of coffee. For companies, artists are more like commodities, and the packaging of commodities is the artist's personality. The better the packaging, the more people will like them, and they can be sold at a better price. The first time Li Lan met Jiang Ning was in a costume drama, where Jiang Ning played a little beggar and was a member of an extra group with no lines. The thin body is hidden in the crowd and cannot be seen unless you look carefully. But when the director shouts "start," you can see her at a glance. Even if she becomes a background board and doesn't even have a shot, she will still play the role well with all her heart. She portrayed the beggar's suffering vividly. Even though her face was blackened, it couldn't hide her beautiful eyes. For the first time, she intuitively felt such a good eye acting. A beggar was numb from suffering, and when he saw hope, he couldn't help but rekindle hope. In the end, when the hope was shattered and he lost the desire to survive, his eyes were like 2 drops of thick ink, never to see the light again. Gold shines wherever it goes. so Li Lan decided to sign Jiang Ning immediately. The process of signing Jiang Ning was easy. After giving her a week to think about it, she agreed. Jiang Ning has good facial features and is beautiful, so she was born to do this job. On the day of signing the contract, Jiang Ning told her very bluntly that she wanted to be famous, to make a lot of money, and to change her life. Very good, she likes such ambitious people. She gave Jiang Ning a lot of preferential treatment in the contract. In her first film, she was asked to play the female lead in a campus idol drama. The character's appearance and personality seemed tailor-made for her. In order to make her famous, Li Lan developed a complete star-making plan. In addition to filming, there is also post-production marketing hype, and hyping up the CP is essential. Jiang Ning didn't agree with the CP hype at first, but after asking, she found out that she actually had a boyfriend. She discussed the pros and cons with Jiang Ning. Promoting CP is just a job, and it will be purified after the show is over. If you want to gain a firm foothold in the circle, you must have a strong fan group. Don't you want to change your fate quickly? This is the opportunity. She coaxed Jiang Ning to sign the contract. Jiang Ning's first drama as the female lead was a hit. She had more CP fans than active fans. She got a lot of business notices and endorsements by hyping up her CP. Jiang Ning also went from being an unknown artist to a third-tier artist. It was precisely because of this breakthrough that Jiang Ning became qualified to negotiate. She had only one request. She did not want to create any CP rumors. After careful consideration, the company agreed, but on the condition that the drama she starred in must achieve an S+ rating. If it fails to do so, she must obey the company's arrangements. Jiang Ning was 19 years old and was naive. She thought she could stay with her boyfriend until they got married. Li Lan has seen all kinds of people in the entertainment industry and knows one thing very well. Love means nothing. Young people like Jiang Ning simply cannot withstand the test of human nature. Chapter 92: Meeting the Right Person at the Wrong Time. No man can tolerate his girlfriend having an affair with another man, unless he doesn't love her. As early as when Jiang Ning and the male actor were hyped as a couple in her first drama, their love had changed, just like a newly rotten apple. You thought it was only a little rotten, but in fact, the bacteria had already spread all over it. Li Lan had advised Jiang Ning to break up and focus on her career. What did Jiang Ning say at that time? Oh, she said she wanted to enter the entertainment industry just for her boyfriend. The entertainment industry is a big melting pot that cannot accommodate pure love. Sure enough, after the second drama was released, Jiang Ning became an instant hit and became a popular young actress, just as she had expected when she first saw her. If Jiang Ning is not popular, who will be popular if God is rushing to feed him? But troubles followed, like when Jiang Ning was secretly meeting her boyfriend and was caught by paparazzi. How can she, whose persona is the first love goddess, fall in love? Jiang Ning, who debuted for a year, has yet to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. She needs the support of her fans, but for her fans, falling in love means ruining their reputation. Should I announce my relationship or break up with my boyfriend? Announcing a relationship will definitely lead to a collapse of fans, cancellation of business cooperation, and you may never have the chance to become a first-line star in this lifetime. There are too many examples of this kind. How many celebrities have lost themselves in love relationships? There is no shortage of newcomers in the entertainment industry. If you disappear today, someone will replace you the next day. Slowly, the people who like you will forget you. Announcing a relationship will not only affect your own career, but also your significant other. Jiang Ning's boyfriend is an amateur. Once the truth is made public, she will face a lot of troubles, being watched, insulted, and maybe even in danger. It will be impossible for her to return to a peaceful life. Jiang Ning, do you want him to be in danger? As long as you are in the entertainment industry, he will be mentioned because of you and will be looked at strangely. Your fans will attack him, your haters will scold him, and even curse his family. Do you really want to see him like this? Not only that, your career will also be affected. You could have changed your life and stood at the highest point, but now you are ruined. If you want to continue to be with him, the company can only support someone else, and your resources will be divided among others. It is both reality and coercion. Some paparazzi have no moral qualities at all. In order to find out who Jiang Ning's boyfriend is, they searched the area around Jiang Ning's home and even went to the school to inquire. Seeing that William S. information was about to be exposed, Jiang Ning finally chose to break up. She didn't even dare to call William, for fear that she would cry and be unable to speak clearly when she broke up with him, that she would regret it as soon as she opened her mouth, that she would make the wrong choice, and that she would hurt William. She turned back into a turtle, curled up in her shell. During that time, some extreme netizens believed the paparazzi's words, sent her horror pictures at night, and cursed her lover to die a miserable death. After watching her break up, Leland quickly threw her into another crew to prevent her from regretting and getting back together with her ex-boyfriend. The closed crew cut off from outside news. During that period, Jiang Ning took on one drama after another in a self-torturing manner, achieving a seamless connection with the crew for 365 days and filming all year round. There were professional martial artists available to do it for her, but she insisted on doing it herself and got beaten all over. Everyone in the crew praised her professionalism, but only Leland knew that she was using this method to atone for her sins. When her body hurt, her heart wouldn't hurt, and she wouldn't think about William anymore. During a fight scene, she was beaten to the point of vomiting blood due to a mistake. She injured her waist while hanging on wires, and she nearly died from a broken forearm during an explosion scene. Why does Jiang Ning work so hard? I lost William. Light lost its color. The whole world was empty, as if life had lost its meaning. She wasn't abusing herself. She was committing suicide. Leland finally couldn't stand it anymore, so she redrafted a contract and asked Jiang Ning to sign it. The agreement clearly stated that as long as she won the Grand Slam and became a Best Actress, the company would support her and William and would not stop her from dating. What Li Lanfang was thinking at the time was that no matter how talented Jiang Ning was, he was just a newcomer. There was a huge difference between acting in idol dramas and acting in movies. Not to mention winning the Grand Slam, there are many people who changed their careers and then went to make movies but did nothing, and after more than 10 or 20 years they haven't made a name for themselves. The title of Best Actress is difficult to obtain, let alone win the Grand Slam. By the time Jiang Ning gets the award, she will probably be 30 years old. At the age of 30, no one will care about her love life. By that time, she might even have forgotten who William is. Jiang Ning held the contract in his hands, as if he had grabbed the last straw. Leland kept a close eye on her and didn't allow her to look for William. In order to discourage her from loving love, she kept accepting notices for her, either filming a movie or shooting a commercial. She didn't even have time to rest and had no extra time to look for William. During this period, Leland also revealed to her that William had moved on early and had a girlfriend, a beautiful rich lady who was a good match for him. Based on her understanding of Jiang Ning would never do anything to interfere in other people's feelings. Unexpectedly, she actually said it's just a relationship, not marriage. I will wait for the day when he breaks up with me. She stubbornly believed that as long as the misunderstanding was resolved, she and William would be able to reconcile. At the beginning of this year, 24-year-old Jiang Ning won the Grand Slam and became a big movie queen, 6 years earlier than Leland expected. Jiang Ning was just about to go find William when she learned that he was getting engaged. At that moment, Jiang Ning seemed to be back to the day when she broke up with William at the age of 19. Leland was afraid that she would be depressed, so she stayed with her all the time. From the age of 18 to 24, Jiang Ning completed her transformation. She became strong, confident, steady, and mature. Leland recalled the day when she signed the agreement with Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning asked her, "By following you, can I change my life? I want to make a lot of money. I want fame and status. I want to be respected by others." She stood up, took her hand, and said, "Of course you can." Over the years, Jiang Ning has grown rapidly, from a weed into a towering tree, and has lived up to her fans. In today's live broadcast, Jiang Ning explained that she was the one who proposed the breakup first, but did not reveal these details. Everyone said that Jiang Ning betrayed William and let him down. "The first thing I do when I get ashore is to kill the person I love." The bitter taste of coffee spread in her mouth and lingered. Leland stood up, opened the window, and looked at the clouds in the sky. She took out her cell phone and posted the contract she had signed with Jiang Ning online. She also edited the details and described in detail what had happened to Jiang Ning over the years. Meeting the right person at the wrong time is destined to be a tragedy. There is no romantic reunion, only reminiscing about the past, and even holding hands and hugging become hurtful gestures. Chapter 93. Your bed looks very comfortable. While William was making the cake, he had to pay attention to the time. Before he knew it, it was 3:58. He quickly asked the staff for a cell phone and called Lu Yin as soon as he got it. "Lu Yin, I thought you were having so much fun on your date that you forgot to call me." "I haven't forgotten." And because of what Lu Yin said in the morning, he always remembered it and kept thinking about it. Lu Yin asked, "When will you go home?" Hearing the word go home, William's heart warmed up. I'll be home by 5:30 at the latest. Lu Yin suddenly stopped talking, and William wondered if she was unhappy. I was preparing a surprise and took some time. Where are you now? What he actually wanted to ask was, are you still dating Ling Xian? Ah, Lu Yin dragged out the words. She had intended to torture him, but she suddenly changed her mind. I'll wait for you at home. Come home early. Everyone else likes to call it the little house, but Lu Yin likes to call it home. William smiled, as if he hadn't been home for a long time. After hanging up the phone, William hurried to make the cake and finished it around 4:30. He didn't ask anyone for help throughout the whole process. Even the packaging was done by himself. I didn't expect you could bake cakes so well. Jiangning walked up with a glass of water and asked, would you like some water? I don't want to drink for now. William just wanted to pack up quickly and go back as soon as possible. Without even looking up, he said, there's a strawberry cake in the fridge. It's made for you. Jiangning asked with a trembling voice. You made this especially for me? You've been with me all afternoon, so I'll take this as a thank you. It was just an ordinary thank you gift without any other meaning. Jiangning understood the meaning. She said thank you and opened the refrigerator. The cake was not big, just the right size for her to eat by herself. She took a bite and it tasted sweet and sour, but she tasted a hint of bitterness. The air was filled with the sweet aroma of cake. William lowered his eyes and slowly put the finishing touches on his work. The light above his head cast a hazy shadow on his face. Jiangning felt that she could sit here and look at him forever and never get tired of him. William made a decoration with colored lights. After making sure the box was stable enough and would not fall apart, he picked it up and said, you can go back now. Jiangning also finished eating the cake. The bodyguard drove the car back. William opened the back door and did not put the cake in the trunk. Instead, he held it in his arms to prevent it from tipping over. Jiangning got in the car and sat next to William. Is the cake for Lu Yin? Is it her birthday today? Jiangning could guess that William was not surprised at all. After all, they had been together all day, and he did not deliberately hide it. She didn't want anyone else to know. Jiangning assured him, I won't tell anyone. Once they stopped talking, the atmosphere became weird. Jiangning looked out the window and said, Xiaoyan, do you like Lu Yin? Living his life over again, William actually doesn't take love very seriously. He just thinks it's better to be alone than to be with the wrong person. He can't follow the same path as in his previous life and just find someone to marry and live with. When he first joined the program, he wanted to just go through the motions, be a passerby, take the money and leave, but now his thoughts have changed a little. Just let it be. If you meet the right person, be brave and go for it. If not, it's not impossible to live alone for the rest of your life. Jiangning couldn't help but remind him, I always feel that Lu Yin is not as simple as she seems. She would rather learn about it in person than from others. Feel, see, listen, explore, slowly get to know a person from the outside, and this is also a kind of fun. Lu Yin is indeed not as simple as she seems. In William's opinion, she's like a mysterious treasure, waiting for you to slowly dig it out. I just want to remind you not to fall into it all at once. Be careful. William realized that his tone was a bit stiff, and then he said, thank you for your kindness. I know my limits. Jiangning had not known Lu Yin for long, so it was normal for him to be wary of Lu Yin. He is different. According to the time in his previous life, he has known Lu Yin for 20 or 30 years. Seeing William defending Lu Yin like this, it was impossible for her to not feel pain. She could only comfort herself that there is a term in psychology called desensitization stage, and once you get used to it, you won't feel the pain anymore. The other guests had already returned from their appointments, and William and Jiangning's group were the last to arrive. Jiangning got out of the car holding the stuffed rabbit. Is the fox you bought for Lu Yin? Do you need me to give it to her for you? Jiangning thought that since she and Lu Yin lived together, if William didn't want to attract attention, she could help him sell the property. William refused outright. No, she will be happier if I give it to her personally. The gift is important, but the process is equally important. William plans to put the cake and the stuffed fox in the car. The temperature has dropped sharply recently, with the temperature at night being 23 degrees Celsius, so there is no need to worry about the cake going bad if it is left in the car. When William returned to the cabin, the first person he saw was Lu Yin. The strange thing is that Lu Yin didn't wear the red dress she wore in the morning. I'm back. William raised his hand to show Lu Yin his watch. I'm not late. It's exactly 5:20 now. Lu Yin was originally sitting on a rattan chair. When she saw William coming back, she stood up and looked him up and down. The naked gaze seemed to strip him of his clothes, and she came to him. Where is my surprise? In the car. William paused. There are many people here now. I'll give it to you in the evening. In fact, compared with those material things, she likes William more as a person. If William were packed up and thrown on her bed, that would be the biggest surprise. Where will it be for me tonight? In your room. This made people think a lot. William didn't seem to understand her teasing and said seriously, "There's nothing good to see in my room. I'll take you outside when the time comes." Who said your room is not nice? I like it very much, especially the bed you decorated. It looks very comfortable. We can go outside. I will listen to your arrangements. Every day, she didn't see William. She wanted to make him blush. I'll wait for you to knock on my door tonight. After Lu Yin finished speaking, she curled her eyes, and the small mole at the corner of her eye seemed to be stained with a thin layer of powder. Lu Yin is like a 1,000-year-old fox, and if you are not careful, you will fall into the trap she sets. Obviously, she was not like this at the beginning. William wanted to correct her and asked her not to say such misleading words. Just as he was about to speak, and Shinrong ran over holding a clay pot and asked, "William, where did you and Jiangning go today? Why did you come back so late?" "I didn't go anywhere." And Shinrong held up the shit-colored ceramic jar in her hand and showed it off. "Look, what is this?" Without waiting for William to answer, and Shinrong said, "This is a can that Fong Chun and I made together. It's not worse than the ones you and Lu Yin made. Fong Chun and I not only made handicrafts, but also went to the aquarium together and watched animal shows. There are a lot of delicious food nearby. We ate while walking around and took a lot of photos with a Polaroid camera. I'll show you later." William reacted quickly. Wasn't this the place where he and Lu Yin had their first date, and the things they did? Chapter 94. Sophia is about to arrive at the battlefield. As Shinrong spoke, she secretly glanced at William's facial expression. "Do you care? Are you angry? Do you feel uncomfortable when you see her dating other men?" Fong Chin is very good. He takes great photos. He would squat down to find the right angle and make my legs look long and thin. He is also very careful and patient. He can remember something I just mentioned once. And more. William listened to her carefully, without any impatience on his face. And Shinrong instantly felt as if her enthusiasm had been thrown into ice water. She closed her open mouth and was silent for a while before asking, "William, what do you think of Fong Chen? Why are you asking me this?" And Shinrong hugged the clay pot tightly in her arms and said awkwardly, "Don't they say that men understand men better? I haven't known him as long as you have. You just went on a date with him today. Can't you feel what he is like? If you want to understand him, feel it with your heart. What you hear from others may not be true, and it is not fair to the other person. I don't want to understand him. I just want to see you." And Shinrong's face turned red with anxiety, and she almost said what was in her heart. She glared at William in anger. All the tactics of playing hard to get and moving closer and farther away were completely useless. William, this blockhead, actually advised her to try to understand Fong Chen. Does he really want him to be with someone else? After being angry, she became discouraged, just like a bloated balloon that suddenly wilts. And Shinrong, who was full of energy just now, suddenly felt a pain in her heart and felt depressed. Lu Yin on the side had a smile on her face, as if she was enjoying the show. There seemed to be a scornful smile on her face, as if she had seen through her inner thoughts. And Shinrong felt ashamed and like a clown. She held the clay jar tightly in her hands, her arms shaking as if she was about to crush the clay in her arms. "Nothing, I just think Fong Chun is not bad. At least he is better than you, stronger than you, more romantic than you, and understands women better than you." Lu Yin laughed out loud. "Since you think he is so good, just be with him. Anyway, our show is for dating. Choose Fong Chun. No one will compete with you. We will all support you. Who I'm with is none of your business." Lu Yin turned her head to look at William and said with sudden realization, "It's really none of our business, right, William? It's us, not me." Even though there is only one word difference, the meaning is completely different. William said, and in Shinrong's face turned pale instantly. She felt inexplicably aggrieved. Her nose felt sore, and her eyes suddenly turned red. And Shinrong is a tear-incontinent person. She is a bad person and likes to be sharp-tongued, but when it comes to a real argument, she can't win. When she scolds people, she is always superficial, but when others scold her, she always hits the mark. Seeing that William completely stood on Lu Yan's side and listened to her, and Shinrong could only try her best to hold back her tears. Why did he help Lu Yan so much? Doesn't he feel uncomfortable with Lu Yan's identity? She is Sophia's aunt. And Shinrong glared at Lu Yan in a very powerless manner. It would be too embarrassing to cry at this time. No matter what, she couldn't lose the momentum. If she wanted to compete with Lu Yin for the man, she couldn't be looked down upon by her. Lu Yin was too lazy to pay attention to Shinrong. Let's go to the kitchen and see what to eat tonight. Good. Bang. There was a sound of something breaking behind him. William looked back and saw that it was in Shinrong's clay pot that was broken. Lu Yin, don't worry about her. Let her clean up herself. William looked at Shinrong squatting on the ground, not knowing whether she was crying or cleaning up the mess. William couldn't help but think of what Fengshen reminded him yesterday. It's really not William's fault for being slow. After all, Shinrong spoke harshly and mocked him every time she saw him in her previous life. He married Sophia. She often urged Sophia to divorce him, even in front of him. With the stereotype of Shinrong from his previous life, William really couldn't understand why Shinrong, who always looked down on him, would like him. All I can say is that Shinrong's way of liking someone is quite unique, and most people really can't guess it. Lu Yin had a cold expression. Her opinion of Shinrong was that she was just a little brat and should go play somewhere else. Sophia is already on the way, and Shinrong claims to be Sophia's best friend. So will she dare to chase William in front of her best friend in the future? Lu Yin knew her niece very well. Anything that has passed through her hands, she will not give it to others, even if it is to be destroyed. If anyone dares to snatch it from her, she will turn against them. Jiang Ning and Ling Xian are cooking tonight. Jiang Ning's best skill is making porridge. Tonight he made yam and millet porridge, which is good for nourishing the stomach. While the porridge is cooking in the pot, you also need to prepare a few side dishes. With William and Lu Yin joining in, dinner was ready quickly. The program has been recorded for 20 days and they still don't have fixed seats, so every time they eat, they will see open and secret fighting. What the audience likes to watch most is the Shura scene. By the way, let me take a look and complain. As soon as William comes to the table, it's like Tang Monk entering the spider cave. Lu Yin could sit next to William every time. Instead of standing still, she preferred to take the initiative and directly call William to sit next to her. So in most cases, Jiang Ning and Shinrong were competing with each other. If they couldn't sit next to William, they would sit opposite him. But today, something changed. After Fengshen sat down, he took the initiative to call in Shinrong. Shinrong, come and sit next to me. And Shinrong first glanced at William, and then walked over when she saw that he didn't react. Fengshen curled the corners of his lips and served in Shinrong a bowl of porridge. The 6 people ate and chatted, and the most talked about topic was today's date, where they went and how they had fun. The most frequently asked question is William. When William answered, he was keenly aware that some people around him were looking at him strangely. Some seemed to be enjoying the show, while others looked at him with a mixture of pity and regret. Did something happen today that he didn't know about? William didn't go into details. Fengshen said, "We went to the Ocean Mansion today, which is where you and Lu Yin dated last time. Don't mention it. That place is really suitable for a date. Shinrong had a lot of fun today. If I had known this last time, I wouldn't have changed it." Ling Xian didn't want to talk about the topic of dating. Today he was either acting as a son or a driver. He could see that this program was specially prepared for William. Lu Yin and Jiang Ning came for William. As for Shinrong, she glanced at William no less than 50 times during the meal. Only Fengshen felt good about himself. Didn't he realize that he was living in William's shadow? You should know that the location for the second date was arranged by the female guest. And Shinrong chose any other place but the Ocean Mansion where William had been. After dinner, some washed the dishes, some washed up, and after the table was cleaned, Lu Yin washed her hands and returned to the room. She turned on the light and saw the plush rabbit on Jiang Ning's bed. Chapter 95, Lu Yin versus Jiang Ning. Looking at the plush rabbit on the bed that looked like Jiang Ning, Lu Yin's expression froze and her brows furrowed. Just then Jiang Ning came back from washing the dishes. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Lu Yin looking at the rabbit on her bed. Jiang Ning picked up the rabbit and asked, "William bought it for me. Does it look like me?" Even though she knew she was no longer qualified, she was still competitive and refused to admit defeat when facing Lu Yin. How could she let it go all of a sudden? William was the man she had liked for more than 10 years, and many of her first times in life were with him. Even after 5 years of separation, she still couldn't forget him and relied on memories to get through those torturous days. When I think that the person I love will hug someone else one day, and the person next to him or her is not you, the heartache I feel is indescribable. It seems that even an award-winning actress cannot hide her true emotions in reality. Lu Yin really wants to push her in front of the mirror and let her take a good look at the unwilling jealousy in her eyes. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and walked towards her with a smile. Then may I ask, did he give it to you on his own initiative? If not, it's just charity, and I wouldn't want it if it were me. Jiang Ning's already pale face suddenly seemed to lose all its color. She hugged the rabbit tightly in her arms, as if only in this way could she keep her body warm. You're right. This is what I asked him for, but I don't think it's cheap. Jiang Ning put the rabbit back in its place and began to organize the things she brought. Lu Yin watched her packing her suitcase and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Ning squatted on the ground and put his clothes down. "I'm going to pack up and leave." "You're not recording anymore?" "The company has other arrangements." Lu Yin thought about today's hot searches. Jiang Ning's clarification added fuel to the fire for the dealer, but it also burned her. Jiang Ning's fame has brought him a lot of backlash. Some old stories have been held on to by netizens, who have made trivial matters into something as big as the sky falling. Therefore, Lu Yin concluded that it was not Jiang Ning who wanted to go back, but the company asked her to go back. They wanted to leave her alone for a few days and then release her after this period. Lu Yin. Jiang Ning stood up and looked at Lu Yin seriously. "I know you are not as simple as you appear. You like William. I have no right to stop you, but I only ask you not to hurt him, not to give up on him, love him a little more than others, and take good care of his health. I love him no less than you do. I have already done everything you can do for him, and even better than you. I know about your past with William. You broke up 5 years ago, and it was you who proposed it. You gave up on him, and now he's back. I just want to ask, can you tell the difference between obsession and love?" Jiang Ning was distracted briefly and smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. How many people confuse love with obsession? You can't get it because it doesn't belong to you, and you can't let it go because you are unwilling to give up. William is past and ignores the changes he has undergone now. Isn't this a kind of obsession? Liking someone means I want to change, and obsession comes from me wanting to change for him. The more I change, the deeper the obsession becomes. Jiang Ning asked, "Lu Yin, have you always looked down on me?" "I don't look down on you, but I have never taken you seriously. Your purpose in coming here is nothing more than to reconcile with William. However, there are only 3 possibilities for reconciliation. There is no break at all, there is no mirror at all, and there is no reconciliation at all. Which of these 3 do you think you are?" Lu Yin sat on the chair, her hands casually resting on the armrests, looking up slightly, as if she was a queen. "I did have a bad impression of you before. You have been an actor for too long and have forgotten that there are no scripts in reality. You are too self-righteous and think that you can control everything. Take the incident of William being cyberbullied this time. I don't believe you just found out about it today. I want to ask, what have you been thinking about in the past 10 days? Are you weighing the pros and cons? Or do you want to have the best of both worlds? The ancients told you a long time ago that you can't have your cake and eat it too. The more you want, the more you lose." Jiang Ning retorted. "Then what did you do for him?" Lu Yin was both amused and confused and raised her eyebrows. "Guess why no one dares to spread rumors about William online now? In the face of absolute strength, these things that others cannot solve are just garbage in front of her." This was the first time that Lu Yin showed off her strength in front of Jiang Ning, and she saw the other party's shocked expression as she wished. Jiang Ning murmured, "So it was you." Her agent had sent her text messages many times to remind her not to meddle in other people's business. William had a big boss behind him who helped him clarify and fight the lawsuit. Jiang Ning thought of many people, but he never thought that person would be Lu Yin. How unfathomable this person is. If that's the case, then what can she use to compete with him? "I can do what you can do for him, but you may not be able to do what I can do." Lu Yin stood up and walked in front of Jiang Ning gracefully, saying sympathetically, "You are William's friend, which means you are my friend. As a friend, I promise you that I will treat William well. Simply put, whether I can accommodate you depends entirely on how you position yourself. Will they become friends or rivals?" If Jiang Ning is open-minded, she can invite her to her wedding when she marries William, or allow her to visit her once a year for a meal. But don't think about anything else. She is narrow-minded. Lu Yin told Jiang Ning clearly that she could not defeat her, and there was no way she and William could get back together. Under Lu Yin's strong pressure, Jiang Ning took a small step back. "Lu Yin, if you were me, would you be able to let it go so easily? Don't be ridiculous. I can't be like you. If I catch him, I will cling to him and won't let go even if I die. All the pros and cons have to give way when facing William. William is her only choice, but the prerequisite is to give her this opportunity. I understand that you can't let him go. After all, treasures will be coveted. Lu Yin patted Jiang Ning's shoulder like a caring elder sister. It's okay. I'll let you watch him carefully, and you'll stop if you watch too much. The words on his lips seemed to turn into cement, flowing through his blood to his limbs and bones. His body became extremely stiff. After a long time, Jiang Ning tried to speak. Okay, I'll wait and see. The two people who were diametrically opposed to each other reached a consensus at this moment. Thinking about it carefully, Jiang Ning was more envious of Lu Yin than jealousy. He envied that she could do whatever she wanted without any interference. She admitted defeat. When she recalled the 18-year-old William countless times, she was no longer worthy of the current William. She was far inferior to Lu Yin. Chapter 96. Why did you bring me to the woods so late at night? At 10 o'clock in the evening, when everyone went back to their rooms to sleep, William knocked on Lu Yan's door. The person who opened the door was Jiang Ning. William looked stunned. Where's Lu Yin? He had made an appointment with Lu Yin at the beginning and thought that Lu Yin would stand at the door waiting for him to knock. She's changing clothes in there. There was a very small washroom in the female guest room. Then I'll wait for her outside. Come in. There are a lot of mosquitoes outside. Jiang Ning dragged William into the house directly. The cameras in the house have been turned off. You can sit anywhere. Lu Yin will be out soon. William didn't look around, but sat on the stool in a daze. Jiang Ning asked, Where are you going to take Lu Yin? Just wandering around outside. Did you bring a flashlight? Yes. Where's the mosquito repellent? She asked a question, and William answered. I brought it too. Jiang Ning reminded him. There are a lot of mosquitoes outside, and mosquito repellent may not work. You'd better bring a bottle of insect repellent. William said, I have prepared this too. William considered everything very carefully. He had already thought of everything that others could think of, and even thought more and more comprehensively. Jiang Ning fell silent. The room was so quiet that he could hear Lu Yin changing clothes. Jiang Ning suddenly said, Lu Yin is a good person, better than me. Jiang Ning was indeed too self-righteous, imposing what she thought was good on William. What she thought was love was completely different from what William wanted. William was abandoned by his parents before, and he was afraid of being abandoned again. Just like the saying goes, I long for someone to love me violently until death, to understand that love is as powerful as death, and to stand by my side forever. Lu Yan's reckless madness in love is exactly what William desires. As for her, she will no longer make any excuses for herself. Betrayal is always betrayal, no matter when, where, or what the reason. William was surprised. What made Jiang Ning change his impression of Lu Yin? You know, she reminded him in the afternoon that Lu Yin was not simple and asked him to be careful not to get involved. William subconsciously said thank you, then quickly realized that Jiang Ning was praising Lu Yin. So why was he saying thank you? At this time, the door of the bathroom opened and Lu Yin walked out. She was wearing the red dress she had worn in the morning. Her long hair was tied up with a hairpin. There was no extra jewelry to embellish it. She looked extremely elegant with just a simple look. For a moment, William admitted he was stunned. Let's go. William stood up and said hello to Jiang Ning. We'll leave first. Jiang Ning, be careful on the road. Lu Yin followed William. When she closed the door, she winked at Jiang Ning and gave him a meaningful smile. William and Lu Yin were both gone, so it was time for her to prepare to leave as well. She didn't bring much with her, so she packed up quickly. The already empty room became even emptier. Jiang Ning took out her cell phone and called her agent. Sister Lan, I have packed my luggage and can leave at any time. When will you arrange for someone to pick me up? The agent did not agree with her participating in this program in the first place and had advised her to go back several times. Now that he knows she is willing to go back, he will probably arrange for someone to pick her up in the evening. Lilan seemed to sigh speechlessly. It's like this. I just received news that you were asked to stay and finish recording the variety show. Who did you hear from? I can't tell you. Anyway, just keep recording. Won't this affect the company? Why didn't you think about all this when you were doing it? Anyway, the boss has agreed to it, so just record it with peace of mind. Someone will cover it for you. If there's nothing else, just hang up. I'm exhausted after attending meetings all day today. I'm going to sleep. Lilan yawned on the phone. Her voice was hoarse. Jiang Ning felt guilty. Sister Lan, thank you. Yeah. The other party quickly hung up the phone. Jiang Ning stood there in a daze, looking at the turned-off phone screen. She doesn't have to go back? Can she record till the end? How could this happen? The agent clearly didn't say that during broad daylight, and it's only been a short time. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered what Lu Yin said. It's okay. I'll let you watch it carefully, and you'll quit watching it if you watch it too much. William first took Lu Yin to the car and handed her the fox in the car. Lu Yin hugged it tightly and looked at the fox in her arms with the light of the flashlight. You can tell at a glance that it was bought from the same store as Jiang Ning's rabbit. Could it be that he bought it for her after buying it for Jiang Ning? Lu Yin was not happy and spoke out her true feelings. Did you buy the rabbit first or the fox first? William said honestly, I bought the rabbit first, but I saw that this fox looked like you, so I bought both together. How is it similar? William came closer and pointed at the mole on the corner of the fox's eye. It's the same as yours here. Not only do they look alike, Lu Yin's personality is also as cunning and changeable as a fox. Lu Yin, who was a little angry at first, calmed down instantly. If he thought of her when he saw a doll, didn't it prove that she was in his heart? Lu Yin asked, What are you holding in your hand? The cake in William's hand was placed in a black bag, hidden in the night, so Lu Yin couldn't see what he was holding. Open it and see for yourself when you get there. Well done. She was already looking forward to the next surprise more and more. Lu Yin was curious. Where are you taking me? Just follow me. William held a flashlight, and Lu Yin followed him closely. It was the first time she went out at night after being here for so long. Lu Yin doesn't like going out at night. She hates the darkness. However, as long as William is by her side, all her dislike can turn into love. William, are you going to take me to the woods? William stumbled over his left foot and stood firm. He looked at Lu Yin helplessly. You are a girl. Don't always say things that can be misunderstood. This is not good. Lu Yin was eager to learn. Is drilling into the woods a bad word? What does it mean? I'm very curious, Mr. Zhuang. Can you help me explain the meaning of this word? I want to learn. William. The contrast between Lu Yin and her previous life was so great that he didn't know how to communicate with her normally. Lu Yin gently grabbed his clothes and pulled them. Walk slower. Don't walk so fast. I have night blindness. Her vision would be disturbed at night, even with a flashlight. Her psychiatrist told her that she did not have night blindness, but a post-traumatic stress disorder. William heard this. Without looking back, he stretched out his hand and accurately grasped Lu Yin's wrist. I will lead you over. Don't be afraid. Lu Yin lowered her eyes and looked at William's hand. Her eyes curved, and she smiled like the little fox in her arms. It was a pity that William couldn't see it. I don't know if William felt her excited heartbeat when he held her wrist. William steps wholeheartedly, stepping on the shadows on the ground, not knowing where he was at all. Finally, he stopped. Here we are, look. Lu Yin looked up and saw a lot of fireflies. Chapter 97, Happy Birthday, Lu Yin. Lu Yin then realized that William had brought her to a nearby stream, close to the water. William patted the grass with a wooden stick, and the fireflies flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Lu Yin was looking at fireflies, and William was looking at her. One time, William passed by here and found a female firefly, so he guessed that there would be fireflies here at night. This morning, when he heard Lu Yin say that Ling Xian was going to take her to see fireflies, he subconsciously thought of this place. William pretended to ask casually, Where did you and Ling Xian go today? Lu Yin found a rock to sit on, propped up her chin, and looked up at him. We didn't go to the amusement park, so we didn't ride the Ferris wheel. We just walked around the nearby shopping mall and then found a random store to have a cup of coffee. Ling Xian prepared a bouquet of roses for me, but I didn't accept it. Lu Yin explained everything from beginning to end, as if to show her loyalty. Anything else you want to ask? Actually, there was nothing he wanted to ask, but he was a little concerned about the red dress on Lu Yin. This is the skirt you were wearing this morning. Why did you suddenly change it after you came back? Lu Yin patted the stone beside him and said, Come and sit down. I'll tell you. The two stones were very close to each other, and physical contact was inevitable when sitting down. Lu Yin looked at him sideways, slowly moved closer, and rubbed her chin against the clothes on his shoulder. Whether it's the red dress in the morning or the red dress in the evening, I wore it just for you, so I changed it as soon as you left in the morning. His ears felt numb and tingling, and William couldn't help but tighten his neck. He quickly changed the subject and put the bag in front of Lu Yin. Open the gifts. Hold it for me. Lu Yin handed the fox in her arms to William. She squatted down and opened the bag. Cake! Well, I made mango milfai. He remembered that Lu Yin in his previous life loved mangoes very much. You can also bake cakes? It was indeed an unexpected surprise. and William just happened to make her favorite mango milfy. This is not difficult. Lu Yin opened the box and touched a switch, and the colorful lights around the cake suddenly lit up. William lit the candles to celebrate Lu Yan's 27th birthday. Lu Yin closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and made a wish. The flickering candlelight dimmed her face. William asked, "Shall we have the cake first?" Lu Yin shook her head. "I want to take a picture first with my phone." She adjusted the brightness of her phone and handed it to William. Beautiful scenery does not require photo editing or filters, and any photo can be taken easily. Lu Yin sat in the fireflies, with a cake with candles beside her and a pink fox in her arms. She raised her eyes and smiled, the night breeze gently caressing her hair. Her eyes were misty, like water, and like thousands of stars. William squatted on the ground, took out his mobile phone, found the right angle, and took a quick photo. "Is the photo taken?" "Wait." William stood up and walked towards her. "There seems to be something on you." "What?" Lu Yin thought there was a bug on his body and raised his hand to pat it. "Don't move." William called out to her and reached out his hand. Lu Yin really stopped moving. She looked at William approaching with some nervousness. The surroundings were quiet, with only the rustling sound of wind blowing through the treetops. William's fingertips touched the little fox in her arms. She lowered her head and saw William pick something up from it with the help of the dim light. William lifted it up, a necklace dangling in the air, his eyes smiling, his voice extremely soft. "For you. This is a very simple clavicle necklace with only a red bean as embellishment. Simple styles like this are not easy to go wrong with and can be matched well with clothes." Lu Yan's eyes lit up. She looked at the necklace in William's hand and then looked at William. "Did you buy it today? Well, do you like it?" "This is a gold necklace. Gold is not cheap. According to the market price, it is 4 or 500 yuan per gram. Including the labor cost, this necklace costs 4 or 5,000 yuan. To rich people, something that costs 4 or 5,000 is like something that costs 4 or 500 and is worthless." Lu Yan has seen all kinds of expensive gifts in her life, ranging from millions to tens of millions. After people are satisfied with material things, they will start to pursue spiritual things. The value of the gift is no longer important, but how much sincerity the person has put into it. William completed tasks for a whole day and exchanged his points for 7,000 in cash. He used the 7,000 in cash to buy her the most expensive gift possible. On this day, he probably had very little money left. Lu Yan took the necklace from William's hand. "It's really beautiful. I like it very much. I think it matches the dress I'm wearing. Can you help me put it on?" Such a necklace is too cheap for Lu Yan. She deserves better. William took the necklace and thought silently that after the recording is over, he will buy her a good necklace. Lu Yan felt the heat coming from behind. When William put the necklace on her, his fingers accidentally brushed against her skin. Her mind was shaken, and her desire to not let William go became stronger. The fireflies fly upwards, as if connecting with the stars to form a sky. The moonlight in the sky was brighter than a flashlight, and the light silver fell on William. He was like the moon that belonged to her. It seems that anything I say at this time will easily ruin the atmosphere, so it's better not to say anything. There are many mosquitoes at night, and even spraying mosquito repellent cannot completely avoid them. William brought an insect killer, but the insect killer has a strong smell and can kill mosquitoes, and the same goes for fireflies. William took off his coat and put it on Lu Yan to cover her arms. "Lu Yan, I'm not cold," William explained. "It's used to keep away mosquitoes. You use it to keep away mosquitoes for me. What about you?" Lu Yan stared at his exposed arm. I don't know what William's blood type is, but he is particularly attractive to mosquitoes. However, it is said that mosquitoes like sweet blood. Lu Yan's eyes were dark and deep. Looking at William's thin lips, she suddenly wanted to taste it to see if it was really that sweet. William didn't know what Lu Yan was thinking. He waved his arms and said awkwardly, "This way the mosquitoes won't bite you," because they were all led away by him. Lu Yan lowered her head and chuckled. Then she straightened her coat. Although William is quite thin, his clothes are larger than expected. The coat covers her completely. Lu Yan squats on the ground, holding the coat lightly with both hands. William's scent and body temperature are still lingering on the coat, as if she is held in his arms. She nods slightly, rubs her little face against it, and smells it, like a little fox in the mountains. "It's almost dawn. Do you want to go back?" William asked. Lu Yan nodded. "Then let's go back." She had been sitting for too long, and her legs were a little stiff, Seeing William's hand extended to her, Lu Yin shook his hand back, and with the help of his strength, she stood up and almost fell into his arms. William helped her stand firmly, then carefully cleaned up the garbage on the ground. He held a bag and a flashlight in one hand and held Lu Yin's hand with the other. The two strolled back to the cabin and found 3 cars parked outside the compound. William looked at the license plate number and recognized it as the Xia family's car. Soon he saw the owner of the car, Sophia. I want to use love to generate electricity to watch ads for free, so that the author can earn a penny. Chapter 98. Sophia has arrived at the battlefield. Sophia and Gu Qian came together. The director arranged for them to rest in the hotel for one night and come back the next day to facilitate the program recording. However, Sophia refused to listen and insisted on coming over overnight. As a result, it was already 23:57 when we arrived here, and there were still 3 minutes to midnight. Sophia was also very tired. She came here with a mission, which was to make William withdraw the lawsuit and to help connect the Xia family and Yan group. To be honest, she was not sure and felt uneasy on the way here, but she was very good at brainwashing herself, such as recalling the 3 years she had been with William and how William loved her very much and was very obedient. She had never asked him for anything before. This time she lowered her attitude and spoke to him in a nice tone. Maybe William would agree. After all, it was she who accompanied William through the most difficult year. If she hadn't been there, William would have gone crazy long ago. In the shaking car, Sophia closed her eyes to rest. She was dreaming all the way. William's figure appeared intermittently in her dream, and her chest felt heavy. After arriving at the filming cabin, the driver pulled over and said, "Ms. Xia, we're here." Sophia opened her eyes suddenly, the feeling of loss and emptiness in her heart lingering. She rubbed her eyes and patted her aching head. William soon. Sophia clutched her seatbelt tightly, as if she was expecting but also afraid. Why are there such complicated emotions? She took a deep breath to calm herself down. It had been 3 years, and even if she had a dog, she would have developed feelings for it. What's more, the passing of a man who could do the laundry, cook, and make her happy required some time to adapt. Sophia would never admit that she still has feelings for William. She is now engaged to Gu Qian, and the wedding date is set for October, which is only 2 months away. Didn't come here to renew her relationship with William. After resolving the Xia family's troubles, she left immediately. As for William, as long as he is not with Lu Yin, he can be with whoever he wants, and it is none of her business. Thinking of this, the pent-up heaviness seemed to become much lighter. Sophia got out of the car with a bottle of water, and before she could stand still, she saw 2 people in the distance. The lighting in the village was not good at night, and there was only one street lamp far away. In the dim light, it was impossible to see the other person's face, but Sophia recognized it was William instantly. Sophia held onto the car door, her face a little pale, but she soon returned to her normal expression with a mixture of indifference and viciousness. "William!" The other party obviously recognized her and stopped 10 meters away from her, holding her hand. Sophia looked at William as if she had caught her husband cheating on her, her eyes moving back and forth between William and Lu Yin. The first thing he asked angrily was, "Why are you with Lu Yin so late at night?" William didn't expect to see Sophia here. This feeling was like stepping on a pile of stinky dog shit when he got home, which made his originally good mood not so good anymore. Sophia's tone of questioning was still as condescending as before, but she seemed to have forgotten who he was with, what he did outside, and until what time, and what it had to do with her. The door of another car also opened, and Gu Qian walked out. The man who was shining at the family recognition banquet some time ago now looks indescribably tired, and it doesn't seem like he was just sitting in a car. Sophia walked forward with a cold face. "What did you do outside?" Lu Yin was wearing William's coat. It was already midnight, and there was no one outside. What's more, the 2 of them were walking slowly from the woods hand in hand. It was no wonder that she would think too much. Lu Yin looked down on the jealousy in Sophia's eyes. She was already very close to William holding his hand, and now she was leaning on him. In the wilderness, alone with a man and a woman, in the dark and windy night, what do you think we can do? Sophia's emotions, which had been calming down all the way, burst out completely at this moment. "Lu Yin, you are so hungry that you don't choose your food. You can choose anyone else, but you have to choose me, your ex-fiancée. It's true that what kind of person you are will give birth to what kind of daughter you are. Your mother is a mistress who seduced her sister's husband, and you, a man who seduced your niece. And you, William, why choose such an old woman? Do you know how much she has been playing outside? She has ordered more male models who are older than you. Aren't you afraid of getting sick if you hold her hand? She spoke the most vicious words, as if she wanted to vent all the resentment that had been accumulating for days. She didn't care about begging or not at all. All the nice words she had thought of along the way were thrown away by her. She was like a dung truck that exploded, spewing shit from her mouth. At this point, the staff who were still a little drowsy were instantly woken up by Sophia's call. Although the scolding was not directed at them, they still took a deep breath. Fortunately, their cameras had been turned off long ago. If this live broadcast had been made public, who knows how much chaos it would have caused. The director is just doing nothing all day long, thinking about how to stir up trouble every day. He invited Sophia and Gu Qian to be guest stars, and simply turned a good dating variety show into a quarrelsome war. Don't say. Nowadays, netizens who love to watch the fun might just like to watch this kind of scene. William was the first to speak. His tone was relatively calm, but his handsome face became gloomy and his eyes were filled with a sinister and cold look. Watch your mouth. Didn't you wipe it after going to the toilet? You have a tongue in your mouth, which makes you look very talkative, right? Who I'm with, where I've been, and what time I'll be home are none of your business. You put a pile of dog shit on the plate, and you really think you're a dish. Dog shit is soft, but yours is smelly and hard. William did not let go of Lu Yan's hand, but held it tighter and tighter, as if he was very worried about her. Life is boring, animals cosplaying as humans. Hearing this, Lu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sophia on the opposite side had her pupils dizzy, as if she didn't expect William to say such harsh words. She had known William. William had never scolded her, or even spoken loudly to her. He was known for his mild temper. When her friends mocked him in front of him, he never talked back. But now he actually called her a beast for Lu Yan. What she didn't know was that William not only scolded her, but also wanted to hit her directly. She has no respect for her elders and dares to scold them. She doesn't know where she's wrong unless she's beaten up. Sophia could scold Lu Yan without any scruples in front of so many people. One can imagine that she probably always thought of Lu Yan this way in her heart, and always looked down on this aunt. Lu Yan was very happy that William could get angry for her, which proved that William had her in his heart and placed her in a very important position. She originally thought that it would take a long time to live in William's heart, but she didn't expect that Sophia would squeeze her in directly as soon as she appeared. Sophia with a smile on her face, but her eyes were cold. She gently scratched William's palm and said soothingly, "Let me take care of the younger generation. You go to the side and rest." Chapter 99. Aunt beats up niece. William felt an itch in his palm and subconsciously grasped Lu Yan's fingers. One looked up and the other lowered her eyes. William did not find any anger on Lu Yan's face. She seemed to have gotten used to it, used to Sophia's disrespect for her, not treating her as an elder, and humiliating her at will. Thinking of this, he became furious. William actually seldom curses at people, but if you don't curse at some people, they will act arrogantly and can't tell who they are. William before he was 18, but William himself has forgotten it. After being scolded, he feels like he has become younger, as if he has returned to that time. When faced with insults and bullying, he chooses to fight violence with violence. If they don't listen to nice words, he will use his fists. He will beat the boys into submission and crush the girls with his aura. He will scold those who need to be scolded. As the saying goes, if you don't say dirty words, your heart will be dirty. William felt that he could curse 1,000 times now. Lu Yan didn't care at all, as if she had put herself out of the matter. "It's okay. Don't worry. Go back to the room and rest first." William said seriously. "No." Lu Yan looked at William gently, with a doting tone. "I have something I want to talk to my little niece alone. If you don't want to go back to the house, then wait for me inside. I'll be back soon." As she spoke, she pulled out her hand. She wanted to touch William's head, but with so many people staring at her, she could only pinch his shoulder instead. "Be good." Lu Yan was like coaxing a child. Not only women are easy to coax, but men are also easy to coax in some aspects. Women will act coquettishly, and men will be in high spirits. Child psychology is not only for children, it can be used for many people. William, whose mental age is over 50, couldn't bear it. William released his strength and was about to leave obediently, but Sophia, who was standing opposite him, seemed to have her sensitive nerves touched. She suddenly raised the mineral water bottle in her hand and threw it at Lu Yan. "William, you are not allowed to leave." "Stop!" William reacted quickly and stood in front of Lu Yan, and the water bottle hit him on the back. It didn't hurt when the half bottle of mineral water hit her body, but Sophia threw it at Lu Yan's face. If it hit her eyes, the consequences would be disastrous. William turned around and clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. Sophia's heart trembled and her throat tightened. "What are you looking at me for? Was what I said wrong? You got involved with Lu Yin right after you broke off the engagement with me, and you scolded me for her. Have you been hooking up with her for a long time? William, you called me shit. Then who are you? If I hadn't stopped you on the rooftop of the hospital, you would have died a long time ago. I gave you a second life." Sophia's mouth opened and closed, undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The violent factor was running rampant in his body. William was not an impatient person, but at this moment he was extremely anxious. Lu Yin lifted William's clothes and checked his back. "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been beaten by her." Lu Yin stood behind William, her soft voice carrying a bit of sadness and grievance. "William, I want to have a good talk with Manhwa and ask her not to misunderstand us. What's the point of talking to such a person? And it's not her fault." William looked back at her. Lu Yan's eyes seemed to be endowed with magic. She held her clenched fists carefully, and her emotions were instantly calmed. Sophia, who had a hideous face like a female demon. Lu Yin was like a flower bud with dew in the early morning, delicate and beautiful, and needed to be held in someone's hand and protected. William took a deep breath. "Call me if you need anything. I won't go far." Finally, William was coaxed away. After watching him walk away, Lu Yin turned to Sophia. Her brows were instantly filled with hostility, and her pupils were dark without a trace of warmth, as if she was looking at a dead object. Sophia suddenly felt a little frightened, but she quickly calmed down and thought that Lu Yin was nothing to be afraid of, as she had always been a waste in the Lu family. Even when she hit her with a bottle just now, she would only say it's all my fault, with a concentrated green tea flavor, and only William would believe it. Sophia was so angry that she couldn't breathe, and she wished she could tear her disguise off right then and there. "Lu Yin, how can you be so pretentious? Don't you like me pretending?" Lu Yin still put on that aggrieved face, like a weak daughter that couldn't survive on its own. How hypocritical. Thinking of William's repeated protection and care for Lu Yin, Sophia clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, but she didn't feel any pain. Lu Yin slowly approached her. If a man hits a woman, no matter whether he is right or wrong, he will be looked down upon. Because they are naturally strong, they will be accused of bullying the weak, suspected of being a domestic violence man, and called immoral and uneducated. Then they will say lightly, "You are not a man at all. No matter what, you should not use violence. Violence cannot solve the problem. Peace is the most important thing." Therefore, it is up to her to teach Sophia a lesson. "Don't you dislike me pretending? Then I won't pretend anymore." As soon as the words fell, before Sophia could react, Lu Yin slapped Sophia directly. Sophia, who had been sitting in the car for a whole day, was already weak and could not withstand the beating. Lu Yin knocked her down with just one slap. This was not the end. Before anyone could react, Lu Yin kicked Sophia in the stomach, kicking wherever it hurt the most. Seeing that she was about to run, she grabbed her hair and pulled her closer, then slapped her twice, leaving Sophia's face red and swollen. Sophia began to scream. It's not that she didn't think about fighting back, but her strength was no match for Lu Yan's. Sophia struggled desperately. She was pinned to the ground like a loach. She screamed and roared, "Lu Yin, let me go. I'm going to ask my uncle to tie you up and take you back. I won't let you go. You bitch. Slut." When her uncle was mentioned, Lu Yin, who had originally planned to let her go, kicked him twice more. "You're already an adult, and you're still complaining to adults? I want to see why you won't let me go." Lu Yin took Sophia's phone out, turned on the camera, and took 2 pictures of her face. The flash was blinding. Sophia screamed and stretched out her hand to block it. Lu Yin quickly stepped on her hand and crushed it with her heel. "Don't move, niece. Be careful with your hands." Sophia finally became afraid, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She had been quite talkative just now, but now she could only look at her hands helplessly with trembling lips. After Lu Yin took the photo, she threw the phone in front of Sophia so that she could see it more easily. In the photo, Sophia's hair was messy and her face was swollen like a pig. She didn't look like a rich lady at all. For a woman who loves beauty, this was undoubtedly a huge blow to her. On the other hand, Lu Yin was still elegant and noble, even after being beaten and kicked for so long. Even her hair was not messed up. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked down at her condescendingly, her eyes full of insult. I've taken the photo for you. Send it to your father and uncle to complain. Tell them I'm waiting. Chapter 100. It's too brutal. So cruel. It's so scary. I finally understood why Lu Yin called William away in advance. It turned out that she was afraid of scaring him. It was obvious that Lu Yin had learned how to beat people, and she was very strong. This was when she held back her strength. If she hadn't, she would probably have beaten Sophia to death. After all, this is a society ruled by law, and with so many people watching, Lu Yin naturally cannot kill him. The others also reacted quickly. After seeing Sophia being beaten unilaterally by Lu Yin, they rushed forward to stop it. As her aunt, I discipline her for her own good. With her personality, she will easily suffer in the outside world. If a child has no family education since childhood, the society will teach you when you grow up. By then, it will be too late to regret. To be brief, I am educating the younger generation, so you should stay out of my way. Seeing that Lu Yin didn't continue to do it, the staff member didn't come forward, but secretly sent a text message to the director to ask him when he would arrive. Only Gu Qian walked up. He first looked at Sophia's face, then looked at Lu Yin. She is your niece after all. How could you beat her like this? We still have to record the show tomorrow. How can you let us record it now? Is that so? Lu Yin thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. Then you guys should just stop recording and take the bus back now. Gu Qian looked grim. Who do you think you are? You told us to go back? Will the director listen to you? Gu Qian wanted to go forward and help Sophia up, but just after taking a step, he felt cold on his body. Then he looked up and met Lu Yan's gloomy eyes. He was so scared that he didn't dare to move forward, and even broke into a cold sweat because of the other party's look. Lu Yan had no intention of letting Sophia go, so naturally she would not allow anyone to take her away. One has to say that the eldest daughter of the Xia family still has some pride in her. Even after being beaten like this, she did not show any weakness when she looked at Lu Yan. Her eyes were still full of hatred, like a poisonous snake in the gutter, waiting for an opportunity to strike and ready to bite back at any time. No matter what kind of poisonous snake it is just a stink bug under Lu Yan's feet. She didn't believe that there were people who couldn't be beaten. If they didn't obey, it only meant that the beating was not severe enough, not cruel enough. Beating her a few more times would make her convinced. Lu Yan sneered, retracted her toes, then grabbed Sophia's hair and pulled her up like a carrot. Sophia covered her torn scalp and screamed in pain, tears streaming down her face. She hated Lu Yin so much that she wanted to peel off her skin, break her bones, destroy her face, and grind her into ashes. She must kill her and make her life worse than death. Lu Yin raised her eyebrows. She liked Sophia's unyielding look. It was more interesting to fight her like this. Sophia tried to stand up, but Lu Yin kicked her in the back of the leg unexpectedly, causing her to kneel down. Lu Yin held her head to prevent her from getting up. Sophia, don't challenge my tolerance. If I can beat you once in front of them, I can beat you a second time. Be careful when you mention my mom next time. If she hadn't raised your mom, she would have died in the mountains a long time ago. How could you have come into being? Her Memorial Day is in a couple of days. She must have heard you scolding her. I advise you not to go out these few nights. Be careful that she comes looking for you. When Lu Yin said this, a gust of cold wind blew. Maybe it was because she was too sensitive, but Sophia felt the cool wind blowing into her neck and the street lamp shook. Sophia's face turned pale, and she felt a sense of fear in her heart. And William, he's going to be your uncle, so be respectful to him when you see him next time. Sophia gritted her teeth. You're dreaming. Lu Yin laughed out loud. My little niece, you should change your bad habit of having your cake and eating it too. No one will coax you for the rest of your life. You have already lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame seeds, so don't lose even the sesame seeds in the end. She glanced at Gu Qian meaningfully. Lu Yin spoke in a very low voice, so that only the two of them could hear it. After saying this, Lu Yin let go of Sophia's hair and looked at her lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. Lu Yin straightened his coat and brushed off the dust. Fortunately, the clothes are not dirty. He glanced at the others coldly and saw a trace of panic on their faces. Some of them even took a step back. Fortunately, the shooting time has ended. Otherwise, the good image she has maintained for so long would have collapsed. I'm going to go back first. I'll leave this to you guys. Lu Yin beat Sophia for only 10 minutes, which was just the right amount of time. If it had been any longer, she would have started sweating. Lu Yin ran towards the cottage and saw William as soon as she entered the yard. William, is it done? Nothing happened? Did she scold you again? It's solved. It's just a lesson for a junior. It's easy. Luyan walked towards William and spread out his hands. My hand accidentally hit the wall just now. Look, it's all red. In order to take a better picture, many lights were left in the yard, and there was enough light. When William looked at Lu Yan's palm, it was really red. How did you accidentally hit the wall? I fell down and lost my balance. Lu Yan lied without dodging his gaze and asked for comfort with confidence. Can you help me blow on it? It won't hurt so much if you blow on it. Although he was standing in the yard, the walls were not soundproof, and he was not deaf, so he could still hear some of the noise outside. He heard Lu Yan severely scolding Sophia. So it goes without saying how the hand turned red. William did not expose Lu Yan's lie. Today was her birthday, so he should just follow her instructions and make her happy. Lu Yan originally just wanted to tease William, but he was introverted and definitely wouldn't do something like blow her hand. So after she finished speaking, she was ready to take her hand back. Unexpectedly, William actually held her wrist. Looking at his face getting closer and closer, Lu Yan's heart beat irregularly and time stood still. There was a coolness and itchiness in the palm of my hand, making me want to grab it. Lu Yan moved her fingertips, and her hands clenched into empty fists uncontrollably. When William leaned over her hand, it was as if he was kissing the tips of her fingers. Lu Yan couldn't control her itch. In the past, she would deliberately get close to William to tease him, but today it was the other way around. William raised his eyes and saw Lu Yan's misty and rippling eyes. He let go of her hand and asked, "Are you feeling better? If I tell you that it will only be better if you give me a kiss, will you do it?" Lu Yan quickly found a counterattack. William said seriously, "If that's the case, then I will send you to the hospital and let the doctor check your hand carefully. By the way, check my mouth and see why my mouth has the effect of curing diseases and relieving pain." Lu Yan smiled so hard that her eyes curved. Today's birthday was the happiest she had ever had since her mother died. "William, if Sophia scolds me again in the future, you will? I'll help you curse back." Chapter 101. Gentleness and generosity are a trick to trick someone. To the words, Sophia cursed at her. But what she cared about was not how harsh Sophia's words were, but whether William would care after hearing them. This is what it's like to like someone, from being fearless to cautiously testing someone. "Do you believe what Sophia said to me?" William said without thinking. "I don't believe it. I don't believe a word she says." William's eyes were brighter than the moon in the sky. The moonlight seemed to penetrate the heavy haze and penetrate into her heart. Lu Yan reached out and touched the necklace around her neck. No matter how harshly you curse someone, it will not hurt anyone. Once people close their ears, they will not hear it and it will not solve the fundamental problem. But Lu Yan hadn't experienced the feeling of having someone support her for a long time. She felt warm in her heart and very at ease. Lu Yan took off her coat and said, "I'll return your clothes to you." William reached out and took it. It was still warm and had the unique scent of Lu Yan. Scolding her is a waste of time. As an elder, it is only natural for me to teach her a lesson. After a few more lessons, she won't dare to bark anymore. If William taught her a lesson, he would probably be cyberbullied, and Lu Yan couldn't bear that. William couldn't just sit there and watch. He certainly wouldn't hit a woman, but if her bottom line was crossed, he would use the most direct and effective method to deal with it. If you endure for a while, you will grit your teeth. If you take a step back, you will get angrier and angrier. Although violence cannot solve the problem, it can relieve your anger. Just now, if Lu Yan hadn't stopped him, he would have attacked Sophia. Any feelings are mutual. Lu Yan has done so much for him, so it doesn't matter if he is criticized. After living together for so many years, William still knows Sophia very well. Sophia is petty and vindictive. She will definitely take revenge for the grudge she made tonight. As long as she is on this show, there will be no peace. How to solve the problem from the root is what William wants to think about. Lu Yan asked, "What are you thinking about?" William came back to his senses. "Nothing." He handed the bag with the doll in his hand to Lu Yan. "It's getting late. Go back to the room and rest. You have to get up early tomorrow." "No hurry. The director will be here soon." Gu Qian and Sophia suddenly joined and had to arrange accommodation for them. According to the current room allocation, Gu Qian can only share a room with William temporarily, and Sophia will live in Shinrong's room. The director lived nearby, not far away, and was already on his way here, but he suddenly received a call from the staff saying that Lu Yan and Sophia had a fight. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that it was Lu Yan who unilaterally taught Sophia a lesson. The director breathed a sigh of relief. He said, with Lu Yan's fighting ability, who can beat her? Lu Yan was particularly scary when she got angry. After hesitating for a moment, the director decided to wait. Wait until Lu Yan has finished beating Sophia, then go over. After you beat Sophia, you can't get angry with him. The director walked over on time. Lu Yan had just left not long ago. Only the driver and staff were at the scene. The director looked around, but did not see the protagonist. He called a staff member over and asked, "Where's Lu Yan?" "She's in. She should be in the yard. Should I call her?" "No hurry, no hurry." The director asked again, "Where's Sophia?" Gu Qian helped Sophia to wash her face. "She should be back soon." The director asked curiously, "Was the beating severe?" "Very cruel. I never thought that Miss Lu, who usually looks gentle and generous, could be so violent when she beats people." Sophia was completely helpless. The director felt a chill in his heart and thought, being gentle and generous is just a surface, a trick to deceive someone. Although he didn't see the scene of Lu Yan fanning someone, he could imagine it just by a few descriptions. At the end, he shuddered. "Director, do you want to wake up the other guests?" The director shook his head. "It's so late. Let's forget it. I'll take Sophia to knock on Shinrong's door later." And Shinrong was in a bad mood when she woke up, and she would probably be more restrained when she saw Sophia, so they didn't want to get into trouble. As for Gu Qian, let's arrange for him and William to stay for one night. I'll go call William. The director was about to walk in, but was stopped by the staff beside him. William is still awake and is with Lu Yan. No one told him about this, and the director only found out about it now, so he was very surprised when he heard it. Why are they together so late at night? No wonder Lu Yan issued an order at 8 o'clock, asking them to put away their phones and leave quickly. She was afraid that someone would disturb her date. Sophia was very angry when she saw them and said a lot of nasty things, so Miss Lu got so angry that she beat her up. "You deserve to be beaten. Why are you still angry after the engagement is broken off? You're sick." The director complained in his heart, but was happy to see this kind of thing happen. Although it was risky, the popularity and ratings would be guaranteed. There are so many different dating shows nowadays with everything on display. Audiences have long been tired of the sour smell of love, and only this kind of mutual tearing and fighting can satisfy the audience's desire to watch the fun. Sophia washed her face with cold water. The places where Lu Yan had hit her felt hot and painful. Without a mirror, she could tell that her face was red and swollen just by feeling. Sophia's face was distorted with anger, and her teeth were almost broken. Gu Qian was shining the light on her, not daring to stare at her face. He suggested, "Wanwan, why don't we go to the hospital and come back after we have rested well?" "No." She turned her head and looked at Gu Qian. "Does my face look scary now?" Gu Qian's eyes were evasive. Sophia bit her lip. The two photos Lu Yan took of her appeared in her mind. Her face would only be more serious now. "Why didn't you come to help me when she hit me?" With the help of a man, she wouldn't be beaten so badly by Lu Yan. But what was Gu Qian doing at the time? He stood aside and watched her kneel on the ground being pressed by Lu Yan. He is not even as good as William, who knows how to curse back and even stand up to protect Lu Yan. Think about the past 3 years. These should have belonged to her. Gu Qian was flustered. He pretended to be calm and acted like the second male lead in an idol drama. "I'm sorry, Wanwan. It happened so suddenly that I didn't react for a while. You know, so many things happened in the Zhuang family recently. Not only did I have to take care of Tang Jing, but I also had to go to the hospital to take care of Zhuang Zhongming. I didn't have time to rest. I just slept in the car and was a little sleepy. Don't worry, I won't let Lu Yan bully you like this in the future. I will stand in front of you to protect you." Sophia got a headache after listening to this. She became more and more irritated and couldn't find an outlet to vent. Gu Qian looked at her gently, with a look of apology, asking for forgiveness in his eyes. She couldn't take it out on him and could only keep it in her heart. "Okay, let's go back. Aren't you going to the hospital?" "No." As soon as she returned, the director saw her and started making arrangements right away. "Sophia, you and Shinrong can stay in the same room. You are friends, so it should be okay." As for Gu Qian, the director glanced at him and continued, "Everyone else is asleep now, and I can't wake them up. You can stay in the same room with William for one night to get used to it. If you can't adapt, you can discuss changing rooms with other male guests tomorrow." With William, wouldn't that be just what he wants? Chapter 102. William smiled innocently. William still sent Lu Yan back to her room, and it was exactly midnight, which meant the end of the day. Lu Yan held the fox and stood at the door, reluctant to leave. She grabbed the coat in William's hand and shook it, acting like a little fox. What should I do? I feel like I'm going to be so happy tonight that I won't be able to sleep. William. Lu Yan's height was at William's shoulder. She raised her eyes, looking from his Adam's apple to his jaw and lips. That look seemed to burn people. Lu Yan took a small step forward. From behind, it seemed that her whole body was in William's arms, but in fact, their clothes were not even touched. This kind of close yet distant feeling is the most tiring. You want to hug but also want to run away. The extreme pulling between men and women will secrete dopamine crazily. This feeling will make people addicted and indulge in the pleasure of pulling. William pursed his lips slightly and his Adam's apple moved. What would Lu Yan say at the last moment? She always liked to tease him, saying ambiguous words that would make him fantasize and inadvertently make him blush and his heart beat. Clearly an hour ago, he had told Lu Yan to be more tactful in her words and not to say things that could be misunderstood, but now he was actually looking forward to her next words. I love my birthday tonight. I love today's moon. I love watching fireflies with you. I love the cake you made. I love the little fox you gave me. I love this necklace you bought. And Lu Yan stood on tiptoe and leaned close to his ear. Tame, ein Gralit. William was stunned by the last sentence. It was not that he did not hear it clearly, but that he did not understand what it meant. It was not Chinese, nor did it sound like English. He was about to ask her what she meant when Lu Yan opened the door and flew in like a butterfly. She grabbed the door handle and shook the fox in her hand. Good night. As soon as he finished speaking, the door in front of him closed. William returned to his room in confusion. He repeated the sentence silently. Without a cell phone to check, he could only scratch his head and think about it. What William didn't know was that at this moment, he had already stepped into Lu Yan's trap. She wanted him to be puzzled, to be worried, to be haunted, to toss and turn and think about her day and night. If he couldn't think of her by the sight of her things, then she would use a sentence he couldn't understand to arouse his curiosity and make him look for the answer, so that he would be eager to see her and go home. Jiang Ning was still awake at this time. When she saw Lu Yan coming back, she immediately stood up and said, Lu Yan, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Lu Yan held the little fox in her hands and checked it carefully under the light to see if it was dirty. She patted off the invisible dust on it, then put it on the bed and fiddled with it in a lazy manner. Jiang Ning walked up to her and saw the necklace on Lu Yan's neck at a glance. Red beans represent lovesickness. Does William understand the meaning of giving red beans to girls? Jiang Ning put aside the thoughts in his mind and continued to thank Lu Yan sincerely. The company had already asked me to pack my bags and go back, but I just called my agent, and she told me that someone has bailed me out and allowed me to continue recording. That person is you, right? Lu Yan neither admitted nor denied it. She patted the dirt off her skirt and said, It's none of my business whether you want to leave or stay. Just don't disturb my date with William. Jiang Ning felt complicated at the moment. You also helped William. No matter what, I have to say thank you to you. It was precisely because of Lu Yan's action that no one dared to slander William on the internet anymore. Lu Yan finally had another reaction. She stood up suddenly and sneered. I did all that to get him, not for you. Jiang Ning suppressed the bitterness in her heart and said bitterly, I know, but I still want to thank you. Because of Lu Yan, she didn't make an even more outrageous mistake. Lu Yan narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiang Ning carefully. At this moment, she seemed to have lost her fighting spirit. She no longer questioned her coldly, guarded against her, confronted her, and wanted to compete with her like before. It seems that Jiang Ning had a very painful time in these short 2 hours. This is the only way to get out. The process of exhausting love is painful first. It's like breaking the original self from the inside out and starting over again. Without destruction, there is no construction. Whatever you want. Lu Yan withdrew her cold gaze and went into the bathroom with her pajamas. While Lu Yan was washing up, the director sent Sophia to the door of Shinrong's room. The staff member risked being scolded and knocked on the door. Missin, wake up, get up and open the door. Your friend is here. There was no sound from inside, so the staff could only continue knocking, louder and louder. The door was locked, and if they couldn't open it from inside, they had to use the key. Just as the director was hesitating whether to use the spare key to open the door, the light in the room came on, and the next second, there was a crackling sound, as if something had hit the ground and shattered. The director retracted his raised foot and moved back, and Shinrong opened the door angrily. Are you sick? Why are you knocking on the door so late at night? I'm finally getting some sleep. Sophia. Why was Sophia standing at her door? Was she dreaming? and Shinrong rubbed her eyes vigorously. After confirming that the person in front of her was really Sophia, she found it difficult to accept it for a moment and became demented. Juan, why are you here? Are you the flying guest the director mentioned? Yeah. Sophia had a red and swollen face and a stiff smile. Shinrong, long time no see. And Shinrong reacted, pointed at her face and asked, why is your face so swollen? Did you just get an injection and the swelling hasn't subsided yet? There is a reason why Shinrong has so many black fans over the years. She has low emotional intelligence and is not good at speaking. The director seemed calm and composed, but he was actually secretly sizing up Sophia. He couldn't see clearly outside, but when the light shone in the room, Sophia's face turned frighteningly red, and it looked painful. One could imagine how hard Liu Yin beat her at that time. The director holds the idea of minding one's own business and living 1 year longer. So after sending Sophia here, he took Gu Qian to find William. William was not asleep. The light was on, and the door opened as soon as he knocked. The director knew very well that William and Gu Qian had a grudge against each other. First, he fought over his fiancée, and now he is fighting over his parents. In addition, Gu Qian's agent also instigated fans to discredit William. With so many things happening, the director didn't believe that Gu Qian was innocent. Now that I have arranged the two of them to stay in the same room, I feel a little reluctant, but I'm also looking forward to what will happen next. The desire to stir up trouble has always been there, and the ratings will never fade. The director briefly explained the room arrangements. There were only a few rooms in the cabin, 2 for men and 2 for women, both double rooms. Only William's room had an empty bed. It's too late. Let Gu Qian stay at your place for 1 night. Is that okay with you? William smiled innocently. Of course. Chapter 103 William Sleepwalking. William is still a worry-free person. He is broad-minded and considerate. As for arranging the room, we have to do it no matter what. After all, William's place is the only one that can sleep. Gu Qian could have come at any other time, but at the midnight, so there was no time to arrange a room for him. So he had to stay with William. I just don't know if these two enemies will fight. Passers-by thought that Gu Qian deserved to be beaten for what he did. But fortunately, William seemed to be emotionally stable and gentle, and he didn't look like the kind of person who would fight. The director knew when to stop and would not force the two of them to live together forever. Tomorrow morning, you can discuss changing rooms with Ling Xian and Fang Chen. Just stay here tonight. William said generously. Don't worry, director. We will definitely get along well. The director, who was in his 40s, beamed with joy as he thought with relief. William is such a good boy. I will definitely give him more money after the show is over. In fact, there is nothing to worry about. After all, we are still recording the show. We will pay attention to our image in front of the camera, and no matter how big the hatred is, we will not show it. The more the director looked at William, the more satisfied he became. He patted him on the shoulder and left. William still smiled warmly. He looked at Gu Qian. Come on, I'll take you in. William's room looks bigger than other rooms because he has few things and knows how to tidy them up. The room is more spacious and naturally looks bigger. Gu Qian went in and saw that there were no extra beds. There was just a big bed in the middle. Didn't the director say there were extra beds? William sat on the bed and patted it. Yes, a double bed. When he moved in here on the first day, he felt strange that such a good single room would be equipped with such a big bed. I think the director had planned this early on, hoping to create a laugh. There was no humor. William only felt the director's bad taste in making trouble. Unfortunately, Gu Qian broke the director's plan. According to the original plan, Gu Qian and Sophia should appear during the day. There will be live broadcasts during the day so that the audience can watch the fun, and this segment is bound to be very popular. Who knew that Gu Qian and Sophia would not listen to the arrangement at all and would not come during the day, but would wait until the early morning when everyone was asleep to come here? The director had to get up in the middle of the night to arrange accommodation for them. It was okay for Shinrong and Sophia. After all, they had known each other for so long and had a good relationship, so it was no big deal for them to sleep in the same bed. But William and Gu Qian are different. Gu Qian had a dull look on his face. He and William had a grudge against each other. It was okay for them to live in the same room, but what about sleeping in the same bed? Both men are over 180 centimeters tall, so the bed can't be that big. If they turn over, there might even be physical contact. Why only this one bed? Just sleep like this. It's only 1 night anyway. Just ask the director to change 2 beds tomorrow. William didn't care. He was quite nice to Gu Qian and didn't seem to take him seriously. Gu Qian was alert. In his opinion, William shouldn't be so calm towards him. After all, he messed up his engagement party, and William's breaking off the engagement and being kicked out of the house were also indirectly related to him. Now he has become the second young master of the Zhuang family. Although he recognized it, he has now signed the property transfer. William is locked up here all day recording the show, without a cell phone, and may not know what is happening outside. If he knew that he had recognized his parents as his godparents, would he still be as calm as he is now? Gu Qian was somewhat expectant. He decided to test William first. William, your parents miss you very much. This time when I came, they repeatedly told me to ask you to go back. They're still worried about you at home. Your godfather and godmother are old and in poor health. You should be more considerate of them and pay more attention to their health. There is no parent who doesn't love their children. Don't be angry with them. William was a little amused, but he didn't show it on his face. Let's not talk about things outside the show. It's getting late, and I have to get up early tomorrow to cook, so I'm going to bed first. William simply wiped his face with cold water, rinsed his feet, and went to bed. Gu Qian stood beside the bed. You are asleep. What about me? He felt uncomfortable sleeping in the same bed with William. This was not the first time he met William. Not long after he returned to China, he found out that Sophia had a clingy fiancé. The first time he met William was at a charity banquet. William was one of the organizers and sat in the first row. At that time, he was considered very popular, which made Gu Qian, who was sitting at the back, jealous. They met a few more times after that. He tried to talk to him and show off his past with Sophia, but he never found the chance. William might have known of his existence, but he just didn't take him seriously. Even if the son of a driver has made a name for himself in the entertainment industry and become a popular star, actors are still actors, commodities packaged by capitalists, so it is normal that they are not taken seriously. But things are different now. Gu Qian looks at William, who has closed his eyes and fallen asleep. The person he looked down upon has now replaced his life. Gu Qian packed his luggage and made a lot of noise on purpose, trying to disturb William. But no matter how he struggled, William lay motionless on the bed, as if he had fallen asleep. Gu Qian mocked and cursed. You sleep like a pig. He took his clothes and went outside to wash up. When he was done, it was nearly 2 o'clock. He took a hot shower and came out feeling a little tired. He had no time to rest these 2 days. Not to mention Zhuang Zhongming, the people below also went crazy without anyone, and Tang Jing was a lunatic herself. In order to take care of these 2 lunatics, she ran around and suffered from nervous breakdown. After coming here, I felt like I was out of a cage, and my whole body became relaxed. Sure enough, this money is not so easy to get. It would be great if Tang Jing and Zhuang Zhongming could die quickly. Why aren't they dead yet? Gu Qian rummaged through the cupboard and only found a quilt, so he couldn't sleep on the floor. It seems that I will have to sleep with William tonight. I must ask the director to change beds tomorrow. Fortunately, William had a good sleeping posture, and he lay on his side against the wall, leaving him a large space. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Qian finally went to bed. He was so tired that he seemed like he could fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Gu Qian glanced at the time, and it was 2:30. He leaned against the bed, turned off the light, lay down, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in less than half a minute. Maybe he was too tired. He started snoring after falling asleep. In the dark night, William suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly turned around and looked at Gu Qian beside him, a dangerous light bursting out of his dark eyes. He sat up silently, then pounced on Gu Qian, covered his head with a quilt, and started beating him. The blows were so powerful that Gu Qian was woken up just as he was falling asleep. He was almost beaten to death. He screamed and tried to resist, but the quilt bound his body, and he couldn't struggle at all. A hoarse voice came out of his throat. William, stop hitting me. William said nothing, as if he was sleepwalking and couldn't listen at all. He raised his fist and repeated the same action. Chapter 104, Beating. Gu Qian was weaker than expected. At the beginning, he was still screaming and cursing, threatening William that he was going to die. But later, less than 10 minutes after beating him, he began to beg for mercy. William used clever force, but did not kill him. He hit some acupuncture points, which could create incredible pain and make him feel pain for several days. Even if he went to the hospital for a checkup, they could not find any problem. Slowly, Gu Qian's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally it was silent. William punched him a few more times, and after making sure he was really motionless, he kicked him off the bed. The bed was empty, and it was more comfortable to sleep like this. William glanced at Gu Qian lying on the ground, sneered, and closed his eyes. It was already 3 o'clock in the morning. William had a biological clock, so even if he went to bed so late, he would get up at 6 in the morning. When he got up, Gu Qian was still asleep, curled up under the bed, still in the same position as last night. William stretched his muscles and stepped over Gu Qian's head. This morning's breakfast was noodles. People in the South eat noodles with dried noodles. The simplest way to cook them is to eat plain noodles, which can be cooked in less than 5 minutes. William first went to the vegetable garden to pick some leafy vegetables, and then used the ingredients in the refrigerator to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes as a topping. The rest can be done after they wake up. After finishing the preparations, William practiced in the yard as usual. Halfway through his practice, Lu Yin got up. "So early?" "Yeah," William responded to her distractedly. He was obviously not in good shape during his practice this morning. He kept thinking about what Lu Yin said when she entered the room last night. "What does that mean?" William asked. "What did you mean by the last words you said to me last night?" Lu Yin pretended to be mysterious. "Well, guess." How could he possibly guess? Lu Yin was wearing casual clothes today and had the necklace William gave her around her neck. After standing aside and watching for a while, she also imitated William and practiced along with him. Those who didn't understand would call out to Teacher Zhuang. "Teacher Zhuang, I don't quite know how to do this move. Can you teach me?" The audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed that they were a good match. Some people also noticed the necklace on Lu Yan's neck and wondered why Lu Yan hadn't worn it before. They were all wondering whether it was a gift from a male guest. Some people guessed it was Ling Xian. After all, he had a date with Lu Yan yesterday. Some people guessed it was William because they saw him sneaking into the mall. At 8 o'clock, the director arrived, and other guests also got up to have breakfast. And Shinrong was with Sophia. Sophia applied ice to her face all night last night. The redness and swelling subsided a lot, but her face became stiff. In order to cover it up, she applied a lot of foundation, which made her whole face look fake, as if she had injected hyaluronic acid, but it didn't repair the problem properly. When Sophia appeared, many people did not recognize her, because in the public's impression, Sophia is very beautiful. Otherwise, she would not be called the #1 socialite by people in the circle. But now she no longer looks like a socialite, but just like an internet celebrity with a plastic surgery face. She hadn't slept all night and was in a very bad mental state. Her eyes were full of red bloodshot, and she stared at Lu Yin when she saw her. "Fuck, who is this? Showing me this so early in the morning? It's so scary. Is this the guest star? Why is she so ugly? She looks like she is not on the same level as the others. How come Director Wang's taste has become so bad? Back off. Snake face, back off. Could it be a staff member? This newcomer seems to be very familiar with Shinrong. Could he be your friend? Could it be that he has a background and got in with money? It looks familiar, a bit like Sophia. I'm not sure, I'll take a closer look." The director didn't expect Sophia's face to become like this. He cleared his throat awkwardly and introduced everyone. "This is Sophia, the new female guest. She arrived in the early hours of last night." The director's words caused another wave of strong reactions, with people in the barrage expressing disbelief and suspecting that there was something wrong with their eyes. Ling Xian and Fang Chun were the last to know about it, so their reactions were similar to those of the audience in the live broadcast room. Sensing the strange gazes falling on her, Sophia lowered her head in humiliation. At this moment, her hatred for Lu Yin had reached its peak. Fang Chun asked, "The female guests are here. Where are the male guests?" "Yes, there's also a male guest." People in the barrage are already guessing who the male guest will be. Sophia is here, so Gu Qian should be here too, since they just got engaged and confirmed their relationship. How did they manage to be so brazen as to appear in front of William? If I were William, I would simply not record it. Could it be that Sophia's face was hit? More and more people in the barrage guessed the truth. The director asked William, "William, where's Gu Qian? Maybe he's still sleeping." Lu Yin was stunned. "Isn't there only one bed in your room? Why is Gu Qian living with you?" "Yes, there is only one bed, but my room is big, so he slept on the floor last night." "Is there any extra bedding in the room?" How could the director not know? What did Gu Qian use to sleep on the floor? Could there be an accident? William continued, "I went to bed at 1 in the morning. Gu Qian was still awake when I went to bed. When I got up this morning, I found him lying on the floor. Maybe he doesn't like sleeping in the same bed with me." Lu Yin, who was closest to him, saw the cunning flash in his eyes. It seemed that something interesting happened last night. The director arranged for a staff member to wake up Gu Qian. Not long after, The staff was seen helping Gu Qian out. Gu Qian's face was pale. He covered his back and limped out. His face was better than Sophia's, except for a bump on his forehead. Gu Qian's face looked bad to begin with, and it became even worse after seeing William. William beat him really hard last night. He almost suffocated several times and wanted to shout for help, but his mouth was covered by a cold blanket. When he woke up, it was already daybreak. He lay on the cold ground, and William was nowhere to be seen. Gu Qian never expected that William would beat him on the show, and beat him so hard that he almost couldn't stand up, and his bones seemed to be falling apart. He looked at William with hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to stab him through with a knife. William looked innocent. The director asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Gu Qian's hands were shaking with anger. He pointed at William and said, "William beat me up last night while I was asleep. He also kicked me off the bed. My body hurts a lot. I want to go to the hospital to get a checkup." Before William could speak, Jiang Ning, who was standing beside him, could no longer sit still and stood up to speak for him. Impossible. William would never hit anyone. How could he not have hit someone? I still have injuries on my body. Gu Qian lifted up his clothes and was surprised to find that there were no bruises on his stomach. How could it be possible? William had clearly hit him so hard last night. Chapter 105: Fire Prevention, Theft Prevention, and Girlfriend Prevention. How can there be no injuries? Gu Qian searched for a long time and only found a bruise on the side of his waist. He pointed and said, "This is where he hit me. I think you hit it yourself," and then framed William. Provoked by her, Gu Qian immediately retorted, "How could I possibly frame him?" Jiang Ning sneered. His tone was full of sarcasm. "You have framed William enough, haven't you? Do you want to go back and take a good look at the lawyer's letter and court summons with your name on them? That's defamation, and there is all the physical evidence." "Yes, that's right. You must be the one framing William. William is known for his good character. How could he hit you on the show? You must have hit him yourself. You are such a bad person. It's fine if you framed him online, but now you come here to frame him. Are you still a human being?" And Shinrong agreed with Jiang Ning's words very much, and stood up to say something fair, completely ignoring Sophia's expression on the side. Gu Qian's originally pale face turned red and white after being talked about, which was more beautiful than changing his face. Gu Qian glared angrily at William, who looked relaxed and contented, and wished he could rush up and stab him twice. "You'll know whether I have framed him or not after going to the hospital for a checkup." Gu Qian insisted on going to the hospital. He didn't believe that nothing would be wrong with him despite the pain he was in. "Okay." Lu Yin, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke up, her fingers hooked into her long hair. "But if the examination shows that there is nothing wrong with your body, you will kneel down in front of everyone and admit your mistake to William. Of course, you can also regret it now and not go to the hospital." The director saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly stepped out to smooth things over. "Is there some misunderstanding? I don't think William looks like someone who would hit someone." Gu Qian was a little hesitant at first, but after being provoked by their words, he agreed directly. "Let's go to the hospital now. If the examination shows that I have a physical problem, William must compensate me and apologize to me. He must kneel down and apologize." Lu Yin looked at the director and said, "Director Wang, please arrange a car. We will go to the largest hospital in the city and give Gu Qian a thorough checkup so that he won't accuse us of bribing the doctor." Not only did he stop talking, but he also had no way out. Gu Qian, who had been full of confidence, suddenly felt as if he was being forced into a dangerous situation, and he felt a little panicked. Maybe William beat him too hard last night, but now he feels dizzy and a little nauseous. William must have given him a concussion, and it can be checked out in the hospital. In an instant, Gu Qian had a plan in mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's go now." The director had no choice but to terminate today's mission and take a few people to the hospital first. The people in the live broadcast room are all those who like to watch the fun and don't mind the trouble. William is not that stupid. How could he beat up Gu Qian on the show, even though they have a grudge against each other, and Gu Qian deserves a beating? Gu Qian has slandered William more than once or twice. He uses the same old tricks, stealing his fiancée and parents. Although those who were stolen are all garbage, his behavior is really disgusting. Everyone says William didn't hit Gu Qian, but I don't think Gu Qian was pretending. I ran 10 kilometers the day before yesterday, and it was the same. Why didn't anyone say I was beaten? Stop arguing, we'll know the results soon. Gu Qian thought that the audience in the live broadcast room would say something good for him, but he didn't expect that there would be more people scolding him. Some people even thought that even if William really hit him, he deserved it. He had done so many things to let William down. So what if he hit him? He even wanted compensation and an apology. He has a small brain, but thinks a lot. Gu Qian thought that he could scare William by going to the hospital, but he didn't expect that William acted as if nothing had happened along the way, with Lu Yin sitting next to him and Jiang Ning sitting behind him. The others were also very close to William. Only Gu Qian was sitting alone in the back corner, feeling isolated. Gu Qian had seen how popular William was in the observation room. Jiang Ning was his first love. Lu Yin wanted to date him, and even in Shinrong was secretly competing with him. He just didn't understand what was so good about William. Without the title of the banker's son, he was just a useless person. If they knew that William killed his own sister, had been a murderer since childhood, and drove his mother crazy, would they still like him as much as they do now? From the way William beat him last night, it was obvious that he was a violent person. Go to the hospital immediately and see how he can still pretend. After Shinrong got into the car, she subconsciously looked for William. Before she sat down, she was pulled out of the car by Sophia and put into another car. Sophia asked coldly, "Why did you speak for William just now?" And Shinrong was stunned and said stupidly, "I didn't speak for him. I was just being truthful. You can't let me lie with my eyes open. And you can see that Gu Qian has no injuries at all, except for the bump on his forehead. Maybe he hit him somewhere. I know Gu Qian. He won't lie in this situation." The corners of Shinrong's mouth twitched slightly. Then William would not lie in such an occasion. Sophia seemed to be stimulated and said loudly, "How much do you know William? I have been with him for 3 years, and you have only known him for a few days, and you are speaking for him." And Shinrong said calmly, "I don't know him as well as you do, but I believe in my own eyes. At least in the past 3 years, William has never done anything to let you down, but you spread rumors online that he is a scumbag. The person who spread the rumors online was not me, but my father and William S. father. They did it for the benefit of the company. If William hadn't suddenly called off the engagement, it wouldn't have turned out like this." And Shinrong frowned and looked at Sophia with confusion in her eyes, as if she was meeting her for the first time. "You went to see Gu Qian at the engagement party. Shouldn't he have called off the engagement? Don't you know anything about the rumors your father spread? And Shinrong, who was it that said that Gu Qian and I were the best match, and that William was nothing compared to him, and that I should give up on him quickly? You are to blame for what has happened between William and I. What right do you have to question me? Haven't you said enough bad things about William in front of me? Now you are speaking for him. What? Do you like him?" Sophia asked sarcastically, looking at Shinrong as if she saw a fly eating rotten meat. "Or did you fall in love with William when I was with him? So you deliberately said bad things about him in front of me, trying to sow discord between him and me, so that you could get ahead of me after I broke up with him? There's a saying that's true. Set fire to prevent theft and best friends. And the one you're trying to prevent is a mistress like you." And Shinrong was not good at talking to begin with. She was so angry at Sophia's words that her eyes turned red. She said stubbornly, "I don't like William, and I never thought of breaking you up. You'd better not have it. Stay away from him in the future. Otherwise, you will be labeled as a mistress." Sophia's tone slowed down. "Shinrong, you have to know that we are best friends. Anything that affects our sisterhood is rubbish." Chapter 106. Gu Qian, kneel down and apologize. Beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Hearing this, a strong sense of shame swept over her body. And Shinrong lowered her head and pinched her palms hard. For the first time, Shinrong hated herself and wondered why she had said those harsh words to William. Based on one-sided views, William is devalued and said to be unworthy of Sophia, when it is obvious that Sophia is not worthy of him. William said that he didn't care, but in fact he probably resented her in his heart, so he was indifferent when he saw her dating Fang Chun. After arriving at the hospital, everyone gathered together and could clearly feel the changes between Shinrong and Sophia. They didn't know that Shinrong almost had a quarrel with Sophia because of William. After getting off the car, Sophia took Shinrong's arm affectionately. Although Shinrong did not reject her, she could clearly feel her coldness. The current situation is clear at a glance. Most people stand on William's side, not to mention Lu Yin and Jiang Ning. Sophia is new here, and if she wants to stabilize the camp, she must pull Shinrong to her side. Sophia could sense that Shinrong was interested in William even in the observation room, and she could feel her little thoughts more directly on the spot. And Shinrong would fall in love with William. When Sophia thought that her best friend and her aunt both fell in love with her ex-fiancé, She could not help but feel angry and resentful. She had been regretting ever since she broke off the engagement, and now that she saw William again, that regret had reached its peak. She didn't dare to think about William dating or marrying any of them. When she thought about the thing that originally belonged to her falling into someone else's hands, she felt so uncomfortable that her heart felt like it was pierced by countless needles and was in great pain. She wouldn't give any of them a chance, especially Lu Yin. She would rather destroy something that cannot be returned to her. Gu Qian was helped into the hospital by the staff. After getting the number, he threatened William. "Just wait. I will let everyone see your true face soon." William stood in the corridor, made a gesture of invitation, and said in a kind tone, "Okay, I'll wait." The test results came out very quickly, and the audience in the live broadcast room was eagerly waiting for the doctor to announce it. "The test results are out, Mr. Gu. You have no other problems except hypoglycemia." "Impossible. I'm in so much pain. How could I not be injured?" "You are injured, but they are minor injuries, not serious. Also, you have strained some muscles, so it is normal to feel pain. But now I feel dizzy and want to vomit. I think I have a concussion. It's normal to feel dizzy. Did you sit in the car all day yesterday? Did you not get enough rest in the past 2 days? Did you stay up late last night? Did you not eat a single bite of food this morning?" Low blood sugar plus mental fatigue can cause dizziness and vomiting. It's been hot recently. You've been in the air-conditioned room for a long time and haven't adapted to the temperature outside. Your body can't stand the sudden change between hot and cold, which can cause dizziness and other symptoms. Every time Gu Qian said something, the doctor refuted it, leaving Gu Qian speechless. Of course, the hospital couldn't find anything wrong because William had beaten up countless people with this trick, especially when he was in school. In order not to cause trouble to his grandmother and make her worry, William taught himself this set of martial arts skills. It hurts, but no wounds can be found. Even if you check, nothing can be found, and it won't leave any handle. Jiang Ning understood him, so he could strike back at Gu Qian without mercy, and he was also sure that the hospital would not be able to find out the cause. As for Lu Yin, in order not to let her worry, William secretly told her while in the car. But Lu Yin seemed to care more about whether Gu Qian slept in his bed. He slept, but not for long before I knocked him out and kicked him off. Lu Yin was unhappy because she had been dreaming about the big bed in William's room for a long time, but she didn't expect that someone else had touched it first. "I'll have someone change the bed when I get back." William couldn't understand why Lu Yin was upset. He nodded in agreement. It's time to change it. It felt weird for two grown men to share a bed, and they weren't close brothers. The test results came out and confirmed that Gu Qian was fine, but Gu Qian refused to admit it. He shouted that the program crew had bribed the hospital and that the hospital's examination was not standardized, and that he wanted to change to another hospital for examination, which made the medical staff nearby so angry that their scalps exploded. "Now I finally see what shamelessness means." Lu Yin applauded him. "This is the largest hospital here, a public hospital backed by the country. Do you think that we can make the doctor lie against medical ethics with just a few words?" William sighed and said helplessly, "Gu Qian, it's okay for you to slander me, but how can you slander the doctors here?" The people in the live broadcast room also followed suit and cursed. "William is so pitiful. I feel sorry for him. I let Gu Qian sleep on the bed, but he still blames him for it." What Lu Yin said was right. Gu Qian said they bribed the hospital before they found out what was wrong. Gu Qian can't afford to play. William was also quite helpless. He came to the variety show to avoid this crazy couple, but he still couldn't avoid them. He was framed by Gu Qian on the first day he met him. If I were William, I would have taken action a long time ago. Gu Qian was provoked and wanted to rush up and hit William. "William, how can you be so pretentious?" The director didn't want to see such a situation, so in order not to disturb the patients in the hospital, he quickly asked someone to take Gu Qian out of the hospital. The director stared at the live broadcast barrage, and everyone was posting. Gu Qian kneeled down to apologize. Therefore, as soon as she left the hospital, Lu Yin kicked Gu Qian without hesitation. "The results are out. You have no injuries. Kneel down and apologize." Gu Qian was dissatisfied. Lu Yin sneered. "Now that you are in good spirits, you can hit someone. In the morning, you even needed someone to help you walk. You are indeed an actor." "Jiang Ning, how would you rate your acting skills?" Jiang Ning smiled and said, "Give him 1 point for his shamelessness." Gu Qian was so embarrassed. He came to this program to save some face, but he didn't expect to fall into such a ditch on the first day. Not only did Lu Yin and Jiang Ning laugh at him, The audience in the live broadcast room were also laughing. I'm afraid even the observers in the observation room were laughing at him for overestimating his own abilities. Lu Yin urged impatiently, "Hurry up and kneel down to apologize. After we apologize, we still have to go back to complete the mission. We don't have extra time to waste with you." Gu Qian had no words to express his grievances and could only look to Sophia for help. It wasn't that Sophia didn't want to care about him, but she didn't know how to start. After organizing her words, she came to William. "William, I apologize to you on behalf of Gu Qian. He may have been too tired these days and took the dream as reality. Can you forgive him this time for my sake?" "Sophia, go back to the car and look in the mirror." Sophia frowned but said nothing, knowing that he had not finished speaking. William looked her straight in the eyes. "Your face is really ugly. I don't want to give it to you." Chapter 107. Like patting a dog's head. How dare Sophia say such things? What's her face worth? If I were William, I would vomit when I saw her silicone face. How can she save face by looking at herself in the mirror while peeing? She didn't pee, did she? If she didn't, I'll do it. My pee is clearer. Sophia withstood the pressure and said with great difficulty, "Then can you please consider that we have known each other for 3 years and ask Gu Qian not to kneel down? After all, he is a public figure." "Do you want to listen to what you were saying? He is a public figure. So why didn't he remember that he was a public figure when he was spreading rumors and slandering me? Fortunately, the hospital cleared my name this time. Otherwise, I would never be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River." William spoke calmly. "As for the affection you mentioned, I am ashamed of the 3 years I spent with you. If possible, I hope I have never met you." Sophia's face was completely pale, and her clenched fists loosened weakly. Every word William said was like a needle piercing her eardrums, and her ears were buzzing. For a long time, Sophia was speechless, as if her soul had left her body. The mocking looks from all around made her wish she could find a gap to hide in. She could clearly analyze that William's words were not spoken in anger. How good he had been to her in the past. How disgusting he was to her now. Language is a double-edged sword. When it is used to express nice things, it is like honey. But when it is used to express hatred, it can also be like a knife that stabs people and makes them bleed. Sophia didn't know what expression to make for a moment. At this moment, in William's mind, she was hateful and a vicious woman with a heart of a vicious snake. William came in front of Gu Qian, his expression and tone relaxed and natural. "Kneel down." Gu Qian's eyes were red with anger, and he still refused to kneel down. "You don't listen to me nicely, and you insist that I use special means, right?" William reached out and patted Gu Qian's left shoulder, as if to help him brush off the dust on his clothes. The next second, he exerted force with his hand, as if he pressed a switch. Gu Qian felt as if his left hand was dislocated by electric shock, and it was painful and numb. He subconsciously bent his knees to avoid it, but he didn't expect Zhuang Qian to use more force. His body was already in pain, and his legs were unstable, so William easily pushed him to his knees with one hand. Gu Qian widened his eyes and subconsciously wanted to stand up, but found that he couldn't stand up. In order to manage his image and look good on camera, Gu Qian strictly controlled his diet and simply relied on not eating to lose weight. He did not do any strength training, resulting in his poor health, and his strength was no match for William. William held him with his hands, like he was holding a boiled chicken. Gu Qian tried so hard that his face turned red, but he just couldn't shake the strength in William's hand. "I agreed to your request to come to the hospital for a checkup, but now that the results are out, you want to turn your back on me. Do you think I'm easy to mess with?" No one expected that William would directly push Gu Qian to his knees on the ground. William had a smile on his face, still looking very kind, but if you looked closely, you could see that his eyes were terrifyingly deep. Both the people at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked by the scene, as if they had gotten to know William all over again. William always gives people the impression of being good-tempered and never getting angry, as if nothing can affect him. To put it nicely, it means he has a good personality, but to put it bluntly, it means he is a coward. He didn't get angry when his fiancée ran away from the marriage, and he looked indifferent when the Xia family slandered him. Even when his biological parents abandoned him and adopted Gu Qian as their godson, he didn't express any opinion. Gu Qian thought William was a soft persimmon that he could easily take advantage of, but he found out today that he was actually a hard rock disguised as foam. Unable to stand up, Gu Qian had no choice but to give up resisting. He glared at William with resentment, and secretly swore that he would make William pay back tenfold or 100-fold for the humiliation he suffered today. William patted his head gently, as if he was patting a dog. "Since you have already knelt down, I will forgive you. I hope you will learn your lesson and stop accusing me of wrongdoing." The director was also a man who had seen big scenes. Seeing William say this, he quickly stepped forward to support him. "Let's just let it go. Don't take it to heart." William put his hand down, turned around, and asked the director, "Director, how should the next room be arranged? I would be happy to share a room with Gu Qian." Gu Qian had just been helped up and hadn't even stood firmly yet. When he heard what William said, he staggered and said fiercely, "I don't want to share a room with him." He was afraid that he would be beaten to death without knowing how. After this incident, the director didn't dare to arrange them in the same room anymore. "Since the four of you are all here, let's discuss it." The director looked at Lu Yin and asked, "What about you? Do you want to change rooms?" Lu Yin held Jiang Ning's hand affectionately. "Jiang Ning and I live well together, so I won't change." And Xinrong bit her lower lip and said, "Director, please change the bed in my room into 2 single beds. I'm not used to sleeping on one." "Good." The female guests have already discussed it, and the male guest is not wasting time. Ling Xian said he doesn't care and can live with anyone. Fang Chun, "In that case, William and I will share a room. Ling Xian and Gu Qian will share a room, and I will move the luggage when we get back." Gu Qian had no say. As long as he didn't live with William, he could room with anyone. William smiled, but said nothing. After arranging the room successfully, the director breathed a sigh of relief. "Then go back and make lunch at this time." On the way back, Gu Qian and Sophia were in the same car, and there was no live camera in the car. The driver is one of our own, so anything they talk about will not be spread out. After getting into the car, Gu Qian could hardly hide his emotions. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the car door. "William did it on purpose. Sophia, you have to believe me. He was the one who knocked me out last night and kicked me off the bed. I don't know why the hospital didn't find out." After Sophia got into the car, she subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. When she saw her swollen face, her eyes turned red and she pinched the flesh of her thighs with her fingertips. Sophia shifted her gaze. "I believe you, but if you can't provide evidence, you'll have to suffer this loss in silence." Gu Qian was extremely unwilling. "William is not a troublemaker. He hit you for a reason. Did you say something to provoke him?" Gu Qian was stunned for a moment, then looked at Sophia in disbelief. "Wan, do you think I'm a troublemaker? He beat me up for no reason." Gu Qian's voice was really harsh and unpleasant, giving her a headache. Sophia frowned and made an impatient tisk sound. The emotional Gu Qian did not notice Sophia's abnormality. He said angrily, "Don't forget, you are my fiancée now. You should think about me carefully." Gu Qian said a lot, but Sophia remained indifferent. Chapter 108. The more you scold her, the harder I will hit him. Sophia tried to find a sign from Gu Qian that William still cared about her. For example, could it be that William suddenly hit Gu Qian because of her? He was thinking about the fact that she had run away from her marriage. He was jealous of her engagement to Gu Qian. He would be unwilling to see her being with Gu Qian. Just like her. The more Sophia acted like she didn't care, the angrier Gu Qian became. His head hurt even more. The pain was like maggots had crawled into his brain. The maggots were wriggling in his blood, gnawing at his brain, crawling through his blood vessels to every part of his body, and finally accumulating in his entire chest cavity, as if they were about to explode. All I could think about was whether Sophia had fallen in love with William, whether she regretted running away from her marriage, and whether she regretted being with him. Sophia's current behavior forced him to doubt her loyalty to him. Men are always conceited. He used to look down on William, but now it's his turn. "Okay, I just want to remind you to be more restrained. We are not here to compete with him. Don't forget that you still have a case. Do you want to be a bad artist for the rest of your life with the crime of defamation? From now on, I want to have a good relationship with William." In addition to asking him to withdraw the lawsuit, the most important thing is to get to know the big boss of Yain Group through him. But in Gu Qian's opinion, this was just an excuse for her to get back together with William. Gu Qian, who was so angry that he was blinded by anger, said without thinking, "What do you mean by building a good relationship? I think you just want to get back together with him. Coming here to record the show is just an excuse for you to see him." Gu Qian reminded her again and again, "You are my girlfriend now, my fiancée. We have confirmed our relationship in front of so many people and even set the wedding date. It is too late for you to regret now. Don't forget that you have been engaged twice." The Xia family cannot afford to lose face like this. Sophia finally stopped being indifferent. Maybe her secret was exposed. She blushed and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Qian sneered coldly. "What I want to say is that even if you go back to William to admit your mistakes and make peace, it's impossible for you. Anyone can see that the person he likes now is Lu Yin. Lu Yin is your aunt. What can you use to compete with them? Being pinned to the ground by her like last night?" Sophia felt her face hurt, and she said coldly, "Gu Qian, you have crossed the line." These few simple words instantly brought Gu Qian back to his senses, and his face went from warm to cold. In this relationship, Sophia has always been in control. She can escape the marriage for him or just abandon him. His current status was given by her. If she hadn't spent money to support him, could Gu Qian have become a popular star? If she hadn't casually asked her father to ask the Zhuang family to give him an identity, would he have become Zhuang Zhoming's godson? Would he have been able to enter her circle? Everything he has was given by her. So who has the right to say that to her? Even if she really did something wrong, Gu Qian had no right to criticize her. Gu Qian understood what Sophia meant by that, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, Wan Wan. I just cared about you too much, and I was so angry that I lost my mind. I'm not smart, so I said these words to you. Don't take it to heart. I will never question you again. If you are angry, just hit me until you feel relieved." Gu Qian grabbed Sophia's wrist and was about to hit him in the face, apologizing and speaking nice words in a humble manner. Sophia clenched her fist and pulled it back with force. "Okay, this won't happen again. Having said this, there is no need to say any more." Gu Qian tactfully sat aside and kept quiet. Sophia also closed her eyes. Although she looked calm, her heart had actually begun to collapse. It wasn't that she had completely ignored Gu Qian's words. How is it possible that William fell in love with Lu Yin? He had only been on the show for a few days and had only known Lu Yin for a short time. So how could he possibly fall in love with Lu Yin so quickly? When we arrived at the cabin, the director started to arrange the rooms. The newly bought beds had not arrived yet, so we had to wait until the afternoon to move in. Today it was William and Lu Yan's turn to cook. They took 2 pieces of meat from the refrigerator and threw them into water to thaw. Lu Yan was responsible for cooking at home. William went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables, and the rest of the people were busy with their own things. Sophia saw William was about to go out and hurried to follow him. "William, I'll go with you and get to know the surrounding environment by the way." William didn't even look at her and treated her as air. This was something Sophia had never encountered before. Sophia gritted her teeth and followed her. The photographer was originally planning to tag along, but Sophia said directly, "I want to talk to William alone, and it's not convenient for outsiders to hear." The photographer still respected the ideas of every guest. When he heard that he was not allowed to follow, he went back to the house with the camera in his hand. Sophia followed William to the back mountain. Although they broke up last month, she felt like she hadn't seen William for a long time. He is in 2 different states, outside the camera and in front of the camera. He seems to be even more handsome than when he is with her. William is concentrating on picking beans. There are so many beans in summer that he can't finish them all. He plans to have a bean feast for lunch today, including beans and potatoes with pork ribs, beans and eggplant, and bean kimchi. The remaining beans can be made into dried beans. William was concentrating on thinking about the cuisine, and it would be nice if Sophia wasn't around. Seeing that William didn't take her seriously at all, Sophia finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Why did you hit Gu Qian last night?" "I didn't hit him. Don't bite people randomly." The doctor checked and found no injuries on his body. "Gu Qian also apologized to me." "William, you can't fool me." "Don't worry, I don't have a recorder or a cell phone with me. I just want to know the truth," Sophia said, reaching out to pull William's sleeve. William dodged and listened to Sophia continue talking with lack of interest. "William, tell me the truth. Why did you hit Gu Qian? Did he make you unhappy in some way? Why did you hit him so hard?" "He did make me unhappy, but you are the one who makes me even angrier." "Me?" Sophia was delighted. Could it be that William really still cared about her? William didn't know what Sophia was thinking. He just felt that the way she looked at him was disgusting. He said, "From now on, if you dare to scold Lu Yin again, I will hit Gu Qian once." Sophia's eyes were startled, and she grabbed a beanstalk and twisted it off. "Did you hit Gu Qian because of Lu Yin?" William finally looked her in the eye. "Isn't Gu Qian the person you like? It hurts you to hit him. I remember what you said to Lu Yin. The more you scold him, the harder I will hit him. If you don't want him to become a cripple, you'd better keep your mouth shut and control your temper." Sophia was thankful that he didn't hit women. Sophia's face turned pale. She never expected that William beat Gu Qian because of Lu Yin. But why is it Lu Yin? Chapter 109. Sophia. You are like a shrew. William looked at Sophia in front of him with eyes that were red as if stained with blood, and her stiff face was completely bloodless, even whiter than the foundation she applied on her face. William saw something like pain on her face. William, you and Lu Yin have only known each other for a few days. Do you understand what kind of person she is? How dare you treat her like this? Sophia cursed madly. Lu Yin is a waste in the Lu family. She is good for nothing. She is just a straw bag in a vase. You will not get any benefit from being with such a person. She will also drag you down. I have seen her going in and out of the hotel with different men many times. Her body has long been unclean. She may have a disease that can infect you. Lu Yin approached you with bad intentions. She wanted revenge on me. She has been like this since she was a child. She relied on her seniority to snatch anything I liked from me. When I was a child, she snatched my cakes, my TV remote control, and my dresses and jewelry. As she grew up, she became more unscrupulous, snatching jewelry and bags from me. And now she's even snatching you. She didn't understand why William was so indifferent. The quieter he was, the more he looked like a madman to her. William had unknowingly picked a large handful of beans. He put them in the bucket and looked at Sophia slowly. Sophia, do you know what you look like? Like a shrew, with resentment and jealousy written all over her face. Admit it, you are jealous that Lu Yin is better than you. She is prettier than you, has a better figure than you, is smarter than you, and is more likable than you. And you are also jealous that I like her. William peeled off her disguise layer by layer, like peeling an onion. Sophia has lost her composure. William didn't know Lu Yin very well, but he knew that she was definitely not a useless vase, as Sophia said. If she was really a vase, how could she make the two major departments of Ian Group obey her orders? As for playing with men, is there any evidence? Is there any real evidence? If someone spreads rumors that a man and a woman are not in a good relationship when they see them together, it can only mean that she is dirty and looking for trouble. At least in the last life, William had known Lu Yin for so many years, but he had never seen her fall in love or have an affair with a man, which made him think that she had no feelings for men, so she became a non-marriageist. I will treat someone well if I want to. It has nothing to do with how long we've known each other. You should be very clear about this. Just like how he treated Sophia in the beginning. He thought his sincerity could be exchanged for sincerity, but in the end he realized that the person who gives his heart without reservation is the one who loses the most. The beans had been picked, and William decided to go back, but Sophia blocked the way. He said unceremoniously, "Make way." Sophia opened her arms to stop him. "William, I know I have hurt you in the past 3 years. It's normal for you to blame me and not trust me, but we have known each other for 3 years after all, and we have some affection for each other. What I said today is entirely for your own good. I don't want you to get hurt because of Lu Yin. There will always be some people in this world who, under the guise of doing it for your own good, will gossip about you, interfere with your decisions, and distort the facts. On the surface, they appear to be doing it for your own good, but in fact they wish to trample you into the mud. I believe many people are familiar with such people, commonly known as Saint Bitch. Sophia, you are not in love with me, are you?" William seemed to have discovered a new world. He laughed and said in a mocking tone, "Are you so unhappy to see me and Lu Yin together? You slander her again and again in front of me? Have you forgotten my reminder to you just now? How could I possibly like you?" Sophia's heartbeat slowed down and her eyes widened. For her, admitting that she cared about William was an extremely embarrassing thing. It's like throwing the food you're tired of into the trash can. You think you'll never touch it again, but when you're extremely hungry, you keep thinking about it, and then you lose control and start rummaging through the trash can. That's best. I hope you can remember this and stay away from me. I don't have the habit of rekindling old feelings and playing the Minotaur plot with you. Sophia understood the first part, but she didn't understand the second part. She thought it was probably not something nice to hear. This is not over yet. William continued to stimulate her. Combined with the rumors you spread about Lu Yin, I can give you a complete answer. If Lu Yin is really playing with me, then I am willing to be played by her. If she likes many men, then I will line up. If she is a vase, then she is also the most valuable blue and white porcelain. Knowing what Sophia was concerned about, he immediately increased the damage value to the maximum. Are you satisfied with this answer? Sophia's face was gloomy. Her eyes were cold, but more of a broken defense. William gently pushed her aside with the bucket. William! Sophia shouted his name uncomfortably behind him. William didn't even look back, walked down the slope briskly, and then hurried back to the cabin. Luyan had already cooked the rice and was now peeling garlic with Jiangning. Jiangning asked, Sophia went out with William. Aren't you worried? Luyan smiled softly. What should I worry about? She can't beat him, and she can't scold him. Sophia can only suffer in front of William. As for the rekindled old love you are worried about, that is even more impossible. Even if William gets back together with you, he will never get back together with her. He has no feelings for her. Luyan knew how to comfort people, but her mood didn't get better. Jiangning was not as open-minded as Luyan. After all, William and Sophia had been together for 3 years. She had secretly inquired about William's news and knew that he loved Sophia very much, obeyed her in everything, and was wholeheartedly good to her. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Sophia regrets her decision. If Sophia wants to win William back, can William really just turn a blind eye to her? During the 3 years that William and Sophia were together, Jiangning cared about them more than she thought. She was lost in thought until Luyan pinched her face. Anyway, William will definitely be with me in the end. If you think about it this way, isn't it easier for me and William to be together than for Sophia? Then when Sophia sees William, she will have to call him uncle, and your generation status will be raised by 1 level. Jiangning. After a long silence, she turned her head away from Luyan's hand. Don't touch my face, it smells like garlic. When William came back and saw this scene, he felt a little strange. Girls' friendship came suddenly, sometimes good and sometimes bad. When did the relationship between these two people become so good? It seems to have started from last night. When Luyan saw William coming back, her eyes lit up. She put down the garlic in her hand and said, You're back. What are we having for dinner today? All kinds of beans. Luyan saw that there was half a bucket and asked, How can we eat so much? The old beans are used to stew pork ribs, the tender ones are fried with eggplants, and the thin-rooted ones are dried in the sun to make pickled cowpeas. The 2 girls were responsible for picking beans, while William chopped the thawed ribs and prepared the ingredients. Guqian saw that only William came back and asked in a bad tone, William, where's Sophia? Have no idea. What do you mean you don't know? Didn't Sophia go out with you? Why did you come back? But she didn't. Chapter 110 Director, William poisoned. It's none of my business if she doesn't come back. Am I her father? We're just walking around here. Are you still worried that she'll get lost? If you're really worried, go find her. You bang. William clenched the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed it hard on the chopping board. Stay away from my food. Don't spit your saliva into it. Guqian glanced at the live camera in the kitchen and endured it. He went out to look for Sophia and finally found Sophia sitting on the ground on a hillside. Wan. Sophia looked up suddenly, and seeing that it was Gu Hoqian, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Guqian didn't notice that he came to Sophia and blocked the sun for her. Your face hasn't healed yet. You shouldn't be in the sun. I know, but she was cold. Whenever she thought of what William had just said to her, she shivered and even wanted to cry. She squatted on the ground with her arms folded and buried her head in her arms, as if this could help her escape reality. Gu Qian squatted in front of her. Wan, how was your conversation with William? Will he withdraw the lawsuit? Sophia said in a low voice. I didn't tell him that. If you don't talk about such an important thing, then what are you talking about? Gu Qian suppressed his unhappiness and asked. So what did you talk about? Nothing. I'll find another opportunity to talk to William about withdrawing the lawsuit. Today is not the right time. Wan, William has no feelings for you anymore. It's useless to play the emotional card. You should either talk about benefits directly or threaten him. You have been with him for so many years, he must have something on you. Don't delay. Uncle Xia can't wait. Sophia and William have been together for 3 years. She may know the truth about William's sister's death. Gu Qian decides to test her. I know. You'd better know. Gu Qian was very dissatisfied with Sophia. After all, no man could tolerate his woman having another man in her heart, and this man was her ex. Go back. I'll help you. Gu Qian bent down and helped Sophia up. William cooks very quickly. He uses 2 pots, one for stewing the ribs and the other for stir-frying. He cooks 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, which is enough for 8 people. William went to wash his hands and was the last one to come to the table. Lu Yin and Zhang Ning reserved a seat for him between them. With the addition of 2 more people, the positions have changed. and Shinrong was squeezed further away and now sits completely together with Fong Chun, forming a fixed CP. In order to stop Shinrong from thinking about William, Sophia deliberately forced the two of them together. As soon as he saw Fong Chun, he started praising him, saying that he was young, promising, handsome, and caring. When I was in the observation room, I was very optimistic about Shinrong and you as a couple. You even have a couple name, Chun and CP. Shinrong has been my friend for many years. I was in the same class with her in junior high school. She is a very nice person. Although she's a little stubborn sometimes and her words are a little harsh, she is very easy to coax, just like a little child. People like her are suitable to find a man who is 4 or 5 years older than her, so that he can take better care of her. Fong Chun is 28 years old this year, 5 years older than 23-year-old Shinrong. If it were in the past, and Shinrong would have been so happy to hear someone praising her like this, but now she just felt upset and even a little nauseous when she heard Sophia's words, so nauseous that she couldn't eat. Fong Chun liked to hear that very much, and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Really? I'm happy to take care of Shinrong. And Shinrong said coldly, I'm not a child, I don't need you to take care of me. Sophia said to Fong Chun, look, she's being upset again. She's like this when she's shy. Come to think of it, you and Shinrong have already gone on 2 dates. You're really meant to be together. She joined this show just to find a suitable boyfriend to marry. And Shinrong didn't want to lose her temper at the dinner table, so she clenched her chopsticks tightly. Lu Yin glanced at her and said, what you said is really ridiculous. Who doesn't come here to find a boyfriend to get married, my little niece? I also came here to find an uncle for you. I'm sure you saw it clearly in the observation room. Speaking of CP names, what is the CP name for William and I? Lu Yin didn't shy away from it at all and just went right in front of his face. What was originally a topic about Shinrong alone has now become a topic involving many people. Sophia said stubbornly, I don't know about you, but the audiences nowadays don't like relationships between older women and younger men, so there's nothing much to say. Is that so? Lu Yin turned her head and thrust her face into the live camera, aggrieved. Is it true that no one likes sister-brother relationships? No one supports me and William? Sophia suddenly realized that it was her first day recording this kind of live program. Because she was not used to it, she often forgot that it was a live broadcast. Sophia's face changed. The live broadcast room was filled with comments like crazy. Sister, I like sister-brother relationships. Don't listen to her, Sophia. She is lying to you and is jealous of you. Luju CP is carrying the banner. We are silent. Just treat us as if we don't exist, right? She is talking nonsense, making trouble, and taking advantage of the power of others. Yinbao, you're the most popular. We all like you. This face that suddenly appeared to me was so beautiful that my heart was beating wildly. I couldn't stand it. Yin Yin's face was so beautiful that I was licking the screen. Lu Yin easily diverted the topic away from Shinrong. And Shinrong on the opposite side stared at Lu Yin blankly, and suddenly felt that Lu Yin was not so annoying. William brought the last dish, braised pork ribs with potatoes and beans, to the table. The dishes are all here, let's eat. William looked at Gu Qian kindly. The two newlyweds must eat the first bite of the dish. William quickly picked up his chopsticks and put a piece of beans in Gu Qian's bowl, and greeted him warmly. Eat quickly. This dish is specially made to welcome you. Whenever William was friendly to him, Gu Qian felt a chill down his spine and was a little scared. After all, William was like this last night. Gu Qian looked at the beans in the bowl and thought they shouldn't be poisoned since they were taken from the same dish after all. William can't just poison everyone just to poison him. And with so many live cameras on the scene, William probably wouldn't dare to do anything tricky. Thinking of this, Gu Qian gradually calmed down. He picked up the beans in the bowl and started eating. Is it tasty? Gu Qian nodded. It's delicious. As long as it tastes good. William looked at him meaningfully, then sat down. Eat it all, and have a good rest after you finish eating. An hour after lunch, Gu Qian suddenly felt abdominal pain, then began to feel nauseous, vomit, and even a little dizzy. At first, no one took Gu Qian seriously and just thought he had heat stroke. After all, they had just checked him out in the morning and found that he was in poor physical condition and had some minor health problems. 2 hours later, Gu Qian still did not get any relief after taking the medicine. He continued to have diarrhea, and later he began to sweat coldly, and his limbs became numb. Gu Qian suddenly remembered the string beans William had given him at noon and weakly grabbed the director's hand and said, Director, William poisoned it. Chapter 1:11 I am the mother of your child. When the director heard this, he was shocked. The matter in the morning had just been resolved, so how could it happen again now? The director didn't dare to delay any longer and sent Gu Qian to the hospital. The examination results showed that he had food poisoning. Judging from the food at noon, there is only one possibility, that is, eating uncooked beans led to bean poisoning. Because Gu Qian insisted that William had deliberately poisoned him to death, William also came to the hospital. William had just woken up from a nap. The weather was hot, and he rushed to the hospital under the scorching sun. He felt a little depressed both mentally and emotionally. Gu Qian, who had just worn off the anesthesia, was lying on the hospital bed, shouting incoherently that he wanted to call the police to arrest William, mumbling, "William poisoned me. He wanted to kill me. Police, arrest him, lock him up, and shoot him." William looked into the ward and asked the director, "What's wrong with him?" "Food poisoning. The beans you made for lunch were not cooked well." "How is it possible? We all ate. How come he is the only one who has problems while we are all fine?" Find something from William's face, but unfortunately found nothing. William was so angry that he frowned. "You wronged me this morning, and you did it again in the afternoon. You really can't change your nature." Gu Qian said that when you brought out the dish, you put a piece of string bean into his bowl. "Director, if you doubt me, just check the surveillance to see if it was me. There are so many cameras watching in the kitchen. How could I dare to poison him? Someone could die if I'm not careful, and I don't want to be charged with a criminal case." William said sincerely and seriously, "What do I want? Can his poisoning bring me any benefit? I'm getting into trouble for no reason." The director thought, "That's right." Gu Qian woke up slowly and heard what William said in the corridor. He cursed, "William, you deliberately gave me uncooked beans to eat. You wanted to hurt me. You were jealous of Sophia marrying me, and I recognized your parents." William couldn't help but pointed inside and laughed. He rushed to grab the things in the trash can, thinking they were good stuff. The director is hard to describe. When William walked in, Gu Qian's already pale face became even paler, making his dark circles obvious. He looked like he was exhausted and weak. William stood beside his bed. "You ate a dish and got poisoned. You said that I was the one who gave you the food and caused you to get poisoned. I asked you if it tasted good, and you said it tasted good. Can't you tell whether it was raw or cooked?" Gu Qian really couldn't tell the difference. For the sake of image management, all the dishes he ate were very light. For example, he hadn't eaten stewed pork ribs with beans for many years. Whoever advocates this can provide evidence and say that I deliberately poisoned you. Then I will also say that you deliberately ate raw beans to frame me. After all, for someone like you with a criminal record, it is not impossible. With that said, it seems like Gu Qian is more of a suspect. Seeing the director looking at him strangely, Gu Qian too was furious. He slapped the bed under him and said, "William, you are slandering me." William still said the same thing. Find the evidence. If he wants to call the police, he can accompany him. Gu Qian had suffered a loss at William's hands once, and seeing how confident he was, he knew that the so-called evidence had been destroyed by him. Gu Qian was so angry that he clenched his fists and forgot that there was a needle stuck in the back of his hand, and the blood was flowing back. When the director saw this, he quickly called the doctor and nurse to help him adjust the infusion tube. Gu Qian insisted that William was the one who poisoned him, so William asked Gu Qian to produce evidence, and they were suddenly caught in a vicious circle. The doctor also gave an explanation, saying that when food is cooked in one pot, it is possible that some beans are not cooked. As for why Gu Qian was the only one poisoned, we can only say that he was unlucky. Others have not been poisoned, perhaps because their bodies are healthy and can resist trace toxins. Or perhaps the poison has not yet set in. The doctor repeatedly reminded William, "In the future, when cooking beans, simmer them for a little longer. Simmering for more than 10 minutes will be fine. If you want to stir-fry them but are worried that they are not cooked through, you can add some water and simmer for 5 or 6 minutes, and then dry-fry them over high heat." "Doctor, I've been cooking for several years, and I've never had any cases of bean poisoning. But I will listen to you and be more careful in the future." He glanced sideways and looked forward. Be careful not only about the food, but also about the people. The matter ended in nothing. The director had a worried look on his face, always feeling that Gu Qian looked unlucky, and his bad luck was so bad that it infected the entire program crew. If he had known earlier, he should not have signed Gu Qian. The director said with a headache, "What should we do now? Your body won't get better in a short time, and you have new arrangements tomorrow. How are you going to record?" Gu Qian asked. "What arrangements?" 2 days of camping, picking mushrooms outside. As soon as Gu Qian heard this, He didn't want to go. His fear of William had become a conditioned reflex. If they could poison him in the cabin in front of so many people and cameras, wouldn't it be even more cruel if they went outside? Moreover, there are many different varieties of poisonous mushrooms. If you are not careful, it is easy to eat poisonous mushrooms by mistake, which makes it easier for William to poison him. Gu Qian was afraid of dying in the mountains. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly shook his head. I'm not going. Director, don't worry about me. Just arrange it as you want. I'll rest in the hospital for 2 days. That's all we can do. Since the problem was solved, the director was unwilling to stay any longer as he had a lot of things to do in the day. He left a staff member in the hospital to look after Zhu Qian and then took William away. Gu Qian was resting in the hospital and didn't need to record, so the staff returned his phone to him. Gu Qian opened his phone and found several private messages and missed calls. The most common messages were from Tang Jing, who kept asking him when she could bring William back. My scalp tingles when I think of this crazy old woman Gu Qian. William's behavior of poisoning and beating people is probably related to his family genes. Gu Qian ignored it and pretended not to see it. Gu Qian looked at them one by one until he clicked on an unfamiliar number. The other party sent him an ultrasound picture, which showed that the baby was 8 months pregnant and would be born in more than a month. At first, Gu Qian didn't take it seriously. He just thought someone had sent it to the wrong person and didn't think too much about it. The ward was quiet. Under the effect of the medicine, Gu Qian felt a little drowsy. He closed his eyes and fell asleep quickly. He didn't know how long he slept before he was awakened by a phone call. Gu Qian picked up the phone and saw that it was that strange phone number. Gu Qian picked up the phone. Hello. A female voice came from the phone. Gu Qian, have you seen the photo I sent you? The other party knew him, and the photo was either sent by mistake or intended for him to see. Who was so bored as to send him a pregnancy ultrasound picture? Gu Qian felt uneasy and began to feel that the woman's voice sounded familiar. I saw it. Who are you? Did you send it to the wrong person? I am Su Tian, the mother of your child. Only 7 months have passed, and you have already forgotten my voice. Gu Qian's eyes suddenly widened, and the woman's voice continued to come to his ears. That night, I became pregnant with your child. Now the child is about to be born. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Gu Qian wanted to curse loudly, but he considered that this was a hospital with many people and many gossips, and his words might be spread by someone with ulterior motives. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Didn't I already give you the money? Su Tian, that little money is for me to accompany you for a month. Now that I'm pregnant, it has to be calculated separately. Ask for a wave of gifts sooner or later. Use love to generate electricity. You can watch free ads every day, and the gift list has fallen off. Equal to or succeeds equal to or precedes. Chapter 112 Scumbag Gu Qian. Gu Qian was so angry that he almost laughed. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen again after such a long time. As expected, you have to uproot the grass. Okay, I'll give you money. How much do you want in exchange for aborting the baby? 300 million. 300 million. Why don't you go and rob it? Su Tian said bluntly. Gu Qian, I have calculated that with your current net worth, 300 million is not a lot. Su Tian, you have guts. Su Tian laughed twice. I don't have any sperm. I have your sperm in my belly, and it's a male sperm. Gu Qian turned his face toward the window, looked at the dark night outside, and said in a calm voice, I don't need you to give birth to my son. Su Tian, but I already have it. If you don't want it, what did you sow in the first place? If you really can't give me 300 million, then you can marry me. This must be her purpose. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to him when she was 8 months pregnant. She just wanted to force him to marry her because of the pregnancy. My stomach ached slightly after the wash. It was already fragile, and now I felt bloated and nauseous. How could I possibly marry you when you know Sophia, and I just got engaged? This is easy to solve. I will send the evidence of our sleeping together and the paternity test of the fetus to your fiancée. Then you won't be able to get married, and you can marry me. Su Tian's tone was light and cheerful, as if she had come up with a great idea. She actually took herself into consideration and completely ignored Gu Qian. Gu Qian could vaguely feel a sweet and fishy taste coming from his throat. He must be having bad luck this year and encountering villains. Why did he always run into a bunch of crazy people recently? If this continues, he will be tortured to death. He could only negotiate in a tone. Su Tian, I can't come up with 300 million. Can you see if you can reduce it to 10 million? Su Tian seemed to be shocked by Gu Qian's bargaining. She was stunned for a long time before she said, Gu Qian, do you think I'm a fool? You bargained my 300 million down to 10 million? Who told you to bid like that? Don't you want to kill me? Gu Qian said, anyway, I only have 10 million, no more. Okay, you transfer the 10 million to me. Hearing that there was still room for negotiation, Gu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and asked, what about the child? Su Tian. I gave birth to it. Gu Qian. Are you kidding me? Su Tian sneered. This is the child support you should give. If you don't give it to me, I will make a big fuss. Anyway, I have nothing but my child, but you are different. You are the son-in-law of a wealthy family, and you have recognized rich parents. Gu Qian felt threatened. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Su Tian, let's talk it over. I won't stop you if you want to give birth to the child. I will definitely give you the child support. Please don't make a big deal out of it. You want my child to be a bastard? He is my son. How can he be an illegitimate child? Gu Qian decided to calm her down first and plan things carefully afterwards. He continued, my position is not stable now, and I haven't made enough money. After I officially inherit the Zhuang family's property and get the shares of the Xia family, I will take you and my son back and reunite as a family. These words really calmed Su Tian down. So, you're still going to marry Sophia? We can get divorced after we get married. I'll transfer the money to you. Where do you live now? If the environment is bad, rent a better house. Tell me if you need anything. I'm recording a show now, and I'll come to find you after it's over. Su Tian told me the due date. Will you come to accompany me when I give birth? I will definitely make time to be with you that day. Although pregnant women are sensitive and have a bad temper, they are fragile hearts and can be easily coaxed as long as you are patient and say things they want to hear. Su Tian was finally coaxed into submission and stopped making a fuss. However, when she hung up the phone, she emphasized and threatened, Gu Qian, don't forget me and my son. The moment the call was hung up, Gu Qian wanted to smash the phone, but thinking that this was the only phone he had, he could only suppress the impulse. Su Tian used to be his assistant. There was no love developed between them, only physical needs. Su Tian was a girl from the countryside with no background, so it was hard to control her. She was a fan of his before she became his assistant, so it was easy to win him over. They had known each other for a year, but they only had sex for a month. Su Tian was very obedient. When she was his assistant, she rushed to do everything, such as making nutritious meals for him, helping him with his luggage, fanning him when it was hot, standing on tiptoe to hold an umbrella for him, queuing outside to buy milk tea on hot days, remembering all his preferences, doing whatever he was asked to do, and hanging around him all day long. The first time I slept with her was an accident, but the subsequent times were natural. Their relationship was so secret that even their agent didn't know about it. Who could have thought? After all, compared with Sophia, Su Tian is just a country girl. How could he possibly like her? He really didn't like her. He just treated her as a toy to kill time and please his body, but he never took her to heart. He would give Su Tian money every time. In order to avoid the relationship being disclosed, Gu Qian proposed to end it. When they separated, he gave her 500,000 yuan, which Su Tian accepted. He thought that their relationship was a business one. Every time they had sex, he was very careful and took all the necessary measures, but Su Tian still got pregnant. Judging from the time of pregnancy, it was the first pregnancy that was an accident. Damn it, Gu Qian cursed inwardly. If he had been with Sophia and got pregnant at the same time, he would have praised himself as a sharpshooter. But when this happened to Su Tian, he just wanted to say it was bad luck. He was wrong. He thought Su Tian was an honest girl who knew nothing, but he didn't expect to be tricked by her. Gu Qian did not doubt Su Tian. The fact that she could come up with these things to threaten him over the phone proved that she had a lot of evidence against him. A head-on confrontation would not work, and he could only proceed step by step. In the middle of the night, Gu Qian's stomach was cramping with anger. He curled up on the bed, clenched his fists against his stomach, and closed his eyes silently. It was not until the nurse on rounds came in that she discovered that Gu Qian had fainted again. After William returned to the cabin from the hospital, he first saw Lu Yin. Are you okay? Don't worry, nothing can happen to me. William could give half-cooked beans to Gu Qian to eat, so he would naturally not be caught by anyone. Fang Chun and the others also gathered around. Where's Gu Qian? How is he? Is he feeling better? I have food poisoning, and I can't come back for the time being. How could he get food poisoning out of nowhere? What did he eat? We are all fine except him. What a troublemaker. The person who said this was in Shinrong. As a former fan of Gu Qian, she has now turned against him like a fan who turned against him because of his looks. She dislikes Gu Qian in every aspect, and no one can understand why she thought Gu Qian was better than William in the first place. The idea that remains unchanged is that Sophia and Gu Qian are a perfect match and should get married. And Shinrong subconsciously looked for Sophia and saw her standing in an inconspicuous corner. She seemed to be frightened and stared blankly at William. Yes, how could Gu Qian get food poisoning? Others may not know, but Sophia may not know either. This was William's second warning to her. Chapter 113, Awakening and Shinrong. William did it on purpose. He didn't hit Gu Qian, but he caused Gu Qian to get food poisoning. The pain of gastric lavage was no less than being punched in the body. When William glanced at her inadvertently, Sophia clearly felt the malice in his eyes. Beating and poisoning people are illegal, but William could be so cruel for Lu Yin again and again, violating his principles. This situation had never happened before. Even as her fiancé for 3 years, he had never acted so rashly because of her. It would be a lie to say, "I'm not jealous." She said so many bad things about Lu Yin, but William didn't care at all. In fact, not caring about it made him treat Lu Yin better. Watching people who were once good to you now being doubly good to others is a really unpleasant feeling, like the dregs of expired bitter medicine stuck in your throat, emitting a sour and bitter taste. Sophia is an only child, and no one in the family will share her love. Xia Qingshan treats her as the apple of his eye and gives her all the good things, the best material life, and the most superior educational resources, so that she enjoys a luxurious life. Among her friends of the same age, she has the best family background, so everyone will give in to her and put her at the center of attention. No one ever took away her things, only she didn't want them. But now she felt a strong sense of gap, as if someone suddenly appeared in her life and took away something that originally belonged to her. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yin with resentment. The director came back with William and announced tomorrow's tasks after returning. "Pack your luggage tonight. We will set off early tomorrow morning." And Shinrong raised her hand and asked obediently, "Director, where are we going?" "We'll be camping for 2 days. There are a lot of mushrooms in the mountains during the recent rainy season. We can pick wild mushrooms to eat during this season." "Will it be poisoned?" "We have a professional manual, a doctor accompanying us, and local people to help us, so the probability of poisoning is very low." "So what should I bring for camping?" "I suggest you travel light, since you still need to bring a tent." The director secretly glanced at Lu Yin, guessed his boss's mood, and said, "Gu Qian is in the hospital and can't record. There will be only 7 of you going out camping these 2 days. The 7 of you should discuss among yourselves and split into 2 teams." When they heard that they were going to be divided into teams, the guests all looked at their favorite candidates. Not to mention Jiang Ning and Lu Yin. And Shinrong was also pretending not to care and secretly glancing at William. Sophia took in the expressions of the 3 women. She felt unhappy, but like in Shinrong, she couldn't help but steal a glance at William. Ling Xian asked, 7 people, no matter how you divide it, it won't be even." Lu Yin said, "I, Jiang Ning, and William, we will form a group of 3, and you will form a group of 4. And Shinrong said, "Why do you have the final say? Aren't you and Sophia good friends? Do you want to separate from her?" The director arranged for us to split into our own teams to avoid conflicts within the team. Lu Yin turned to Fang Chun and Ling Xian and asked them, "Do you have any objections?" Fang Chun's idea was very simple. As long as he could be in a group with Shinrong, it would be fine. Ling Xian didn't care and didn't dare to have any opinion. The team was divided so simply. The program crew had already prepared the camping equipment. Each team had 2 tents. In addition to the tents, they also had to bring tableware for eating, as well as seasonings and pots for cooking. Considering that they would only stay for 2 days, William did not bring too many things. He was responsible for the food, and the 2 girls were responsible for the details, such as mosquito repellent and medicine. They heard that there were snakes in the mountains in this season, so they specially asked someone to prepare snake repellent powder. After a night's rest, they were woken up before dawn the next day. The staff drove them to the foot of the mountain and asked them to climb up. The mountain road was slippery after it had just rained, so several people put on rain boots and held a stick in their hands, which could be used as a walking stick to drive away snakes and to hit spider webs. Up to now, this program no longer feels like a dating show, but more like a mountain adventure. And Shinrong was afraid of insects, so in order not to delay the filming process, she endured it. But when she saw a long snake hanging on the tree, she burst into tears instantly. "I don't want to go up there." "Director, have you forgotten that this is a love show? not a survival show. Why did you bring us to this crappy place? The little girl was frightened and cried. The director felt guilty and came to her and comforted her softly. Isn't the meaning of love to share the joys and sorrows? If you can't bear this little bit of hardship, how can you bear the hardship of marriage? And Shinrong squatted on the ground, rubbing her eyes and choking up. Is marriage just for suffering? Then I won't get married. Director. I was unable to refute for a moment. But you see, others are persevering, so you can do it too. But I'm afraid of bugs. I'm afraid of snakes. I really can't do it. How could it be impossible? You are so brave and strong. You have overcome all the difficulties along the way. Now you are halfway up the mountain and are about to reach the top. Do you really want to give up? The director's tricks came again, but this time Shinrong did not compromise. Her fear was greater than anything else. And Shinrong was also asking herself, should she really give up? Even Sophia persisted, and Lu Yin and Jiang Ning never complained of being tired. Especially Lu Yin, who was cheering and encouraging everyone along the way, livening up the atmosphere, like a little sun. No wonder. William is attracted to her. She couldn't lose either. And Shinrong stood up with her stick, pointed at William, and said to the director, Director, can I join their team? Why? With William around, I feel very safe. As soon as these words were spoken, Sophia and Fong Chen's faces changed. Sophia took in Shinrong's hand and said, Shinrong, are you going to abandon me? Fong Chen, I will protect you from now on and won't let any bugs get close to you. You're talking nonsense. And Shinrong stretched out her hand, slapped a mosquito to death, and then brushed Sophia's hand away. Sophia, I don't want to be friends with you anymore. You've been trying to match me up with Fong Chen these past 2 days. I've already told you that I don't like him, but you still want to match us up. Although I'm participating in a dating show, I don't have to find a man. And Shinrong's words embarrassed the two of them. Luyan was watching the show from the side. She didn't expect that Shinrong would actually resist Sophia. This was cause for celebration. Sophia was surprised and said, just because of this? If you don't like it, then I will change it. I won't match you up anymore in the future. It's not just this one thing. She once truly regarded Sophia as her best friend and thought about asking her to be her only bridesmaid when she got married one day. But now, she feels very tired. Sophia, I'm not a fool. I can feel whether a person is good to me or not. Since Sophia once emphasized that they were friends, this friendship became impure. As the saying goes, if a relationship makes you unhappy and always drains you of energy, you must cut your losses in time. Chapter 114, Breaking Off Relationship with Sophia. Without live camera, and Shinrong can say whatever she wants without fear of offending anyone. She blurted out everything in her heart in one breath. She had always wanted to break up with Sophia, but it had reached its peak in the past 2 days. The recording of this show is almost finished, with only one date left before the finale is announced. Next, she wanted to do things according to her mood. As for the words beware of fire, theft, and best friends, she no longer cared. What she could be clear about was that her concern for William only gradually developed after they broke off their engagement. She should learn from Lu Yin. Lu Yin, as her aunt, doesn't care about her reputation, so why should she care so much? Her fame was given by others, so why should she compromise herself because of other people's opinions? If we really have to talk about mistakes, the most outrageous one was Sophia running away from her marriage. William had said to her, emerged in her mind, and just like that, and Shinrong convinced herself to break up with Sophia. The only person she felt sorry for was Fong Chun. After all, he was just helping her test William, but because of Sophia's matchmaking, she got angry and always hurt him by mistake. She was too lazy to test William. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was most special to Lu Yin. What she did was like a clown. Not only did she not get any benefits, but it also pushed him further away. Fong Chen's eyes flashed coldly, and he asked gently, Shinrong, I respect your idea. If you don't want to be in the same team with me, that's fine, but William's group already has 2 girls. Where will you sleep if you join them? And Shinrong thought of changing people, and she looked at Jiang Ning clearly. Lu Yin hooked Jiang Ning's shoulder and said, no change. And Shinrong looked lost. The next second, Lu Yin said, you and Sophia can sleep in the same tent at night, and you can stay with us the rest of the time. I have to say that Lu Yin is very tolerant. She knows Shinrong's feelings for William, but she is still so confident to let her in. Isn't she afraid that someone will steal her away? Jiang Ning looked at Lu Yan's profile and suddenly couldn't understand what this person was thinking. Lu Yan asked William, Captain, what do you think? William had no objection. It's up to you to decide. It's not that Luyan doesn't care at all. If possible, she would like to take William to a world that belongs only to the two of them. In that world, they can do whatever they want, and no one will disturb them. In Lu Yan's eyes, William was like a priceless antique. No one was interested in it at first, but after it was unearthed, everyone wanted to snatch it. Those who got the antique just wanted to lock it up and keep an eye on it. But William is not an antique. He needs to have his own world and will meet all kinds of people. If he can be easily taken away by others, it only means that he does not belong to her and is not worthy of her love. And Shinrong's eyes lit up. When she heard that she could go there, she quickly shook the stick and went to Lu Yin like a clumsy penguin. It was also the place closest to William. Fong Chen's face looked so ugly that he almost couldn't hold it together. And Shinrong just went to the other team without looking back, which made their group look useless. Sophia said calmly, "And Shinrong, do you really want to break up with me? We have known each other for so many years and have been together since junior high school. Have you forgotten who stood up for you when you were laughed at? And who stood up for you when your parents looked down on you? Have you forgotten all this?" "I haven't forgotten, but I have also done a lot for you. Do you want me to tell you one by one?" And Shinrong didn't want to get to this point with Sophia. Although people have changed, some memories are at least good, and she doesn't want to erase them all. Sophia said excitedly, "Since you choose to leave the team, don't come back at night. If you don't want to reply, then don't reply. I can sleep with the staff at night, or I can stay out of sleep at night." Anyway, she had to stay up all night when she was filming in the past. Sophia was really stunned this time, and looked at Shinrong with an incredulous look. She knew Shinrong, who had a temper and was a bit of a princess. She had high requirements for the environment, especially the place to rest and sleep. It was impossible for her to sleep with a stranger. And Shinrong used to be loveless and sensitive. They were friends, and she listened to her very much. But now, for William's sake, she not only refuted her, but also wanted to cut off ties with her directly. And Shinrong turned her head and patted William's hand. "Let's go quickly and get rid of them." William subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Because of Shinrong's joining, the team arrangement changed. Lu Yin, who was originally supposed to walk behind William, was now squeezed behind Shinrong. Lu Yin didn't care. "Let's go." And Shinrong was still afraid, but she was much better than before. Even if she was scared, she would just cover her mouth and hum a few times. This kind of mountain road is not easy to walk on. If you are not careful, you will fall and get covered in mud. Sophia's face looked much better than yesterday. The swelling had gone down, but her cheeks were still red. She had carefully put on makeup before going out today, but now her makeup was a little smudged and her clothes were messy. She looked disheveled after climbing the mountain for half an hour. In order to take care of her, their team stopped and started along the way and were soon left behind by William's group. Lu Yan's physical strength is the best among the female guests, so climbing this mountain road is no problem for her. However, the pair of rain boots on her feet are a bit big, and they hurt her feet. She gritted her teeth and persevered for more than half an hour. But her feet became more and more painful, and every step felt like scraping on a razor blade. She looked at the back of William's head, thinking to herself that she should not hold back the team. Even Shinrong, who was so afraid of insects and snakes, walked while crying. What does her little thing mean? Thinking of this, she clenched the wooden stick in her hand tightly and became quiet from being active at the beginning. At this moment, William, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around and asked, "Lu Yin, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Lu Yin immediately smiled, and Shinrong felt sad. She had been crying behind him for so long, but he didn't show any concern for her. After hearing her say that it was okay, William continued to walk forward, but this time his peripheral vision kept falling on Lu Yin. The next second he stopped again, and Shinrong, you and Lu Yin switched places. And Shinrong originally wanted to say why, but after thinking about it, she realized that as a temporary member of the team, she had no right to say anything. So she obediently gave up her seat and said, "You go over there." Lu Yin raised her eyebrows. "Why did you suddenly change positions? Are you worried about me? Did you sprain your ankle?" Lu Yin was very patient. Although it was painful, her walking posture remained the same as usual. Even Jiang Ning, who was always behind her, didn't notice the problem. So how did William notice it? "I'll support you." He simply stretched out a hand and half-hugged the person in his arms. Lu Yin felt indescribably relieved, but when she thought of William carrying such heavy luggage, she immediately stood up and whispered, "I'm fine. I can walk by myself." Although she likes to be close to William, she also knows how to distinguish between occasions. I'm here again, a power generation pile, looking for love to generate electricity. Thank you, Wavy Dash. My 3 ads are all game modifications. What are yours? Chapter 115, some people don't remember the pain. Your legs are lame, and you still say you're fine? The staff member who followed the team asked, did Lu Yin sprain her ankle? Do you want to stop and rest? William asked, how far is it? If we keep walking at this speed, we'll be there in 20 minutes. How about this, William? You carry Lu Yin, and we can carry the luggage. We don't have much luggage, so we can share it. Is this appropriate? Why not? The director arranged for us to follow to prevent this kind of accident from happening. Since Lu Yan's foot was injured, she should be given priority. And Shinrong came up to him and asked, did you really sprain your ankle? When did it happen? Jiangning also stared at Lu Yan's feet curiously. She had been following behind and didn't notice that Lu Yan had sprained her ankle. After William got a positive answer, he took off his luggage and squatted down. Get on. I'll carry you the last distance. You're just pretending. Sophia, S-Team rushed over and heard the noise from afar. When she heard that Lu Yin sprained her ankle and needed William to carry her on her back, her first reaction was that she was pretending. Facing Lu Yin, Sophia always couldn't help being mean. Pretending to be hurt and falling into a man's arms for comfort is a trick she often uses. Just like a green tea bitch. Each of us is carrying luggage and climbing up the mountain, but some people only know how to be sneaky and try to be clever even when climbing a mountain. In Sophia's opinion, Lu Yin was like a prostitute who was flirting with others. As an observer, she had seen Lu Yin making up all kinds of excuses to be promiscuous with William in the observation room. Cooking and wearing an apron, cutting his hair and shaving him, and doing handicrafts on their first date. Such a long time has passed, but when she recalls it, it is still vivid, as if it happened just today. It makes her chest hurt, and the look she gives Lu Yin is filled with hatred. Although she disliked Lu Yin before, she would still call her Annie to give her some face in public. Now, she doesn't want to give her this face at all. She and Lu Yin had already fallen out since Lu Yin seduced William. Now they're almost like enemies, and she just wishes she would die. William remained calm and glanced at Sophia. Some people always suffer losses and never learn their lessons. After being beaten, she turned her head and forgot about it. It might be because this slap did not fall on her. She did not feel the pain and naturally did not remember the pain. It was just a pity for Gu Qian to be beaten again and again. He thought Sophia would feel sorry for him, but who knew that she kept making trouble, as if she could not wait for him to be beaten to death by William. William was even wondering if he was satisfied with beating up these two guys, so they kept provoking him again and again and ignored his warnings. After William's cold glance, Sophia suddenly came back to her senses, as if she remembered Gu Qian, who was still lying in the ward, and her half-open mouth slowly closed. William had already squatted in front of Lu Yin and asked her to get on his back. Lu Yin was rarely shy, patted his shoulder and said, "Forget it, it's almost time, I can hold on." William suddenly grabbed Lu Yan's wrist to stop her from running. He held her up and lifted her up with one hand. His body suddenly flew into the air. Lu Yin was startled and clamped her legs around his waist to prevent herself from falling. She walks with a limp, but says she's fine. William had strong arms and carried her up on his back. "I'm really fine," William said. "Then think of it as me wanting to carry you." Lu Yin felt itchy in her heart and blushed for the first time. She stopped talking, gently hooked her hands around William's neck, and stared down at the red mole on the back of his neck. Though she was walking behind him, William could sense that something was wrong with her. Doesn't that prove that he had her in his heart? Seeing William's sweaty face, Lu Yin raised her hand to wipe the sweat off his face without thinking, using her fingertips to gently wipe away the sweat beads on his chin. William paused and held Lu Yan's hands a little harder. And Shinrong, who was walking behind, saw their backs and felt so sad that her heart was bubbling. She didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction for fear of being kicked out of the team, and then she would not even have a place to cry. And Shinrong's attention was diverted by the figure in front of her, and for a moment she forgot to be afraid of insects. William walked faster with Lu Yin on his back and felt that her weight was not as heavy as the luggage he had carried before. Finally arriving at the destination, and Shinrong found a rock to sit on and then complained to the director, "If I had known it would be so tiring, I would not have come. Gu Qian is so lucky. We worked hard to climb the mountain, and he was alone in the ward enjoying the air conditioning." At this moment, and Shinrong has no image at all. You know, when she first came to the program group, she had to dress up carefully every day and make herself look like a little princess. And in Shinrong's self-deprecating words, she has no acting skills, no works, and a bad personality. The only thing she has left is her face. If she loses her face, her fans will probably disappear too. So no matter where she goes, she will pay attention to image management. But now she is really too tired and has no energy to create a concise look. As for what her fans think, she doesn't care what they think. William carefully put Lu Yin down on a clean stone and took off her rain boots without saying a word. Lu Yan's reaction was not as fast as William's. She was stunned for a while before she covered her feet. Because of nervousness, her toes were curled up tightly. William frowned at her blistered feet. "Why didn't you tell me that your feet were worn like this?" William asked her in a rare, serious tone. Jiang Ning sucked in a breath of cold air. She didn't know how long Lu Yin had endured it. She walked behind her and didn't notice that her shoes were rubbing her feet. And Shinrong also jumped over. "Oh my God, it hurts just looking at it." She was glad that her temper had changed, and she no longer said sarcastic words. Otherwise, she would have gotten up and slapped herself twice in the middle of the night. Jiang Ning quickly took out the medicine from his backpack. But before he could hand it over, William stretched out his hand. "Let me do it." Jiang Ning put it in his hand, watched him kneel on one knee on the ground, and coaxed Lu Yin to stretch out her foot. William gently grasped Lu Yan's ankle with one hand to prevent her from hiding, then took iodine and gently wiped the blood blisters on her feet. "Does it hurt?" Lu Yin lowered her head and said, "It doesn't hurt." William's approach was very gentle, and he treated Lu Yin like a fragile piece of porcelain, always showing that he was gentle with her. This was something that even bystanders would envy, let alone Jiang Ning and Shinrong. Jiang Ning clenched the Band-Aid in her hand. She had already planned to give up, but when she saw what was happening in front of her, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "Try not to let your feet touch water for the next 2 days. I'll see if I can find a way to change your shoes." William's tone was full of concern. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, only to feel even more itchy in her heart. And Shinrong said sourly, "You two have a really good relationship." William stood up, and after asking around, he actually found a pair of slippers, but he had to let Lu Yin wear them first. William worriedly warned her, "Slippers are not non-slip. Don't walk around. I'll carry you wherever you want to go." Lu Yin lowered her voice and asked, "What if I want to go to the bathroom?" Chapter 116, she wants to take down her love rival. When we got there, the first thing we did was to set up the tent and then cook. William was very skilled, and with the help of Jiang Ning and Shinrong, the 2 tents were set up quickly. And Shinrong was sweating profusely, but she didn't stop. She rushed for work in order to stay in the team, and also wanted to perform well in front of William to prove that she was not bad. And Shinrong was not very strong, but she was energetic, so William threw her a small shovel and asked her to dig a hole. After she finished digging, he would build the stove and cook. And Shinrong was digging the hole with a small shovel in her hand. She was full of energy. She was complaining about the hardship and said she would never come again just an hour ago. The director also encouraged everyone at this time. "After 2 days of hard work, we will return to the city tomorrow night. I will arrange 3 days of rest for you. Have a good rest, and we will move to the next station." And Shinrong asked, "Where is the next place?" Director, "A secret is no longer a surprise if you tell it to others." And Shinrong, "I think it was a shock." Director, "Go dig your hole." Lu Yin was being watched by William, so she couldn't do any heavy work and could only do some light work. After the tent was set up, she and Jiang Ning packed their luggage. Jiang Ning asked, "What did you say to William just now?" Lu Yin smiled softly. "Nothing." Jiang Ning glanced at Shinrong, who was still digging a hole outside. "And Shinrong likes William. Did you know that?" "I'm not blind, of course I know." "Then why did you let her get close to William?" "William recently." As Lu Yin packed her luggage, she said, "We are all helping people quit smoking, so one more or one less won't make a difference." Jiang Ning felt like he was being implied. Before he could come to his senses, he saw Lu Yin walk out of the tent and walk straight towards Shinrong. "Do you need help?" And Shinrong glanced at her feet and said, "No need. I can do it alone." This was the job William assigned to her, so she refused to do it. After watching for a while, Lu Yin praised, "You dug this pit very well. It's big and round. It should be easy to make a fire." And Shinrong didn't even raise her head. "Of course." Hearing Lu Yin praising her, and Shinrong was no longer so wary of Lu Yin. She stopped and said, "What are you doing standing here? You're blocking my light. Go sit aside. Don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about your feet. I'm worried that you'll get hurt and William will have to carry you." Okay. Lu Yin unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. Would you like some water? And Shinrong was thirsty, so she took the water and drank it in big gulps. After saying thank you, she continued digging. I don't know what kind of stove William wants, but it never hurts to dig a little deeper. Are you hungry? I have some chocolate here. Not hungry. Eating chocolate will give you more strength. You've done so much, and you need to replenish your energy. Only with energy can you continue to help William. Give me one, then. Lu Yin peeled off the candy wrapper. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. And Shinrong opened her mouth subconsciously, and only reacted after the chocolate entered her mouth. She stared at him. Don't think you can please me like this. I'm telling you, I'm your love rival now. I like William. Wow, so you like William? I can't tell at all. Suddenly, Lu Yan's tone turned cold. If that's the case, I can't keep you here. Go back to where you came from. And Shinrong was stunned. How could you do this? What's wrong with me? The captain is William. I'll go talk to him. But he listens to me. If you don't believe me, try it. And Shinrong was anxious, looking at the small earth pit she had dug with great effort. But I dug the pit. I did the work. Even if you dug a hole, you would listen to me. And Shinrong looked aggrieved. How could Lu Yin be so mean? So mean. At this time, and Shinrong was no longer in the mood to dig the hole. She threw away the small shovel in her hand, like an abandoned puppy. I don't want to go back. Then you have to listen to me from now on. If you dare to make any small moves, I will throw you back. As soon as Jiang Ning came out, she saw Lu Yin teasing in Shinrong. She asked why Lu Yin was reading child psychology last night, and it turned out that it was for Shinrong. Lu Yin not only wants to deal with William, but also wants to deal with all of her love rivals one by one. Her methods are so sophisticated that there is no way a naive person like Shinrong can beat her. William came back with a pile of firewood and saw the pit that Shinrong had dug. He said with a smile, Are you planning to bury someone in such a deep pit? If they could bury someone, they would bury Lu Yin first. And Shinrong didn't show it on her face and muttered, Is it too deep? What should we do then? Fill it in a little, I'll do it. I just saw a lot of mushrooms over there. Take the manual and go find some. Dig some and bring them back to make mushroom soup for lunch. When Shinrong heard that William had assigned her another task, it was obvious that he had already treated her as his own. He provided her with food and drink, and he would definitely not drive her away. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Yin proudly, then went to look for the manual in her bag and happily carried the basket to look for mushrooms. Lu Yin asked, You asked her to look for mushrooms. Aren't you afraid that she might get poisoned? With the locals watching, there shouldn't be any problems. William looked at Lu Yan's feet. Does your foot still hurt? It doesn't hurt, and I can walk normally, so you don't have to carry me to the toilet. William understood the meaning of Lu Yan's eyes. He had escaped before, so this time he decided to find something to do to change the subject. William filled the pit, piled up the stones, put the pot in place, added water, and added firewood to start the fire. Let's keep it simple for lunch. Just cook some instant noodles, and then add some mushrooms to the soup. Is that okay? William asked Lu Yin for her opinion. You can arrange it. Lu Yin found a stone to sit on. Yesterday at noon, what did Sophia talk to you about when you went out? She had always wanted to ask, but never found a chance. What she said was so rude. I don't want to pollute your ears. I see. It seems like it's another insult to her. Seeing the progress in her relationship with William, Sophia became completely anxious and unable to control her emotions, and her character flaws were quickly exposed. Sophia didn't change. She has always been like this. It's just that she was used to having everything go smoothly for the past 20 years. She thought everything belonged to her and that everything was under her control. She could control everything. So when she encountered some unexpected setbacks, her mentality would easily collapse. If it collapses now, what will happen in the future? Lu Yin stood up. I'm going to talk to the director about something. The director was setting up the tent and adjusting the equipment. Lu Yin called him and got straight to business. Does Sophia often say bad things about me on the show? I did say that when I was an observer. Sophia would restrain herself when facing the live camera, but when she was an observer, she spoke without restraint because she knew that the footage would be edited backstage. For example, when Lu Yin and William had their first date, she belittled Lu Yin to the point of being worthless. If Lu Yin knew about this, who knows how angry she would be. Just release it as a tidbit first and don't cut any of the main film. Just broadcast it in full. It's so disgusting to hear such harsh words. Lu Yin sneered. If she doesn't broadcast it, how can I sue her for spreading rumors? Chapter 117. Only women can distinguish green tea bitches. The words came from Sophia's mouth. The more rumors are spread, the more serious the consequences will be. After giving the instructions, Lu Yin went back and passed by Sophia and her friend's tent area on the way. It was already 12 o'clock, and their group's tent had not been set up yet. It was crooked as if it would fall down with a gust of wind. The person in charge of cooking was Fong Chun, and the pit he dug was not as good as in Shinrong's. He knelt on the ground and added firewood to the pit to start a fire. The trembling flame went out as soon as it ignited. He hammered the ground in frustration and wanted to overturn the pot, but then he remembered that this was a program recording, and he endured it. His face was covered in dust and dirt, and Lu Yin shook her head when he saw him. Sophia came out of the tent sweating profusely and wanted to take a breath, but she saw Lu Yin. She was full of hostility towards Lu Yin, thinking that she was just there to laugh at her. His eyes moved down to look at Lu Yin's feet. She was wearing slippers and walking leisurely. It didn't look like she had sprained her ankle at all. It turns out that he was pretending. Perhaps only women can see at a glance that the other person is a green tea bitch. Only William foolishly thought that Lu Yin was weak. Sophia was about to make a sarcastic remark when she saw William walking towards her. The tents of the two teams were not far apart, at most 10 meters. But it was such a short distance, and William still came to pick up Lu Yin. Was he afraid that someone would hurt her? Who is William guarding? William came to Lu Yin, and before he could say anything, he saw Lu Yin raise her hand. Carry me back? Okay. Does your foot hurt? I don't want to leave. William didn't hesitate at all, and actually bent down and picked her up. I don't know if it was the sweat that rolled into her eyes, making them tearful. She didn't understand why these two people became so close in such a short time. When she was observing their interactions in the observation room before, William had been avoiding Lu Yin, and it was obvious that William cared a lot about the fact that Lu Yin was his aunt. What could have changed him so quickly? And Shinrong had already picked the mushrooms. There were only a few edible ones in the basket. William first used mushrooms to make a broth, and then put the instant noodles in. The aroma of the soup noodles was so fragrant that it could be smelled by the people next door. Fong Chen's stomach was growling with hunger. He estimated that he could eat even a whole cow. The fire in the stove was still not lit. He smashed the lighter in his hand in anger. Ling Xian finally fixed the tent. He got up early in the morning. He had been doing physical work all morning, and his stomach had already digested everything. When he smelled the fragrance, he thought Fong Chun had prepared the meal. When I went out, I saw that the pot, water, and firewood were cold, so cold that it made me feel uneasy. Where's the meal you cooked? I can't light this fire. William next door called for dinner. Ling Xian looked over with envy, touched his flat stomach, and felt hungry. How come you can't even light a fire? It's already so late, the dinner next door is ready. What are we going to eat? You just cook. How come you can't do anything right? Ling Xian complained. Look at William next door. He's a rich second generation. He knows how to cook, camp, set up tents, etc. You came from the countryside. How come you can't do anything better than him? Have you never done these things at home? This was not the first time that Ling Xian was surprised that Fong Chun did not know how to work. On the first day, Fong Chun put on airs and wanted to be the team leader. Firstly, he was old, and secondly, he came from the countryside. He repeatedly mentioned that he came from the countryside to highlight how capable he was, which gave people the illusion that he was a successful person who had made an inspirational comeback. Ling Xian admired Fong Chun at first, but when he kept emphasizing how difficult his background was for him, he seemed cheap. Fong Chun said unhappily, I came from the countryside, so do I know how to do these things? But you can't even make a simple fire and cook. You also did the tasks assigned to you carelessly and couldn't even tell the difference between garlic sprouts and onions. People of my generation who come from rural areas don't work. I'm not normal. In order to get ahead, we don't have enough time to study every day, and parents are reluctant to let their children do farm work. Ling Xian couldn't help but mock him. Aren't your words contradictory? You mentioned your family before, saying how hard life was in the village, and that your 3 sisters knew how to do everything. After all, it turns out that only the women in your family can do it. You can't do these things because your sisters do them all, right? But your sisters are not much different from you, right? Don't they study? You also said that you were the first college graduate in the village. So did your sisters fail to get into college? Or did your family let them give up college for you? Ling Xian has confirmed that Fong Chun just wants to make a living by being a rural comebackist. He can't do anything else, and he still wants to publicize how difficult and hard his life is in the program group. Why did he work so hard? His family depended on his parents and 3 sisters to support him. Logically speaking, Fong Chen is already a small boss of a company. If he can come to record this kind of variety show, then his background must be good. For example, his annual income as a host is at least tens of millions, and Fong Chen's income will not be lower than his. Even though he was living such a good life, he didn't bring his family to the city to enjoy a good life, or buy an apartment for his family in the nearest county town. The house in their county town, which is over 100 square meters and includes decoration, would cost 1 million, right? But one time, Ling Xian saw Fong Chen video chatting with his sister at home and found out that it was still a brick house in the countryside. Couldn't they even afford to build a building? The more Ling Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this man was strange. Men understand the bad nature of other men best. Is Fong Chen an impure Phoenix man? As soon as he arrived, he set his eyes on Shinrong, who was the youngest, had the worst temper, but was the easiest to appease. He tried every way to get close to her and win her favor, and even acted pitiful in front of her in order to gain her empathy. The more I understand what kind of person Fong Chen is, the more I don't want to have any contact with him. Fortunately, the recording of this show is about to be completed. He had a feeling that this variety show would go viral, and once the main episode was aired, Fong Chen's personal information would be exposed. So let's do it. Fong Chen's face turned pale at Ling Xian's sarcasm. Ling Xian, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Why should I tell you about my family's affairs? If you think it's easy to make a fire, then come on. I'll do it. Ling Xian picked up the lighter on the ground, tried 3 times, and successfully lit the fire. He added firewood into the pit, but it didn't go out. Ling Xian clapped his palms and sneered. Although he didn't say anything, one could see the word waste in his eyes. Fong Chen's face turned even paler. Fong Chen gritted his teeth. Having reached his current position, the thing he cared about most was his face. He already bore a grudge against Ling Xian. Ling Xian was so hungry that he threw the instant noodles into the water before it boiled. In the end, the noodles were half-cooked and barely edible. Eating dry noodles and smelling the aroma of rice wafting from next door, this meal was tasteless. And Shinrong spoke the loudest, shouting, "Delicious, delicious!" Fong Chen couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He was already upset, and now he felt even worse. Chapter 118, You are a good person, but I don't like you. Fong Chen's mind was full of thoughts on how to coax Shinrong back. His original plan was to become friends with Shinrong first, get closer, and develop feelings for her over time. When William rejected her again and again, she became disheartened, and then he would appear at this time to comfort her and win her favor. Women are most vulnerable and easily deceived when they are frustrated or hurt in love. It is easy to succeed if you seize the opportunity and take advantage of it at this time. He has been waiting for this opportunity. When Sophia joined the show as a flying guest, he thought his chance had come. Sophia was a good helper. She acted as a middleman and spoke well of him. He originally thought that with the help of her best friend, Shinrong would quickly accept him, but he didn't expect that it would create a barrier between her and him. If he had known things would turn out like this, he should not have responded to Sophia. The faster you finish lunch, the longer you will have to look for mushrooms in the afternoon. The temperature in the mountains drops quickly, and there are more mosquitoes, snakes, and ants at night, so they must come back as soon as possible to prepare dinner. The director did not force them to act, but let the photographer follow them. William S. Group set out to look for mushrooms after lunch. Everyone has a mushroom manual in their hands, and it is easy to make mistakes even if they have photos for comparison. It's like Shinrong was careless and packed all kinds of poisonous and non-poisonous things together. If the locals hadn't been following her, she wouldn't know how many times she would have been poisoned to death. Lu Yin also wanted to go, but William didn't let her, and she didn't listen. She put on several pairs of socks and tucked her pants into them, so she wouldn't have to worry about her feet getting rubbed a second time. After Lu Yan's repeated requests, William finally gave in. Then follow me, walk slowly, and stop and rest immediately if you feel uncomfortable. Don't endure the pain in silence like you did this morning. Lu Yin said subconsciously, I'm used to it. William said with a straight face, bad habits must be changed. Lu Yin was amused by William's serious face and quickly said, Okay, Captain, I'll listen to you. William closely. After walking for a while, she heard some noise behind her. She turned around and found it was Sophia, who was talking endlessly. Sophia tried to talk to William several times, but never got the chance. Fong Chun seized the opportunity and caught up with Shinrong, who was left alone. Shinrong squatted on the ground, holding the manual and carefully comparing it with the mushrooms on the ground. She was so focused that she didn't notice anyone approaching her until Fong Chen called her from behind. Shinron. And Shinron was startled and snapped back to her senses. Oh my god, you scare me to death. Are you walking silently? I'm sorry if I scared you. When Shinron saw Fang Chun, she felt a little uncomfortable and didn't want to get close to him or talk to him. Would have an indescribable dislike towards him. When she had this emotion, and Shinron felt that she was a little unreasonable. Obviously, the other party had always treated her as a friend and was thinking about how to pursue William for her, but now she was actually annoyed with him. And Shinron stood up and said, I'm fine. Are you here to pick mushrooms too? Yeah, I saw you here and wanted to say hello to you. After the greetings, can you go somewhere else? And Shinron said whatever was on her mind. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean to dislike you. I'm just afraid that you'll snatch the mushrooms from me. She is now a member of William's team and can distinguish between enemies. I can also give you the mushrooms I see. With one more person helping you, you will have more mushrooms in your basket. And Shinron directly refused. No, we are not on the same team. Fang Chun didn't want to leave, but Shinron was too stubborn to approach. He remembered the trick William used, so he stared at the mushrooms in Shinron's basket and said, You are amazing. You picked up so many mushrooms in such a short time. Unlike me, I can't tell them apart. I feel that some mushrooms look the same. Can you show me some of them? And Shinron could tell that Fang Chun was praising her, but she didn't feel happy at all. She was even worse than Lu Yin. Don't you have a local in your team? Can't you just pick a bunch and ask him to pick out the edible ones? And Shinron was getting impatient. In order to stay in this team, she has to work harder. If she doesn't pick enough mushrooms to eat, what will happen if Lu Yin kicks her out? Fang Chun also noticed Shinron's impatience and could only settle for the next best option. Shinron, I didn't take Sophia's joke seriously. I've always known that the person you like is William. It's good that you can talk it out this time. I hope you can be more open-minded and not break up with your good friend of many years because of such a small matter. Sophia just cares about you too much. She has been unhappy since you left the team. She wants you to come back, but doesn't know how to ask. And Shinron didn't want to say too much to him. I don't want to go back. I'm fine here. Then, can we still be friends? Fang Chun asked tentatively. We are friends anyway. Ordinary friends are also friends. I feel relieved when you said that. I was worried that you would ignore me. Among all the female guests, you are the only one who is willing to pay attention to me, willing to chat with me, and not despise my background. When I first saw you, I felt like I saw my cousin. She is as simple and likable as you. I will introduce you to her when I have the chance. I stopped here. If I continued, it would be very unreasonable. Fang Chun picked up the basket in his hand and went in another direction. I'm going to pick mushrooms somewhere else. I won't disturb you. Please be careful. And Shinron looked at Fang Chun's back and couldn't help feeling a little self-blame. She seemed to be too defensive towards Fang Chun. Obviously, he was a good person. He had always taken care of her emotions during their 2 dates and thought about her in life. Fortunately, Fang Chun only treated her as a cousin and didn't like her. If he liked her, she wouldn't know how to face it. Sophia followed behind William and the others. She was not interested in finding mushrooms at all. Her basket was filled with red umbrellas and white stems. She picked up whatever she saw. After following for about 20 minutes, Sophia finally spoke. William, can I talk to you alone? William was tired from walking, so she sat on a rock to rest. William unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. His movements were so skillful that it seemed as if he had been doing this for a long time. Sophia, with a half-smile, waiting for her next words, with no intention of avoiding her at all. You talk too much nonsense. If you don't want to say anything, get out of here. William's tone was cold and a little disdainful, which made Sophia choke. William was still provoking her at this time. Even if you talk to William alone, he will tell me, so why bother? If you really care about me, just ignore me and I can pretend I didn't hear it. William also agreed, so he became interested and wanted to listen to what Sophia had to say. Can you withdraw the lawsuit? In the last 3 days, I hope to get 3 consecutive power generation for love. Rush to the list, rush. Delta. Chapter 119, your provocation makes me sick. Can you withdraw the lawsuit? Seeing that William remained silent, Sophia continued. As long as you withdraw the lawsuit, I will agree to anything you ask for. It might be the first time she asked someone for help. She had no tone and no attitude. Her tone was neither a request nor an order, but one could still see a hint of shame in her eyes. Egoists like Sophia will not feel ashamed for doing something wrong. The reason she is ashamed is that at this moment she has to humbly apologize to someone she once looked down upon. At this time, Sophia may still have some small expectations, such as expecting William to withdraw the lawsuit because of an old relationship. She can give him money or help him return to the banker. Even if the two of them get back together, Sophia is willing. William asked, "You spent money to spread rumors that I was a scumbag, hired internet trolls to accuse me of being the first to cheat, and instigated Zhuang Zhoming to fabricate that I was unfilial, etc. Have I wronged you?" Sophia unconsciously lowered her voice. "No." William smiled and said coldly, "Since there is no injustice, why should I withdraw the lawsuit? Using the crime of spreading rumors to silence others is the best way to cover up your own sins. The person who wronged you knows how wronged you are better than you do. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. If he shows any softness in his heart, he deserves it." Sophia's voice finally pleaded. "William, please don't be hostile to me, okay? I just want to have a good talk with you so that you can solve the problem better." "That's your problem, not mine." William said, "If you want to solve the problem from me, it's not impossible. Just give me the entire Xia family as compensation. A good reputation is worth a lot of money. It's not too much for me to charge you some money for ruining my reputation, right?" Sophia's face suddenly changed. "William, you want an apology? I'll give it to you. If you want compensation, we can talk about it. You said you want the entire Xia family. Isn't that just wishful thinking?" "William, it's wishful thinking for you to ask me to withdraw the lawsuit. William, I know I was wrong and I'm sorry. I said a lot of unpleasant things to you and did things that hurt you, but I just wanted to provoke you to change your mind at the beginning. I shouldn't be unreasonable and shouldn't have run away from the marriage without considering your feelings. Those things on the internet were also to force you to come back. I won't stop you if you want to sue me, but think about it. How much profit can you get if you win a lawsuit? Instead of wasting time and energy, you might as well sit down and have a good talk. We will not give you less than a penny of the compensation you deserve. Since you have severed ties with the dealer, you must be short of money. Look, 30 million. Sophia observed William's face and quickly changed the number. 50 million. I'll give you 50 million if you withdraw the lawsuit. We can resolve it peacefully. If you have any problems in the future, you can always come to the Xia family, and we can shake hands and make peace, okay? To be honest, it's not Sophia's character to be humble. It's great that she can say this. 24 or 25 years old, Sophia is willful and rebellious, arrogant and presumptuous. She never considers the feelings of those around her when doing things, and even if she has done something wrong, she will try to cover it up and not apologize. Even after getting married, he still went his own way and didn't take people seriously. It was only after he turned 30 that he became mature and learned how to adapt, but he still had that bad nature in his bones. Sophia said so much, but William was focused on the provocation and thought it was ridiculous. "Thanks for your provocation. It makes me think you are even more disgusting." Sophia stood there in agony, and for the first time she experienced what it meant to have good karma and to have good fortune come and go. People only reflect on themselves when they regret something. If William didn't have the support of Yayan Group, would Sophia take the initiative to apologize and seek peace? Don't even think about it. When Sophia can't find a solution, she starts looking for a new problem. There shouldn't be any secrets when two people are dating and engaged. If William had told her that he knew the CEO of Ian Group, she would not have run away from the marriage to find Gu Qian. In other words, is William right? He concealed his relationship with Jiang Ning and flirted with Lu Yin behind her back. If he hadn't given her a signal, how could Lu Yin come to this kind of show to pursue him? Sophia would not say these words. After all, she still had something to ask William. "How did you get to know Ian Group? Why would they help you? Why didn't you tell me at the beginning?" William did not answer the 3 questions in a row, but asked back, "What do you want to do? Can you introduce me to the president of Ian Group?" The person who helped William was Ian. Since William was unwilling to give in, they would negotiate with Ian. Lu Yin, who had been silent the whole time, became interested after hearing this. "Want to meet the boss of Ian Group? Beg me, I know him." Sophia was already in a bad mood, and Lu Yin interrupted her and mocked her. "You are the only one who knows Boss Ian? Who do you think you are? I don't believe you if you say you are Boss Ian's mistress. Is it okay to be your mistress?" Lu Yin didn't care. She just grabbed William's hand and said, "I introduced her to her out of kindness, but she didn't believe it." "William, if you don't believe me, forget it." The opportunity was right in front of her, but she didn't know how to cherish it. As they spoke one by one, Sophia began to doubt her own understanding. Could it be that Lu Yin really knew Boss Ian? How is it possible? Boss Ian is so mysterious that even her father failed to make an appointment with him after many attempts. How could someone as good for nothing as Lu Yin possibly know him? That's all I have to say. Please. Just then the photographer adjusted the camera and came over. If you don't get out of here, I can't guarantee what nasty words I'll say next. William, I beg. Sophia was still trying to cover up something, but William raised his eyelids and said with undisguised disgust, "Get lost." The courage that Sophia had worked so hard to build up collapsed during the 10 minutes of conversation, and her hanging hands could not help but tremble. William's eyes were filled with more than just disgust. He protected Lu Yin as if he could kill her for her. She was irritated by his eyes, and even her temples felt as if they were being pricked by needles. In order to negotiate with William, she made mental preparations for 5 days, thinking over and over again, and the more she expected, the more disappointed she was. William's eyes were the most beautiful part of his facial features, since when they were filled with disgust. Sophia found that she could not bear William's hatred. The photographer was getting closer and closer, and just when William was about to speak, Sophia suddenly turned around and ran away with the basket. The photographer rushed over just to take pictures of the scene, but who knew Sophia actually ran away? William won a great victory in this battle. Sophia looked very painful when she was leaving, but she will be in more pain in the future. This is just the beginning, and she will slowly experience the future. Chapter 120. Earn a small goal of 100 million first. Lu Yin and William walked slowly, but they were lucky and found quite a few giant shouting. Sophia should come to see you again. She hasn't given up. It's impossible for me to withdraw the lawsuit. It's not just a matter of withdrawing the lawsuit. There is obvious desire in Sophia's eyes when she looks at William. She definitely wants to reconcile with William. William didn't think about these things. Regarding the crime of defamation and rumor-mongering, serious cases could result in a prison sentence of not more than 3 years. This case should not reach that level, maybe only half a year. It's useless for half a year, so it's better to exchange it for money. William could accept a monetary settlement, but withdrawing the lawsuit would be too easy for them and would at least cause them more trouble. William told Lu Yin what he was thinking. If I bid 100 million, Xia Qingshan should be able to afford it. It should be possible. Xia Qingshan has been raising funds for the land in West City recently. He should be able to come up with 100 million yuan. Even if he can't, she has a way to make him pay it back. Lu Yin asked, "Are you short of money? I didn't lack it before, but now I'm a little short of it." When William was reborn, he wanted to break off the engagement in a dignified manner so that they could live their own lives and have nothing to do with each other. I don't want to go back home. I don't want to work in this company. I just want to have enough money. I don't want to work as hard as I did in my previous life. But now, if you don't have money, others will make you work hard. Troubles come one after another. If you want to live a peaceful life, you must be strong. I can give you money. How much do you want? Lu Yan's eyes sparkled. As long as William said a number, she would smash it immediately, wishing to give him everything. 50 million. So little? Is that enough? I think we should add a little more. William. He actually saw the shadow of his grandmother in Lu Yan. 50 million is enough. Consider it as a loan to you. I will return it to you with interest in half a year. Lu Yan got the phone from the staff. Give me the account number, and I'll have someone transfer the money to you. You didn't even ask me what I was going to use it for. Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to pay it back if I lose money? If you can't pay back the money, then pay it back with your people. This was really ambiguous. Just when William was thinking about it, Lu Yin continued, "Work for me. There is a vacancy in the company anyway. You could be my personal assistant and take care of my 3 meals a day, food and daily life." William thought about it and decided that the probability of him being Lu Yan's personal assistant was low. If he can't even pay back the 50 million, then his rebirth would be in vain. By taking advantage of the information gap, he can at least gain a foothold in Chengdu. He has 30 years more experience than others. How much can he do in these 30 years? William had unknowingly considered Lu Yin into his future. After paying back the money, he can still take care of Lu Yin even if he doesn't work as a personal assistant. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone went back home after picking mushrooms. The director checked the results, and Shinrong from William's group picked the most, filling 2 large baskets. No one knew where she picked them from. Isn't she afraid of snakes and insects? How could she walk so far alone? The staff said that Shinrong didn't cry when she saw insects while picking mushrooms. And Shinrong immediately put the 2 baskets in front of William, rubbed her hands, and waited secretly to be praised. She looked just like a kid in kindergarten waiting for the teacher to give her a red flower. Before William could speak, Lu Yin beside him suddenly touched her head and said, "You are amazing. The amount you picked up by yourself is almost catching up with the 3 people next to you. It is a blessing for our whole team to have you here. These 2 big baskets of mushrooms are enough for us to eat tomorrow, right?" William didn't praise her, and Shinrong couldn't help feeling disappointed. She tilted her head to avoid Lu Yan's hand. "Having me here won't hurt you. I'm very useful. It works, it works. You are better than anyone else. Look at these mushrooms. They are big and tender. They look delicious. Don't you think so, William?" William looked at the mushrooms in front of Shinrong and felt that they didn't look edible. William quickly, then pretended to look away with reserve, as if saying, "I don't really want to listen," but her ear was still towards William. William said a curt yes, and Shinrong felt a little disappointed and felt that William was not as nice to her as before. Did she offend him in some way? Or was it because he saw Sophia that he recalled the bad things she had said to him before? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and Shinrong couldn't help but get anxious. She wanted to apologize, but didn't know how to say it. She was so anxious that sweat broke out on her head. The local elder sister began to check the mushrooms picked by the guests, threw away the inedible ones, and brought them to Shinrong. "Did you pick up both baskets?" And Shinrong nodded, and when she saw her elder sister squatting on the ground, she also squatted on the ground. The eldest sister picked and chose, and finally picked up the basket and poured out all the flowers. None of them were edible, and Shinrong was shocked. "How can it be inedible? I clearly found it according to the picture. I also found this kind of mushroom at noon. Why can it be eaten?" The elder sister said, "This is a poisonous amanita, which looks very similar to the Alpinia ternata. It's normal that you can't tell the difference. People often come to look for mushrooms in this mountain. If it were the chicken mushrooms, they would have been picked up long ago, so there would be no way any left for her." And Shinrong reached out and touched the mushrooms on the ground. How could they not be eaten? She had been looking for them for the whole afternoon, and was still waiting to be praised after she finished making them. Under Shinrong's gaze, the eldest sister raised her foot and crushed the mushrooms. "Wash your hands after picking mushrooms. Wash your hands thoroughly and don't touch anything." After giving the reminder, the elder sister went to check on other people's mushrooms. After selecting and choosing, William S. Group may have 2 kilograms of mushrooms, which are enough for 4 people to make mushroom soup and stir-fry mushrooms with meat. William had already made arrangements, and Shinrong was still squatting on the ground. She wasn't crying, but you could tell that her heart was crying. William looked at Lu Yin and Jiang Ning helplessly. The 2 understood immediately and came to Shinrong, each taking one side. "Lu Yin, don't be sad. Try harder next time." Jiang Ning, "Even though you can't eat them, you're pretty good." And Shinrong looked up at Lu Yin. "If I don't find the mushroom, will you chase me away?" Lu Yin squatted on the ground, looked her in the eyes, and said softly, "We won't drive you away. You can sleep with us tonight. Our tent is big, and it's barely enough for 3 people to sleep." When Shinrong heard this, she felt less worried, but she still felt uncomfortable. She thought she was the most powerful, but unexpectedly, she was the most embarrassing. "Eat less at night. Don't eat mushrooms. She didn't pick them. She is not qualified to eat them. She doesn't deserve them." William lit the fire and saw that Shinrong was unhappy, so he called her over to dig a hole. When Shinrong heard about the trap, she became excited and recreated the trap that was set at noon 1-to-1. 2 stoves, one for cooking and one for frying vegetables. William brought a few pieces of bacon. Stir-fried mushrooms with bacon is a local specialty. Fong Chen's group next door also came back one after another. They didn't even find a pound of mushrooms. When they saw William cutting bacon, they could already imagine how delicious it was. Why didn't they think of bringing bacon? They really didn't want to eat the half-cooked instant noodles at noon. So after discussing it with Fong Chen, they decided to take Junzi to the next door to eat together. "William, can we have dinner at your place tonight?" Chapter 121, Don't You Know That Sophia and I Have a Grudge? "William, can we have dinner at your place tonight?" William is cooking mushroom and tender pork slice soup. The aroma is tangy, and the soup looks so delicious. I can't imagine how delicious the wild mushrooms fried with bacon would be. William was in charge of the food. He not only brought fresh meat and bacon, but also side dishes and spices. For people with a bad stomach, eating is the top priority, and he would not let himself suffer. When William heard that Fong Chun and the others wanted to eat for free, he didn't say anything and just looked at them. "We're not eating for free. These are wild mushrooms we picked up. We can also help you," Ling Xian said embarrassedly. William put down the long spoon in his hand. "How many of you are there?" "There are 3 of us." Isn't that obvious? Although Sophia didn't look over here, she was listening closely to what was happening here. You two can stay for dinner, but Sophia can't. I have a grudge against her. The camera was still filming, and William dared to blatantly isolate Sophia. What's his ambition? Isn't he afraid of causing controversy? Fong Chen paused and said, "This isn't a good idea. We're all recording a show together. There's no need to make such an unpleasant scene. Since you feel bad, just go back." William served the soup and started to fry mushrooms. The aroma drifted towards them along the smoke, and there was no way to escape it. Ling Xian looked at the oil stir-fried in the pot, and the Maillard reaction produced by the food made him swallow his saliva. I couldn't imagine how delicious this fried bacon with wild mushrooms would be. Ling Xian stood there reluctant to leave. For the first time, he envied Shinrong, who could join whichever team she wanted. William isolated Sophia for a reason, and no one would say anything even if it was broadcast, but the same cannot be said about the two of them. Two grown men left their female teammates alone just for a meal. Are they still human beings? The two who really couldn't make it could only carry the mushrooms back dejectedly and start to light a fire and cook. The food I brought was limited, so it was impossible for me to learn cooking from William. The dishes were too complicated, and I couldn't make them taste right. I could only try to make them simple. So they decided to make some mushroom porridge, which was simple and quick. Sophia sat in the tent, watching Ling Xian and Fong Chan washing the pot and lighting the fire, and she knew that they had failed to get a free meal. She loved William's cooking and kept thinking about it after he left. She ate the meal cooked by William yesterday, but he cooked beans, which she hated the most, and a full course of beans. William hates her so much now. I think he did it on purpose yesterday, and he also wanted to teach Guqian a lesson. The sizzling sound of oil in the wok can be heard everywhere, and along with the sounds of cooking, the aroma wafts over on the wind. Sophia has always loved eating wild mushrooms. It is difficult to find fresh wild mushrooms in Chengdu, so every summer, William will find someone to buy them for her. Good ingredients combined with a good chef can make delicious dishes. She could almost imagine how delicious the dinner William would make. And Shinrong's voice came from next door. "It smells so good. When can we have dinner?" "William, have some soup first. The meal will have to wait." Sophia sat on the ground with her head buried in her knees. She was actually a little envious of Shinrong. How confident she was when she came here, how discouraged and ashamed she felt now. She hadn't done anything well. She hadn't gotten the information about Boss Ian from William, nor had she asked William to withdraw the lawsuit. She didn't know how to face her father when she went back. He would definitely be very disappointed in her and might even scold her. After all these messes were caused by her. No matter how much Xia Qingshan loves his daughter, she still has to stand aside when it comes to matters of interest. Originally, this small defamation case would be easy to resolve, but Xia Qingshan has been raising funds for the land in Xiqing recently. If this matter is not handled properly, the Xia family's reputation will be damaged, the stock price will fall, and the consequences will be immeasurable. Moreover, William has Ian's support. It is not clear what the relationship between him and Ian is. The more unknown, the more frightening it is. Will he let Ian Group target the Xia family? While Sophia was thinking about these things, William had already started eating, and Shinrong drank the soup and ate the meat. Although she was envious of the mushrooms, she resisted the urge to take some. Why do you only drink the soup and not eat the mushrooms? Just when Shinrong finished her third bowl of soup, William finally couldn't help but speak. And Shinrong held the bowl and said guiltily, "I like soup. The soup you make is delicious." "William, it's better to drink less soup. If you drink too much, you will have to go to the toilet at night. The wild is not like home. There are snakes outside." And Shinrong's face turned pale with fright when she heard this. "Don't scare her. If you want to go to the bathroom at night, but don't dare to go, you can ask me to accompany you." Lu Yin put a spoonful of mushrooms and meat in Shinrong's bowl. "Eat more mushrooms. You can't eat such fresh wild mushrooms outside of here." Lu Yin could tell that Shinrong might feel embarrassed not to eat because she didn't find any edible mushrooms in the afternoon. With Lu Yan's feeding, Shinrong's cheeks were bulging and she soon became full. Shinrong volunteered to wash the dishes. She definitely couldn't do it alone, so she needed William's help. Lu Yin and Jiang Ning returned to the tent, sprinkled snake repellent powder around, and sprayed insect repellent inside and outside the tent. Don't even think about taking a shower in the wild. You can just boil some water and wipe yourself down. "How's your foot?" Lu Yin could tell that Jiang Ning was concerned about her. She took off her socks and saw that the wound was oozing a little and was red, which looked painful. It's okay, it doesn't hurt much. After washing her feet, Lu Yin sprayed iodine on the wound, then rubbed some powder on it. She used a band-aid on small wounds and wrapped large wounds with gauze. We have to go back tomorrow. Lu Yan's wound won't heal in a short time, so I'm afraid William will have to carry her down the mountain. The director said we'll take a 3-day break. I want to meet William for 1 day. Why are you telling me this? Lu Yan looked at her with a smile. Jiang Ning felt that she should report it. If Lu Yan also wanted to ask William out, she didn't think she could win. I only asked him out for 1 day. My mother is sick, and I've been wanting to see him again for years. I mentioned it to William some time ago, and he agreed. At this point, Jiang Ning explained a few more words. Don't worry, I don't have any other thoughts about him anymore. We're just ordinary friends. Just talk to him clearly, I have no objection. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief and said thank you. Outside, while in Shinrong and William were boiling water and washing dishes, the meal next door had just been prepared. Fong Chen and his friends made the simplest mushroom porridge. They boiled the rice first, then added the mushrooms and finally added some salt. But this stove was really difficult to heat. After finally boiling the water and adding the mushrooms, the fire went out again. It just kept burning at a lukewarm level, and the porridge that was cooked was not white but bluish-purple. Fong Chen was a little worried. Can this be eaten? Ling Xian was full of confidence. How can we not eat mushrooms if they are this color? Don't worry, we have cooked them for more than 10 or 20 minutes, so they should be non-toxic. Ling Xian sprinkled some salt into the porridge to taste it and found that high-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods, and they will taste good if cooked casually. Fong Chen went to call Sophia out for dinner. Chapter 122 Poisoning. Seeing Fong Chen and Sophia coming out, Ling Xian served 3 bowls of porridge. Eat quickly, William and the others will go to bed after dinner. I'm also very tired today. I feel like I can fall asleep as soon as I close my eyes now. Ling Xian muttered to himself and blew away the hot air. The porridge was just the right amount of saltiness and tasted good, but the color was a bit ugly. Sophia looked at the porridge with a little blue in it and asked, "Can I eat it?" Ling Xian said, "It's edible. This mushroom is this color. Don't worry, the locals say this mushroom is edible." Really? But the mushroom porridge she had eaten before was always yellow in color, and she had never eaten blue. Sophia didn't want to eat, but she hadn't eaten much at noon and had been walking around in the afternoon, so the food in her stomach had long been consumed. If she didn't eat, she was afraid that she would have hypoglycemia. Sophia took a sip of the porridge. It tasted a bit strange, but still within an acceptable range. There was a little bit of saltiness in the porridge. Sophia drank up the porridge in the bowl and ate a few mouthfuls of mushrooms. After eating, she offered to wash the dishes. 2 grown men naturally wouldn't let a girl like her do such rough work. Even if she wanted to do it, a rich girl like her wouldn't be able to do it well, and it would cause trouble to others. Fong Chen quickly said, "Let me do it. You go and have a rest. Or you can sprinkle snake repellent around to prevent snakes and insects from approaching when you sleep at night." Sophia listened. Fong Chen and Ling Xian washed the dishes together. The forest was lit by the lights provided by the production team. The mountains were cooler than the village, and the wind felt chilly on his body. Ling Xian had never been camping before, and the deep mountains and forests like these reminded him of horror movies and were eerie. Taking advantage of the fact that there were so many people around, Ling Xian quickly washed up and went back to the tent. The director was on patrol, from William to Sophia, and asked with concern, "Are you feeling uncomfortable after eating the mushrooms?" Ling Xian leaned out of the tent and said, "No, it has been cooked for more than 10 minutes. It should be cooked and no longer poisonous." Shit? The director's heart skipped a beat, and he felt uneasy for some reason. Didn't the elder sister come over to take a look when you were done? Ling Xian also remembered this. The director was worried that the guests would get poisoned after eating the mushrooms, so he not only invited a doctor, but also invited 2 local people to help them identify edible mushrooms. In addition, after cooking them, they would show them to them so that they could judge whether the mushrooms were cooked through and edible based on their color. However, when they finished cooking, the eldest sister was not there, and since they were very hungry, they just started eating and forgot about this matter. Ling Xian didn't take it seriously and was still confident. "Don't worry, director. We're in good health now. We are fine. We won't be poisoned." He was really worried. The director didn't know what to say and could only hope. 8 o'clock in the evening. Sophia packed up the tent and waited for Shinrong to come and apologize to her. "I waited until dark. And even when the staff had packed up the machines, she still didn't come. Could it be that Shinrong really wanted to break up with her? When did she become so stubborn that she didn't even want to return to the tent? Where would she sleep at night? What she didn't know was that Shinrong had already entered Lu Yan's tent. Lu Yan slept in the middle. She and Jiang Ning slept on the sides, and Shinrong slept in the innermost. She didn't dare sleep near the door for fear of snakes outside. Fortunately, it was cold in the mountains, and the three of them were sleeping together just right to keep warm. Besides, Lu Yan smelled pretty good. She had been recording the show for so long, but she rarely saw Lu Yan wearing makeup. When she saw her washing her face at night, she just used clean water, and her skin looked particularly good. Lu Yan is 5 years older than her. It would be great if she could maintain herself as well as she does at the age of 27. And Shinrong found that Lu Yan was not as annoying as she had imagined. Why did she dislike Lu Yan in the first place? It seemed that it was because Sophia had always disliked her as an aunt, and she believed what she said. And Shinrong kept moving, and Lu Yan opened her eyes. "Can't you sleep?" And Shinrong's body froze. After a long silence, she found it difficult to speak. "I want to go to the toilet. I drank too much mushroom soup in the evening, and my stomach was full of water. I always wanted to go to the toilet, and even dreamed about looking for the toilet. I don't dare go. I'm afraid there are snakes outside." Lu Yan stood up without saying a word, found the flashlight, and turned it on. "I'll go with you." The staff temporarily built a toilet not far from here. The area was spacious, and the surrounding weeds had been cleared. Because she saw a snake on the tree in the morning, and Shinrong not only looked at the ground, but also looked up at the tree. Her eyes were spinning around. She clasped her hands together and muttered to herself. Lu Yan looked at Shinrong. "What are you mumbling about?" And Shinrong said, "I saw someone online saying that if you see a snake, you should pray to it so that it won't come to you, and then you won't see snakes for the whole year. I saw a snake this morning, but I was so scared that I forgot about it. I am making up for it now." Lu Yan stopped and said, "Then take your time to worship. We are at the bathroom. Should I wait for you inside or outside?" And Shinrong was a little embarrassed and a little nervous and scared. "Let's go outside. You must not leave. You must wait for me." Lu Yan waited outside for a while, and soon Shinrong ran out in a hurry, then hugged Lu Yan's arm and said, "There are so many bugs in there. It's so scary. Let's go back quickly." Lu Yan lowered his eyes, stared at her hands expressionlessly, and asked, "Have you washed your hands?" And Shinrong subconsciously let go of her arm. "How can we wash without a faucet? There's a bucket of water in there. So that's for washing hands." And Shinrong turned around. "Then hold the light for me and wait for me." And Shinrong quickly washed her hands and shook off the water, then wiped them on her clothes twice before taking Lu Yan's arm. She had to hold it back. She was afraid. On my way back, I heard some noise coming from the next tent, like groaning and pain and vomiting. And Shinrong looked over there curiously and saw the director coming with a doctor. More and more staff were rushing over there, and the lights were brightly on. "What's going on?" And Shinrong looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan quickly concluded, "Maybe he got poisoned by eating mushrooms." "Ah!" And Shinrong couldn't believe it. "Aren't there locals watching? How could they still be poisoned?" "Sophia ate with them. So that means Sophia was also poisoned." "Lu Yan, are you worried about Sophia?" And Shinrong agreed by keeping silent. "Do you want to go over and take a look?" Lu Yan took in Shinrong's hand and walked over. The director was so anxious that his hair stood on end. He had a premonition that something was going to go wrong, but he didn't expect it to actually happen. When he saw Lu Yan and Shinrong, he was stunned at first. "Why are you here? You are not feeling well either?" "No, we're fine." "How are they?" Lu Yan asked, pointing inside. The director said, "All three of them have been poisoned. The doctor is helping them to vomit. We're going to send them down the mountain to a nearby hospital right now." Having Gu Qian in the hospital is already enough, and now 3 more people have gone in, so 4 people are just enough to play mahjong. Sophia felt like she was going to throw up. She was dizzy and had difficulty breathing, and colorful halos and mutated small flying insects appeared in front of her eyes. Chapter 123, Touching the Bed in the Middle of the Night. It was hard not to notice such a loud noise. William was woken up even though he was asleep. He turned over and put on his coat. When he went out, he saw Sophia being carried out. Her face, which had been red from being beaten by Lu Yan, now looked like a piece of white paper soaked in water. When Ling Xian and Fong Chan were cooking, William had a premonition that something was going to happen to the 3 of them. How could they expect them to cook poisonous mushrooms when they couldn't even cook instant noodles properly? William watched indifferently as Sophia was carried away. Sophia seemed to have seen him as well and stretched out her hand towards him, then let it drop weakly. Jiang Ning also got up, rubbing her eyes, not knowing what had happened. The cold wind blew on her, and she couldn't help shivering in her short-sleeved shirt. What's going on? What happened? The mushrooms are poisoned. Jiang Ning was silent. He could not think of anything else except the word unlucky. Not only the three of them were unlucky, but the program crew was also unlucky. 3 more people left at once. Can this show still be recorded? William shook his head. Maybe the break time needs to be extended. Can I date you during my break? William looked at her. What's the matter? Can't we make an appointment if nothing happens? Jiang Ning suppressed his inner desire. Last time I told you that my mother wanted to treat you to a meal. Do you remember? I remember. William asked, when? When he was a child, when his grandmother was busy and couldn't take care of him, she would ask Aunt Jiang to look after him. Aunt Jiang was a master at cooking, and he loved going to her house for dinner. William started learning to cook with her. Calculating the time, it has been a long time since we last saw each other. Aunt Jiang is only a vague figure left in my mind. I'll go back and ask my mom, and I'll contact you in advance after confirming the time. William nodded, sending Sophia and the other 3 down the mountain. The director reluctantly announced wait for notice. Fortunately, they were notified to stop the live broadcast before going up the mountain, otherwise who knows how much criticism would be directed if the footage was released. The guests encountered accidents one after another, which were major mistakes. It is hard to say whether the entire program can be recorded smoothly. The director is a genius and knows how to stir up trouble. During the month of recording the show, it has been on the hot search list every day. It has become a phenomenal variety show. The popularity can be good or bad. There are many people watching the fun, but once something goes wrong, everyone will be blamed. The director touched his head and felt that the hair on his head, which had been thinning day by day, was becoming thinner again. Fortunately, the recording time is long enough, so a lot of main films and highlights can be cut out for buffering in the later stage. Therefore, the rest period was extended from the original 3 days to 1 month, or even longer. If the guests don't mind, we'll see if we can film their daily lives then. When Shinrong saw William, she seemed to have found her backbone and asked worriedly, "Are they okay? It'll be all right with the doctor here." And Shinrong kept her eyes fixed in Sophia's direction. She was worried about her, even though she said she wanted to break up with her. How could she break off the relationship of so many years all of a sudden? William said bluntly, "If you are really worried about Sophia, you can go with them. The director will agree." And Shinrong shook her head. "Forget it. She has so many people around her who accompany her and care about her. She doesn't need me. I'd better not cause trouble." The director was worried and followed them there. The assistant director stayed on the scene to adjust the atmosphere. Generally speaking, they should sleep when they should sleep and pack up and go down the mountain at dawn the next day. Everyone went back to their own tent. Now there were 2 empty tents, so each person could sleep in one tent, but Shinrong still wanted to sleep in one with Lu Yin and Jiang Ning. William also returned to his tent. It was only 9 o'clock. He was unable to sleep after being woken up. He did not have a cell phone with him. He searched everywhere and finally found an instruction manual to pass the time. After nearly 40 minutes, there was a rustling sound outside. The sound was particularly harsh at night. William half propped himself up and looked outside, vaguely seeing a figure. I thought it was a staff member passing by, but the figure was squatting on the ground, ready to pull up his tent. "Who? It's me, Lu Yin." Lu Yin opened the tent and poked her head out, looking at him with wet eyes, like a little deer lost in the woods. William stood up. "Why are you here? May I come inside?" As soon as the question was asked, Lu Yin opened the tent and came in, not giving William a chance to answer. The tent was not big, so one had to bend down and kneel to enter. After Lu Yin entered, she knelt directly on the mat, pulled up the tent, and then slowly moved towards William. "William, aren't you afraid? I heard there are wild animals in this mountain." William pretended to be calm and said, "I'm not afraid, but I'm scared." Lu Yin had already moved to his side and pressed on his quilt. "I want to sleep with you." What was Lu Yin afraid of? She was the bravest among all the people. If she was really afraid, she would not have accompanied Shinrong to the toilet, let alone sneaked into his tent in the middle of the night. Then again, she just walked straight into his tent, and Jiang Ning and Shinrong didn't notice that she was missing. And were all the staff outside asleep? The space was already small, and as the 2 of them got closer and closer, the temperature in the tent seemed to start to rise. "No!" As soon as William finished speaking, Lu Yin had already laid down, then pulled the quilt around him and snatched all the quilt from him. Then he turned his back to William, with only his head showing, like a silkworm. William. He was helpless and could do nothing. What could he do if she didn't go out? He couldn't just pick her up and throw her out. After a while, Lu Yin finally said in a muffled voice, "William, please comfort me." "What's wrong? What happened?" "Lu Yin, Jiang Ning said she wants to ask you to go back with her to see her mother soon. Will you forget about me after going back with her?" William immediately said, "Of course not. You and she are childhood sweethearts and first loves. People say that first loves are the most unforgettable. Will your old love rekindle?" "No, I've already rejected her." Afraid that Lu Yin wouldn't believe him, William emphasized, "I promise." Lu Yin wrapped herself in the quilt, but didn't turn around. Jiang Ning also said that her mother has been in the hospital recently due to poor health. Will you be soft-hearted and agree to something for her? It depends on the situation. He probably knew what Lu Yin was afraid of. William really started to think of ways to coax her. He leaned over and gently pulled Lu Yan's shoulders to turn her around. He looked into her eyes and said, "Don't overthink it. What you worry about will not happen." Then he touched her head stiffly and said, "I will come to you right after I meet her mother, okay? I will answer whatever you ask and won't bother you." Chapter 124, Illusion or Reality 1. Lu Yin loosened her bitten lips, and her wet eyes became bright. "You're really going to come find me? If you call me, I will definitely come to you." William thought that he should be coaxed now. "Go back quickly. It will be bad if someone sees you." "I don't want to go back." Lu Yin arched the quilt. "Your bed is so comfortable. I want to sleep." It's rare for Lu Yin to act like a naughty child. Lu Yin has always given people the impression of being charming, strong, and cold. This is the first time I've seen her like this. "Then you sleep here. I'll go to another tent." William thought of an idea. At worst, he could get up early tomorrow and wake Lu Yin up and send her back. Lu Yin suddenly grabbed his hand, then raised her face from the quilt and rubbed it against the back of his hand like a coquettish kitten. "Would you please sleep with me for a while?" His fingers felt soft and delicate. If clouds had touched, this might be it. William retracted his fingertips and stared at the light and shadow on the tent. "Go to sleep." "Not leaving." "I'm not leaving." "Then lie down." Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a cunning light. "I won't eat you. What are you afraid of?" He knew clearly that she was deliberately provoking him, but when she pulled his hand, he still sat down and lay down, about 10 centimeters away from Lu Yin. At this distance, you can feel the touch without feeling it, and you can know the other person's body movements with just a slight movement. William was stiff and didn't dare to move. After a while, he heard steady breathing beside him. William turned his head carefully and saw that Lu Yin had fallen asleep. After falling asleep, Lu Yin looked more childish than usual, like a girl in her early 20s, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her fair cheeks tinged with pink, and her eyelashes so long and thick that one can't help but want to reach out and touch them. She hugged his arms, and William tried to pull away, but found that she was holding him very tightly. No idea what she was dreaming about. She hugged his hands tighter and tighter, even resting her neck on his arm. Now I really couldn't get out, and I was caught in a dilemma because of my soft-heartedness. William opened his eyes wide, took a deep breath, and shifted his gaze. He thought he would not be able to sleep in this situation, but he did not expect Lu Yan's breathing to be like a lullaby. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and finally closed. Lu Yin, who had fallen asleep, opened her eyes at this moment. She found a comfortable position and snuggled into William's arms, then put her arms around his waist and listened to his heartbeat. Lu Yin didn't want to cause trouble for William, so after lying down for a while, she got up and left the tent. William was suddenly awakened and subconsciously looked at Lu Yin, but she was no longer beside him. He reached out and touched the place where Lu Yin had slept. It was cold, and he didn't know how long she had been gone. William reached for his watch from beside the pillow and took a look. It was already 5 o'clock. It was still dark outside and very quiet. At 5:30, there was a faint light outside, and the staff got up one after another. Worried that the remaining guests might get upset stomachs again, the assistant director specially invited a local to prepare breakfast this time. When William came out of the tent, he looked at the tent next to him. After a while, he heard in Shinrong's voice from inside. "Where's Lu Yin? When did she get up? Why is there no movement at all?" Lu Yin didn't return to her tent last night. Where did she go? There was a noise in the tent, and Shinrong opened the tent, stuck her head out, and saw William. "William, have you seen Lu Yin?" Jiang also looked at William. Unlike in Shinrong's innocent look, she glanced at the tent behind him with an ambiguous look, obviously knowing. Seeing Jiang staring into William's tent, and Shinrong also looked over, and a horrified answer emerged in her mind. Could it be that Lu Yin went to William's tent? Just as she was about to check, the tent next door opened. It turned out that Lu Yin slept in Sophia's tent last night. Seeing her come out, and Shinrong was obviously relieved. Didn't you sleep with us last night? Why are you here? You drool and snore when you sleep. Your sleeping posture is not good, and you always like to squeeze me. I can't stand it anymore, so I go to sleep next to you. I won't drool and snore if you fart. William looked at them quarreling and couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips. It was great to be so energetic after waking up so early in the morning. Jiang Ning's gaze was still on him, and he couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. William felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by her, so he could only ignore it. The assistant director had someone prepare a rich breakfast, which included porridge, cakes, and even a few local side dishes. There are no other tasks today. After breakfast, we will pack up and go back to the cabin, and then we will arrange a car to take them home. We will arrange what happens next later. Assistant director, do you have any questions? And Shinrong asked, Director, are Sophia and the others okay? Are they out of danger? They are out of danger and have been transferred to the hospital in Guqian. If you want to go see them, we can go directly to the hospital later. And Shinrong asked again, did we mess up this program? Can we still record it normally next time? Didn't they say there would be 3 dates? This is only the second one, and there's also the finale where we hold hands and send heartbeat signals. When Shinrong asked this question, she glanced at William out of the corner of her eye. Lu Yin and Jiang Ning both had dates with William, but she hadn't, and she didn't want to miss it. Thinking carefully, William has always been lukewarm towards her. He used to praise her for her work, but recently, he rarely even spoke to her. It seemed like he was deliberately avoiding her. It felt like it was over before it even began. It will be arranged, but it will take some time. In short, everyone should have a good rest during the break, and don't think too much. You can watch the broadcasted feature film at home and interact on Weibo. Our variety show is very popular right now, and it's the time to gain fans. Seize the opportunity. These words were directed at Shinrong, and Shinrong participated in this program just to gain fans by showing off her face. The current popularity should satisfy her. Hearing that there would be 3 more rounds of dates, and Shinrong looked forward to it a little, wondering whether she should pay some money to bribe the director to see if he could sell her the 3rd round of date cards. In the hospital, everyone was awake except Sophia, who was still asleep. She looked like she was in a nightmare with her brows furrowed. It is said that people who are poisoned by eating mushrooms will have hallucinations and see all kinds of weird things. It was Sophia's first time to be poisoned by mushrooms. She was a little confused when she was carried out of the tent. She saw the trees dancing around her, colorful insects floating in the air, and the leaves on the ground swimming like fish. Even though it had become like this, she still saw William very clearly in a hallucination. He stood in the distance and looked at her motionlessly, looking at her as if he was looking at a stranger, without any emotion. Chapter 125, Illusion or Reality 2. It was as if whether she was dead or alive had nothing to do with him. The relationship between the two of them today was caused by her, but it was not her original intention. She wanted to see William regret it. A person who was obviously obedient to her suddenly left so cleanly, as if everything he did before was a lie. She tried again and again to test him and discern the truth, but in the end she was not even as good as a passerby. Sophia didn't eat many mushrooms. After inducing vomiting, she didn't have her stomach washed again. She lay in bed in a daze within 4 drip. She had only heard that mushroom poisoning would cause hallucinations, and that people would see strange things, but she didn't know that they could enter such a realistic illusion. That night, Sophia slept very uneasily. She dreamed that she was sitting at the dining table, on which were various breakfast snacks, her favorite Cantonese-style snacks. The snacks were placed on delicate small plates, and the porridge in front of her was steaming hot. This place was a bit like the apartment she and William had lived in, but it was larger and more cozily decorated. There were many handmade dolls on the cabinet next to the TV, and a string of wind chimes made of shells hung on the balcony. Sitting opposite her was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a brown windbreaker and a plain ring on his ring finger. He looked mature, gentle, and a little elegant. Sophia couldn't see his face clearly, but she knew intuitively that this was someone she knew very well. When Sophia saw the man, she felt a sense of peace in her heart and wanted to live here forever. Because she lacked maternal love since childhood, Sophia has always longed to have a home of her own. It doesn't need to be big, but it must be cozy. This place, both in terms of layout and atmosphere, is her dream home. Aren't you eating yet? Don't you have an appetite? The man put a plump crystal-steamed dumpling on her plate. I can't eat any more. As soon as she finished speaking, the man opposite her skillfully picked up the steamed dumpling and ate it. I'll go wash the dishes. What do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat wild mushroom hot pot. Okay, I'll come back from get off work early tonight and take you out to eat. I don't want to eat out. It's so hot. I'll sweat all over if I go out. Besides, the food out there isn't as delicious as yours. Sophia was surprised. It was obviously her, but she was talking uncontrollably. If I heard correctly, there was a hint of coquettishness in her tone. I don't know if the man on the other side heard it. He nodded. Then I'll come back and do it in the evening. After finishing his meal, the man got up to wash the dishes. He took off the vegetarian ring from his ring finger and placed it on the dining table. She took it in her hand and took a look. Inside the ring was engraved a small line of letters, ZYXW. William Sophia, he is William. The moment the man came out of the kitchen, his blurry facial features suddenly became clear. William in the dream no longer looked as young as he was in his 20s, but he was more charming than when he was young, like a green bamboo. She walked towards him. Are you going directly to the company now? William put on the ring and said, well, let's go directly to the company. There is an important meeting in the morning. I'll go with you. You're going to the company? I want to go shopping. Please follow me and take me to the commercial street. In fact, the commercial street was not on the way to his company, and it was even a bit of a detour. Obviously, it was not the first time that she had done something to bother him. William seemed to be used to it, so he lowered his head and said okay, and started to fasten his cufflinks. His hands were not very flexible, so Sophia went over to button his cuffs, and then her eyes fell on a scar on his right hand. It's a very deep scar that runs from the back of the hand through the palm. It hurts just looking at it. Why did William have this scar on his hand? She didn't know. She didn't say anything in her dream, but her eyelashes trembled when she looked at the scar. Forget it, I'm not going shopping. You can go early and come back early. Why did you suddenly stop going? Sophia suddenly felt a little depressed. I just suddenly don't feel like it anymore. Then I'll bring you whatever you want after get off work. Take 2 cups of milk tea this afternoon. I haven't had it in a while. I want rose pu'er tea with ice. Don't drink tea at night. It's easy to get insomnia. Your sleep quality is not good to begin with. William knew her very well and cared about her very much. Although she was not involved in the matter, she felt subtly touched and warmed in her heart. Then help me choose one. Sophia raised her hand and adjusted William's bow tie. After watching William leave, Sophia read a book and watched TV at home. At noon, she made a video call with William. The other party asked her if she had eaten. She took out the food from the refrigerator while holding the phone. These were all made by William in the morning and packed in food storage containers. They just need to be heated in the microwave. No matter where she is, she still likes to eat the food cooked by William the most. She is a person who never eats leftover food, but she will definitely eat the food cooked by William and will not order takeout. In the afternoon, Sophia went out for a while and came back with a big bag of wild mushrooms. William said he would go home at 4 o'clock, but something happened to him and he would be delayed, so he might be back at 6 o'clock. Sophia doesn't pay much attention to time herself, but she cares a lot about other people's time. She will be very angry if someone is not punctual or stands her up. In her dream, she was not angry with William, but expressed her understanding. The person who delivered wild mushrooms came, and Sophia took them to the kitchen and washed them little by little with a small brush. More than 4 pounds of mushrooms were all washed out, and the clear water turned into muddy water. Sophia herself found it incredible that she would do such a thing in her dream. She washed the mushrooms several times until the water became completely clear, then began to boil water and search for tutorials to cook the mushrooms. It's obvious that this is his first time cooking. After all, with a chef like William at home, who would want to cook? Sophia added salt halfway through the process and tasted it to find it just right. Seeing that William was about to come back, she took out some fruit from the refrigerator and made a fruit platter. At 5:50, William came back with 2 cups of milk tea, one with ice and one without. The iced one is honey grapefruit lemon tea, and the non-ice one is mango sago. Sophia touched it and said, "Why no ice? I want to eat ice. Your menstrual period is only these 2 days, just bear with it." She only wants to eat ice cream during her menstrual period. Sophia thought that she would make a fuss in the dream, but she didn't expect that she would listen to William obediently. As William came in, He smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen and asked, "What are you doing?" "I smelled the fragrance as soon as I entered the room," Sophia said proudly. "I cooked the wild mushrooms. They should be edible now." "So amazing?" William seemed surprised and asked, "How long did you cook it?" "About 40 minutes. Then cook it some more. I'll install the induction cooker." William not only bought milk tea, but also ingredients for hot pot. Every time he entered the kitchen, he would take off his vegetarian ring, watch, and cufflinks. He took off his coat, revealing a tailor-made white shirt underneath. William washed the vegetables very quickly. He had good knife skills, and from memory, the potato shreds he cut were even and long. But now, because his hand was injured, he needed the help of tools. The author has something to say. "It's a new month. If you have electricity, please send it and make a list on the first day. Thank you." Chapter 126, Illusion or Reality 3. The wild mushrooms were boiled in the pot for another 10 or 20 minutes. After almost an hour, William started to add the other vegetables and prepared a sauce for Sophia. She was sweating profusely while eating and couldn't stop, while William used the serving chopsticks to pick up food for her while she ate. William opposite her. In the misty hot air, William's face was warm and his lips were slightly pursed. The look he gave her was not as disgusting as in reality, but also without love. It was still indifferent and distant, and his eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. Halfway through the meal, Sophia felt a little dizzy and uncomfortable. She looked at the steaming pot, and the floating vegetables in it turned into butterflies. "How come this dish is moving?" It was poisoning. William rushed her to the hospital and stayed with her all night without rest. During the stay, he received several calls, some from work and some from acquaintances to express their condolences. When Xia Qingshan heard that Sophia was poisoned by mushrooms, he scolded William without even asking any questions. William in the dream has a gentle personality and will not refute even if he is scolded, unlike him in reality, who can scold people so much that they are speechless for a long time. Sophia, in and out of her dreams, was looking at him intently, a little absent-minded. Sophia only came to her senses when William hung up the phone and went back to the house. "My dad called and scolded you? I'll explain to him." "No need. He's already rested. You should go to sleep too. By the way, Zixin will be back tomorrow after finishing his makeup classes." "Who is Xin?" Sophia was wondering when suddenly a black vortex appeared in front of her eyes. Everything around her gradually became blurry. As the world spun around, Sophia shivered violently and then opened her eyes. What caught my eye was the pure white ceiling, and the smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. Is it a dream or a hallucination caused by a mushroom poisoning? It feels like a dream, but not a dream, as if everything is real. How could it be true? Not to mention that William had already broken off the engagement with her. How could he live with her peacefully now that he hated her so much? In the dream, she had changed her current personality and seemed to be getting along well with William. Maybe she missed William from a month ago too much, so she had this dream. Dreams and reality are opposites. The only thing that remains unchanged is that William still looks at her without love. This was an indescribable dream. Whenever Sophia recalled it, her heart would ache uncontrollably. She sat up dizzy, and a nurse came in. "You're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Are you still dizzy? Do you want to vomit?" Sophia asked. "What time is it now?" "It's already 9 o'clock. Where's your escort?" As he was talking, a girl with a work badge walked in carrying breakfast. This is a staff member of the program crew. The director specially arranged a girl to look after her. Seeing that she woke up, the girl quickly sent a WeChat message to the director. Soon the director came over and asked her if she was feeling unwell. "It's okay. When can I be discharged from the hospital?" "Tomorrow. Let's have another day of rest." "Where's William?" The first thing Sophia asked about was William, and it was hard to tell whether she cared about William or for other reasons. "Director, they should be getting ready to go down the mountain now. Without the three of you, the show will be temporarily suspended and the break will be extended. Please wait for further notice on when the show will resume." The director still prefers to record the finale. If that is not possible, then the show will have to end with regret. During this period of rest, he decided to worship Buddha and burn incense, and to reorganize the team, hoping that there will be no accidents in the future. Sophia stood up and asked, "Are they leaving today?" "They should go back to the cabin to pack their things first, and then we will arrange a vehicle to take them back." Sophia wanted to go back when she heard that, but the director tried to persuade her. "You should rest for another day. Poisoning is not a trivial matter. You and William are in the same city anyway, so you can see each other again after you go back." There is no need to rush now. I don't know if it's because of that incredible dream. Sophia wants to see William, but is afraid to see him at the same time. She closed her eyes and forced herself to divert her attention. She thought of Guqian. Where's Guqian? Director. He left by car this morning, saying something happened at home. I saw he looked very nervous, so I let him go. What happened? I don't know about that. Why don't you give her a call and ask? The director handed the phone to Sophia. Sophia took the call and called Guqian, but the other party didn't answer. Maybe there really is something wrong. Sophia looked at the hospital environment and felt familiar. Is Guqian also hospitalized here? The director nodded. Ah, yes. Does he know that I'm moving in too? I mentioned it to him. He looked at you and made sure you were okay before he left. This was the director's smooth talk. The truth was, Guqian just passed by here, glanced at Sophia at the door, and left. Let alone engaged couple. With this attitude, they are not even friends. I don't know what urgent matter Guqian had to leave Sophia and go away. Sophia also felt strange. She was poisoned and hospitalized. Guqian was in the same hospital as her, but he left without waiting for her to wake up. What emergency had happened at home? What family does Guqian have? She just recognized Tang Jing and Zhuang Zhongming as her godmother and godfather. Could something have happened to the Zhuang family? On the other side, William and his friends had already gone down the mountain and returned to the cabin. They started packing their luggage without taking a rest. The assistant director also turned on the live camera, explained the incident, and told the audience and netizens in the live broadcast room that the program would be suspended and they could look forward to the feature film next. We will release behind-the-scenes footage from time to time. Next, we will reorganize the entire team and ensure the safety of each guest. There will be a grand finale, and our tour group is not yet ended. What the audience in the barrage are most concerned about is who William will be with in the end. Is it Lu Yin, the aunt of his ex-fiancée, or Jiang Ning, his first love and now the movie queen, or in Shinrong, Sophia's best friend? Currently, William and Lu Yan CP ranks first online, and in Shinrong ranks last. Netizens joked that in Shinrong has not found her track. She obviously likes William, but refuses to admit it. Now that the program has suddenly ended, it is unknown whether it will affect their relationship. The assistant director returned the phone to William and the others and announced the last task for the day. That is to send a heartwarming text message before getting on the bus. This was the third time they sent each other a heartwarming text message, and it was exciting to do so before leaving. Sophia, Fang Chen, and Ling Xian also received the news in the hospital. In the observation room, without Sophia and Gu Qianho, there are only 4 people left, and the space has become larger. The 4 observers watched the clips edited by the program team, and then jumped directly to the live broadcast and asked the 4 of them to analyze the connection. Shinli twirled the pen in her hand and pouted. I was wondering why I didn't see Sophia and Gu Qian anymore. It turns out they went to the show as flying guests. The director kept it a secret. But what I want to ask is, how did they have the nerve to join? When they saw William, didn't they feel guilty and embarrassed?